Now coming to the posters that have been surfaced, has been pasted here for the information by the Kishtwar police. These posters are surfacing these two terrorists because these are the ones who have been trapped. Mohammad Amin alias Jahangir Sururi is still at large. He is the longest surviving Hizbul Mujahideen commander over 3 decades. But these two, Riaz Ahmad alias Hazari and Mudassir Hussain, these are the two terrorists that are trapped in the ongoing encounter that is underway in the upper reaches of the Dool in the Kishtwar district.
The same terrorists are reportedly behind the killing of BJP leader Anil Parihar, father of Kishtwar MLA Shagun Parihar and his brother Ajit Parihar in 2018, and RSS leader Chandrakant Sharma and his security guard in 2019. The encounter in Kishtwar comes as Operation Akhal continues, one of the valley's longest running anti-terror offensives. Operation Akhal was launched on the 1st of August after specific intelligence inputs indicated the presence of terrorists in a forest area in Akhal of South Kashmir. Over 5 terrorists have been killed so far under the operation. The ongoing operations only reflect the commitment of Indian forces towards zero tolerance against terrorism.
The Joint Parliamentary Committee on One Nation, One Election Bill is scheduled to interact with a panel of experts today at 3 p.m. The meeting will be held at the main committee room of the Parliament House. The session will focus on the prospects and challenges of holding simultaneous elections to the Lok Sabha and state assemblies across India. The JPC will interact further with Justice Sanjeev Khanna, former Chief Justice of India, on the said bills on August 19. Amid a charged atmosphere over the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in poll-bound Bihar and allegations of voter fraud during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Leader of Opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge will host a dinner for the Indie Bloc MPs today. Indie Bloc MPs will march from Parliament to Election Commission today as well. Since the start of the current monsoon session, both the houses of the Parliament have seen protests over the SIR. The Election Commission of India on Saturday has even asked Congress MP Rahul Gandhi to either give a declaration as per the rules or apologize to the country for his false allegations regarding the voter lists. The Indian Navy is reportedly preparing for the simultaneous commissioning of 2 advanced frontline frigates Dadagiri F-35 and Himgiri F-34 on August 26. This will be the first time that 2 major surface combatants from 2 prestigious Indian shipyards are being commissioned at the same time at Visakhapatnam. The Navy in the statement noted that event underscores India's accelerating naval modernization and its ability to deliver sophisticated warships from multiple shipyards. The milestone also showcases the success of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives in the defense sector. A high-speed Toyota Fortuner crashed into multiple vehicles on Ranchi's Harmu Road near the BJP office, killing a woman and 2 children, and including several motorcyclists. The SUV reportedly first struck a small car, then a motorcycle, before fatally running over 3 pedestrians and finally stopping upon hitting another bike. Hatia DSP PK Mishra confirmed that the injured are receiving hospital treatment and the driver has been arrested.
तेजी और लापरवाही से एक फॉर्च्यूनर गाड़ी जो है चलाते हुए धक्का मार दिया है। इसमें 1 महिला और 2 बच्चियों की मृत्यु हुई है। 2 आदमी इंजर्ड था जिसको रिम्स हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है। ठीक है, हम लोग लीगल प्रोसीजर को फॉलो कर रहे हैं। फॉर्च्यूनर के ड्राइवर की गलती है। तेजी लापरवाही, अनियंत्रित क्या होना, इस रोड में अनियंत्रित क्या ना होता, तेजी बदमाशी कर रहा था वो। हम लोग उसको पनिश करेंगे, कोशिश करेंगे उसको इस केस में सजा दिलाएं।
Gurugram police arrested a 31-year-old man, Jai Prakash Pathak, impersonating as an IAS officer and duping people of money in the name of securing jobs or transfers for them. 2 ID cards, 1 fake arm license, 1 Ayushman Bharat card, 6 mobile phones, 1 laptop, 1 walkie-talkie set, 2 stamps, rupees 2.50 lakh in cash, 1 car and other things recovered from him. He was produced before the court and sent to a 2-day police remand. Viewers, monsoon has caused massive destruction in Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi, with many villages and roads around Dharali and Harshil have been destroyed. The army is playing an important role in opening the blocked roads in the disaster-hit areas, rescuing people and providing all the possible help to the affected. Now, the government has also announced a reward of rupees 5 lakh and free ration to each affected families for the next 6 months. Here's a detailed report.
Monsoon is unleashing its fury on Uttarkashi, with many villages and roads around Dharali and Harshil destroyed. Several kilometers of roads have been damaged, electricity poles uprooted after a cloudburst triggered flash floods and mudslides in the area.
उत्तरकाशी के हर्षल और धराली में आई त्रासदी ने कई लोगों को देखिए मौत की नींद तो सुला दी, लेकिन इसके साथ ही साथ देखिए बड़े बड़े बिजली के प्लांट, ये जो फ्लाईओवर हम आपको चलते रास्तों से दिखा रहे हैं, ये देखिए ये बिजली के ये तार हैं जो देखिए यहाँ से होकर देखिए जा रहे हैं। बहुत खतरनाक ये रास्ते हो चुके हैं, कई सारे पुल, कई सारे फ्लाईओवर इसी तरह से देखिए यहाँ पर बह गए। ऐसे में अब यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से इन सब का निर्माण कैसे किया जाएगा, ये एक बड़ी चुनौती सरकार के सामने, प्रशासन के सामने है।
Rain on Sunday disrupted search operations in Dharali area of Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi, turning dried mud into swampy terrain, making rescue efforts significantly more challenging for agencies. The army is playing an important role in opening the blocked roads in the disaster-hit areas, rescuing people and providing all possible help to the affected. The army camp in Dharali has been badly damaged in the floods, with debris scattered around.
जहाँ पर बादल फटा था वहीं देखिए आर्मी बेस कैंप था, उस बेस कैंप के अंदर कितनी देखिए तबाही हुई है। कई सारे कैंपों को खाली कर दिया गया, मलबा आपको दूर से दिखाई देगा कैंप के अंदर। यही नहीं, दूर तक जब आप देखेंगे वहाँ देखिए अभी भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है कि कहीं कोई डेड बॉडी तो इस मलबे में नहीं फंसी है। आप देखेंगे जहाँ तक आपकी नजर जाएगी अभी भी आपको मलबा दिखाई देगा जो बादल फटने के बाद नीचे आया था। 3 से 4 आर्मी के जवान अपने खोजी कुत्तों के साथ ये तलाश कर रहे हैं कि आखिर कहीं जो डेड बॉडीज है, जो लोग वहां पर देखिए लापता हैं, कहीं यहाँ पर तो आकर नहीं उनकी बॉडी फंसी है।
The state government has announced an immediate assistance of 5 lakh rupees and free ration for the next 6 months to the each affected families.
हर एक जो संभव सहायता है वो करी जाए। उसके तहत लगभग अभी तक 1200 से अधिक लोगों को हेली सेवा के माध्यम से रेस्क्यू किया गया। 5 लाख रुपए की धनराशि का हमने फौरी तौर पर जो तत्काल सहायता होती है उस सहायता को भी जो है हमने जारी किया है कि वहाँ पर तत्काल लोगों को सहायता मिले। लगभग 107 परिवार हैं, उन सभी को जिनके मकान क्षतिग्रस्त हुए हैं, जिनके कोई लोग उसमें दिवंगत हुए हैं, उन सभी को ये सहायता हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
Army jawans, along with their search dogs, are also conducting search operations to rescue those who have lost their lives and those who are buried under the debris. Amid the ongoing extreme conditions, the assessment of the full extent of damage is still underway.
And viewers, coming up on the other side, Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil, addressing American audience. Munir says will destroy half the world if threatened. And also tracking the anti-terror operation in Kishtwar entering day 2, 2 to 3 terrorists likely trap, and posters of these terrorists including Hezbollah commander Jahangir Sururi put out by Kishtwar police.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
RP प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you strategize in the long term if Donald Trump is going to turn everything topsy-turvy? Everything will be on a minute by minute mood, whim basis, whimsical basis. That would
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out bully Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard, calls it harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra Election Commission sent notice to Rahul Gandhi, asked to provide documents to inquire into allegations made. Asim Munir threatens from the US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says will destroy half the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operation enters day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists including Hizbul Commander Jahangir Saruri put out by the Kishtwar police. Earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About dozen buildings collapsed. Viewers, let's start with breaking news coming in. A magnitude 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir, causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. At least one trapped in the debris of the collapsed building. Meanwhile, several people suffered minor injuries and are admitted to the hospital. That's the breaking news we are tracking for you at this hour. There has been a 6.1 magnitude earthquake that has struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir, causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. As per the visuals, also you can see the dramatic issue at the point of earthquake that has led to several buildings to collapse. At least reports coming in of one person to be trapped in the debris of the collapsed building, and meanwhile many people have suffered injuries. They are currently admitted to the hospital. They are receiving medical aid, but as per the visuals coming in, viewers, very dramatic visuals there of buildings collapse. A 6.1 earthquake that struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir. Shifting focus, unprecedented floods have devastated China's Gansu province. An entire village has been submerged, homes have been swept away, and the death toll has risen to at least 13, with over 30 people still missing. President Xi Jinping has ordered an all-out rescue and relief operation as emergency teams race against time. Here's a report.
China is reeling under devastating floods impacting its northwestern Gansu region. At least 10 people have lost their lives and dozens are missing. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for an all-out rescue operation to locate the missing people. Rescuers deployed several high-tech devices to locate the stranded people. Among them is a drone equipped with aeromagnetic detection equipment, Rescuers believe that the likelihood of finding the missing is relatively high near metal structures. The heavy rain had triggered flash floods and at least one landslide in mountainous areas near Lanzhou city. The downpour damaged power and telecommunication lines, leaving over 4,000 residents across 4 villages stranded. According to media reports, over 54 hotels requisitioned and 14 centralized shelters, including schools and village administrative centers, have been set up to accommodate nearly 10,000 people displaced by the floods.
And shifting focus, all eyes are on high-stakes talks between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin expected next week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is counting on the results from the much-anticipated meeting as hopes rise for a possible breakthrough in the 3-year-long war. With the international community watching very closely, this could be a defining moment in the push for peace. Here's more.
As the talks between Trump and Putin are set to take place next week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he is counting on results from the discussions. The comments follow a meeting between European and Ukrainian officials and US Vice President J.D. Vance in England, where they discussed strategies to end the more than 3-year-long conflict. Zelensky said that Ukraine's position had been clearly communicated. He stressed that the path to peace must be determined together and only with Ukraine's full involvement.
Вже була щойно доповідь нашої команди з Британії Андрія Єрмака. Були перемовини безпекових представників Сполучених Штатів Америки та Європи. Україна, Сполучені Штати, віце-президент Венс, Британія, Франція, Німеччина, Італія, Фінляндія, Польща. Зустріч була конструктивною. Наші сигнали всі передали. Наші аргументи чують. Небезпеки враховують. Шлях до миру для України має визначатися разом і тільки разом з Україною. І це принципово. Важливо, щоб
The Ukrainian president further rejected the notion of giving up land to end the war after Trump suggested a peace deal could include some swapping of territories.
цю другу спробу поділу України Росії ми не дамо. Знаючи Росію, де друга, там і третя. Тому стоїмо міцно на чітких українських позиціях. Ми маємо закінчити війну достойним миром, який буде заснований на чіткій, надійній, безпековій архітектурі.
With a highly anticipated meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin set in Alaska, the world watches closely to see if this could be a breakthrough for a ceasefire or yet another failed attempt at peace negotiations.
Viewers, a magnitude 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balıkesir on Sunday, reportedly causing about a dozen buildings to collapse and at least one person was trapped in the debris of a collapsed building. The earthquake, with an epicenter in the town of Sindirgi, sent shocks that were felt some 200 kilometers to the north in Istanbul, a city of more than 16 million people. Interior Minister Ali Yerlikaya said that 5 people, including an elderly woman, were rescued from a collapsed building while rescuers were trying to reach another person trapped in the structure. Several houses also collapsed in the nearby village. A Russian strike in southern Ukraine on Sunday reportedly injured at least a dozen people. The attack struck civilian infrastructure, including 2 infrastructure buildings, a central bus station, vehicles and nearby houses. Many were severely damaged or partially destroyed by the force of the blast and scattered the debris. Emergency responders were quick to act, pulling victims from the rubble and providing critical aid at the scene. A 75-foot Atlantis shuttle boat ran around near Cavallo Basin Harbor in Honolulu amid a high surf advisory that pushed the vessel into shallow reef and the jetty. There were 2 experienced crew members on board, but no passengers were on the boat at the time and no injuries or leaks were reported. The US Coast Guard and the Ocean Safety responded to the incident and the boat is currently under the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard. The company expects to have the boat safely removed and inspected before returning it to service. Firefighters continued to battle a blaze in Vesuvius National Park in southern Italy. Hot temperatures and winds fueled a fire that has been burning since Friday. Aircraft and helicopters are being used to dump water on the flames. Now, dozens of civil protection volunteers and vehicles and mechanical equipment from the army are also being used. The fire broke out late Friday afternoon in the woods of Terzigno and spread to slopes of Mount Soma, reaching an altitude of 1050 meters. A severe storm hit neighborhoods in Washington County, Nebraska, with the residents clearing away debris after it passed. High winds caused widespread damage across eastern Nebraska, toppling trees, damaging roofs and pulling down electric lines. Thousands of people were left without power in the immediate aftermath, and in the state capital of Lincoln, the storms reportedly damaged 2 housing units at the Nebraska State Penitentiary, displacing 387 prisoners. And viewers, coming up on the other side, relatives of Israeli hostages held in Gaza on Sunday called out Israeli companies to strike next week as an attempt to pressure the government to reverse its decision to take over Gaza City.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United
Welcome back from the break, viewers. Now, the relatives of Israeli hostages held in Gaza on Sunday called on the Israeli companies to strike next week as an attempt to pressure the government to reverse its decision to take over the Gaza city. Now, they believed it could mean a death sentence for the remaining hostages still held up by Hamas in Gaza. Take a look at the full story.
Relatives of Israeli hostages held in Gaza on Sunday called on Israeli companies to strike next week. This is an attempt to put pressure on the government to reverse its decision to take over Gaza City. Lishe Miran Lavi, the wife of hostage Omri Miran, pleaded the US President and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to bring an end to Israel-Hamas war.
We are here today to call on Israel's largest companies, trade union and the tech sector to stop everything in order to save our hostages and our soldiers. We are doing this because we have no choice. My husband and the other hostages are facing extreme danger. The decision to send the army deeper into Gaza is a danger to my husband Omri. But we can still stop this disaster.
They want an end to the war before more Israeli hostages and soldiers are killed.
From here, I again want to ask President Trump and Mr. Witkoff, we don't need more war, more dead hostage, more dead soldiers. We need a deal to end this war and save them. Please, you are the ones who can make it happen.
Israel's decision to take over Gaza City was met with fear and anger from many Israelis, worried it could be a death sentence for the hostages held in Gaza.
משפחתי ואני עשינו כל שביכולתנו. הגענו לבית הלבן, צעדנו מאות קילומטרים, זעקנו בגבול עזה, נפגשתי עם כל שר אפשרי בארץ ובעולם. אבל מתן שלי עדיין לא פה. הוא נשאר מאחור במנהרות החמאס כשהוא פצוע קשה, עובר חקירות ועינויים אלימים. מצבו הרפואי קריטי. אני לא יודעת מתי הוא אכל בפעם האחרונה, מתי הוא ראה אור יום. הממשלה החליטה לכבוש את רצועת עזה, לשלוח חיילים להתקרב למתן. הם נלחמים להחזיר אותו, אבל בפועל מסכנים אותו. את עצמם ואת חייו.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced on Friday that Israel would intensify its 22-month war with Hamas by taking over the Gaza city. He said that military pressure is key to achieving Israel's war goals of returning all hostages and destroying Hamas. Hostages' families pressured the Netanyahu government amid new fears for the 50 remaining hostages, and with 20 of them thought to be alive and struggling.
הקריאה היא לכל אזרח ואזרחית שצופים בי. אני יודעת שזה לא פשוט, אבל אני מבקשת, מתחננת אליכם, תעזרו לי להציל את הילד שלי. אל תגיעו לעבודה ביום ראשון בעוד שבוע. בואו נעצור את המשק יחד ליום אחד. תהיו איתי למען הצלת החיילים והחטופים.
Hamas-led militants abducted 251 people in October 7, 2023, attack that started the war and killed around 1,200 people, mostly civilians. Though most of the hostages have been released in ceasefires or other deals, 50 are still in Gaza, with less than half of them believed by Israel to be alive.
India secured a historic berth in AFC Under-20 Women's Asia Cup after 2 decades.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty, who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you strategize in the long term if Donald Trump is going to turn everything topsy-turvy, everything will be on a minute-by-minute mood, whimsical basis, that would breed international anarchy at the time of a multipolar order. And this instability, this lack of long-term planning, strategic planning, etc., would be very disruptive of the global order. Extremely disruptive. It could lead to massive long-term conflicts. Whatever it is, we found Donald Trump almost pushing India into the Russia-India-China triangle. Pushing. Literally kicking India that side. Because 25% tariffs on India, he singled out India for humiliation. 25% tariffs, 25% more, 50% tariffs now because you are buying oil and gas and you are buying weapons from Russia. For God's sake, give us a break because we get them cheap. They are useful for our economy. You are also buying uranium and rare earths from Russia. Does that not help the Russian war?
Determined to earn a recall to Australia's Ashes squad, the resilient Marnus Labuschagne is leaving no stone unturned in his quest to find a way back and silence the doubters, even volunteering to open the innings against England. Labuschagne was omitted from the Test side of the first time since 2019 ahead of the recent West Indies series, following a dip in form that saw him average just 27.82 with a solitary century over the past 2 years. Rather than playing county cricket or featuring for Australia, he chose to spend his time away from the national setup, training intensively with the coaching staff at home. India secured a historic berth in the AFC Under-20 Women's Asia Cup after 2 decades, clinching qualification with a narrow 1-0 victory over Myanmar in their final Group D qualifier. Pooja netted the match-winning goal in the 27th minute at the Tuvuna Stadium, helping India top the group with 7 points and book their place in the 2026 tournament in Thailand. India controlled the first half while Myanmar took charge in the second, but the visitors held firm to seal the win. Amid speculation over a potential exit from Rajasthan Royals, skipper Sanju Samson reflected on his long-standing association with the franchise. Having represented Rajasthan Royals across 2 separate stints, Samson has reportedly sought a trade or release ahead of IPL 2026. Amid the uncertainty, he acknowledged the pivotal role the team played in shaping his early career. India bagged 14 medals at the Asian Under-19 Boxing Championships, highlighted by golds from Nisha, Muskan and Rahul Kundu. The team also claimed 7 silver and 4 bronzes. 9 of the 10 Indian women boxers returned with medals, 2 gold, 5 silver and 2 bronze, showcasing their strength against top contenders from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and China. Johnny Bairstow, despite a match-winning 86 for Welsh Fire in the 100, has cast doubt on his England comeback. The 35-year-old last played for England in the T20 World Cup semi-final against India in June 2024, with his final ODI and Test appearances coming in the 2023 World Cup and his 100th Test against India in Dharamsala respectively, making him only the 17th Englishman to reach the century mark in the Tests. Viewers, coming up after the break, Prime Minister Modi and Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari now calls out bully Trump, says India will never bully countries. Also, we'll be bringing you the updates from the Kishtwar anti-terror operation that has entered day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora, the Indian American diaspora in the US contributing so much, to their educational, their business and their political life. And to, if you had even asked me a month back, I couldn't even in my dreams have imagined a scenario as we are seeing today. It's very, very unfortunate.
True.
And very short-sighted, if I may add.
Absolutely. I mean, is Trump in any way jeopardizing the historic ties that India and America had developed over years prior to post the MTCR, the Missile Technology Control Regime, wherein we actually saw that US denied missiles to India, US was closer to Pakistan, and then we had this amazing decades wherein India and US were getting closer as allies. Is he jeopardizing the historic ties?
I would think so. But, today, as I look back at the history of the India in the Indo-US relationship, I really must ask myself, has the United States ever, been a true partner to India? India was a champion of the non-aligned movement in those days. And even through the 1971 war, prior to that, India has never really been helped at any crucial juncture in India's history. India has never really been helped by the US, in that way. But over the last couple of years, over the last couple of decades, as you very rightly pointed out, there were closer ties. I think there was an understanding within the American political leadership, particularly starting in the Clinton years, or what the Indian diaspora adds to America, and what India as a nation, and how India as a nation can be a true partner to America. And I think it took decades, to build, because there was distrust on both sides. America has always been worried about India being closer to Russia than America. And India has always, in a way, not liked the fact, that America has, in the past, always sided, with Pakistan. Though at the moment, there is no link between India and Pakistan, to couple the two, even during the recent Operation Sindoor, I think was very unfortunate. And then, of course, things have just taken a downfall since then.
When we're talking about Russia, he specifically mentioned that India is trading with Russia, and as a result of which the additional 25% tariffs have been slapped. Is he singling out India? Why is he not doing anything against China? Why is he not doing anything against EU, who are also, and he himself is in fact importing several, items from Russia? Why is he not punishing any other countries but India?
I think this is... I think this is this is primarily two things. One is that, he's punishing India, because he thinks he can get away with it, and he thinks India will capitulate the way, frankly, the UK has and the European Union has. He has not reckoned with the strength of India. He has not reckoned with thousands of years of civilization. He has not reckoned with a proud people and a country on the rise, and on the rise in a significant way. This moment in time had to come, Pranav, because India, is rising. And when you are under the radar, people don't consider you. But the moment you raise your head above the parapet, people look at you. And I think this moment had to come, but I think it has come sooner than one expected. And as regards the question of why he's singling out India,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You are watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking is from Jammu and Kashmir. It is the day 2 of the Kishtwar encounter, and 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to be still trapped there. All the details on that big story and much more coming up ahead. Let's start with the headlines. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out to bully Donald Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard call it a harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra election commissions send a notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations made. Asim Munir threatens from the US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says, we destroy half the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operations enter day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul terrorist Jahangir Zaruri, put out by the Kishtwar police. An earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. It is the day 2 of the anti-terror operations in Kishtwar, and they have entered day 2. Now, Republic has accessed an exclusive footage of forces exploding open the cave in Dhul. Now, this is the cave in which the terrorists are hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. And the terrorists were hiding in a 20 feet long cave in the area. So this is the day 2 of the anti-terror operations today, and in Kishtwar, and we have gotten access of the exclusive footage of the forces trying to open this cave in Dhul. This is the cave in which the terrorists were hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. And this is the 20 feet long cave that we are talking about, and the terrorists were hiding here. And it is believed that 2 to 3 terrorists are there. Meanwhile, the police have also sent out posters, and these are the Hizbul terrorists that are hiding. And the army has launched anti-terror operations there. Let's get all the updates. Gursimran, our colleague, is now joining us live. Gursimran, we saw those visuals there that Republic TV has accessed, we are opening the cave there. And we still understand that there are 2 to 3 terrorists that are in the hiding. What more details do you have?
See, the security forces have destroyed the opening of this very cave where the terrorists are hiding. It was since yesterday that the security forces have cornered in this very area where the terrorists were hiding, and now in the Dhool area, this opening has been blown. It has been exploded using the IED, the visuals of which are with Republic. Now what we are getting to know that the terrorists are still holed up. That is what the security forces are saying. Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army and the CRPF are operating in the area, and they are trying to ensure that these terrorists are neutralized at an early reason being that these are the terrorists believed to be from the terror group Hizbul Mujahideen, and they are the one who have a long experience of operating in the areas. So they are well aware of this very dynamics and especially the topography and the demography of the area. So they know that where they can have a safe shelter, and that is why the security forces are trying to intensify the operation. They want to neutralize these terrorists at an earliest, because these group which has Riaz Ahmed and Mudassir Hussain, 2 of the Hizbul commanders carrying 10 lakh reward, they are the ones who have carried out the attacks in the past as well, and now also they were in a bid to carry out an attack but were intercepted by the security forces. Since this is a day second of the operation, the forces are trying to wind up the operation with the killing of these terrorists at an earliest, because we have seen that the prolonged operations are ending in the result in the casualties to the security forces. That is what we have witnessed in the ongoing operation in the Akhal area of Kulgam as well. So here the forces do not want this operation to linger on. They want this operation to be concluded at an earliest with the elimination of both the terrorists that have been trapped in the area. The senior officials, including the Deputy Inspector General of the Doda Kiswat Ramban, they have also arrived at the operation site. The senior officials, they all are at the operation site so that this operation orders can be given at an earliest, and whatsoever is needed that can be provided at real time to conclude the operation.
All right, there. Thank you so much, Agur Simran, for all those details on the Kishtwar encounter. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in after Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has called out to bully Donald Trump. The Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has criticized the countries that engaged in Dadagiri, that is bullying, on the global stage, attributing their behavior to economic strength and technological superiority. Now, he emphasized the need for India to boost its export, reduce imports and strengthen its science and technology sector to become self-reliant. Further, he added that if India gets better technology and resources, we will not bully anyone, because our culture teaches us that world welfare is paramount. So, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calling out bully Donald Trump. Let's listen in.
हमारे देश की प्रगति और विकास का जो दर है और 3 गुना बढ़ेगा, और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो, बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. A major scare aboard an Air India flight from Trivandrum to Delhi. Now, this aircraft carrying several passengers, including Congress MP KC Venugopal, was forced to make an emergency landing in Chennai, narrowly averting a runway tragedy. The flight was diverted to Chennai following a radar malfunction, but the situation escalated further during the landing as well. Now, sources say that fuel had to be dumped mid-air and the pilot aborted the first landing attempt after another aircraft was reportedly on the same runway. Now, Congress MP KC Venugopal has described the incident as harrowing and said that it came dangerously close to a tragedy. So, Air India flight with KC Venugopal making an emergency diversion. This is the Trivandrum to Delhi flight and it landed in Chennai. So, this is the Air India flight from Trivandrum to Delhi diverted to Chennai. And this after the detection of some technical fault, and the flight landed safely in Chennai. However, it was a harrowing moment for all the passengers, including Congress MP KC Venugopal, who was on board that flight. And Air India has issued a statement now after the flight scare. So, Air India admits the technical problem in the flight on which the Congress leader was travelling. The airline admits technical fault on the flight that caused chaos yesterday. So, this is the Air India flight from Thiruvananthapuram to Delhi. It was diverted to Chennai. And now Air India has given a statement, and it said, indeed, there was a technical fault that led to the entire situation escalating. So, this flight made a precautionary diversion to Chennai due to this suspected technical issue. All right, so it was a harrowing moment really for all the passengers of Air India flight from Thiruvananthapuram to Delhi, AI 2455. All right, let's move on. Well, Republic is proud to launch R4 Sports, a nationwide campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating and nurturing India's sporting spirit. Now, this initiative shines a spotlight on the unsung heroes and also the rising stars who carry the nation's hopes, one match, one moment at a time. And from grassroots talent to emerging champions, R4 Sports brings their inspiring journeys to the forefront and driven by a powerful mission, that is sports first, nation first. So as part of this special campaign, our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami sat down with Mr. Partho Banerjee, who is a senior executive officer, marketing and sales at Maruti Suzuki India Limited, for an exclusive conversation. Listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so personally delighted here to be having a small role in promoting R4 Sports, Republic for Sports, our new initiative which aims at taking the competitive spirit of sports, all sports, the discipline of sports, the resilience of sports to all parts of the country, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities across the entire country, and helping us do that. And we are very grateful for them is the great company Maruti Suzuki India Limited. And we are so happy at this association with Maruti Suzuki and happy to have Partho Banerjee, who's the Senior Executive Officer of Marketing and Sales. He looks after marketing and sales for this super brand Maruti. And he's with us this on this recording. Partho Banerjee. Partho, thank you very much. First of all, let me tell you the Republic Media Network is so excited to be working with Maruti Suzuki to be doing this. So thank you very much at the start.
Thank you, Arnab, and thanks to Republic TV for inviting me for this discussion. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Thank you, Partho. Partho, Everyone knows Maruti and Maruti Suzuki, household brand for decades. Can you start by saying a little bit about how you think Maruti Suzuki's support for R4 sports, particularly in nurturing ambition in small towns of the country, complement your existing youth skill development programs? How does it complement with your own priorities?
No, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Republic TV for coming up with this excellent initiative, Republic for Sports. So, Arnab, I would like to say our commitment to youth development is foundational. That is built on initiatives like our Maruti Suzuki driving schools, skill development centers, which have already trained millions of people. And I think the Republic for Sports is a natural and strategic extension of this. While our existing programs focus on vocational skill, I think the Republic for Sports addresses another critical dimension, nurturing talent, ambition, especially in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And this aligns with our deep penetration in these markets where we understand the pulse of the emerging India. Also, by fostering discipline, resilience, and a competitive spirit through sports, we are building a more holistic foundation for young Indians. It's about empowering them, whether in factory or in the field, for a stronger India.
That's so well said, Partho. Partho, our focus in the Republic Media Network, we always say, we don't say news first. Of course, we want to bring the news first, but we say nation first. Everything for us begins and ends with nation first, nation building. And I always want every initiative of Republic to be in that direction. So from your perspective, this beautiful partnership between Maruti Suzuki and Republic, how does this represent a new chapter in your great company's long-standing legacy of nation building?
I think Maruti Suzuki always has been a partner in the India's growth story for the last 42 years. From realizing the personal mobility to contributing significantly to the economy, I think the national building is in our DNA. And I think this partnership with Republic for Sports will mark a new exciting chapter in the history of Maruti Suzuki. We have consistently supported national development through innovative and community initiatives. Now we are going to leverage the power of sports as a vehicle for social change and national pride. It's about expanding our impact beyond the traditional sectors, recognizing the sports can unite, inspire, and develop the nation character.
And that's true. And also the focus on the youth, Partho. Because we have to look beyond sports. How do you see this initiative reinforcing your fundamental belief that investing in youth and youth potential is critical for a stronger India?
Absolutely. I think, Arnab, the Gen Z today constitute the majority of the population of India.
Yes.
So if we are not appealing to the Gen Z and we are not connecting with them, then we are lost. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. And you know, Maruti is known as the people's car, Partho.
Absolutely.
And so how important is it for you, for your brand, to celebrate everyday heroes of sports? Because our focus in R4 Sports are not just the big celebrities of sports. They're already recognized, Partho. Everybody knows them. But the future stars and the people who build the foundation have to be everyday heroes who often go without recognition.
Arnab, you have yourself answered this question actually in an interesting way, that Maruti is known as the people's car. So by people's car, what we mean is this: we are deeply connected to the aspirations and the realities of every Indian. Everybody believes that Maruti is a brand which I can associate with. So just like as our vehicles are an integral part of their lives, we believe it is crucial to celebrate the everyday heroes also of sports, those who dedicate themselves to their craft, often without significant recognition or limelight. Now, I think this Republic for Sports platform is going to provide that vital platform to amplify their stories. And I think, Arnab, this your channel can only do. I think that will be a big achievement for these people who have never been in the limelight. Yeah. It's about recognizing the true heroism. Isn't it always on the biggest stage, but often in the quiet and the consistent effort? So we feel that this aligns perfectly with the Maruti Suzuki identity and the commitment to celebrate the spirit of the common person, the people's car guy, we are going to make them the heroes.
Yeah. And from a brand perspective, of course, you're a mobility brand. You are the top mobility brand in the country. So how does Maruti Suzuki see its role in physically enabling athletes, the people who will be the beneficiaries of the visibility that R4 Sports is going to bring will be the athletes who wish to pursue their dreams. And what impact do you as a mobility brand, with your focus on mobility, hope to make in the lives of these athletes?
Our mission as a mobility brand is to bring the joy of mobility to every Indian. However, in this case, we understand that the access and connectivity are the fundamental enablers. And for an athlete, mobility is very critical, whether reaching to the training facility, traveling for the competition, or accessing some specialized coaching. While our primary role in this program will be to provide reliable transportation, but our support for Republic for Sports highlights the broader ecosystem where mobility is going to play a crucial role in unlocking the sports potential. We hope to make an impact by drawing attention to the need for better infrastructure and accessibility, ensuring that talent is not only constrained by geographical limitations, and our involvement underscores the idea of seamless mobility that can bridge the critical gaps, allowing more athletes to pursue and realize their dreams.
And lastly, Partho, we've seen Indian athletes do so well at the Paralympics. Wherever you feel an individual has some challenges, it's so beautiful to see athletes, overcome all such challenges. And I think our focus has to be a great deal, and Republic for Sports is going to focus a great deal on the spirit of inclusivity in sport. So how would this partnership reflect your broader philosophy? Because Maruti Suzuki also has a broader philosophy of inclusive development across all segments. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
No, inclusivity is the cornerstone of Maruti Suzuki philosophy. You rightly mentioned that. Our business model and the CSR initiatives are built on the principle of inclusive development, reaching across diverse geographies, genders, and economic segments. While Republic for Sports perfectly mirrors this commitment by featuring para-athletes, women athletes, and talents from remote regions, it champions the idea that potential is universal. I think that's a great initiative, Arnab. Once again, I would salute the thought process which has come out. The partnership is going to reinforce our belief that true progress comes from empowering everyone, ensuring that opportunities are accessible to all. And finally, it's all about building a more equitable society where talent is recognized and nurtured, irrespective of the background, which is a core value for Maruti Suzuki also, and I think for Republic TV also.
Partho, in conclusion, I would say that, we are two different but great brands. We're all committed to nation building, inclusivity, and enabling people to pursue their dreams. I am personally grateful that Maruti has come forward to support us in this initiative. And I look forward to having you along with many of those who are participating and those who will be featured in our series across the entire year to the Republic campus. So we look forward to meeting you and meeting all the stars of R4 Sports. From all of us here at the Republic Media Network, Partho, to you and to the team at Maruti Suzuki, thank you very much. Thank you, Partho.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnab, and my best wishes to the Team Republic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
रही है सांसें मेरी, जल रहा जुनून है, ये मिट्टी है मेरी, मैं मिट्टी का हूँ, ये छाँव ये धूप में बारिशों की बूंद हूँ, कोई रोक ना सके, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, भारत हूँ। दौड़ता मैं गिरता हूँ, गिर कर फिर संभलता हूँ, मैं चांद को भी मुट्ठी में तारों सा चमकता हूँ, मैं भारत 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 हूँ। गूंजती ज़मीन मेरी, गूंजता ये रंग मेरा, शंख की आवाज हूँ मैं, बिजली सा गरजता हूँ, मैं भारत 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 हूँ।
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Indian Navy all set to conduct drills at the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Also coming up ahead, earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope. or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out bully Donald Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard call it a harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra election commissions sent notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he's made. Asim Munir threatens from the US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says will destroy half the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operations enter day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jahangir Saruri, put out by the Kishtwar police. An earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. Alright viewers, let's take a look at the biggest news stories from India and across the world. It's over to my colleague Tanisha.
Well, absolutely. There's a breaking news that's coming in this Monday morning at 8:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, where the stray dog menace has continued to cause havoc. And this time, this incident is from Bengaluru, where there's a case that has come to light where there is a stray dog that has attacked a child. This stray dog menace has been captured on the CCTV cameras. No injuries to the boy have been reported yet, but what we do know is that the stray dog menace continues to be in a locality. This one is from the state of Karnataka, this one specifically from Bengaluru. There's an attempt by the minor to throw stones at the dog, I believe, and then soon after which is when the dog pounces on the little boy. He attacks him, pins him to the ground, and then tries to bite him. Soon at that moment is when the little boy tries to retaliate. There are two elderly who come running to save the little boy, and that is exactly at the moment when the dog runs away. But this is a case that has been a national issue now, where the stray dog menace has completely taken over all the states of India. All right, shifting our focus to some more breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the India and Pakistan displaying its naval might. Today, remember, India and Pakistan will be conducting joint naval drills. A NOTAM has been issued as well by Pakistan and India. Now, this will be conducted at a time when India and Pakistan, remember, are at loggerheads. The Indian Navy will conduct naval drills in the Arabian Sea. And at the same time, it is Pakistan Navy as well that has issued a NOTAM announcing its own exercises in its territorial waters. The overlapping schedules points to heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, a key route for maritime trade and crucial to region security. Now, the exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. As per the NOTAM issue, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills of the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. So this is something that India will be keeping a watch on. Remember, India and Pakistan will be at loggerheads again. At the same time, when India is scheduled to take on the Navy drills, Pakistan has also issued a NOTAM. But India's military might, India's Navy might is on display today, and the whole world is going to see that. All right, Major General Rajan Kochar is joining us on the phone line, defense expert. General, good morning to you. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic this Monday morning. Sir, the naval drills are pointing towards how India is showing its strength not just to Pakistan but to the whole world. And at the same time, when India is doing it, it is Pakistan as well that has issued a NOTAM trying to conduct naval drills in the Arabian Sea. And clearly, one thing is for sure, when it comes to India versus Pakistan, India certainly has the edge, sir. What do you think about that?
You see, Indian Navy is far more superior than the Pakistan Navy. Even if you look at the capabilities of both the navies, look at the aircraft carriers. Pakistan Navy does not have an aircraft carrier. We have two of them. And in terms of submarines, in terms of nuclear submarines also, we are almost double the number with Pakistan. And in terms of frigates and corvettes and the entire gunships, we are a far superior navy than Pakistan. As a matter of fact, at any point of time in the Indian Ocean as well as the other seas, we have almost 30 to 32 ships on sea at any point of time. And we are the first responders anywhere. If you would have seen in the Indian Ocean or Red Sea or the Arabian Sea, we are always the first responder. So the Indian Navy is, of course, far superior in terms of technology, in terms of strength than the Pakistan Navy. And these naval exercises have a great significance because this is the time when we try to test our own strength. We hone our drills in these exercises. We match our frequencies, and many a times we are also holding exercises with the in other navies of the world, and with the Quad countries especially. Every year we have joint exercises with the Australian Navy, Japanese Navy, and the French Navy. So we are all the time trying to make sure that whatever new technology is coming in, the Indian Navy also gets into it. And one important aspect is that shipbuilding has increased manifold in India today. A great deal of indigenization is now taking place. And if you see the Goa shipyard, the Cochin and the Mazikon docks, we are now making our own ships, our own corvettes, our own warships with a greater percentage of indigenization. That today there is almost 75 to 80% indigenization in our manufacture of our shipbuilding activity.
Right, sir. General Kochar, thank you very much again for sharing those insights. All eyes will be now on the naval drills that will be conducted by India. With that, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking. Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana poll bodies have altogether sent fresh notice to the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his quote-unquote voter fraud claims. Now, the poll bodies have given Rahul Gandhi a 10-day ultimatum, a deadline to either show proof of his claims and sign the declaration under the oath or apologize to the nation. The poll bodies have written to Rahul Gandhi seeking documents to back his allegations on the voter fraud during the Lok Sabha elections. The poll body have now given ultimatum, all three poll bodies together of different states, writing to Rahul Gandhi, asking him to either prove the allegations, prove the claims that he has put on the poll body of India of voter fraud, or apologize to the nation for doubting the poll body That's the recent face-off between the Election Commission and Rahul Gandhi. So the same issue has been raised in the Parliament as well. A heated discussion is awaited in the Parliament today, which starts sharp at 11 a.m. Will be seen whether Rahul Gandhi will be able to furbish any proof, or will the false allegations continue? There have only been tall claims and no proof. Maharashtra, Haryana elections were stolen through voter manipulation is what Rahul Gandhi alleges. Remember, just a few days back, he had a full-fledged press conference. He got a notebook which had nearly 40,000 pages saying that these are the number of fake voters that have been registered via the Election Commission. And he alleged that the Election Commission is siding with the BJP to make them win certain elections. He talked the same about the 2024 elections as well. The poll body have now come heavily on the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. And moving on to some other breaking news that's coming in as the much anticipated talks between Donald Trump and Putin is set to be held next week. Ukraine President Zelensky says he is counting on the results from these high-stake negotiations. As the international community watches this peace talks closely, it is to be seen if the meetup will end in the 3-year-old long war or not. Here's a report on that.
As the talks between Trump and Putin are set to take place next week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he is counting on results from the discussions. The comments follow a meeting between European and Ukrainian officials and US Vice President J.D. Vance in England, where they discussed strategies to end the more than 3-year-long conflict. Zelensky said that Ukraine's position had been clearly communicated. He stressed that the path to peace must be determined together and only with Ukraine's full involvement.
Вже була щойно доповідь нашої команди з Британії Андрія Єрмака. Були перемовини безпекових представників Сполучених Штатів Америки та Європи. Україна, Сполучені Штати, віце-президент Венс, Британія, Франція, Німеччина, Італія, Фінляндія, Польща. Зустріч була конструктивною. Наші сигнали всі передали. Наші аргументи чують. Небезпеки враховують. Шлях до миру для України має визначатися разом і тільки разом з Україною. І це принципово. Важливо, щоб
The Ukrainian president further rejected the notion of giving up land to end the war after Trump suggested a peace deal could include some swapping of territories.
цю другу спробу поділу України Росії ми не дамо. Знаючи Росію, де друга, там і третя. Тому стоїмо міцно на чітких українських позиціях. Ми маємо закінчити війну достойним миром, який буде заснований на чіткій, надійній, безпековій архітектурі.
With a highly anticipated meeting between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin set in Alaska, the world watches closely to see if this could be a breakthrough for a ceasefire or yet another failed attempt at peace negotiations.
Shifting our focus to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the earthquake that has struck Turkey. A magnitude of 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Balyasar, causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. At least one person is trapped in the debris of a collapsed building, we learn. Meanwhile, several people have also suffered minor injuries and are admitted to the hospital. One person has also been killed in this regard. All right, so these are the recent visuals that we have on your screen. 6.1 magnitude earthquake that we had on the Richter scale that had struck Turkey. The devastation is huge, ladies and gentlemen, because 6.1 is the magnitude that we're talking about right now. And one person has been killed. The death toll is likely to mount. Buildings have gone into dust. There are people that are trapped under the debris. This happened in the northwestern province of Turkey. The epicenter of the earthquake is yet to be ascertained, but that's the latest visual that you have on your screen. There are many teams that have been rushed for the rescue operations. And with that, it's time for us to slip into a short break, ladies and gentlemen. But after the break, we'll get you more international stories. This one specifically about how the floods have devastated China's Gansu province.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora.
Unprecedented floods have devastated China's Gansu province. Entire villages are submerged, homes have been swept away, and the death toll has risen to at least 30, with over 30 people still missing. President Xi Jinping has ordered an all-out rescue and relief operations as the emergency teams race against time. Here's a report on that.
China is reeling under devastating floods impacting its northwestern Gansu region. At least 10 people have lost their lives and dozens are missing. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for an all-out rescue operation to locate the missing people. Rescuers deployed several high-tech devices to locate the stranded people. Among them is a drone equipped with aeromagnetic detection equipment. Rescuers believe that the likelihood of finding the missing is relatively high near metal structures. The heavy rain had triggered flash floods and at least one landslide in mountainous areas near Lanzhou city. The downpour damaged power and telecommunication lines, leaving over 4,000 residents across 4 villages stranded. According to media reports, over 54 hotels requisitioned and 14 centralized shelters, including schools and village administrative centers, have been set up to accommodate nearly 10,000 people displaced by the floods.
Let's also now have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking that have made international headlines, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a quick check of that. A magnitude 6.1 earthquake struck Turkey's northwestern province of Baliskor on Sunday, reportedly causing about a dozen buildings to collapse. At least one person was trapped in the debris of a collapsed building. The earthquake, with an epicenter in the town of Dadagiri, sent shockwaves that were felt some 200 kilometers to the north in Istanbul, a city of more than 16 million people. Interior Minister Ali Yarkarala has said that 5 people, including an elderly woman, was rescued from a collapsed building while rescuers were trying to reach another person trapped in the structure. Several houses have collapsed in a nearby village as well. A Russian strike in southern Ukraine on Sunday reportedly injured at least a dozen people. The attack struck civilian infrastructure, including 2 infrastructural buildings, a central bus station, vehicles and nearby houses. Many were severely damaged or partially destroyed by the force of the blast and scattered debris. Emergency responders were quick to act, pulling victims from the rubble and providing critical aid at the scene. A 75-foot Atlantis shuttle boat ran aground near Cavallo Basin Harbour in Honolulu amid a high surf advisory that pushed the vessel into shallow reef and the jetty. There were 2 experienced crew members on board, but no passengers were on the boat at that time and no injuries or leaks were reported. The United States Coast Guard and Ocean Safety responded to the incident, and the boat is currently under the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard. The company expects to have the boat safely removed and inspected before returning it to service. Firefighters continued to battle a blaze in the national park in the southern Italy. Hot temperatures and winds fueled a fire that has been burning since Friday. Aircraft and helicopters are being used to dump water on the flames. Dozens of civilian protection vehicles and volunteers and also mechanical equipment from the army are also being used. The fire broke out late Friday afternoon in the woods of Terzingo and spread to the slopes of Mount Soma, reaching an altitude of nearly 1,050 meters. A severe storm hit neighborhoods in Washington County, Nebraska, with residents clearly running away after the debris were seen. High winds caused widespread damage across eastern Nebraska, toppling trees, damaging roofs, and pulling down electrical lines. Thousands of people were left without power in the immediate aftermath. In the state capital of Lincoln, the storms reportedly damaged 2 housing units at the Nebraska state, displacing 387 prisoners. And there's some breaking news that's coming in where we learn a horrifying incident has now come to light from a daycare in Noida. A 15-month-old was allegedly beaten and bitten at the daycare by the lady that you see on your screen. The bite marks were found on the child's leg and the doctors confirmed the injury as well. The CCTV had captured the assault in which the daycare staff is seen slapping the 15-month-old child, hitting her with plastic belts and biting her. We are yet to ascertain the reason on why this was done, whether the daycare lady was mentally unstable to have done that to a 15-month-old baby, or was there any ulterior motive to that? That is yet to be known. But on your screen are the visuals on how the woman throws the 15-year-old baby on the floor, and this is without, remember, any provocation. We are yet to ascertain the reasons on why this was done. The doctor has confirmed the injuries. There are bite marks that have been seen on the toddler's leg. Akhil is joining me live on the broadcast on that story. Akhil, this seems to be a very horrific case that has come to light from Noida. Tell us exactly on, has there any formal complaint been registered during the course of time? And what are the reasons that we know about why the woman conducted such act? Was she mentally unstable?
Well, that's right, Tanisha. If you see, a 15-year-old toddler was allegedly beaten and bitten as well at a daycare in Noida's prominent society. If you just talk about Sector 137, there are 5 or 6 prominent societies in that region, which include Paras Tiara, Logic Blossom County, Purvanchal, and Exotica Fresca as well. So out of those, what we have got to learn that in Paras Tiara, there is one daycare where this unfortunate incident took place, where a 15-month-old toddler was beaten by the daycare staff. And if you just go by the visuals, we have accessed the CCTV cameras from the Paras Tiara daycare as well. And in that CCTV footage, it's pretty clear that the daycare staff can be easily seen in that visual beating that 15-month-old girl. So and after the incident, she was taken to a nearby hospital, which is the Phoenix Hospital, where the doctors have confirmed that this is the injury of a bite. And in this case, what we have seen that the parents of the victim, the parents of the toddler, has went to the police station in connection with the case. An FIR has formally been lodged at the Sector 142 police station. And if you see the latest development that we have got from the Gautam Budh Nagar police team, that the main accused in connection with the case has already been arrested by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. Back to you, Tanisha.
Right, Akhil, thank you very much for getting us those details. A very horrendous case that has come to light from Delhi NCR region. More details on the case are awaited. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time for us to now slip into a very short commercial break. And on the other side, we'll get you the details on how there are back-to-back union ministers taking on Trump, taking on the bully that they say. Details of statement about Union Minister Nitin Gadkari after Rajnath Singh coming up after the break. Also after the break, Air India is in another huge controversy after Congress Member of Parliament's claim that they had a near close to death experience while they were on the Air India flight. Due to a technical issue, Air India has now admitted to the technical failure.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया सोना। आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every.
Alright, continuing with our coverage of the horrendous case that has come to light from Delhi NCR, specifically in Noida. These are the visuals of a daycare that has come to light. This in a society near Paras Tiara, and this happened in Noida. The case was about how a 15-month-old, when admitted to a daycare hospital, the lady who takes care of him, the nanny there, assaults him, bites him and throws him on the floor. Exact visuals of that are on your screen right now. The motive is not clear yet. However, the complaint has been registered by the parents. Look how horrifically the woman takes the child on her arms, throws her on the floor. This is a 15-year-old toddler, ladies and gentlemen. The mental condition of the woman is yet to be ascertained on why she's done this act, but a formal complaint has already been registered in this regard. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to slip into another very short break. But after the break, we'll get you the details of how there has been another Air India flight scare. And this time it is with the Congress Member of Parliament, where they have gone on to allege that they had near-death experience, ladies and gentlemen. And Air India, in that regard, has admitted to the technical fault.
की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया सोना
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया सोना।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Riyanka Chaudhary, and we will be, of course, tracking minute-to-minute details because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has called out bully Trump and said India will never bully any other country. More on this, but after the headlines. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari calls out bully Trump, says India will never bully countries. Delhi-bound Air India flight made emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs aboard, calls it harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra election commissions send notice to Rahul Gandhi, asked to provide documents to inquire into allegations made. Asim Munir threatens from US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says will destroy half the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operation enters day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists including Hizbul commander Jahangir Sururi put out by Kishtwar cops. Earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings have collapsed. Here's breaking news coming in as we begin this edition. Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana poll bodies have sent fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi over his voter fraud claims. The poll bodies have given Rahul Gandhi a 10-day deadline to either show proof of his claims and sign declaration under oath. The poll bodies have written to Rahul seeking documents to back his allegations on voter fraud during Lok Sabha elections. That is the latest breaking news we are tracking for our viewers. The state poll bodies doubling down their action on Rahul Gandhi, seeking documents to back his allegations on voter fraud during Lok Sabha elections. Remember, Election Commission of India had also hit out at Rahul Gandhi, asking him to apologize in front of the entire nation if he cannot give proofs for the claims that he's made regarding the fake voters. There, Rahul Gandhi once again facing the ire of election commissions, state election commissions coming forward. And it is a fresh face-off between Rahul Gandhi and the election commissions, who are seeking documents from him so that he can back his allegations. And if he cannot provide those documents, he must apologize in front of the nation. That is the words coming from the Election Commission of India, and followed by that, state poll bodies of Karnataka, of Haryana and Maharashtra, they have sent fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi over his voter fraud claims. My colleague Shambhavi is joining us live on the broadcast to give us some more details on it. Shambhavi, it's a fresh face-off between Rahul Gandhi and the Election Commission, and now the state election commissions from Karnataka, from Haryana and Maharashtra, they have issued fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi to give proofs for the voter fraud claims. What else do we have on this?
Well, absolutely. Rahul Gandhi has been repeatedly claiming that there was a large-scale voter fraud during 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and he has also claimed that even in Karnataka's Mahadevpur segment, there were around a voter fraud of around 1 lakh votes. And now the state bodies, the state poll bodies have now taken this action where they have sent a fresh notice to Rahul Gandhi saying that you have to show proof to support your claims, some kind of proof to show that your claims are authentic, and you also have to sign the oath claiming that whatever this voter fraud claim that you're making is actually authentic. And even today, in fact, there is going to be a protest march by the India bloc where around 300 MPs of around 25 parties are going to walk from Makar Dwar to the Election Commission of India, showing their protest to their alleged voting.
Shambhavi, stay on with me. Stay on with me. I'll come back to you. But at this point in time, Mr. Gopal Krishna Agarwal is the BJP spokesperson. He's joining us. Mr. Agarwal, how do you see the development? Because Rahul Gandhi once again in the back foot, because not just the Election Commission of India, but state election commissions are coming forward, issuing a fresh notice to him to back his voter fraud claims.
Gandhi is a perpetual liar. He has been creating false narrative on anything which is not conducive to the national interest. One after another, we are seeing that he is undermining democratic institutions of the country, creating false narrative at the global level about India's democracy and India's institutions. And this has been at several points of time reprimanded by our such an higher authority as Supreme Court. But he has not stopped from doing these things. He wants to create false narrative. That is the only intention he has, and he is not giving any proof. Whatever he is telling in the public platforms, when the institutions ask for those proof, he doesn't have any documents to support that, or he doesn't go to them. They call him for the meeting. So this is bad for the institution's image. And they are asking for his proof. If he has anything, they will investigate and then come. But simply public statement cannot lead to some concrete outcomes that he wants to get at. But this clearly shows that he has no intention to get to the truth, only create false narratives.
Right. Mr. Agarwal, appreciate you joining us and giving your piece of thought on that information coming in. But viewers, time to get in more breaking developments. At this point, the Election Commission has given Congress leader Jairam Ramesh an appointment at 12 p.m. on August 11. The meeting will be held on the 7th floor of the Nirvachan Sadan in New Delhi. The Commission had asked for the names and the vehicle numbers of up to 30 attendees in advance. Jairam Ramesh will be meeting the Election Commission today. There has been an appointment given to Jairam Ramesh, Congress leader, and the meeting is all slated to happen at 12 p.m. today, is what we understand. Let's also bring in more breaking developments, back-to-back breaking developments coming in the middle of the escalating vote chori round. Senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram has taken aim at the Election Commission. he says that the ECI is behaving like a court. Something it is not. And Chidambaram accused the poll body of overstepping its mandate while acting on complaints against Rahul Gandhi's allegation. Several updates coming in, viewers, on the entire row of fake voters and vote chori claims made by Rahul Gandhi. And in a fresh development coming in, senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram has taken aim at the Election Commission. He has rather slammed the ECI, calling it behaving like a court, something it is not. He also accused the poll body of overstepping its mandate while acting on complaints against Rahul Gandhi's allegations. So there continuous breaking news, viewers, on Republic TV. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties, including Congress, TMC, Aam Aadmi Party, DMK, Left, RJD and others, are all planning to march from the Parliament's Makar Dwar to the Election Commission at the Nirvachan Sadan today. They are protesting against the special intensive revision of the voter rolls and allegations of vote chori. However, Delhi police have revealed that no permission has been sought for this protest, raising the question of how the march will unfold. So we are awaiting a huge dramatics that is going to be taking place at that point.
दो बार वोट किया है, ऐसे इन्होंने अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में राहुल गांधी ने बताया है. So इसलिए now ECI has given him a notice, whereas whatever has been now at public domain, it is clearly shows that the claim of Mr. Rahul Gandhi is totally false. It is bogus. But in spite of that, Chief Electoral Officer has given a notice to him. Now, if at all whatever he has said, if he believes that it is true and fact, then he should immediately, whatever document is being asked by the Chief Electoral Officer of Karnataka, that he should place before it.
Shifting focus, viewers, the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has launched a sharp attack on the BJP and Election Commission over alleged voter fraud, responding to RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav's claim that Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sinha holds two epic numbers. Akhilesh alleged that the Bihar Chief Minister facilitated booth loot. He also accused officials in Ayodhya and Mirapur of preventing people from voting, claiming a revolver was even aimed at women voters. Listen in to this soundbite of Akhilesh Yadav.
अगर वहाँ 2 वोट है डिप्टी सीएम के, यहाँ तो सीएम वोट लुटवा रहे थे. वहाँ तो डिप्टी सीएम के 2 ही वोट तो नकली निकले. यहाँ तो सीएम बूथ लुटवा रहे थे. कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि बूथ लूटा जाएगा आपका, और वो भी सीएम कहेंगे तब बूथ लूटा जाएगा? आप बताइए, अयोध्या में जो शिक्षा विभाग के अधिकारी अपॉइंट करे थे, जो दूसरों को ड्यूटी दे रहे थे, वो कौन थे? इसी तरह मीरापुर में, कुंदरकी में जो कमिश्नर हैं, डीएम हैं, एसएसपी हैं, एसएसपी के अब वोट बढ़वाने के लिए अपनी फौज लेके घूम रहे थे. वो एसएसपी घूम रहे थे कि वोट बाहर मत निकलना घर से. क्या हमने आपने वो रिवॉल्वर नहीं देखी जिसमें महिलाओं पे रिवॉल्वर तान दी? तो इलेक्शन कमीशन सो रहा था क्या? भाई इलेक्शन कमीशन के इसीलिए तो हम सफ़ेद चादर देने गए थे. क्यों देने गए थे? तो जब अधिकारी ही अपराधी बन जाएंगे, जब अधिकारी ही अपराधी बन जाएंगे वोट छीनने के लिए, तो ये कार्रवाई कौन करेगा? सरकार को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए. अधिकारियों को अपराधी न बनने दें. इलेक्शन कमीशन से हमारा निवेदन है और सरकार से भी ये निवेदन है.
And as we know, viewers, it's an all-out war between the Election Commission and the opposition. While the opposition steps up its attacks, the Election Commission is striking back with a series of fact checks. The BJP, meanwhile, has slammed Rahul Gandhi for what it calls a direct attack on constitutional body. Here's a detailed report.
The political controversy over Rahul Gandhi's voter fraud allegations is getting bigger. The opposition parties have planned a march to Election Commission from the Parliament.
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कह दिया कि इतने लोग मर गए। अरे कौन मर गए उसकी सूची तो दे दो, वो नहीं देंगे। राहुल गांधी जी के साथ पूरे इंडिया अलायंस पार्टनर्स इकट्ठे हैं और कल पूरे सांसद लोग जो भाजपा को छोड़ के एनडीए के पार्टी को छोड़कर हम लोग चुनाव आयोग, संसद से लेकर चुनाव आयोग के दफ्तर तक हम लोग मार्च करेंगे।
Rahul Gandhi, as a leader of opposition, clearly asked the 5 pertinent questions to the Election Commission of India with evidence. Instead of giving the replies to that 5 questions, they are now issuing a notice to Rahul Gandhi. We are not afraid of any notice from the Election Commission of India.
Congress party says that Rahul will approach CEC on Monday. Till now, Rahul Gandhi has not submitted any signed declaration or oath to support his allegations. On the other hand, Chief Electoral Officer of Karnataka has given a notice to Rahul Gandhi and asked him to provide documents related to the allegations made by him during a press conference. Haryana Chief Electoral Officer has also written to Rahul Gandhi requesting him to return the signed declaration or oath to the office within 10 days. Amid the ongoing controversy, Election Commission has also filed an affidavit in the top court. Election Commission of India put forth a firm stand for special intensive revision. Election Commission said that it has shared the booth-level list of individuals whose enumeration forms were not received with all the political parties. ECI clarified that the persons not included in the draft have the option of submitting a declaration for inclusion. ECI opposed the application filed by the Association for Democratic Rights, which sought the publication of a list of persons not included in the draft roll and also demanded the furnishing of reasons for the non-inclusion. Meanwhile, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi launched a fresh attack on the poll body and reiterated the demand to release digital voter rolls so that people and parties can audit them. This even as Rahul Gandhi is yet to give a signed declaration or oath of the allegations made by him against the Election Commission.
चुनाव आयोग ने कई बार आप ईवीएम को हैक करके दिखाइए ऐसा ओपन चैलेंज थ्रो किया था। 8-8 दिन तक कोई भी आए और ईवीएम को हैक करके दिखाए, कोई कर नहीं पाया। आपके पास है कोई तो ले जाइए इलेक्शन कमीशन में। पर ये सब झूठी बातें बोलकर जनता ने जो हमें विजय दिया है, जो जनता ने हमको मैंडेट दिया है, उस मैंडेट को और जनता को अपमानित करना बंद कीजिए।
As Congress escalates its attack, BJP isn't holding back either.
A perpetual youth of Indian politics who is consistently demeaning and degrading all the constitutional institution, a new avatar of Goebbels, is now trying to put forth his frustration of losing power by making an unnecessary, uncalled for and totally false allegation on Election Commission.
Responding to Rahul's allegations, BJP Sudhanshu Trivedi leveled serious allegations against him.
विदेश में जाकर भारत विरोधी एनजीओज और भारत विरोधी नेताओं से मिलने के प्रमाण तो राहुल गांधी जी के पहले से ही थे। 6 मार्च 2023 को सीधे विदेश के भारत में हस्तक्षेप की गुहार लगाते हुए आप पहले देखे जा चुके हैं। अब विदेशी घुसपैठियों के द्वारा भारत के लोकतंत्र पर डाका डालने का यह प्रयास इंडी गठबंधन के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। देश को बहुत सचेत और सावधान रहने की आवश्यकता है।
Meanwhile, there have been allegations and counter-allegations in Bihar between Tejaswi Yadav and Bihar Deputy Chief Minister over alleged 2 voter ID cards.
ये लोग कितने हरिश्चंद्र हैं, पूरा बिहार और देश जानता है कि जंगल राज का युवराज जिस तरह से अपने कलंक को दूसरे को भी कलंकित करने का खेल खेलते हैं, इनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए और सफाई देनी चाहिए कि इस तरह के झूठा आरोप कतई नहीं लगाना चाहिए।
2 एपिक नंबर, 2 अलग अलग विधानसभा में, उम्र भी अलग अलग, कैसे हो गया भाई? और चुनाव आयोग का मानना है कि बीएलओ गए हैं और बीएलओ ने हर एक लोगों से मिलकर के साइन दस्तावेज में फॉर्म में कराया है। तो यानी इन्होंने किया होगा, तो गलती किसकी है? अगर विजय सिन्हा जी ने किया है दोनों जगह साइन, तो गलती इनकी है।
With upcoming elections and ongoing parliament session, the political battle is only getting hotter.
Let's shift our focus, viewers. Breaking news now coming in. Anti-terror operations have entered day 3 in Kishtwar, and the Republic has accessed an exclusive footage of forces explored opening of cave in Dole. And this is the cave in which the terrorists were hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. Terrorists were hiding in 20 feet long cave in the cliff. Breaking news coming in, viewers. In terms of the anti-terror operations in Kishtwar, it is the 3rd day of the operations, and the public has accessed these exclusive footage of the forces exploding opening of a cave in Dole. And this is that particular cave in which the terrorists were hiding, and now it has been exploded by the security forces. It is a 20 feet long cave in the cliff is what we are able to understand, where the forces have successfully fired and they exploded the entire cave. And reportedly there were terrorists who were hiding in that 20 feet long cave. My colleague Gursimran is joining us at this point in time to give us more details. Gursimran, it is the 3rd day of the operations in Kishtwar, and we have accessed those exclusive footage of forces exploding open of the cave where these particular terrorists were hiding. Help us with more details on that.
As we speak, the opening of the cave has been exploded using the controlled IED explosion that was carried out by the troops of the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Now, as we speak, the forces are now entering this cave. Since this cave does not has a much wider opening, it is roughly a 3.5 feet opening from where the forces are being inducted into the operation site, into the place where the terrorists are suspected to be hiding. Since these two terrorists are highly trained terrorists, because they have been active for a longer period of time, because they have been identified from the terror group Hizbul Mujahideen, and they are Riyaz and Mudassir, and these they have been involved in the terror attacks in the past as well, and as we speak they are well aware of the topography of this very area. So now the security forces are moving and taking every step with the due precaution, but the special forces that have been inducted in the operations, they are advancing to the location of the terrorists where they are believed to be hiding. See, because this is a hideout of some length is beyond 40 feet. Earlier it was believed to be some 20 feet, but now as the forces have advanced, they got to know that there is a further more cave deep inside this one. So that is why it is taking time for the operations. The senior officers of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army, all are on the ground, and the forces are trying to ensure that as early as possible this operation is completed, because we have seen the operations going into days and then the collateral damage coming into being. This time the forces are in no mood of taking any collateral damage, and that is why step by step they are moving forward to the location. They want it to be completed, but there is no adventurism that they are resorting to. They are taking their time to move a step ahead, because this is one of the trickiest operations. Inside a 3 feet wide and some 40 feet long cave, the operations are underway in the Dole area of Kishtwar.
All right, Gursimran, I appreciate you giving us all the details there. We will be continuing to track the updates that come in. But viewers, it's time to take a short break. And coming up on the other side, after Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has called out bully Trump, saying India will never bully other countries. We'll also get to inputs and details on the Delhi-bound Air India flight that made emergency landing in Chennai, with several MPs on board, called it a harrowing journey. Stay tuned. We will be right back after this short commercial break.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाइ क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर।
माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration that laid out what it planned to do and what were its priorities, etc., and it helped the rest of the world to cope or to either align itself or to protect itself from the consequence of such politics. But the simple fact is that how can you strategize in the long term if Donald Trump is going to turn everything topsy-turvy? Everything will be on a minute by minute mood, whim basis, whimsical basis. That would breed international anarchy at the time of a multipolar order. And this instability, this lack of long-term planning, strategic planning, etc., would be very disruptive of the global order. Extremely disruptive. It could lead to massive long-term conflicts. Whatever it is, we found Donald Trump almost pushing India into the Russia-India-China triangle. Pushing, literally kicking India that side, because 25% tariffs on India, he singled out India for humiliation. 25% tariffs, 25% more, 50% tariffs now because you are buying oil and gas and you are buying weapons from Russia. For God's sake, give us a break, because we get them cheap. They are useful for our economy. You are also buying uranium and rare earths from Russia. Does that not help the Russian war chest against Ukraine? Only Indian money helps it. I mean, there were hypocrisy galore. So when we found all this happening, India had no option but to realize the score, to concede what is reality. We would like to be friends with America. That's a given. Who would? But if there is such a price to pay in terms of our sovereignty, in terms of our strategic autonomy, in terms of India now once again a country of 1.4 billion people becoming a colony of the United States, I don't think that will quite happen. And it is rather unrealistic of Donald Trump to imagine that that will happen in the 21st century, that the 21st century will go back to the 18th century of colonial conquest. That's not happening any longer. So India has made an outreach to Russia. The Indian National Security Advisor is now presently in Moscow, and he has given us the welcome news that in this month, maximum next month, September, President Putin will be visiting New Delhi for the annual summit dialogue. Before that, President Putin, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping will be meeting in Beijing for the Shanghai SCO summit. There will be one-to-one meetings between the Indian PM and the Russian President. So things are quite clear. We can also, pay back your compliments if you try and
Viewers, breaking news coming in. The Indian Army will conduct naval drills in the Arabian Sea, and at the same time, Pakistan Navy has issued a notam announcing its own exercises in its territorial waters. The overlapping schedules points to heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, a key route for maritime trade and crucial to the region's security. The exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other, and the Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. As per the notum issued, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. And stay tuned, viewers. Coming up on the other side, more news and updates as Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says he will destroy half of the world if threatened. And we will also be tracking the anti-terror operation that has entered day 2 in Kishtwar. 2 to 3 terrorists likely to be trapped, and posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander, have been put out by the Kishtwar police.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora, the Indian American diaspora in the US contributing so much, to their educational, their business and their political life. And to, if you had even asked me a month back, I couldn't even in my dreams have imagined a scenario as we are seeing today. It's very, very unfortunate.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 9:30 a.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, India is sending a very strong message to Donald Trump. This amid the tariff hike. It was the Prime Minister yesterday who gave a very strong statement over the quote-unquote dead economy jibe of Donald Trump. Today, it is Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. We're getting you all those statements and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari sends out a strong message to Donald Trump, calls out the bully.
एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
India flight makes emergency landing in Chennai. Air India flight, I beg your pardon, makes an emergency landing in Chennai. Several MPs on board call it a harrowing journey. Karnataka, Haryana, Maharashtra Election Commission sent notice to Rahul Gandhi, asked to provide documents to inquire into allegations that have been made. Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil, addressing American audience. Munir says will destroy half of the world if threatened. Kishtwar anti-terror operations enter day 2. 2 to 3 terrorists likely trapped. Posters of 3 terrorists, including Hizbul commander Jahangir Saruri, put out by the Kishtwar police. Earthquake of magnitude 6.1 strikes Turkey. About a dozen buildings collapse. One person is supposed to be killed. We start this edition with a horrendous case that has come to light from Delhi NCR region, this one specifically from Noida, where in a horrifying incident, a daycare in Noida, a 15-year-old girl was allegedly beaten and bitten at the daycare. The bite marks were found on the child's leg and the doctors confirmed the injury as well. The CCTV captured the assault in which daycare staff is seen slapping the 15-month-old child, hitting her with a plastic belt and biting her. Complaint has been registered by the parents in this regard and action is yet to be taken on the lady that you see on your screens. Akhil is joining us on the broadcast right now from the national capital. Akhil, talk to us about what was the motive of the woman that we see on our screen. She was at the daycare hospital. We believe she was a nanny. Was her mental condition not stable to have committed this act? Because what we're talking about here, Akhil, is a 15-month-old child who was brutally bitten, who was thrown on the floor and for no fault of hers.
Well, that's right, Tanisha. If you see, a horrendous case has come to light from Noida, as one of the prominent societies in Sector 137. If you see, in Sector 137, if you talk about the societies which we know so far, that Logix Blossom County, Purvanchal Society is there. Apart from that, if you see, Paras Tiara is there. So this incident has come forward from Paras Tiara Society, where at a daycare, a 15-month-old toddler was basically beaten and bitten as well by the staff. So right now, the information that we have received from the toddler's parents, that the bite marks were also found on her thighs, and it's clearly visible on the CCTV footage that we have recovered. And in that CCTV footage is pretty clear that if you see the woman who's the daycare staff at that daycare center can be seen beating that toddler. Apart from beating her, you can see that visual. It's pretty clear. She basically lifted her
All right,
up.
Akhil, please stay with me. Yes, Akhil, stay with me because I'm also being joined by Priyank Kanungo, the former NCPCR chief. Mr. Kanungo, very good morning to you. A very, very horrific case has come to light from Noida. A daycare, it's happened inside a daycare hospital. You, as a former NCPCR chief, what are your comments on this that has come to light?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kanungo, very good morning to you. There's a horrific case of a daycare center that has come to light from Noida. 15-month-old was bitten, was thrown on the floor. Your first comments on that. All right, we seem to have lost that line with Priyank Kanungo, the former NCPCR chief, but we'll try connecting with him again. Meanwhile, my colleague Akhil continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Akhil, has there been any formal complaint that has been registered by the parents or by the daycare hospital? And what is it that the parents are now saying? Why did the incident actually happen?
Not been clear so far, because if you see last night what we have seen, that this incident took place, and after that the baby was taken to a nearby hospital, which is the Felix Hospital. There her treatment was going on, and after that when she recovered from that initial injuries, then she was taken to her home by the parents. And after that, what we have seen that the parents, the kid's parent basically reached to the Sector 142 police station, where
yes, Akhil, I have to cut you short on that. Yes, Akhil, I have to cut you short on that. Please stay with me because I'm also being joined by Priyank Kanungo, the former NCPCR chief. Mr. Kanungo, a very good morning. Very horrific case that has come to light from Noida. A 15-month-old child thrown on the floor, bitten by the daycare staff. What do you have to say on that? Your first comments.
Actually, the state governments and the district administration in many cases are not following the guidelines prescribed by the union government. And the government of India has already prescribed guidelines. The agencies of government of India prescribed the guidelines to manage and regulate the creches and the play schools. However, there is a requirement to restrict implementation of the guidelines. So these kind of mishaps and these kind of incidents can be prevented.
Right. Kanungusa, one more question before I let you go. What do you think would be the possible reasons that this lady could have committed such a crime? Because it is, what we're talking about here is a 15-month-old child that has been brutally assaulted. Do you think the mental condition of the lady could be one of the reason, or was there any ulterior motive?
I must say the entire safety security mechanism of such institution need to be checked, and the district administration should ensure that such kind of incident should not happen in future. The establishments employing female employee in more than 50 number need to establish a crèche. So the community crèche facility should also be introduced in such type of towns like Noida, Faridabad, Gurgaon, where the IT industry and the service sector industry are working, and not many female employees are working there.
Right.
So the state government should adhere with the laws and the prescribed guidelines. So these kind of incidents can be prevented.
Right, sir. Kanungo, sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic this morning. Akhil continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Akhil, like you were saying, has there any formal complaint been registered in this regard? Have the parents filed any complaint, and what are their statements, if any?
FIR has already been launched at Sector 132 police station of the Gautam Budh Nagar. And in this case, what we got to know from the police sources that the accused maid has already been arrested by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. And right now, her interrogation will continue. And in that interrogation, things will become clearer that what was the exact motive behind beating that 15-month-old toddler. Because if you see, a 15-month-old toddler cannot hold grudges against that maid. So it might be a possibility that the maid over there, the staff of the daycare, might have some grudges against the parents of that toddler. So these things will come out in the investigation. For that, we'll have to wait and watch and get some official reactions from the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. But so far, the complaint has already been launched in connection with the case again under the proper sections against the maid and the daycare head as well. So for that, we'll have to wait to get the police version.
Right, Akhil. Stay with me. I'm also being joined by Brinda Arige, an activist. Ms. Arige, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. A very good morning to you. Early this morning, a very horrific case that has come to light from Noida. What are your first comments after you've watched the video?
Horrific, horrendous, atrocious. A nation that is called the youngest nation in the world is unable to protect its children. We must hang our heads in shame. The first responsibility, of course, again lies with the state. We know that creches are supposed to be mandatory both in informal and the formal sectors, but it is far and few creches that are available. So most parents are forced to put them into these private creches, but no action takes place. Today we are seeing this on your channel, but you and I know that you have brought out these kind of cases across India so many times. Not one person has been penalized or punished. In this particular case, of course, that perpetrator is a juvenile, and so she will be tried by the JJB, but that's it. The management is never pulled up. Nothing is done to shut down something like this and give a warning to others. Our laws, our constitution provides for the state government and the city municipal corporation to take action. They can in fact license these kind of creches so that licensing somewhere regulates them to some extent. It may not be too much, but to some extent it can be regulated. It comes both within the Department of Women and Child as well as Social Welfare. It comes within the municipal corporations. Now nobody is taking action shows all of them are in connivance. They are all complicit in this absolute violation of child rights that India is a signatory to. But we want to ask these questions. Of course, we will ask parents, why are you not checking? Why are you not doing background check? In this age and time, a lot of it goes by saying, I know about so-and-so. They have started a creche. They are very good family. They are very good people. So everything goes by that. No licensing. Now, it is time for us to start licensing. Digital India cannot be so far behind saying we cannot license or regulate creches, especially because children beaten at this age carry that wound and that scar for the rest of their life. Then what is the point of us screaming and shouting, saying, so much of violence, so much of crime, so much of rape? We are responsible for it. The state is responsible for it, not taking care of its children today.
Absolutely. Dadagiri, thank you very much for sharing your insights on that. Very hopefully a strict action will be taken on the daycare center as well as on the lady that has been seen assaulting the 15-year-old. With that, we move on to some other stories that we're tracking, and this one is from the national capital, where Chief of the Australian Army, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, lays wreath at the National War Memorial. Chief of the Australian Army, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, has laid a wreath at the National War Memorial. Ishan, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast on that. Ishan, please share more details on the Chief of the Australian Army being here in India. What are his other itineraries?
The Australian chief is visiting India. He will be visiting General Upendra Dwivedi during his visit. This visit comes in light of the recent exercises that India has conducted with Australia, especially Talisman Sabre and Austro-Hind. These exercises were part of strengthening cooperation between India and Australia and other members of the Quad as well. The visit of the Australian chief is remarkable because this will provide a first-hand opportunity to coordinate between the army chiefs of the both countries. Lieutenant General Stewart is going to be visiting General Upendra Dwivedi later in the day, and that meeting will be held at South Block.
Right, Ishan, thank you very much for getting us those details. With that, we move across to some other stories that we are getting. After Rajnath Singh, it is Union Minister Nitin Gadkari who has called out the bully Trump. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has criticized countries that engage in Dadagiri or bullying on the global stage, attributing their behavior to economic strength and technological superiority. He emphasized that the need for India to boost its exports, reduce imports and strengthen its science and technology sector to become self-reliant. Further, he added that if India gets a better technology and resources, we will not bully anyone because our culture teaches us that the world welfare is paramount. Listen into that statement by the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari.
हमारे देश की प्रगति और विकास का जो दर है और 3 गुना बढ़ेगा, और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो, बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो।
Today it is Nitin Gadkari, and just yesterday it was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who took a veiled dig at Donald Trump, saying some boss is jealous of India's growth trajectory. Listen into that very strong statement by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं। भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है, और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also took a veiled dig at the United States President Donald Trump's description of India as quote-unquote dead economy, asserting that the country was progressing towards becoming one of the world's top 3 economies. Adding a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister also said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Here's that statement.
Days after US President Donald Trump described India a dead economy, and Rahul Gandhi agreed with him.
Yes, he's right. I mean, everybody knows this, except the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि Indian economy is a dead economy.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit back hard and hailed India's fast-paced growth.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई।
Addressing a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister Modi said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Prime Minister Modi also made a massive push for self-reliance and urged the youth to lead the zero defect, zero effect manufacturing vision.
और मेरा आग्रह है हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स जीरो डिफेक्ट, जीरो इफेक्ट के स्टैंडर्ड पर टॉप क्वालिटी के होने चाहिए। यानी बिना डिफेक्ट वाले प्रोडक्ट हो और उन्हें बनाने का नेगेटिव इफेक्ट पर्यावरण पर भी न पड़े। मेरी अपेक्षा है कर्नाटका का टैलेंट आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस विजन को लीड करे।
Referring to the recent Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister said that the entire world has witnessed the new face of New India as the armed forces destroyed terrorist hideouts across the border.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में भारतीय सेनाओं की सफलता सीमा पार कई किलोमीटर भीतर आतंकवादी ठिकानों को नेस्त नाबूद करने की ताकत और आतंकवादियों के बचाव में उतरे पाकिस्तान को कुछ ही घंटों में घुटनों पर लाने की हमारी क्षमता पूरी दुनिया ने नए भारत के इस स्वरूप के दर्शन किए हैं।
He credited India's indigenous defense capabilities and the Make in India initiative for the swift success of Operation Sindoor.
हमें मेक इन इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में भी बेंगलुरु और कर्नाटका की प्रेजेंस को और मजबूत करना है।
Prime Minister Modi's remarks come amid escalating trade tensions with the US. US President Donald Trump doubled tariffs on Indian goods to 50% last week.
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the details of how Air India has admitted to a technical problem on a flight in which Congress MPs were travelling. Another huge face-off in the making. India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea. Getting you the inside details on that exercise sharp at 10 a.m.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Donald Trump turned transactional, turned tactical, turned mercurial, and changed minute by minute, hour by hour, become like a kaleidoscope, forever shifting, forever changing his tune. You see, if you understand the other countries' grand strategic design, the overall strategy, the American governments used to take out a strategy, national security strategy paper in every administration.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, we get you the story about how 5 journalists, including a prominent correspondent of a foreign media, Anas al-Sharif, were killed in an Israeli airstrike on a press tent outside the Al-Shifa hospital, and this happened in the Gaza city. The Israeli military has confirmed it targeted all al-Sharif, claiming that the killed journalists were terrorists allegedly heading a Hamas cell. That's the big claim that Israel government has made. Remember, 5 foreign journalists have already been killed, and this is a huge escalation in the Israel-Hamas war. Israel says that the journalists that they have killed belonged to the terrorist group. Anas al-Sharif, 28, was among a group of 4 Al Jazeera journalists and an assistant who died in the strike on a tent near Shifa hospital in the eastern Gaza city. Gaza officials have confirmed the same. We learned that there are evidence that Israel claims that they have got to back their claims that this journalist belonged to Hamas and was helping the Hamas. Al-Sharif was the head of a Hamas cell and was responsible for advancing rocket attacks against Israeli civilians and IDF troops, is what the Israeli military said in a statement, citing intelligence and documents found in Gaza as evidence. Now, journalist groups and Al Jazeera has denounced the killings. The other journalists killed were Mohammad Kurek, Ibrahim Zahir and Mohammad Nuful, Al Jazeera said. A press freedom group and the UN expert previously had warned that al-Sharif's life was in danger due to his reporting from Gaza. The UN special rapporteur Irani Khan said that last month that Israel's claim against him were unsubstantiated. Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the details of the terror operations that have entered day 2 in the Kishtwar region. A terror hideout as well has been busted. Also after the break are the details on that international story from Turkey where a 6.1 magnitude earthquake has hit the northeastern province.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा
Joining us today from Mumbai is Ratun Lahiri. Ratun will help us decode the ongoing trade war, so to say, between India and the US. Ratun, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. A pleasure to be here.
Okay. Ratun, as we speak, Donald Trump has earlier today announced that there will be no further negotiations, or he has said that the negotiations have been called off as of now, as we speak. What do you make of this?
I think it's rather unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we should find ourselves, in this situation, with the United States. Actually, one of India's greatest allies, and the United States should consider India to be one of its greatest allies. A bustling democracy, a country on the rise, 1.4 billion people, the diaspora, the Indian American diaspora in the US contributing so much, to their educational, their business and their political life. And to, if you had even asked me a month back, I couldn't even in my dreams have imagined a scenario as we are seeing today. It's very, very unfortunate.
True.
And very short-sighted, if I may add.
Absolutely. I mean, is Trump in any way jeopardizing the historic ties that India and America had developed over years prior to post the MTCR, the Missile Technology Control Regime, wherein we actually saw that US denied missiles to India, US was closer to Pakistan, and then we had this amazing decades wherein India and US were getting closer as allies. Is he jeopardizing the historic ties?
I would think so. But, today, as I look back,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires the Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Beaten, bite, marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on a toddler at a Noida daycare. Parents file complaint. Air India admits technical problem in flight on which Congress leader was travelling. Says technical fault on Air India flight caused problems yesterday. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Election commissions from Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra send a notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he's made. AIADMK warns the VCK leader on his remarks on MGR, says VCK leader will disappear from political landscape if he does not stop criticism on MGR. And 5 journalists killed in Gaza strike. Israel says one was a Hamas terrorist. The Israeli military confirmed that it had carried out the attack. Very good morning, viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking for you is a breaking news story coming in from Tamil Nadu, where AIADMK General Secretary EPS has now warned VCK leader Thirumalavant that if he continues to criticize former and late Chief Minister M.G. Rama Rao, he might disappear from the political landscape. And earlier, Thirumalavant had made a comment stating that MGR played a role in bringing Brahmanism into Dravidianism by making Jayalalitha joined AIADMK. Now, his comment has snowballed into a major controversy, and both the AIADMK as well as the BJP have condemned his statement. All right, Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Sharda, this entire controversy, really, the statement by the VCK leader snowballing into a major controversy there, and a warning coming in from the AIADMK. What is the statement now from the AIADMK and the BJP, and any remarks that the leader has retorted?
No, Thirumalan on Friday, because you see the election campaigns now running, each and every party is making sure to form an alliance. The AIADMK has been calling on to VCK, but the VCK says that their alliance with the DMK has been strong, and the VCK leader has constantly been telling that he would not join hands with ADMK because his alliance with DMK is stronger. And in this while is when he added that DMK is working as a Dravidian party totally, whereas the AIADMK lost track when the former and late Chief Minister MGR made the former and late Chief Minister Jayalalitha join the party because being a Brahmin, that's against the Dravidian politics, and that's what the VCK leader pointed out. And later, when multiple clashes came about his speech, he started immediately saying that people were only against the DMK when it comes to Brahmanism, but they accepted Jayalalitha as the AIADMK leader, and that the AIADMK was a party that lost its balance as a Dravidian party, is what the VCK leader said. And now that statement made by the Thirumalan was taken very wrongly by the EPS factor, and the AIADMK is now stating that the leader should make sure what he speaks, and also stated that if he continues to make on remarks like this by MGR and Jayalalitha, he would soon be leaving the Tamil Nadu political landscape, is what the AIADMK is lashing out at.
All right. Thank you so much, Arnab, for all those details there. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. And that is that we have more news coming in. And that is a day after the Munir's nuclear war threat from the American soil. Now, Indian Navy is all set to display naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And at the same time, Pakistani Navy has issued a NOTAM announcing its own exercises in the territorial waters. Now, these overlapping schedules point to a heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, which is a key route for maritime trade and crucial also to regional security. And these exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And as per the NOTAM issued, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. So there are naval exercises that are planned, but India and Pakistan navies are going to hold these drills in the Arabian Sea at the same time. And remember, these developments coming in weeks after the military escalation and India's Operation Sindoor, and Asim Munir, a statement from the American from the American soil, a threat really there by Asim Munir. All right, we are joined in by Major General K.K. Sinha, who's a defense expert. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Major General Sinha, if we look at the entire developments now, this is a very, very strategic area, Arabian Sea. And now the navies of India and Pakistan holding separate naval exercises at around the same region. How do you look at the entire development, and how should India really, these drills are happening just miles apart. So how will India send a strong message to showcase first its new naval supremacy, and that also that any threat in the Arabian Sea will be met with an overwhelming force?
Good morning and Jai Hind. Your question is regarding the naval blockade and the naval in the maritime domain, what India is doing, especially on our western coast. When we look at it, especially the important areas of, the Gujarat area, which is, adjoining to Hyderabad area and Karachi of Pakistan. We are doing a massive exercise, and this joint, exercise, which has got, with the design of blocking the naval floats. And we have seen this thing actually done during the Operation Sindoor. In Operation Sindoor, there were more than about 36 of our assets, so naval assets, which were there, including submarines which were there under the water. And very effective blockade was there. Should the Pakistan would have gone, the Navy would have been retaliated that way. But, Operation Sindoor has not stopped. Operation Sindoor halted for the time being, paused for the time being. And anything can be possible the way the Pakistan along in the United States is getting the some support, especially a twice visit of Munir from the soil of United States, threatening India that he will destroy India starting from the east, then come to the west and all assets. We have never seen that absolutely a rogue general who has been elevated to a field marshal, and he is being encouraged by a nation which is superpower and a strategic partner of India, and making a statement, and it gets a pass over there. And there is getting a big applaud, not less than, he's getting encouraged. I can't say applaud, but he's getting encouraged by the, even the Central Command, CENTCOM of the United States of America, who is responsible to look after the West Asia, including Afghanistan and Pakistan. General Karala's, terrible party on which he has gone the second time to the United States of America and making a threat like this. I think this type of exercise has to be done more frequently, and it has to be with the full punch. And collusivity with Bangladesh, which he is talking about when he talks about the eastern side, and Bangladesh flexing his muscles, saying that the landlocked part of Northeast, and they are the guardian of the sea in this area of Bay of Bengal. We have to do something that side also. And mind you, we have got God has given us the peninsular shape for the Navy with the 2 island plants, and then the aircraft carriers. We have got a very effective maritime power in this area when we talk in the Indian Ocean region. Even we have got maritime power which we are projecting it into the Indian Ocean region. Even up to Cyprus we have gone. When you see in the Persian Gulf. So I think it is a very apt exercise, and we must do it with a design. It is not an exercise that then pulled out from one of those war rooms, came, and then we are playing. We are playing with a design, and it has to be given a message to anyone who is looking, thinking that India, will not retaliate. India is the older India where the strategic concerns, we give it past. This is the message should go very, very clear. One last thing I would like to say. The Prime Minister Modi, when after the operations all meeting, he has told the naval chief that your turn will come. And I am highlighting and underscoring again what I am saying. That Prime Minister Modi has told the naval chief that your turn will come. I think that is the good indication to your media that the world should listen. And that is what exactly our intentions are.
Right, Major General. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your views on that big story that we are tracking. And remember, these maritime exercises are happening at a time after Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir issued a chilling nuclear threat, not just to India, but to half the world. Now, his alarming statement comes during his second visit to the United States. And mind you, and that too, in just 2 months. And for the first time ever, a foreign military leader has used the US soil to threaten a third country with nuclear consequences. Watch this report.
Months after India's heroic victory over terror state Pakistan, its army chief issued nuclear threat to India and even extended the threat to half the world. This time, the threat was issued from American soil. while he was hosted to a private lunch at the White House by US President Donald Trump during his first visit. On his second visit, Munir issued the nuclear threat. This is the first ever nuclear threat known to have been delivered from the soil of the United States against a third country. Munir, who came out of the shadows amid soaring tensions between India and Pakistan, further raked up the Indus Water Treaty issue. Munir said that we will wait for India to build a dam on Indus, and when it does, we will destroy the dams.
Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
Ziaul Haq gave form to this particular doctrine of 1,000 years war. And someone added that you should add this 1,000 cut into it. And similar kind of venom was spewed by General Asim Munir against India and Hindus. Speech just few days or weeks before what happened in Pahalgam.
The man behind Pahalgam attack, man who spewed venom against India, the man who is issuing nuclear threat not just to India but to half of the world. But Trump gave him a clean chit and praised him.
In your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Yeah. You can share from that meeting?
Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war.
But in India, we set the record straight on how our forces decimated Pakistan's terror bases and air bases.
I'm talking about fighter aircraft from S-400. We have at least 5 fighters confirmed kills and 1 large aircraft, which could be either an Elint aircraft or an AWNC aircraft, which was taken out at a distance of about 300 kilometers. This is the actually largest ever recorded surface-to-air kill.
This time, I think that is Pahalgam 25. It was wide and deep where we hit the heartland. This was the first time we hit the heartland, and of course, our target was the nursery and the masters. And like I told you, and this has never been done, and even Pakistan was not expecting that the heartland will be hit. And that's what came as a shocker to them.
India's Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi went a step further to troll Asim Munir's promotion.
If you ask to a Pakistani whether you lost or won, you say, my chief has become Field Marshal, we must have won only, that's why he's become Field Marshal.
Pakistan's economy has been in shambles for the past decade and is sustaining on global loans. And yet, US administration struck a deal with Pakistan in which Washington will work with Islamabad in developing the South Asian nation's oil reserves. Trump announced 50% tariffs on India, and not only this, Trump took a dead economy jibe on India. But setting the record straight, Prime Minister Modi gave a strong counter.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई। हम बहुत तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh took pot shots at Trump in a veiled attack.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं। भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है?
Trump's vendetta with India is becoming personal, and his obsession with Nobel is getting real. Blinded by his zeal to match Obama's Nobel Peace Prize, Trump is hitting a wrecking ball at the India-US relationship. Will Trump's free hand to Munir for Peace Prize put half of the world's peace at stake?
And viewers, after Rajnath Singh, now Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has also called out bully Donald Trump. And Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has criticized the countries that engage in Dadagiri, that is bullying, on the global stage, attributing their behavior to economic strength and technological superiority. He emphasized the need for India to boost its exports and reduce its imports and strengthen its science and technology sector to become self-reliant. He added that if India gets better technology, better resources, India will not bully anyone because our culture teaches us that world warfare is paramount. Let's listen in to what exactly Nitin Gadkari said.
हमारे देश की प्रगति और विकास का जो दर है और 3 गुना बढ़ेगा, और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो, बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो।
And Union Minister Rajnath Singh also made a veiled dig at Donald Trump, saying that some boss is jealous of India's growth trajectory. And this after Donald Trump called India a failed economy. Listen in.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं। भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है, और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
Let's get you some more news from across the nation. Citizens across the country are proudly joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, displaying the national flag from their homes as a symbol of patriotism. Delhi is set to launch a high-tech e-waste processing plant inspired by Norway's Revak facility. The upgraded plant will handle 1.1 lakh tons of e-waste annually using eco-friendly methods. It aims to reduce pollution, recover valuable materials and replace unsafe informal recycling with a former circular economy system. Telangana Deputy Chief Minister Bhatti Vikramarka, along with other state ministers, inspected the Devadulla Lift Irrigation Project. This project, aimed at providing irrigation to drought-prone areas, is now set for completion by March 2026. The project is among the largest lift irrigation schemes in Asia and is expected to benefit farmers across multiple districts. India and Pakistan are set to conduct separate naval exercises in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. India and its Navy will operate in the western sector while Pakistan will hold drills in its territorial waters nearby. The development follows the recent military escalation between the two nations, including the retaliatory strikes by India in May after the Pahalgam terror attack. viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Now, a horrifying ragging incident has emerged from a junior college in Andhra Pradesh's Palnadu district, where visuals are showing 5 second-year students brutally assaulted a first-year student inside a hostel room. Now, the victim was slapped, he was kicked, he was given electric shocks with a live wire, and the entire assault was filmed. And the video has gone viral, triggering a public outrage. 3 accused now have been arrested, and a police probe is right now underway. Let's get all the updates. My colleague Riyanka is joining us from the newsroom. Riyanka, we can see these horrifying visuals there. How this young boy is being assaulted there by the other college students. Just give us more details. How the incident unfolded, what kind of injuries really did the victim sustain, and whether authorities were alerted before or after the video surfaced?
Like an extremely brutal case of ragging has come to light from Andhra Pradesh, where a youth was brutally injured and attacked by several other youths. And at this point in time, what we also understand that although there are several notices given in colleges for anti-ragging campaigns, yet another incident coming in light from Andhra Pradesh's Dachepalli Government Junior College, that is from the Palnadu district. And these were basically the second-year students who had gone ahead and attacked the first-year inter student. So a very, very astonishing and a shocking case of ragging coming into light. 5 people had taken the student to the BC hostel is what we understand. They went and attacked him. They also gave him an electric shock. That is the most shocking part of this entire assault that has taken place. In fact, during the entire assault, the video was also filmed. That is also quite shocking, which is coming to light. And in fact, they also, the other youths for the second year, they also threatened to kill the first year student who was ragged, and they were also asking him to not go and complain about the entire scenario. If he does it, he will be killed by the seniors. That is what was threat issued to him. So at this point in time, very, very crucial details coming in. We have to still ascertain in fact what steps have been taken by the authorities. But as we know that there are several anti-ragging campaigns that are being run in colleges across the nation, but this particular incident coming in light from Andhra Pradesh does send shockwaves across the nation.
Absolutely, really shocker coming in from Andhra Pradesh. A ragging horror there, fresher assaulted there. And viewers, we'll take a very short break right now. But coming up ahead, Air India admits technical problem in a flight on which Congress leader B.C. Venugopal was travelling, and says technical fault on Air India flight caused problem yesterday. Also coming up ahead, election commissions in Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra have sent a notice to Rahul Gandhi and have asked him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he has made against the election commission. All the details on those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public, at functions, at events, even at home sometimes, they would ask you that question, did we really lose jets? Who lost jets? How many jets did Pakistani Air Force lose? Now, there is a number to it, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, it's official, and you can't contest these numbers. the Indian Air Force has gone on record saying 5 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down along with one plane which is meant for advanced warning and air surveillance. And AWACS system planes were shot down along with 5 jets. 5 jets were brought down by the S-400. That's a big statement. I have Major General Sudhakarji joining us on this edition of the podcast on republicworld.com. To put this in perspective, General Sudhakarji, thank you for joining us, sir. This is a big statement. It just ends.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए, ये हमारे देश की। अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires the Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Beaten, bite marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on a toddler at a Noida daycare. Parents file complaint. Air India admits technical problem on a flight on which Congress leader KC Venugopal was travelling. Says technical fault on Air India flight caused problem yesterday. Another huge face-off. India and Pakistan to hold separate naval exercises in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Election commissions in Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra send notice to Rahul Gandhi, ask him to provide documents to inquire into the allegations that he's made against the Election Commission. AIADMK warns VCK leader on his remarks on MGR, says VCK leader will disappear from political landscape if he does not stop criticism on MGR. And 5 journalists killed in Gaza strike. Israel says one was Hamas terrorist. Israeli military confirms that it had carried out the attack.
You're watching live and breaking at 10:30 a.m. with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a huge war of words that has broken out, an all-out war between the Election Commission and Rahul Gandhi. Remember, the opposition is all set to take out protests today. 300 members of parliament with 25 parties together marching towards the Election Commission office. That continues to remain our top story. But first, we shift our focus to some breaking news that's coming in. This is in regard with Air India mid-scare technical issue that happened yesterday. Remember, this was a flight that was carrying Congress member of parliaments, along with which one of them was Congress leader K.C. Venugopal. Now, K.C. Venugopal yesterday has claimed and said that there was a near-death experience when he was on the plane, that there was another plane on the runway when their flight was supposed to land. He's taken Air India. He's questioned, in fact, Air India and asked an inquiry to be put out against what actually happened. He's tagged DGCA, he's tagged the Ministry of Civil Aviation, demanding answers. And we have the latest statement from the Congress MP himself, who's demanding inquiry into the case, saying that Air India is lying. Air India, meanwhile, has also issued a statement. We'll get you that. But first, let's listen into what K.C. Venugopal, the Congress member of parliament, had to say on the case.
There should be an inquiry on that issue. Unfortunate incident happened yesterday. This was announced by the pilot only, that there was another aircraft is in the runway when we are going to land it. This is announced by pilot, none other than that. I spoke to DGC also yesterday night itself. Let them have an inquiry, proper inquiry.
Air India came out with a statement. They said that.
That's what I am telling. That was a lie. Air India is lying that. It was announced by captain only.
All right, Harsha is joining us on the broadcast on that. Harsha, there are allegation versus allegation that is taking place. On one hand, while Air India has admitted to the lapse that took place on their flight, they have actually gone ahead to say that there was no case of a different flight on the same runway in which the flight where Congress MPs were there was supposed to land. So there is a war of words, version versus version that has now come out. K.C. Venugopal demanding an inquiry. What are your sources in the Civil Aviation Ministry telling you? What was the case all about? And is Air India accepting the fault that the Congress MPs are alleging on it?
Tanisha, have we ever seen Air India accepting its fault? No, never. Every time there's a technical malfunction, every time there's an issue, Air India always releases a statement by stating that we are taking care of the negligence which was there, but it was not Air India's fault. Something went wrong with the aircraft. But in this case, it was a very dangerous situation, Tanisha. I'll break it down for our viewers to understand. So there was the fault and malfunction in the weather radar radio communication, which is set up between the pilot and between the ATC, and that malfunction was in the weather radar and radio communication. That means the pilot was circling aircraft continuously in the air because he was given wrong landing direction by the aircraft because the weather radar was faulty. The technical snag majorly was in the weather radar, and if weather radar and the communication between the ATC is not set up, then that's a very dangerous situation because aircraft can land anywhere and the pilot will never get to know whether there's any substitute, any other airline, any other flight on that particular runway or not. In this case, the weather radar was not working, and therefore the landing command which was given to the pilot, the runway, the command which was given, in that particular runway there was already an aircraft which landed and the fuel was dumped in that particular runway. So a big mishap, a very dangerous situation. There were 5 members of parliament in the aircraft along with Congress MP K.C. Venugopal. All the leaders were coming from Delhi, from Trivandrum to national capital. The flight was diverted to Chennai. It was very important for a safe landing of all the passengers because it was around 9:15 p.m. at night. There was massive turbulence. The weather was not good, and also the weather radar was faulty. There was no place to land at Delhi airport because communication which ATC established with the pilot gave authority to land the aircraft at the runway where already an aircraft was landed. So if that particular aircraft would have landed at that runway, then both the aircrafts would have collided, and it would have led to a dangerous incident and a massive mishap, and the situation would have gotten out of hand of the pilot. But the skill of the pilot let the aircraft not land there. The aircraft was diverted to Chennai, and it landed at Chennai airport at around 11:30 p.m. at night. Back to you.
Right. Harsha, one more question before I let you go. In the Twitter post that the Congress MP has put out, he has tagged DGCA and he has tagged Civil Aviation Ministry and he's demanded answers on it. Keeping that in mind, has the Ministry of Civil Aviation or the DGCA taken cognizance of the incident? Have they pulled up Air India yet?
Because a preliminary report has been shared by the airline to the DGCA. The DGCA has sought an entire report on it. Only the preliminary report till now Air India has given to the regulatory body. But more than that, nothing. Because we very well know, Tanisha, that DGCA, after getting the preliminary report, nothing major happens to the Air India. Not the airlines are pulled up. Every time there's a meeting, Air India is asked to maintain to take the responsibility to maintain the aircraft. But what we see, the reality on the ground is much different what actually the passenger exactly are facing. So that's the truth here. So regulatory body has asked for the investigation, but the report of the investigation, whether it will be out or not, and what precautions and safety measures is Air India going to take, that we very well know as shared by the spokesperson of Air India in the statement. So we can say that the attitude of Air India towards the passenger safety is very bizarre and astonishing to see. Back to you.
Absolutely, Asha. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving forward to some other breaking news that we are tracking. This one is from the political arena, where Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has questioned the Election Commission. Says, who is the Election Commission to even give a notice to Rahul Gandhi? He has gone ahead to support Rahul Gandhi's claim and allegations against the Election Commission, where the Congress Member of Parliament, remember, had claimed time and again a vote theft that took place in the Lok Sabha elections 2024. Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi alleges that these benefits were given by the Election Commission specifically to the NDA government, to the BJP government, so that they could have an edge in the elections. This is a very huge claim that Rahul Gandhi has claimed and has put out. Remember, just few days back, the visual on your screen are of this press conference that Rahul Gandhi had held, where it was a full-fledged presentation that he had got, a 40,000 page, in fact, claiming that these 40,000 pages contains the list of quote-unquote fake voters that have been entertained by the Election Commission. Many parties have backed him, from the TMC to the Samajwadi Party to even the DMK. And today, in the same regard, 300 Member of Parliaments from 25 opposition parties will be marching from the Makar Dwar of the Parliament to the Election Commission headquarters in the national capital against the Election Commission's decision of the SIR. Remember, the SIR and the vote theft are the two issues that are ruling the parliament as well right now. On one hand, while the opposition claims that there have been a vote theft in the Lok Sabha elections, in the state elections, why is it that the Election Commission is not taking anything into account? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, remember, over 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties will march from the Parliament to the Election Commission of India headquarters in the national capital to protest against the alleged vote theft allegations in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Security for the same has been beefed up. Here's a report on that.
We are outside Transport Bhavan. As you can see, I'm going to request my VJ to show you the 7 layers of barricading. These are the preparations that the Delhi police has done. There are 7 layers of barricading done to control the crowd that is going to come out, as we know that India bloc is set to hold a protest march because Rahul Gandhi has been repeatedly making claims that there was a large-scale voter fraud in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And he has also been objecting against the special intensive revision of the electoral roll in Bihar. And he, along with around 300 MPs from 25 parties, are supposedly going to start their protest from right here. And this is exactly what preparations, as you can see, there are a lot of police officers, they are gearing up to control the crowd that is going to come out any moment now. And this is the Sansad Marg, the road that the MPs, the protest march is going to take From here, they're going to start from here, they're going to take the Sansad Marg, and now they're going to end outside the Election Commission of India headquarters. As we know that fresh notices from the State Election Commission boards of Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana, fresh notices have been sent to Rahul Gandhi asking, so what is the basis of his claims that he's been making about the large-scale voter fraud? They've asked him to present some kind of evidence. What is the backing? What is the documented evidence behind his claims, giving proofs about the claims that he's been making? This is exactly the preparation for the protest march that is supposed to happen, the road that they're going to take, which is going to end outside the Election Commission of India. We'll continue showing you the entire protest march, who's going to come, the road, the route, everything, the same route of Sansad Marg to Election Commission of India, from Transport Bhavan to Election Commission of India.
And there's more breaking news that's coming in the same regard. The Election Commission versus the opposition, an all-out war. Akhilesh Yadav has now defended the opposition, questioning the Election Commission. He says that this is not the first time that EC has been asked questions. He says that fingers have been raised many times in the past as well, and especially with regard to the elections in Uttar Pradesh. After Rahul Gandhi, after DMK and TMC, it is now Akhilesh Yadav accusing the Election Commission of India, the poll body in India, of repeated failures and EC being unable to answer the questions that have been raised by the opposition. This time he's claiming that even the Uttar Pradesh elections were rigged. Listen in to that statement of the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav. Okay, we'll get to that statement in a short while from now, but that's a huge claim that Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has put on the Election Commission, saying that the Uttar Pradesh by-polls were rigged and that it was done deliberately by the Election Commission to favor and side with the BJP to make them win. One after the other, back to back, 25 opposition parties raising several questions on the top poll body of India, the Election Commission of India. The Election Commission, remember, has given a very sharp rebuttal to Rahul Gandhi, the main man responsible for raising fingers at the Election Commission, saying that if the opposition parties, if the leader of opposition has the proof to substantiate his claims on the Election Commission, that he must furbish them or else apologize to the nation. All right, shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with how a disturbing visual has now come to light of a man carrying a dead body on a bike in Nagpur. The man was carrying the dead body of his wife on a bike who was declared dead in an accident. After not receiving any help, the man unfortunately had to carry his wife's body on the bike. Heart-wrenching visuals there on your screen from Nagpur. The visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, are from Nagpur in Maharashtra, where a man is carrying the dead body of his wife. And this is not because he was denied help, but because he found no help even after pleading. Remember, this video is a heart-wrenching video, has been recorded by the person who was traveling in the car behind him. Man carrying the wife's dead body, taking it to the crematorium, only because after the wife was declared dead, there was nobody to help her, to take her to the crematorium ground. Here's a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. Citizens across the country are proudly joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, displaying the national flag from their homes as a symbol of unity and patriotism. On Sunday, Union Minister and Gujarat BJP President C.R. Patil, along with State Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, took part in the campaign, reinforcing the nationwide spirit of togetherness. The national capital is all set to launch a high-tech e-waste processing plant inspired by Norway's Revak facility. The upgraded plant will handle 1.1 lakh tons of e-waste annually. Using eco-friendly methods, it aims to reduce pollution, recover valuable materials, and replace unsafe informal recycling with a formal circular economy system. Telangana Deputy Chief Minister Bharti Vikramara, along with other state ministers, inspected the Devadula lift irrigation project. The project aimed at providing irrigation to drought-prone areas is now set for completion by the year 2026 in the month of March. The project Devadula is among the largest lift irrigation schemes in Asia and is expected to benefit farmers across multiple districts. India and Pakistan are set to conduct separate naval exercises in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. India's Navy will operate in the western sector while Pakistan will hold drills in its territorial waters nearby. The development follows the recent military escalation between the two nations, including the retaliatory strikes by India in May after the Pahalgam terror attack. Some more breaking news that's coming in. Anti-terror operations have entered day 3 in Kishtwar. Republic has now accessed an exclusive video footage of the forces that had exploded the opening of a cave in Dhool in Kishtwar. This is the same cave in which the terrorists were hiding and now has been exploded by the security forces. Terrorists were hiding in 20 feet long cave in the cliff. The same has been busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Exclusive visuals of the same are on your screen right now. The cave that you see will explode in some moments from now. There's a smoke that can be seen coming. The same cave was used as a hideout by terrorists. Remember, 2-3 terrorists have been trapped in the Kishtwar region. Terror operations have entered day 2. Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast on that. Gursimran, talk to us about the identity of these terrorists. We learned that the operations have entered day 2. There are 2 to 3 terrorists that have been trapped. What are the identity of these terrorists?
See, the terrorists that are trapped are believed to be from Hizbul Mujahideen, and they are Mudassir and Riyaz as per the information that is flowing in. Right now we are in the Dhool area where the operations are underway, and the terrorists are taking the advantage of one of the caves that is there. These are the natural caves that are acting as a hideout for these terrorists, and the terrorists are still hiding in the area. Now the special forces of the Indian Army, after carrying out multiple explosions at the opening of this cave, are now entering this very cave. What we are getting to know from the officials that the operations are in advanced stage, but since this is one of the toughest areas where the operations are being conducted, because it is roughly a 3 feet wide cave where the operations are to be conducting, and that's why it is taking time. There is no collateral damage that the forces opt to take, and that's why they are moving inside the cave slowly. The special forces of the Indian Army have already been inducted into the operation. That means the specialized troops are being used for these kind of operations. This is probably the first such operation that is being carried out inside a cave in the Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory. So that is what is taking time. But for now, the forces are hopeful that they will be able to neutralize these both terrorists very soon.
Right. Gursimran also talked to us about how far have the security forces reached in getting hold of these terrorists. The operations have already entered day 2. Have any breakthrough been achieved by the security forces yet? We learn the visuals that you've accessed exclusively show a hideout, a cave in which the terrorists use as a hideout has been busted yet. But has any terrorist been nabbed yet?
See, so far no terrorist has been neutralized. That is what we can confirm after speaking to the multiple officials in the Indian Army as well as Jammu and Kashmir Police. The forces have advanced at least to 20 feet inside this very cave, but when they reach this 20 feet area where it was believed that the cave will end somewhere close to this, but now the cave is almost double the size the forces have expected. So being the darkness, they have to move very carefully because the terrorists are inside the cave. They might use any of the hideout or any of the debris as a cover to fire on the security forces, and that is why every single foot is taking half an hour to hour's time for the forces to advance, because it has to be done with a due precaution, otherwise it will be a collateral damage, and the forces are not in a mood of any adventurism when it comes to this very operation, because the terrorists have been trapped. They will go nowhere. It is only a matter of time when the forces will be in a position to neutralize these terrorists.
Right, Gursimran, thank you very much for getting us those details. Shifting our focus to some other stories that we are tracking from South, and this is about the illegal betting app case where Rana Daggubati, we learn, has already reached the Enforcement Directorate office. Rana Daggubati appears before the Enforcement Directorate, and this is in connection with the illegal betting app case. The actor has been appearing before the Enforcement Directorate in Hyderabad as a part of an ongoing investigation into the alleged illegal promotion of online betting platforms. This comes after actors like Prakash Raj and Vijay Deverakonda were also summoned and questioned in the same case. The Enforcement Directorate, ladies and gentlemen, is probing 29 celebrities and influencers under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA, that is based on an initial case by the Cyberabad police. After being questioned, Vijay Deverakonda had then stated that online gaming apps are licensed, that they pay TDS, GST and are sponsors for several international and national games, but he has never promoted any online betting app. A claim and a defense that has been given by other actors as well. But however, we learned that the Enforcement Directorate is yet to find any violations of FEMA or PMLA, but will continue to record their statements from all summoned individuals before revealing further details. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a very veiled dig at the United States President Donald Trump's description of India as a dead economy, asserting that the country was progressing towards becoming one of the world's top 3 economies. Addressing a public event in Bengaluru yesterday, the Prime Minister said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Here's that statement that you need to know about how India is countering Donald Trump's false claims on India's economy.
Days after US President Donald Trump described India a dead economy, and Rahul Gandhi agreed with him.
Yes, he's right. I mean, everybody knows this, except the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि Indian economy is a dead economy.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit back hard and hailed India's fast-paced growth.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई।
Addressing a public event in Bengaluru, Prime Minister Modi said that the momentum India has gained stems from a spirit of reform, performance and transformation backed by clear intentions and honest efforts. Prime Minister Modi also made a massive push for self-reliance and urged the youth to lead the zero defect, zero effect manufacturing vision.
All right, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the inside details of a massive face-off that is brewing today with India and Pakistan set to hold parallel naval drills. Also coming up after the break are the details and live from the spot of the daycare where a 15-month-old was thrown, bitten and slapped by the nanny. Monster nanny has been caught on cam.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public,
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking for you is the protest march that the Indie bloc leaders are going to begin today. And this is led by Rahul Gandhi over the Bihar's electoral exercise. That's a big story that we are tracking for you. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires the Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister dares Election Commission, says EC doesn't have power to issue notice.
Exactly, there should be an inquiry on that issue. Unfortunate incident happened yesterday. This was announced by the pilot only that there was another aircraft is in the runway when we are going to land it. This is announced by pilot, none other than.
Air India admits technical problem on a flight on which Congress leaders were travelling. KC Venugopal demands probe. Beaten, bite marks on the body. Horrendous video shows assault on a toddler at a Noida daycare. Parents file complaint. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. A horrifying incident coming into light from a daycare center in Noida. A 15-month-old girl child was allegedly beaten and bitten at the daycare. The owner of the daycare and attendant has been booked. Now, bite marks were found on the child's legs And the doctors confirmed the injury as well, that these are the bite marks, the human bite marks. And the CCTV captured the assault in which the daycare staff is seen slapping the 15-month-old child, hitting her with a plastic bat and biting her as well. So these are the shocking visuals coming in from a daycare center in Noida. Now, the victim was beaten. She was assaulted, and remember, it's just a 15-month-old baby. And now the accused has been arrested in the case, and police are carrying out investigations. All right, Akhil, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Akhil, what more details do you have? You understand that the teenager lady who was taking care of the child has now been arrested by the police. But any more details emerging of why such assault was being done by a teenager on just a baby, which is a 15-month-old child that we're talking about here?
Well, a shocking incident has come to light from Sector 137 Parastiara Society. You can see the visual over here right now. I'm just standing outside Sector 137 Parastiara Society. This is tower number 18, where this unfortunate incident took place, in which what we have seen that a toddler, a 15-month-old baby who used to come over here at this daycare center, where this unfortunate incident took place, where a daycare staff has basically physically assaulted that baby, that toddler. Right now, I'm just going to enter into that daycare center where this incident took place. Here you can see this is the floor area, and in this tower there are 4 different houses. And if you see the brazen attitude of the owner, she was running a daycare center and without proper instructions from the authorities. Here you can see this is 0001. This is the house where we are standing. This is right now has been closed. Here you can see this is written over here, Blip Preschool and Crèche. And number is also given over here, the Foundation of Life. Say thank you to show that you are grateful. So these are the visuals that we can bring you from this very daycare center. So here an unfortunate incident took place, in which what we have seen that a staff member of this very daycare center physically assaulted, and apart from that, not only she started beating that baby. Apart from that, she also bite her on her thighs as well. So in this case, Gautam Budh Nagar police team has registered an FIR after the parents have lost in connection with the case a complaint with them. And if you see at Sector 142 police station, we have confirmed this, and the information that we have received that just few moments back, the main accused in this case, who has also been identified as a daycare staff, she's also a minor. So it raises eyebrows, a big question on the part of administration of this daycare center as well, that how did she got employment over here, being a minor as well? How did she got employment at this daycare center? So it raises question on that part itself, on the administration, the AOA of this society as well. So the latest development that we are breaking right now, that the main accused in this case, who has beaten that minor 15-month-old toddler, has been detained by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. Back to you.
And Akhil, we understand now the police is also carrying out an investigation on whether this daycare center was also had a license as well, because in the video we can clearly see that the child is continuously crying. So it is very difficult to understand how come the other staff members and the owner of the daycare just didn't pay attention to whatever was happening inside the daycare center.
Well, absolutely. If you see, these things will come out as a part of the investigation by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. Because if you see, there is no proper, as of now, it seems that there is no proper licensing of this daycare center, because it was being run from a private flat. This is the flat from where I am showing you the visuals just outside this very flat. This is 0001. This is the house. This is the residential complex. Inside this very residential complex, from a private apartment, you can see this is 0001, this is 0002, this is 0003 and 4. So these are the apartments from where this one of the apartment apartments over here from where this private daycare center was being functional. So it raises several questions on the part of the society administration as well. Apart from that, if you see, the AOA needs to answer this question as well, because the CCTV footages that we have recovered from this very flat clearly shows us that the minor in this case was brutally assaulted by the person who was basically the in charge of this facility center. And the further information that we have received also, that this incident not took place for the first time. The kind of information that we are receiving from security guards as well, that there were several other instances that has also taken place in the recent past. So that incident has not got highlighted, but this incident got highlighted, in which what we have seen that it's pretty clear on the CCTV camera footages that a 15-month-old toddler was brutally assaulted by the daycare center staff.
All right, Akhil, thank you so much for those details. You keep tracking those developments, so I will keep coming back to you. Thank you. All right, so these are the visuals that we are getting for you. These are, of course, very, very shocking visuals. And this is a 15-month-old baby who has been assaulted by the daycare staff member there. And the lady herself is basically a 16-year-old, a teenager, and herself carrying out this assault on a 15-month-old baby. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has accused the BJP of transforming the Election Commission into a tool for poll rigging. Now, highlighting the incident in Bengaluru's Mahadevapura constituency, Stalin claimed that this is not just an administrative error, but a deliberate conspiracy to manipulate the people's mandate. Alongside Rahul Gandhi, who led a march to the Election Commission, now Stalin demands the immediate release of complete machine-readable voter rolls for every state and end to politically motivated voter deletions and an independent investigation into what he called this alleged subversion of democracy. So remember, these developments are coming in even as the India bloc is ramping up pressure in the national capital. All right, Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us from Chennai. Sharda, now, India bloc is ramping up pressure on the Election Commission in Delhi. And now we have, Chief Minister Stalin also criticizing the entire exercise, the SIR exercise in Bihar, and questioning the democracy in the country as well. How do you react to that, considering the fact that, the elections are going to happen in the state and so far, opposition has not given any proof of their claims?
Right, Ashwara, the elections in Tamil Nadu for 2026 all set, and just 10 minutes down, we saw how the Bihar SIR confirmed that over 6 lakh people from Bihar have settled down in the state of Tamil Nadu, and over 3.5 lakhs already have voter ID in the state of Tamil Nadu. And now we can see Stalin against the government saying that the BJP is now seeing this opportunity earlier as an option to poll rigging. He also claimed that the Election Commission is acting accordance to the BJP and that they are not taking proper action. He also claimed that whatever happened in Bangalore was not a failure on not a failure on the EC, but stating that the BJP is trying to make sure that he's rigging the votes from the state of Karnataka for supporting the BJP. And he also stated the same when it came to the state of Tamil Nadu. However, now EC has stated clearly that if the opposition cannot give us the proof, they cannot make a claim against EC like that. And as we can see, again, the India bloc, DMK almost has 30 MPs from the state of Tamil Nadu and 39 MPs from the state of Tamil Nadu, along with Puducherry being in support with the India Alliance. Now we have to wait and watch if the Stalin government continues to blame on the EC and the BJP, or if they would be waiting for a proper report that the EC would be submitting soon.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for all those details there. You keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from the national capital, where 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties, including Congress Party, TMC, Aam Aadmi Party, DMK, Left, RJD, and others are planning to march from the Parliament's Makar Dwar to the Election Commission office at the Nirvachan Sadan today. Now, they are protesting the special intensive revision of voter rolls and allegations of vote chori, that is vote theft. However, Delhi police has revealed that no permission has been sought for this protest. and that has raised the question on how this march will unfold. All right, let's get all the updates. Sambhavi is now joining us live from the national capital. Sambhavi, now we understand that the Delhi police says that they have not given any permission for this particular protest, but we understand that the plan by the opposition party is there to march from the Makar Dwar in Parliament to the Election Commission's office. How do you see the things really unfolding today?
Well, we are right here at the spot where the protest is supposed to start. I'm going to ask my VJ to show you. The Delhi police has arranged all this. There are several layers of barricade, and the MPs are supposed to come from this road right here. We are outside Transport Bhavan. They're going to start their protest here from outside Transport Bhavan. 25 parties, 300 MPs, around 300 MPs. They're going to take this road of Sansad Marg. We are going to show you. They have just added this layer of barricades right in front of us to make way, around 5 minutes ago, to make way for all the MPs, for all their cars to move from here. And this is the road that they're going to take. This is around 600, 700 meters from Election Commission of India. Their protest is going to end outside Election Commission of India, and around 30 delegates from this entire protest march are going to go inside the Election Commission of India. As you can see, this is a barricade they've just now created. This was not here 5 minutes ago. This was all open for us to cover, but now the Delhi police has come and performed this barricade in front of us to let all the cars of MP to make way for the protest to come here. And we are showing you constantly the entire Delhi police.
Right.
This is.
Right, we can see these visuals from the national capital, viewers, and this is just outside the Transport Bhavan. We can see a very, very increased police presence there, as leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, is going to lead a protest march of the Indie bloc's MPs to the Election Commission of India headquarters today. Harsha, my colleague, is also now joining us live from the national capital. Harsha, we understand that this march of the Member of Parliament from opposition parties in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are going to undertake this march, and we understand the Election Commission has also granted an appointment for an interaction today with them at 12 noon. What more details do you have?
So right now what we're learning from the parliament is that the Rajya Sabha has adjourned till 2 o'clock, and Lok Sabha also have begun, but with a lot of disruption from the side of opposition party, as the opposition has already planned to start its protest march from Transport Bhavan to Election Commission of India. And also right now from where I'm standing, the opposition leaders will come out at around 11:30 and they will straight go towards Transport Bhavan. The way the police are standing right now, they will march from this side until the Transport Bhavan gate, which leads directly to the Transport Bhavan, directly to the Election Commission of India. And from here, they will be starting a march. And we have already seen, as Shambhavi was already showcasing, the tight and heightened security, which has already been done by Delhi police. The barricades have been put up everywhere. But the opposition is very adamant. They are rigid that the Election Commission of India will have to quit SIR, and the number of the people names who have been deducted from the list of the electoral rolls in Bihar, they will have to ensure that they are the voters are allowed to vote in Bihar. We already know that almost 65 lakh voters have been deducted, names have been deducted from the electoral rolls in Bihar. And this is the opposition strategy. They have already started their protest from the first of the monsoon session, which is still underway. Every day in the monsoon session, they had planned opposition protest, and every day it's happening, because of which the parliament has also not been able to function. None of the business of parliament is able to run, and that is the reason the parliamentary affairs minister also stated multiple times that SIR is not the issue to be discussed in the parliament. Election Commission of India is the constitutional body. It's working voting can't be discussed in the parliament. And opposition have been rigid on the discussion. But today, the opposition leaders are all set. We have shortly seen Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and all the opposition party leaders arrive here today. Akhilesh Yadav is also here. We'll be expecting and we'll be getting visuals from parliament where Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, all the top leaders of the opposition party will be marching from the parliament, from Magadwar of the parliament to the Election Commission of India. Already the Election Commission of India has given the time at 12 afternoon for the delegation of 20 leaders of the opposition party to meet and keep their word on the issues which they have raised regarding the SIR. Back to you.
All right, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Let's go back to Shambhavi, who is also joining us from the national capital. Shambhavi, I hope we can hear you now. As you were mentioning about the very, very high police security that has been put up, and we saw those barricades also being put up. However, police insists that, they have not given any permission for the march. What more can you tell us about the situation there?
Absolutely, we will continue to show you the high level security, multiple layers, around 7 layers of barricades have been added. Now this is the way, you can see there's Makar Dwar and outside there's Transport Bhavan. All of us, we are here outside Transport Bhavan, and this is the way from where the MPs are going to come. The MPs, around 300 MPs from 25 parties, the India Bloc, and one of the information is that they won't be carrying the banner of India Bloc because they want to accommodate AAP. This is the way that they're going to take, they're going to come from here. This is the police officials. They are here since morning working on the security. They've just now added this barricade, this right in front of us, to make way for all the cars, for all the MPs to walk from here. This is the way, the Sansad Marg way. This is around 600-700 meters from Election Commission of India's headquarters, where the protest is going to stop, where the march is going to stop. And from around 330 delegates are going to go inside the Election Commission of India to talk about. And as Rahul Gandhi has been repeatedly making claims about how there's been large-scale voter fraud, and now today there have been 3 fresh notices sent to him from the state poll body of Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra, saying that you have to give us some proof, some affidavit that whatever claims you're making is backed by some evidence. And now this march is going to start from outside Transport Bhavan, go all the way 600-700 meters from Sansad Bhavan and at Election Commission of India. Various MPs from TMC, DMK, AAP, Congress are going to be a part of this protest. They're protesting against their alleged large-scale voter fraud. And also they're protesting against the special intensive revision of the electoral board in Bihar. So we're going to see who is going to be a part of this protest. From where they start from here, we'll continue showing you the way, this exact way. As you can see, there's a lot of police, personnel. The barricades still exist. They've added the barricades now. These barricades did not exist 10 minutes ago. We were allowed to roam around and shoot, but now this has been added to let the MPs move from here, and they will go from here to the Central Market to the Election Commission of India. Back to you.
All right, Shambhavi, stay with us. Let's go back to Harsha, who's joining us from Parliament. Harsha, now, speaking about the monsoon session of Parliament, we understand that this entire huge row over the SIR exercise, and that is causing all the disruptions in Parliament. But there's a huge legislative agenda also planned really for this entire monsoon session, and so far not even a single bill has been passed. Now, we understand that there are 3 especially bills in Parliament. It's been in Lok Sabha that the government hopes to pass in the next week, because August 21st is the date of when the monsoon session gets over. So the big question, when will the legislative agenda really take place?
So till the time we have known that multiple times the BAC happened, and every time it has been conveyed by the speaker in the BAC that the discussion that could not be allowed. And right now behind me you will see that all Christian party leaders have gathered here at Makar Dwar. Makar Dwar, they have the placards, and also they have the caps also where they have written "Quit SIR." We can see the stairs of the Makar Dwar. And also all the opposition party leaders here who have gathered from CMC to Samajwadi Party to RJD to Congress to all the left parties as well. All the members of the opposition party are here. We can see at top of Priyanka Gandhi is standing at the stairs in the Makkar Dwar along with Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi as well. These are all the leaders who will start the march from the place where I'm standing, and the protest will begin in some time. And once the protest starts, they will straight go to the Election Commission of India. And these are the visuals very important to showcase that this entire monsoon session has been all about special intensive revision, which the exercise the Election Commission started. And also from August 1, also Election Commission stated that any party having any issue with the names and the rejections that they have to give, the BLAs were also told about it. They can give till 31st of August. But till now, what we have seen is that none of the opposition party leaders have gone or visited Election Commission of India. Today, the delegation will be visiting. But here we saw, what we are trying to showcase to our camera is that all the opposition party leaders are gathered. They have written here on the click story. Some have written why is he destroying video evidence. Some have written quick SIR. We see all the opposition party leaders wearing caps and holding placards in different colors. In fact, they are the state leaders as well, the MPs from Kerala, the MPs from Bengal as well. All are holding placards in their own languages as well. From the way to from this Makkar Dwar of the Parliament, they'll be marching directly towards the Election Commission of India. However, we have seen that the security has been strengthened at each and every juncture of the Parliament. But still, what the opposition leaders have stated that they will march towards the Election Commission of India. They are not going to stop, and the demand is same. The demand is same that Election Commission of India should quit SIR. So these are the visuals what we are trying to showcase from our camera. Next, so the placards which each and every opposition party leaders are holding here. Already Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are here because of the disruption. The Parliament, as soon as it adjourned also, and it has been adjourned till 2 o'clock, what is important to know. And from here, the opposition leaders will be marching from Makkar Dwar of the Parliament. They'll be moving towards Election Commission of India. So these are the visuals, because the opposition very well know that this year there's a Bihar election, and next year there's an election in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. So it's very important that this exercise of Election Commission should not start pan India, and that is the reason why they have been protesting on it. And the entire monsoon session has gone in vain, we can say clearly, because 17 days and only 3 bills have been passed in Parliament. Right. The National Sports Bill, Income Tax Bill is yet to be passed because the Parliament is not able to run. And shortly they will start the protest march will also. So these are the visuals what we are showcasing from the Parliament factory.
Absolutely dramatic visuals there we can see from Parliament. So opposition really doubling down on its allegations as far as the SIR exercise is concerned, and the leaders like Akhilesh Yadav pinning the blame on the BJP, saying it's the Election Commission's move on SIR is unconstitutional. Let's listen in to what Akhilesh Yadav has said.
अगर वहाँ 2 वोट है डिप्टी सीएम के, यहाँ तो सीएम वोट लुटवा रहे थे, वहाँ तो डिप्टी सीएम के 2 ही वोट तो नकली निकले, यहाँ तो सीएम बूथ लुटवा रहे थे। कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि बूथ लूटा जाएगा आपका, और वो भी सीएम कहेंगे तब बूथ लूटा जाएगा? आप बताइए, अयोध्या में जो शिक्षा विभाग के अधिकारी अपॉइंट करे थे, जो दूसरों को ड्यूटी दे रहे थे, वो कौन थे? इसी तरह मीरापुर में, कुंदरकी में जो कमिश्नर हैं, डीएम हैं, एसएसपी हैं, एसएसपी के अब वोट बढ़वाने के लिए अपनी फौज लेके घूम रहे थे। वो एसएसपी घूम रहे थे कि वोट बाहर मत निकलना घर से। क्या हमने आपने वो रिवॉल्वर नहीं देखी जिसमें महिलाओं पे रिवॉल्वर तान दी? तो इलेक्शन कमीशन सो रहा था क्या भाई? इलेक्शन कमीशन के इसीलिए तो हम सफ़ेद चादर देने गए थे। क्यों देने गए थे? तो जब अधिकारी ही अपराधी बन जाएंगे, वोट छीनने के लिए, तो ये कार्रवाई कौन करेगा? सरकार को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन को कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए। अधिकारियों को अपराधी न बनने दें। इलेक्शन कमीशन से हमारा निवेदन है और सरकार से भी ये निवेदन है।
All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. Security forces have launched a major operation in the Dool area of Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir, where terrorists are believed to be hiding in a cave. Now, this cave, approximately 20 feet long and located in a cliff, has been a focal point of the encounter. And here is how that terror hideout was busted.
It's day second of the Kishtwar anti-terror operation, and the security forces are ensuring that these two terrorists that have been trapped in the ongoing encounter, they are neutralized at an earliest. Right now we are reporting from the Dool area. From here the operation site is at distance. We are part of the outer cordon that has been led by the Indian Army. The troops of the Indian Army have been deployed in the outer cordon in such a manner that in case the terrorists try to break the cordon, they get no opportunity to sneak out and they are neutralized at an earliest. We are reporting from the Dool area where the operations are underway. It's the second day. This upper area, this has the dense foliage, and that is what the forces suspect, that the terrorists that are still in the cave, they may try to get out and break the cordon to escape that very area, because this has been the modus operandi of this Hizbul Mujahideen group that has escaped the first encounter from the Chirchi area of the Nagseni in the Kishtwar district. But here the troops of the Indian Army with the sophisticated weapons in their hands, and they have taken the positions in such a manner that the enemy gets no chance, absolutely no chance.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar dares the Election Commission of India, says EC doesn't have the power to issue any notice. Also coming up ahead, opposition stages a big protest at Parliament's Makar Dwar over Rahul Gandhi's vote chori claims. Details on those big stories and much more after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public, at functions, at events, even at home sometimes, they would ask you that question, did we really lose jets? Who lost jets? How many jets did Pakistani Air Force lose? Now, there is a number to it, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, it's official, and you can't contest these numbers. The Indian Air Force has gone on record saying 5 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down along with one plane which is meant for advanced warning and air surveillance. And AWACS.
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं। भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11:30 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and forces have blasted open a cave which is suspected to be a terror den in Dhool of Kishtwar as the operations enter day 3. We'll get you all that and much more from Ground Zero, but first a quick check on the headlines.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister dares Election Commission saying EC doesn't have the power to issue notice.
Exactly, there should be an inquiry on that issue. Unfortunate incident happened yesterday. This was announced by the pilot only that there was another aircraft is in the runway when we are going to land it. This is announced by pilot, none other than.
After Congress MP demands inquiry into Air India runway scare, Air India admits technical problem in flight on which the Congress leader was travelling. KC Venugopal demands probe. Beaten and bite marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida daycare. Parent files a complaint. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The dispute over the tomb located in Abu Nagar area of Sadar Kotwali in Fatehpur district of Uttar Pradesh has started increasing. There were reports of people of the Hindu community climbing the tomb and started vandalizing it. People of the Muslim community have now started pelting stones. The situation remains very, very volatile. There you can see massive security deployment that can be witnessed on your screens.
वो आप जो तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कैसे जो तनावपूर्ण स्थिति है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। इनकी किस तरह की मांग है, एक बार इनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जानते हैं एक बार कि ये जो किस तरह की डिमांड्स है वो कर रहे हैं। एक बार इनसे पूछने का प्रयास हम करते हैं किस तरह की डिमांड। हम लोगों की केवल इतनी मांग है, हमको पूरा प्रशासन ऊपर भरोसा है, केवल जो झंडे लगे उनको जाने देगा। ये लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, समझा रहे हैं, पीछे जाए तरीके से लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। देखिए माइक के द्वारा लगातार लोगों को समझा रहे हैं, माइक के द्वारा लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। ये अनूप सिंह है जो कि एसपी है फतेहपुर के, अब वो लगातार इस तरह का जो प्रयास है जो कर रहे हैं कि लोगों को समझाया जा सके, लेकिन वो कहीं ना कहीं उग्र होते नजर आ रहे हैं। हमने उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करी तो उनकी साफ तौर पर डिमांड थी कि जो झंडा है उसको हटाया जाए वहां से, जिसके चलते जो प्रदर्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। और ये तस्वीरें हम आपको साफ तौर पर फतेहपुर से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां देखिए मकबरे को साफ तौर पर दावा किया गया है हिंदूवादी संगठन द्वारा कि वो एक मंदिर था और उस मंदिर को
Well, it's a war of versions, viewers, between two communities. While the Hindu community claims that the location where the tomb is present was a Thakurji's temple, but the situation has now escalated with the Muslim community members pelting stones. And there you can see the police were trying to appeal for calm, but the warring factions there refusing to let go of the matter. And what we understand is that this situation of tension arose after a claim was made that a tomb in Abu Nagar, Radia of Sadar Kotwali area of Fatehpur, is an ancient temple of Thakurji. This is what the Hindu side claims. And the BJP district president Muklal Pal claimed that this place is historically a temple of Thakurji, which was converted into a tomb by the invaders. Symbols like the trident and lotus flower are also present inside the tomb, which are signs of Hindu temples and are not found in tombs. Now, this is the version that the Hindu side has presented before the police, and after the situation went out of control, the minority community members resorted to stone pelting. Several members of the other community have been injured, and after reports of stone pelting emerged, we have the police also there trying to appeal for calm and peace. But the warring factions are refusing to let go of the dispute. It's a dispute over a tomb. It's a war of versions, while the Muslim side claims that this is indeed a tomb that belongs to their community.
संगठन है वो लगातार मंदिर के अंदर प्रवेश कर रहा है। देखिए ये तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं हम साफ तौर पर विजुअल। क्या
उधर देखिए
क्या हो रहा है, क्या हो रहा है,
कैसे दंगा करने आ रहे हैं।
आप लोग के लोगों द्वारा भी डंडा लिया हुआ है हाथ में।
हम तो नहीं देखा भाई,
तस्वीरों में है जहाँ पर लोग डंडा लेकर के आए हैं।
कहाँ पे लिए थे डंडा?
यहीं पर खड़े लोग,
वो लोग तो लेके आए थे।
पुलिस शांतिपूर्वक प्रदर्शन को शांत कर रही है।
पुलिस हो गया
यहीं पर थे वो लोग, कुछ नहीं लाए, वो उनकी तस्वीरें, वो लोग देखिए वो भूत शैतान चढ़ के क्या झंडा लगा। देखिए देखिए हिंदूवादी संगठन एक बार फिर यहाँ पर पहुंच चुका है। एक बार फिर यहाँ पर जो
Well, you heard one of the members of the minority community there justifying violence, saying that we picked up the sticks because the other side also resorted to violence, but nobody can take law into their own hands. This is a dispute that can be settled legally, but there you see the situation has gone out of control. Both the warring factions have resorted to violence, and what we understand with the pictures on your screens is the fact that the police in large numbers have arrived at the scene there, trying to resolve the dispute, trying to appeal for calm. There you can see additional forces have also been pressed in, and the police have arrived there with their riot gear. And what we understand is that this, because there was stone pelting that was also witnessed after the Hindu side claimed that the tomb belonged to their community, because historically they claim that there was a Thakurji temple here. And they also allege that there is proof of symbols like the trident, like the lotus, which are only found in Hindu structures. And this is the disputed location that we are talking about. There you can see in the center of your screens, that is the tomb, that is the alleged structure that has now become a bone of contention between the two sides. And what we understand is that the Hindu side claims that this was historically a Thakurji temple, which was then raided and then converted into a tomb by the raiders back in the past. And now the Muslim side claims that this is indeed a tomb that belongs to their community. And when situation escalated, they picked up stones, lathis, and the violence escalated. It spiraled out of control between the two warring factions, and still the situation remains very, very grim. The police there trying all options. They're trying to appeal for calm. They're trying to hold a dialogue, but the warring factions are refusing to let it go. In fact, just to give you a quick recap of what exactly happened, earlier in the day, the minority community members claimed that the tomb was vandalized by the Hindu side. Meanwhile, the Hindu side claims that this tomb belonged to their community because historically, according to them, there was a Thakurji temple here. And to give us more insights, we have Akanksha joining us live from the newsroom. Akanksha, this is a war of versions that has now escalated into a full-blown violence. Tell us about what's happening on ground zero and what is the administration doing to restore normalcy.
Absolutely, Deepak. In fact, we are getting the first and exclusive visuals from Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh, where you can see that the tension is high. We can see that the police has barricaded that entire area, and there's a ruckus over an old structure in UP's Fatehpur district that has now become the center of the dispute with Hindu organizations, claiming that, as you also pointed out, that it is a temple and it is a Thakurji temple is what the Hindu organizations are claiming, while the Muslim organization assert that it is a tomb. And there on the screen, you can see the pictures of the structure that is in the middle of this dispute, and the Hindu organization, in fact, are rushing inside that structure. And there was also a saffron flag that was, in fact, put there as well. Now, several Hindu organizations, in fact, yesterday they sought a permission from the district administration as far as the puja there is concerned. They had announced their plans to conduct puja at this particular place. They had argued that the site is a temple. Now, it remains to be seen whether that was allowed or not. On the other hand, the National Ulama Council had maintained that the building is a maqbara of Nawab Abdul Samad, citing that land records also identify it as such, with the tensions that are currently rising, and that is something that you can see on the screens as well. Police and local authorities have barricaded the entire area to prevent the clashes. Security has also been heightened, but these are the exclusive pictures that are coming in from Fatehpur in
यहाँ पर पार्ट शुरू होने जा रहा है। हम उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते लगातार लोग आगे जाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो पुलिस है वो उनको रोकने का प्रयास कर रही है। साफ तौर पर देखिए हमारे दाहिनी तरफ देखिए ये मकबरा है और उसकी जस्ट बाहर जो भीड़ है वो देखने को मिल रही है। फिलहाल इससे पहले की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं तो कैसे जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे उनको रोकने का प्रयास किया जा रहा था, लेकिन अभी की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं। देखिए हिंदुवादी संगठन है वो यहाँ पर है और इनका कहना है कि यहीं पर बैठकर बात करेंगे। एसपी लगातार इन लोगों से समन्वय बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बातचीत का जो प्रयास है वो कर रहे हैं। भैया लोग बात कर रहे हैं, आप लोग क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
अरे हमारा मंदिर है, पुरातन से हमारा ये मंदिर है, जिसको आज अन्य समाज ने इसको किसी तरीके से परिवर्तन करने का प्रयास किया है। तो हम लोग अपना अपना मंदिर चाहते हैं। आने वाली जन्माष्टमी में इसमें भव्य कार्यक्रम करेंगे और पूजा अर्चना के साथ आज हम लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं।
किस समय पहले आपको जानकारी हुई कि ये मंदिर है?
नहीं, जानकारी तो बहुत पहले से, लेकिन यहाँ पे आबादी हिंदू कम है, इसलिए ज्यादा लोग आ नहीं पाए। और देख लीजिए प्रमाण आपको सामने दिखाई दे रहा है।
कमल दिख रहा है वहाँ पर कुछ है। अगर ये भगवान ना होता तो हम लोग को ना होता। आप अचानक आगे हम लोग किसी के हक में जाते नहीं है, लेकिन हमारा जो होता है उसको छोड़ते नहीं है।
मैम लंबे समय से आप
Well, there you heard it from one of the members of the Hindu community claiming that there was indeed a temple here. And let me tell you the war of versions, viewers. On one hand, the Muslim side claims that this is the tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, and documents they claim also prove that the land is registered under this name, whereas the Hindu organizations have claimed it to be a temple, and they have also announced plans to perform a puja here, parikrama here on August 11th, and sought permission from the DM to start the puja. And this permission was sought yesterday, and Hindu organizations are also adamant on offering prayers at this very location. They're talking about there being a Shiva temple at the tomb, and BJP has also appealed to thousands of people. The protest is being led by Mukhlal Pal, the district president of the BJP, the ruling party in the center and the state. Mukhlal Pal has warned the administration that on August 11th, that is today, he and the Hindu organizations will worship the Shivling inside the tomb. Akanksha, get us the latest as far as the situation on ground zero, Akanksha.
In fact, what we're learning is that the Hindu organization, they had warned the district administration that today they will be going to that specific structure that you can see on the screen that is in the center of the entire dispute, and they will worship the shivling that is inside the tomb. A BJP leader also threatened that if administration stops the member of the organization, then there will be a movement, and that is something that you can see on the screen. Tensions are high in Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh.
प्रशासन द्वारा जो झंडा है उसको हटाया गया है और आपको अपनी बाईं तरफ तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो देखिए यहाँ पर जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग हैं वो भी एक के बाद एक जो भीड़ है वो एकत्रित हो रही है। तमाम लोग ऐसे हैं उनमें जिन्होंने अपने चेहरे पर जो गमछा है, रुमाल है, उससे ढक रखा है। लेकिन वहीं अगर मैं अपनी दाहिनी तरफ आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो देखिए भारी मात्रा में जो हिंदूवादी संगठन है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं और लगातार जो स्थिति है वो तनावपूर्ण यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। पुलिस द्वारा लगातार इनको समझाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर भीड़ को एकत्रित ना हो। लेकिन आपको बता दें आज सुबह ही जिस तरह का आह्वान किया गया था, आप देखिए किस तरह से जो मकबरा है उसके बाहर बैरिकेडिंग पूरी तरह से पुलिस ने लगा रखी थी कि किसी तरह का जो विरोध प्रदर्शन है वो यहाँ पर ना हो। लेकिन भारी संख्या में जो हिंदुवादी संगठन थे वो बैरिकेडिंग को गिराते हुए और अंदर आ पहुंचे हैं, जिसके बाद लगातार जो प्रदर्शन है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। दोनों ही तरफ से जो लोग हैं उनकी भारी भीड़ इकट्ठा है। साफ तौर पर उनकी जो डिमांड्स है वो है, जहां पर हिंदूवादी संगठन का साफ तौर पर ये कहना है कि ये मंदिर की जगह है और यहाँ पर गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो मकबरा है उसको बनाया गया, जिसके बाद उनका जिस तरह का आह्वान था कि वो अपनी जगह को वापस लेंगे। वहीं दूसरी तरफ अगर बात की जाए तो एक समुदाय का ये कहना है कि ये जो प्रक्रिया है ये गलत है, जिसके चलते वो लोग भी अपना विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो कर रहे हैं। आपको मैं तस्वीरों से दिखाऊं तो देखिए मकबरे के जस्ट बाहर ही भारी मात्रा में हजारों की तादाद में जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो तैनात हैं और जो भीड़ है उसको समझाने का प्रयास लगातार किया जा रहा है। उनको इस तरह का जो संदेश है वो दिया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह से जो माहौल है उसको खराब ना किया जाए, जिसके चलते खुद एसपी जो फतेहपुर है अनूप सिंह वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है और बराबर अनाउंसमेंट करके लोगों को समझाने की जो कोशिश है वो कर रहे हैं। लगातार लोगों से संवाद बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो भीड़ है वो कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज को मानने को तैयार नहीं। और तस्वीरें आपको साफ तौर पे दिख रही हैं जहां लगातार देखिए जो नारेबाजी है वो चल रही है। भारी मात्रा में जो लोग एकत्रित हैं, झंडे आपके खुद देख सकते हैं, भगवा झंडे यहाँ पर लगातार लोग लेकर के आए हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, जो बाहर से भीड़ है, सैकड़ों की तादाद में जो भीड़ है वो बाहर भी अभी मौजूद है। और उसके बाद तमाम ऐसे लोग जो अंदर आ चुके हैं और उसके बाद लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं मकबरे पे जाने का, जिसके बाद पुलिस उनको रोकने का बराबर जो प्रयास है वो कर रही है। मैं तस्वीरों में आपको दिखा सकता हूँ कैसे यहाँ पर जो भारी भीड़ है वो देखने को मिल रही है। लगातार लोग हाथों में झंडे लेकर के यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और उसके साथ ही अंदर जाने के जो प्रयास है वो कर रहे हैं, जिसके बाद पुलिस द्वारा उनको समझाया जा रहा है। खुद एसपी मौजूद है जो लगातार अनाउंसमेंट कर रहे हैं। देखिए सुनिए, लगातार हो रहा है कि आप सुरक्षित होकर के अपने घर जाइए, पुलिस इस पूरे मामले को देखेगी, लेकिन लोग इस चीज को मानने को तैयार नहीं और यहाँ से हटने का जो वो प्रयास है वो पुलिस करा रही है, लेकिन लोग यहाँ से हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं। भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर लोग एकत्रित हो चुके हैं। पुलिस के लिए भी बड़ी चुनौती बनी हुई है कैसे इन लोगों को जो हैंडल है वो किया जाए, लेकिन बराबर जो अनाउंसमेंट उसके द्वारा इनको समझाने का कोशिश करी जा रही है। लेकिन साफ तौर पर ये लोग हैं जो इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है और उनका दावा है कि वो जो मकबरा है उसके अंदर जाने का जो प्रयास है वो लगातार कर रहे हैं। बैक टू यू।
All right, so these are the, in fact, exclusive visuals coming in from Fatehpur in UP, where you can see that the tensions are high. In fact, this is a dispute over the Maqbara versus temple that has erupted in UP's Fatehpur. And the structure that you can see on the screen is an old structure that is in the center of this dispute, with the Hindu groups claiming that it's a temple, it's a Thakurji temple, and on the other hand, the Muslim organizations are saying that this is a maqbara, it's a tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, citing that they have land records to substantiate this claim that have in fact come in. But what we're learning is that yesterday, in fact, the Hindu organizations, they had reached out to the district administration saying that on August 11th, that is today, they will be going to this place. They will be attempting to hold puja inside the temple as far as shivling is concerned. And BJP leader had also threatened that if the administration stops the worship, then there will be movement, and that is something that you can see on the screen. In fact, what we're learning, as you can see on the screen as well, members from Hindu organization tried to go inside this old structure that you can see, and now that entire area has been barricaded by the police. There's a heavy deployment of police at that very particular spot to control the law and order situation there on the ground. But definitely the tensions have risen there with the police and the local authorities barricading that entire area. They're trying to make these members of the Hindu organization understand that they need permission to conduct the puja. So it remains to be seen whether now this case will be taken up legally, whether there will be a challenge as far as Maqbara versus temple dispute is concerned. But there on the screens you can see these are the first and exclusive visuals only on Republic TV that you can see of tensions in Fatehpur in UP, not too far from the capital Lucknow.
That's right, Akanksha, and if it takes the legal route, then the ASI will also be roped in to understand the structure, the historical significance. The findings there, the symbols that they claim are present inside this particular structure, because the Hindu side claims that there is a trident, there are symbols of the lotus, and there is a shivling as well. This is a big claim made by the Hindu side. And like Akanksha was mentioning, if this takes a legal route, then the ASI could also step in to understand the structure, to get the findings. And Akanksha, as far as this dispute is concerned, help us understand the claims made by both the sides, just for our viewers to understand what this dispute is all about.
In fact, those who are joining in, this is for their clarity. In fact, this is a Maqbara, a tomb versus temple dispute that has erupted in UP's Fatehpur district. And for the clarity of viewers, this is not too far from capital Lucknow in UP. Now, as far as this claim is concerned, the Hindu organizations have stated that this is in fact the temple of Thakurji. And to substantiate their claim, they have said that there are in fact different tridents, the lotus mark that are present inside this very tomb. And similar claims, in fact, Deepak, we have seen coming in as far as the Gyanvapi case is also concerned. The Krishnan Janambhoomi is also concerned. That in those cases as well, the claim is that there is a presence of the structures inside, of the motifs inside, and the similar claims has been made by the Hindu organization in this case as well. But on the other hand, however, the National Ulema Council has maintained that the building is a Maqbara, a tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, citing that they also have land records to substantiate the same. And in fact, they have also sent a letter to district magistrate requesting that administration to not tamper with the historical nature of the tomb. So in the view of the growing controversy and the tensions, the district administration has sealed the entire area, and that is something that you can see on the screens as well. That entire area has been barricaded by the police. There is a heightened security to control the law and order situation. And as you can see, the police is trying to make the members of Hindu organization understand that they need to seek permission to enter this historical tomb that you can see on the screen, and that is in the center of this entire dispute. You can see that the members of Hindu organizations, they barged inside this old structure, and some of them also have saffron flags in their hand as well, and recording the entire entire thing that they have gone inside, and they also have mobile phones in their hand as well. They are saying that this is a Thakurji temple, and there are motifs present inside, that of lotus, of trident, to show that this is in fact a Shiva temple. And we'll continue to track this story very closely. Tensions are rising in UP's Fatehpur district, not too far from UP. The entire area has been barricaded by the police to control the law and order situation. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
One of the only questions people asked us here in the media, and you would go outside of office, and when you meet people in public, at functions, at events, even at home sometimes, they would ask you that question, did we really lose jets? Who lost jets? How many jets did Pakistani Air Force lose? Now, there is a number to it, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, it's official, and you can't contest these numbers. The Indian Air Force has gone on record saying 5 Pakistani fighter jets were shot down along with one plane which is meant for advanced warning and air surveillance. And AWACS system planes were shot down along with 5 jets. 5 jets were brought.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from UP's Fatehpur, where tensions are rising, and there on the screen you can see In fact, these are the visuals coming in from the national capital, where you can see that the protest is going on over the vote theft charge that has come in from Rahul Gandhi. There on the screen you can see the MPs there climbing onto the barricades, and this is happening in the national capital after Rahul Gandhi's big charge as far as vote theft in Karnataka, UP and Maharashtra is concerned. As many as 300 MPs are there on the streets, and they're marching towards the Election Commission of India. And there on your screens you can see they're climbing onto the barricades because the police has said that they do not have permission whatsoever for this protest that they are carrying out. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Shambhavi, what is the situation on the ground? We can see that parliamentarians are trying to climb over the barricades. They're trying to move towards the Election Commission. Give us the ground details.
you can see right now, the crowd is pressing in closer. The chants are getting louder as the MPs are moving forward towards the Ashoka Road. It's getting quite packed in here. You can see several women MPs are standing on the barricades, constantly chanting Modi chor hai, Modi chor hai. Now you can see there are several other senior MPs who are standing on the barricade with the help of their fellow, and it's getting quite packed in here. Security personnel are trying to create a corridor, but the marchers and supporters are pushing in. This is exactly the kind of high energy that the India bloc was talking about. There are hundreds and hundreds walking together from Parliament to the Election Commission. Even amid this crowd surge, the leaders are continuing to hold their placards high and raise slogans about vote chori nahi chalegi, vote chori nahi chalegi. There has been some argument with the police personnel as well, because the MPs are constantly refusing to get down. They're now approaching this stretch. The crowd is picking up the pace and they're almost rushing towards the EC. Security is tightening up here, and there is a bit of a bottleneck ahead because the MPs are, again, even after request from the police officers multiple times, they're refusing to get off from these barricades. You can see the multilingual banners, Hindi, English, Bengali, or Tamil, they're all waving above the crowd, and some MPs are also holding hands to make sure that they're not separated in this rush. They're helping each other to climb on the barricades. The same barricades the Delhi police had arranged near outside the Transport Bhavan to prevent exactly this kind of situation, but as we can see, this could not be prevented. We'll try to get closer to the front. Whereas it's, as you can see, all the MPs are now trying to press through this Sansad Marg. You can see several MPs are still standing on the barricades, marching about the repeated claims of Rahul Gandhi. There are also several people who've been claiming that Rahul Gandhi, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hain, who have managed to come on this side of the barricade, constantly chanting. Very senior MPs, they're still refusing to get off from the barricades. You can see police people actually helping. We'll show you actually helping them to come down from the barricades. That Mahua Moitra was just 10 seconds ago standing on the barricade and screaming that Modi chor hai, along with a lot of, I'll ask my teacher to show around, and many other women MPs who were standing on the barricades, clamming and then claiming that Modi chor hai, affirming Rahul Gandhi's repeated claims about the vote chori, about the agenda of their protest march. There has been kind of a bottleneck here where the MPs have stopped and they are continuing the chanting. The police has asked them to move ahead towards the Sansad Marg and proceed towards this 600-700 meter stretch towards the Election Commission of India. But you can see that they don't have any intention of moving from here anytime soon. The several senior age MPs are, with the help of many 6-7 young MPs, they're helping them stand on the barricades and chant all kinds of about how Modi government is just trying to use this SIR as a way to remove the votes of the poor people. They said vote SIR to bahana hai, garib logo ka vote हमें हटाना है. This is the chant that they're actually chanting continuously. This, as you can see, this is kind of a bottleneck created here. They have been here for the past 10 to 15 minutes now. They were just rushing towards the barricades with the placards, and they started climbing the barricades and chanting, clapping, refusing to get down. And now we will show you. We'll be again continuously showing you. We are going to continuously show you. We're going to move. We're going to try to move closer to the barricades. How still there are several MPs who are arguing with the police officers. Police officers are asking them to please move ahead because the crowd has gotten out of the control, as Delhi police had prepared a 7-barricade system here outside Transport Bhavan to prevent just exactly this situation. But as you can see, the situation has gotten seriously out of the control. This is the stretch and the crowd is picking up pace. A lot of rushing, pushing is going on here. Now security is trying to have more police officers and RAF personnel who have joined here. They are trying to increase the security. They're negotiating with the MPs to please go ahead with the stretch that they have to take. We'll again show you the...
All right, so there on the screen you can see that this is a protest that is happening in the national capital. As many as 300 MPs from the opposition parties and from 25 parties is what we are learning. They are in fact marching towards the Election Commission, but they do not have any permission. So Shamvi, coming back to you once again, we are learning that Election Commission in fact wrote to Congress leader and Member of Parliament Jairam Ramesh granting him the appointment for 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock already. Will the Congress party go to Election Commission, or will this protest outside, in fact, the Parliament continue?
Absolutely. 30 delegates from this huge crowd of around 300 MPs are going to go inside ECI for the meeting for the appointment that ECI has said, and Delhi police continuously said that the MPs did not get permission to do this, to go ahead with the protest march, but the MPs allegedly said that they do not need Delhi police's permission to hold this protest march. As you can see, still there's a lot of hostility on the other side of the barricade. I request my PJ to show you a little bit how they're still arguing with the police personnel continuously for the past more than 15 minutes now. The police personnel have been requesting them to please move ahead with their march on this stretch. And let me tell you, this is just mere 600-700 meter. As you can see, there's a lot of chanting going on this side of the barricade as well. Some MPs have managed to come on this side of the barricade, and they're constantly chanting Modi Chor hai, Modi Chor hai. We will show you the visuals here. There are a lot of people who've managed to come this and still chanting about the alleged vote chori that the India bloc, 25 parties, around 300 MPs have come and they are protesting. Some of them have managed to climb the barricades and come on this side of the crowd, and they're now protesting. They're saying vote chori nahi chalegi. They're continuously chanting. There's still MPs. Now you can see there's still people who are trying to climb on the barricade. They're trying to come. More people are trying to come on this side of the barricade while climbing it. You'll see several MPs are still on the barricade. Women MPs have just now, a short while ago, they have come down. They were right here on the barricades, screaming, chanting their support for Rahul Gandhi. There were several MPs who were chanting, clapping, saying, Rahul Gandhi, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hai. Several MPs from around 25 opposition parties, including TMC, DMK, Congress, a lot of parties. You can see multilingual banners here with all kinds of banners. They're here protesting against the alleged repeated claims of Rahul Gandhi of the alleged vote chori in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And they're also protesting against the SIR, the Special Intensive Revision of the Electoral Code going on in Bihar. They are saying that this is just a way of the government to remove the votes of poor people. They're just a way of removing the votes of poor people. SIR is just a reason that they're giving. SIR to bahana hai. You can see now more people are trying to climb the barricade. Let me tell you, it's been around 20 minutes now. The crowd is still here. They were supposed to start from here and complete a long 700-600 meter of stretch towards Election Commission of India. But they have been still here, climbing on the barricades, screaming, clapping, chanting, fighting with the police personnel, and refusing to move ahead from here towards the Election Commission of India for the 12 p.m. meeting that the Election Commission of India had actually given the time to Jairam Ramesh, and from 300 MPs from 25 parties. There are going to be 30 delegates going to be inside the Election Commission of India. Still, you can see a lot of police personnel are requesting them again and again, trying to negotiate that this is time that they should move. But they refuse to come. They refuse to come on this side of the stretch and begin their protest. There's a very tight bottleneck here. Supporters are cheering them on. The chants of vote chori band karo are getting even louder. Security forces are clearly on alert. They're pushing and shouting right at the barricade point. As you can see the visuals, this is just the stretch just before the turn from the Ashoka Road, where Delhi police had earlier said that no formal permission was given for the march. But now they're constantly negotiating, and all of this energy here of the MPs screaming and showing their support to Rahul Gandhi of his alleged claims, which, by the way, the State Election Commission boards of three, Karnataka, Haryana and Maharashtra, have now called Rahul Gandhi out and asked them to give some kind of proof and evidence to support his claims of the alleged vote chori that he's been claiming. He has been given 10 days to give some sort of evidence, to sign a memorandum under oath, to show what evidence he has. And now Rahul Gandhi has 10 days to show, does he actually have any evidence of the alleged vote chori that he's been saying that he's with 300 MPs from 25 parties of opposition here since the past 20 minutes outside Transport Bhavan, refusing to move from here, refusing to get out and begin the stretch of 700 meters to Election Commission of India. Back to you.
Absolutely. In fact, high drama is unfolding in the national capital. Those are the live pictures coming in from Sansad Marg, not too far from the Election Commission of India office. It's hardly 1.5 kilometer. And the opposition leaders, 300 of them from 25 parties, they want to march towards the Election Commission. But the police says that they do not have the permission at all. And you can see that the visuals of Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav trying to climb onto that barricade. In fact, what my colleague Shamvi has told us that there are 7 layers of barricades that have been put to stop the opposition leaders because they do not have any permission to carry out this march to the Election Commission office. But on the other hand, now just a while back, Jairam Ramesh from the Congress party, he said that this is a peaceful march, then why is police stopping them? But ruckus there on the streets of the national capital. Shamvi joins us from the ground from Sansad Marg. Shamvi, keep showing us the visuals of the protest that is currently underway. What are the demands of the opposition parties?
Absolutely, we're going to show you the visuals of how the MPs, around 300 MPs from 25 parties are now sitting on protest. They're asking for They're asking for transparency in the electoral board. They're saying that SIR should not be proceeded with. The special intensive revision of the electoral board in Bihar, we should not go ahead with it. They're saying that there has been alleged vote chori in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And this is, you can see a huge crowd of MPs. Now they were on the barricades earlier, just 5 minutes ago, and now we're going to try and move towards the barricades to show you the visuals even more clearly, to show you how they are sitting in protest. This is a change in the pace. They were now, just a few minutes ago, on the barricades, clapping, chanting, trying to come on this side of the barricade, arguing with the police personnel when they were asking to please proceed, won the trench towards Election Commission of India. But now all of them, they are sitting down, protesting. Then now you can see after, and just today the State Election Commission of Karnataka, Maharashtra and Haryana have sent fresh notices to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi asking for over his repeated claims of large-scale voter fraud. And now they've given him 10 days to submit proof to back his allegations, the allegations for which 300 MPs from 25 parties are now here. Since the past 25 minutes, they've been sitting on that side of the barricade. They've been trying to climb, chanting, clapping.
Absolutely. So major ruckus there in the national capital. You can see several MPs there, including Rahul Gandhi, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. They're on the ground raising up two issues. First is of the Bihar Chinawi and secondly of the vote theft. Now shifting our focus to Uttar Pradesh, where there are high tensions because of the clashes, in fact, that has taken place. What we're learning so far is that there is a dispute as far as tomb versus temple is concerned. There on the screen, in fact, we will show you the structure which is in the center of.
ये जिला अधिकारी हैं, ये वो लोग हैं जिनसे मौजूद यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं उनसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं और उनको इस तरह का प्रयास कर रहे हैं समझा कर कि वापस जाएं। जो भी इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई हो प्रशासन द्वारा की जाएगी, लेकिन खुद कानून को अपने हाथों में ना लें, जिसके चलते लगातार जो अपील है वो की जा रही। मैं कोशिश करता हूँ जिलाधिकारी से बात करने की। सर, किस तरह की अपील लोगों से की जा रही है? तो देखिए जिला जी जी
All right, so there on the screen, these are the visuals coming in from UP, and the location is Fatehpur, where there's a dispute over tomb versus temple, an old structure that we will be showing you in just some time. That is in the center of the dispute. The Hindu organizations are saying that that's a Thakurji temple, and they also have proof to substantiate their claim. They're saying that there are motifs inside that temple, that of lotus, trident, and that the land as well as the structure belongs to the Hindu organization. On the other hand, what we're learning is that the National Ulema Council has maintained that the building is the tomb of Nawab Abdul Samad, and saying that they have the land records to substantiate their claim. But earlier today, those are the visuals and the first and exclusive visuals that we are showing to you on Republic TV of the Hindu organization.
के द्वारा जो बैरिकेटिंग है उसको लगा दिया गया था, चूंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो संगठन के द्वारा इस तरह का आह्वान किया गया था कि भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ है वो मंदिर की तरफ कूच करेगी, क्योंकि उनका दावा था कि जो मकबरा है ये मंदिर है, ठाकुर जी का मंदिर है, जिसको लेकर के लगातार इनके द्वारा इस तरह का आह्वान किया था कि आज 11 अगस्त को यहाँ पर जो भारी मात्रा में भीड़ है संगठन की वो पहुंचेगी, जिसके चलते यहाँ पर पुलिस प्रशासन द्वारा बैरिकेटिंग्स लगा दी गई थी, बल्लियां गाड़ दी गई थी ताकि लोग यहाँ ना आ पाए, और बाहर रोड से ही जो बैरिकेटिंग थी वो लगा दी गई थी ताकि लोग अंदर ना आ पाए। लेकिन आपको बता दें, बैरिकेटिंग को दरकिनार करते हुए भारी मात्रा में जो लोग थे वो अंदर आ गए, और उसके बाद यहाँ पर जो प्रदर्शन है वो देखने को मिला। साफ तौर पर दोनों समुदाय के लोग आमने सामने देखने को मिले, लेकिन पुलिस के द्वारा लगातार संवाद बनाकर दोनों को समझा बुझाकर अपने अपने घरों में जाने की अपील की जा रही थी, जिसके चलते अब से कुछ ही देर पहले जो भीड़ है उसको यहाँ से हटाया गया है।
I'm joined by Acharya Pramod Krishnam. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. हम विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं यूपी के फतेहपुर में, जहाँ पे हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का कहना है कि ये जो टूम स्ट्रक्चर है, जो मकबरा है, वो एक टेंपल है और उनके पास प्रूफ है कि अंदर लोटस और ट्राइडेंट के सिंबल्स भी हैं। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our guests, but those are the visuals coming in from UP, not too far from the capital city of Lucknow.
ये जो उनके द्वारा लोग हैं भारी मात्रा में एकत्रित होंगे और उसके बाद इस मकबरे की तरफ कूच करेंगे, जिसके चलते लगातार सारे सोशल मीडिया पे इस तरह की पोस्टें थी, जिसके बाद प्रशासन अलर्ट पर था। लेकिन प्रशासन को कहीं ना कहीं एक भारी चूक इसमें माननी जाएगी कि
All right, let me once again go back to Acharya Pramod Krishnam. सर, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। हम अपने व्यूअर्स को विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं फतेहपुर से, जहां डिस्प्यूट है मकबरा और टेंपल के बीच में। हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का कहना है कि उनके पास प्रूफ है कि ये एक ठाकुर जी का टेंपल है। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस चीज पे?
ये तो आप ज्यादा जानो, आप जानो दोनों चीज आपका कैसे आगे। हेलो,
हाँ जी सर, बोलिए, आपकी आवाज आ रही है। सर, आपकी आवाज आ पा रही है, बोलिए। All right, we'll try and reconnect that line, but tensions are high in UP's Fatehpur. There on the screen you can see heightened security to control the law and order situation. As we've been telling you, the Hindu side says that the structure on your screen is a temple.
के जरिए लोगों को पहचाना जा रहा है कैसे जो लोग उग्र हो रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं जिस तस्वीरों में हमने देखा लोगों के हाथों में लाठी डंडे थे, वो कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे जो क्षेत्र का माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास।
All right, let me once again go back to Acharya Pramod Krishnam sir. हम जैसे आपसे पूछ रहे थे, हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है और बीजेपी लीडर्स भी हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि ये जो मकबरा है फतेहपुर का, ये एक टेंपल है और अंदर लोटस के मोटिव्स हैं, ट्राइडेंट है। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है? All right, we'll continue to show you visuals coming in from UP's Fatehpur. There on the screen you can see heightened security there with the Hindu side saying that this is a Thakurji temple. On the other hand, the Muslim side is saying that they have land records to show that it is one of their tombs that belong to Nawab Abdul Samad. But there on the screen you can see the police and local authorities are there on the ground. They've barricaded the entire area. But what we are learning is that the Hindu organization yesterday reached out to the district administration seeking permission to conduct prayer at this very location. They wanted to conduct the prayers here, saying that this is a temple, this is a Thakurji temple, and there is a shivling inside. And in fact, let me go across to Vinod Bansal from VHP. हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद सर। हम विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, एक मकबरा वर्सेस टेंपल का डिस्प्यूट है जो अब यूपी में शुरू हो गया है। हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है ये टेंपल है और मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है ये टूम है। सिमिलर चीजें हमने देखी थी ज्ञानवापी और कृष्ण जन्मभूमि में भी। आपका इस पे क्या कहना है?
देखिए, बात ये कि जो सच्चाई सामने नजर आ रही है, लोगों को दिख रही है, उसको इग्नोर कैसे कर सकते हो? और इसमें विवाद किस चीज का? लोग पूजा के लिए जा रहे हैं, वो उत्पाद के लिए नहीं जा रहे। पूजा का अधिकार सभी को है। और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, देखिए, वो ये विरोध करने वाले कौन लोग हैं जो भारत माता की जय का विरोध करते हैं सिर्फ ये कहकर कि हम बुत पूजा नहीं करते, तो वही ऐसे बुत बना करके, जो मजार बना करके और उनकी पूजा करते हैं और करवाते हैं समाज से। आखिरकार क्यों? जो वो भारत माता की जय नहीं बोल सकते, वंदे मातरम नहीं बोल सकते, बुत पूजा के नाम पर तो मजार क्रिएट करके और उसको चादर चढ़ा करके उसको फूल चढ़ाना और उस पर धूपबत्ती चढ़ाना, उस पर पैसे चढ़ाना, ये कहाँ तक लॉजिकल? अभी मुझे बताया कोई इस्लाम का क्या था कि क्यों, क्या इस्लाम में ये जायज है? क्या जब जायज नहीं है तो ये नाजायज ये जो इमारतें क्यों खड़ी कर रखी हुई? आखिरकार ये मकबरे क्यों बनाए गए? इसके ये सब धर्मांतरण के अड्डे हैं। और सामने सामने जब हिंदू समाज को दिख रहा है तो मंदिर है हमारा, इसमें कोई डिस्प्यूट है नहीं, तो बेसिकली उनको पूजा से क्यों रोका जा रहा है? ये रोकने में क्यों व्यवधान हो रहा है? अभी मैं जानना चाहूंगा आखिरकार कि ये जो समाज के लोग हैं वो शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से, हम पूजा के लिए जा रहे हैं, कोई पत्थर फेंकने नहीं जा रहे जैसे वो करते हैं। ये पत्थर फेंको ब्रिगेड नहीं है हमारी हिंदुओं की, न ही हम किसी तरह का किसी के अधिकार क्षेत्र में कोई अतिक्रमण करते। लेकिन पूजा के अधिकार से अगर को वंचित करके उसको कोशिश करेगा, उसमें विवाद क्रिएट करेगा, उसमें पत्थरबाजी करेगा, ये तो ठीक नहीं है ना। ये कैसे कोई एक्सेप्ट कर लेगा? ये चीजें उनको समझनी पड़ेगी। और अब देखिए, इस समय जो शासन प्रशासन है वो चौकन्ना है और वो हमें आशा है कि उस पर जरूर उस पर कोई कठोर निर्णय लेगा। और जो इस्लामिक जिहादी तत्व हैं जो देश विरोधी गतिविधियों में लिप्त रहते हैं, जो बार बार इस्लाम को शांति का धर्म कहते हैं, तो वो आखिरकार उसको प्रूव करें ना, किस तरह का है ये आखिरकार, ये क्यों उत्पात मचाते हैं, क्यों हमारे मंदिरों को कब्जा करते हैं, क्यों उन पर अवैध मजारे बना करके और उसको जबरदस्ती उसको महमंडित करने की कोशिश करते हैं। मैं चैलेंज करता हूँ जितने भी इस्लाम के सेक्ट है वह जाकर के एक बार पूजा करके दिखाए ना, मजार क्यों बना रखी है? ये सारे मजार भारत के ऊपर, भारत की पवित्र पावन माटी के ऊपर एक कलंक है जिस तरह से इन्होंने बनाई है, वो धर्मांतरण करते हैं। हिंदू समाज अगर अपने मंदिर की पूजा नहीं करेगा तो कहाँ पर करेगा? और पूजा से क्यों वंचित किया जाए? भाई मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, आखिरकार जो लोग इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं, इसको उत्पात कह रहे हैं, उनको समझना पड़ेगा आखिरकार ये क्या ये उत्पात है, तो आखिरकार वो पत्थरबाज क्या है, आतंकवाद क्या है? पैगंबर के नाम पर जो सरतन से जुदा की गैंग चलाते हैं उनको ऊपर क्या है? आज त्योहार का समय है, ऐसे मौके पर अगर हिंदू समाज अपने आराध्य देव की पूजा करने के लिए जाता है तो उसको रोकने का कोई औचित्य नहीं बनता ना जी। और आप देखिए कि उस पर भी पत्थर फेंकते हो आप, ये तो ठीक नहीं है। इसको सबको समझना पड़ेगा कि आखिरकार ये जो मानसिकता है वो मानसिकता एक समाज विरोधी और देश विरोधी मानसिकता है। जो हमें अपने पूजा के अधिकार से वंचित करती है। और एक और बात बताऊँ आपको मैं, देखिए हम पूजा के लिए जाते हैं, कोई अपने लिए पूजा नहीं करते। हम सर्वे संतु निरामया की बात करते हैं, हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं, उनके भी कल्याण की बात करते हैं। हम तो सबके कल्याण की बात करते हैं ना जी।
Right. So the truth should come out is what Vinod Bansal, VHP spokesperson, has to say. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now there on the screen, we are showing you the live visuals coming in from UP where the tensions are high because of the Maqbara versus temple dispute that is currently ongoing. Heightened security there to control the law and order situation.
नहीं, कोई प्रदर्शन या अराजकता करना चाहते हैं। ये कर्नाटक में गए थे, 2 दिन पहले रैली करके कुछ विषय उठाए। कर्नाटक की चुनाव आयोग की जो ऑफिसर है उन्होंने कहा अगर इसी विषय को आप कहना चाहते हो तो आप एक एफिडेविट के माध्यम से बताओ।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
Clashes in Fatehpur in UP over disputed mosque structure, heavy police deployment there.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं।
UP Assembly session begins from today. UP Chief Minister fires scathing attack on Samajwadi Party. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to the Election Commission headquarters in the national capital over Bihar survey and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body. Video that has come to the fore as far as assault on toddler in Noida is concerned. Parents have filed a complaint.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari files Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid the tariff tensions with the United States. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court as far as the dog menace is concerned. Supreme Court has passed a slew of directions to Delhi NCR states, MCD and DMC to deal with the menace of stray dogs and order creation of dog shelters across the cities. Supreme Court orders authorities to pick up all the stray dogs in Delhi NCR region from all the localities within 8 weeks and put them in the dog shelters, and no stray dog will be released back. This is a big, in fact, the order that has come in from the top court, an order that has been given to the Delhi NCR state. That means to the national capital, UP, Haryana as well, MCD and DMC to deal with the stray dogs and order creation of the dog shelters across the city. What the top court has stated that all the localities within 8 weeks, they will be picking up the stray dogs and put them in the dog shelters. They will construct more dog shelters and no stray dog will be released back now. In fact, Supreme Court was hearing a suo motu case on the stray dog menace and the attack on children, and it came down heavily on the authorities and rejected all the intervention pleas. Let me go across to Rhythm Bharadwaj, who's been tracking this story. A scathing remark that has come from the Supreme Court directing the Delhi NCR states, NDMC, MCD as well, to crack down on the stray dogs, make the stray shelters as well and put them all there. Give us more details about what happened in this case today. All right, we seem to have lost that line with Rhythm Bharadwaj, but if you can hear me, tell us what happened in this case today. We're learning is that the Supreme Court was hearing a suo motu case on the stray dog attacks on children. What happened in this case? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our colleague there who's been tracking all the details as far as this big breaking news is concerned. The Supreme Court has passed a slew of directions to the Delhi NCR states, that is UP, Haryana and Delhi, to deal with the menace of stray dogs. Let me once again go back to Rhythm Bharadwaj. Tell us what happened in this case today. We're learning that the Supreme Court was hearing a case on the stray attacks on children. Give us more details.
Let's remember that this is a story that has been picked up by Republic TV. It's been a campaign that has been clearly followed at Republic TV that has been speaking about how stray dogs children and people on the streets. The Supreme Court was hearing this case suo motu. The bench, Justice Pardiwala and Justice Mahadevan, was hearing this matter. There have been amicus and the senior advocate in this case who have suggested that streets should be stray dog free. Justice Pardiwala has said now, it's time now for action and not talk. All these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given their life? A very important observation from the Supreme Court. After hearing every side and listening to also the Solicitor General of India appearing for the National Capital Region, he has now said very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest. Now, these are the orders that the Supreme Court has given, which I'm going to be reading out now. A Supreme Court, so the headlines right now, the Supreme Court passes an interim order on action that needs to be taken to make our streets dog free. The NCT of Delhi, MCD and New Delhi Municipal Corporation directed to immediately make dog shelters. Report about creation of infrastructure. This will be monitored. Their sterilization needs to be done. The second point the Supreme Court says they have to begin for 5,000 dogs in the next 6 weeks. The NCT, Delhi, MCT, NDMC shall at earliest start picking up stray dogs from all localities. They have to do this by creating a force. They very clearly mentioned infants and young children not at any cost will any more fall prey to rabies. This action should inspire confidence. They can move freely without fear of being bitten by stray dogs. The MCD and the NDMC and the Noida and Gurugram authorities are also directed to maintain a record of daily stray dogs they have captured and they have detained. It is futile if this exercise is done and not a single stray dog should be released. And if we know this has happened, we will take stern action, the Supreme Court says, coming down very heavily on so-called animal lovers who don't care about really respecting the court order when they are saying we need to protect our infant and children. They've also said create a helpline within 1 week so that all cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action will be taken within 4 hours to pick up the dog after complaint is received, and any action of individual or organization coming in the way will be met with stern action. They've also said there needs to be availability of vaccine, and a major concerned authority concerned is directed to put detailed information. They've said any individual who will try to not do this scrupulously will be viewed with contempt of the court. So let me simplify this for our viewers. The Supreme Court hearing this case on its own will. Suo moto means on its own will against the stray dogs attacking children in the streets has come down very heavily on so-called animal lovers who say no, stray dogs should continue to be on the streets. The bench of Justice Pardiwala has said that now is not the time to talk but to act. Who's going to take care of the children who have given up their lives because of bites and by these stray dogs? The order clearly says there have to be dog shelters, there have to be sufficient personnel for the sterilization of the dogs who would be detained there and not released in public places. It has to be monitored by CCTVs. They say let's begin with 5,000 dogs in the next 6 weeks. Orders have been given to the NCT, MCD, NDMC. They've also said infants and young children not at any cost should fall prey to rabies. And I also want to clarify that as this case is happening, one of the most important things that the SC has said is who is going to protect these children? Are all these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given up their lives? This is the big story that we are breaking right here on Republic TV because someone needs to be accountable. There are so-called animal lovers who keep trying and moving the Allahabad High Court and the other courts, not realizing that there is a Supreme Court that has taken suo moto action here. We've seen the kind of stories where we've seen children have been hurt, children have been bitten. There are horrifying images, disturbing videos which we've seen where children have been, left without any help when stray dogs have bitten them, and therefore the Supreme Court in its order says appropriate authorities of Noida, Gurugram, MCD, NDMC are directed to maintain a record of the daily stray dogs that are captured and detained. What is important is without this entire exercise would go futile. Not a single stray dog should be released, and if we know this has happened, we are going to take stern action. They said create a helpline within 1 week. All cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action should be taken within 4 hours to pick up a dog after the complaint is received, and any individual, any organization coming in the way, there will be strict action that will be taken against them. I think this is the most important thing because, we always have these so-called animal lovers who always try and hinder the work of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said we're going to come down very heavily if anyone does this.
Absolutely, and this is the biggest remark that has come in from Supreme Court, and this time Supreme Court has said, Rhythm, that it is the time for action and not talk. So Supreme Court is in fact not taking it lightly, and it wants no laxity on behalf of the states as well. The biggest ever remark that has been made by Supreme Court, because we see many such cases come to the fore and people move the courts, the local courts and the high courts of the state as well. But now this is the biggest remark that has come in from the Supreme Court, that this is a time for action and not talk.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the Supreme Court order that has been passed today also clarifies any hindrance by an individual. They have clearly warned here, any individual that will try and come in the way, they will be putting them to action. They will try and ensure, SC warns them that we will put you in contempt if you try and, do not do what we have said because you think you are animal lovers. So this is, I think, the most brilliant order coming from the court. I would say it's much more. This is a court order. The court has given out great details as it warns these people that you cannot get away by simply saying that you are animal lovers. It is time for action. And the reason we've seen the kind of hurt, bitings that children have been getting, that the way they've been mauled by the stray dogs, and this time the Supreme Court has had enough. All these animal lovers who try and come to the Supreme Court and they say that these stray dogs need to be protected, their rights need to be protected. The Supreme Court puts a stop to that. They say this is the time to act. We reject all these intervention applications. It is not the time to when you want to shoot, don't talk. This is what they said. All these so-called, and I want to rephrase that. The Supreme Court said, all these so-called animal lovers, will they be able to bring back those children who have given their lives? The Supreme Court also heard the Solicitor General, who expressed grave concern about the issue in question. Solicitor General Mr. Tushar Mehta was there. He said very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest, or it could be too late. Keeping all this in mind, these orders have been passed by the top court.
Absolutely, and every time we see this debate between pro-street dog lovers and those who are against feeding of the stray dogs, that the pro one say that it's our right and the other one say that, you cannot feed them in public. Now that fight has now been done away by the Supreme Court with this massive observation and a big observation that Supreme Court has given as far as this case is concerned, Rhythm.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I also want to make it clear that the Solicitor General of India also appeared before them. And he also said some very stern steps need to be taken at the earliest. Otherwise, it would be too late in the day. It is not something that the Supreme Court is talking about without listening to all of them who've appeared before them. After listening to everyone, the Supreme Court passes an order. After hearing all the sides, they have directed and given directions to the NCT, the National Capital Territory of Delhi, the MCD, the New Delhi Municipal Corporation, also including Gurugram and Noida authorities have been given directions. What are the directions? Make dog shelters. Report about the creation of the infrastructure. Have sufficient personnel for sterilized dogs who should be detained there. Have CCTVs there. Start with 5,000 dogs in the 6 weeks. NCT Delhi, MCD, NDMC shall at earliest start picking up stray dogs from all localities. Ensure infants and young children not at any cost should fall prey to rabies. This has to inspire confidence. Should be allowed, the infants and young children should be allowed to move freely without fear of being bitten by stray dogs. The MCD and NDMC and appropriate authorities of Noida and Gurugram are directed to maintain a record of the daily stray dogs they have captured and they have detained. It is most important not a single stray dog should be released, and they have warned, if we know that any stray dog has been released, we will take stern action. 3 times in this order, they have said if there is any hindrance by an individual or an organization, because we do know certain organizations try and hinder the court's work, they said we will view this as contempt of the court, which is the highest words the Supreme Court can say against any organization that wants to go against them. They said create a helpline within 1 week so that all cases of dog bites and rabies are reported. Action has to be taken within 4 hours to pick up the dog. And any organization coming in the way will have stern action taken against them. Availability of vaccine is a major concern. Authorities should be putting out detailed information of vaccines that are available.
Absolutely. And if you look at the data, in fact, Rhythm, over 37 lakh dog bite cases were reported just in 2024. In fact, and that's a huge number, 37 lakh dog bites with 54 deaths which were caused due to rabies. So for those who are just joining in, could you once again tell us the remarks, the observations that were given by the Supreme Court today as far as the street dog menace is concerned? Rhythm?
Let's first clarify that this is not the Supreme Court only just passing just passing remarks or oral observations. The Supreme Court took cognizance of a suo moto case, after which it has passed an order. So this is not a Supreme Court observes. We need to say SC order. We need to change that and say SC order. The Supreme Court hears the suo moto case on the stray dog attacks in New Delhi. Then the Supreme Court has ordered. Everything I'm saying is an order of the Supreme Court, which has more legal ramifications and seriousness than just observations. It is not Supreme Court strong observations only, it's Supreme Court's strong order coming down heavily on authorities. We need to explain to our viewers this is not just SC observe, this is SC order. Safety of infants is important. If the court is ordering this, that contempt of court action will be taken against anyone who tries to hamper the work of the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court has made fivefold orders that the Supreme Court has said after hearing the Solicitor General also that it would be late in the day if we do not take stern actions, and the Supreme Court has said, they also said, in fact, Justice Pardiwala, have you seen the classic good, bad and the ugly? When you want to shoot, don't talk. It's not the time to talk, but act. All these so-called animal lovers, it is time to stop this and to act. So this is very strong order from the Supreme Court that is coming in. SC orders and SC comes down heavily. The Supreme Court, Justice Pardiwala says, have you seen the classic good, bad and ugly? It's time to shoot, don't talk. I think this is a marvelous order from the Supreme Court, which they have now just passed this.
A suo moto case on the stray dog attacks on children came down heavily on the authorities as well. Thanks so much, Arnab Bhardwaj, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus to UP, where the tensions are high. In fact, as far as the all right, so these are the visuals coming in from Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh, where you can see massive deployment that is there in place, and in the center of this dispute is the structure that you can see on the screen. Now there's massive in fact, tension that is there in the area. The Hindu side is saying that this area belongs, this structure that you can see on the screen belongs to the Hindu organization. It is a temple, it is a Thakurji temple, while on the other hand, the Muslim side says that it is in fact a maqbara, and they have the land records to substantiate the same. And these are the visuals coming in from Fatehpur, not too far from the capital city of Lucknow. And there on the right-hand side, you can see how the entire area has been barricaded by the police, and they're trying to make the Hindu organization members understand that they need permission to enter inside the premises of this old structure that we are showing to you. But earlier today, there was ruckus on the ground in Fatehpur city. To my colleague Gaurav, who's reporting live from that spot. Gaurav, हमें बताइए अभी ग्राउंड सिचुएशन क्या है? हम देख पा रहे हैं कि बैरिकेड कर दिया इस पूरे एरिया को. क्या कुछ टेंशन थी, क्या कुछ क्लेम्स है हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के, और अभी क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे?
बिल्कुल आपको बता दें, स्थिति अभी सामान्य है. मैं अपनी अगर दाईं तरफ तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊं तो देखिए, जो मकबरा है वो ये है. यहाँ पर ही पूरी भीड़ जो थी वो सुबह से इकट्ठा हुई थी, जिसके बाद जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का जो प्रयास है वो किया गया था. लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस ने जो भीड़ थी उसको एकत्रित करके और उसको गांव से बाहर निकालने का जो प्रयास है वो कर लिया. और फिर भी अभी तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको पुलिस ने बराबर जो गांव के बाहर एग्जिट पॉइंट है वहां पर रोक रखा है, मकबरे से दूरी पर किया हुआ है. चूंकि तमाम ऐसे जो हिंदुओं के संगठन थे जो सुबह मकबरे पर पहुंच गए थे, जिसके बाद से जो विवाद की स्थिति वो उत्पन्न हुई थी, और उसको चलते ही जो पुलिस प्रशासन है उसने तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से भेजने का प्रयास किया. फिलहाल आपको बता दें, इस वक्त हमने जब एसपी फतेहपुर जो है अनूप सिंह, उनसे बात की तो उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि ड्रोन के जरिए तमाम लोगों की वीडियोग्राफी की गई, उनको पहचाना गया जिन्होंने जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास किया था, जिसके चलते उनको पहचान कर उनके ऊपर जो कार्रवाई है वो सख्त जो की जाएगी. उसके बाद ही आपको बता दें कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने झंडा जो है वो फहराया था, जिसके बाद जो कार्रवाई है वो यहाँ पर अब कुछ ही देर में देखने को मिलेगी, चूंकि प्रशासन का साफ तौर पे कहना है कि ऐसे लोगों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा जिन्होंने भी जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने का प्रयास किया था। तमाम नारेबाजी हमने देखी, किस तरह से जो पुलिस से भिड़ंत थी वो भी देखने को मिली। और मैं अपने अगर पीछे विजुअल दिखाऊं तो देखिए साफ तौर पर भारी भीड़ अभी भी यहाँ पर इकट्ठा है, लेकिन जो मकबरा है उससे काफी दूरी पर है ये लोग और पुलिस ने इनको यहीं पर रोक रखा है। इससे आगे जाने की इनको अनुमति नहीं है। फिलहाल सुबह से ही जिस तरह से देख रहे थे, हिंदुवादी संगठन ने एक तरह का आह्वान किया था कि सुबह जो मकबरा है वहां पर पहुंचने का, भारी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे, जिसके बाद लगातार जो पुलिस प्रशासन था उसने लोगों को रोकने का प्रयास किया। तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से जो वापस है वो भेजा गया है। लेकिन आपको बता दें अभी भी इस पूरे मामले में कुछ लोगों को चिन्हित किया गया है पुलिस के द्वारा, जिन पर सख्त कार्रवाई की बात कही जा रही, जिन्होंने इस पूरे मामले में, चूंकि प्रशासन सुबह से यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग लगाकर इस रास्ते को रोका गया था, लेकिन उसके बाद भी पुलिस की बैरिकेडिंग को तोड़ते हुए तमाम लोग ऐसे थे जो कि मकबरे तक पहुंच गए थे। और उसके बाद ही जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो भी यहाँ पर एकत्र हो गए, जिसके बाद जो स्थिति थी वो तनावपूर्ण हो गई, जिसके चलते पुलिस ने और प्रशासन ने दोनों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ पर शांत रहने का और यहाँ से जाने का जो आगाह है वो किया था। और उसके बाद तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ जिस तरह से आप देखिए कि अभी भी लोग ऐसे हैं जो कि आगे जाने का प्रयास करें, लेकिन जो प्रशासन है वो इनको यहीं पर उनको रोका हुआ है, उनको मना किया गया है कि आगे ना जाए और साफ तौर पर
करके शुल्क का भुगतान करने से परहेज किया।
All right, so these are the visuals coming in from UP where the tensions are high. In fact, what we're learning is that the entire area has been barricaded, and there you can see that this is the old structure that is in the center of controversy. Now, the Hindu organizations are saying that this is a Thakurji temple, and there are lotus motifs that are also present inside. Gaurav, my colleague, has been reporting live and exclusive from that spot since morning. Gaurav, हमें बताइए, दो तरह के लेटर लिखे गए हैं। हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कहना है कि हमें पूजा करने की परमिशन चाहिए। अब मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का भी कहना है कि वहां पे ये जो स्ट्रक्चर है इसको हटाया ना जाए। इस चीज को लेकर भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को एक लेटर लिखा गया है। इस सब के बारे में हमें डिटेल्स दीजिए।
देखिए बिल्कुल, जिस तरह से इस बारे में हमने जब डीएम से बात करने की कोशिश करी गई तो उनका साफ तौर पे कहना था कि इस पूरे मामले में दोनों तरफ से जो शिकायतें आई हैं उनकी जांच की जा रही है। लेकिन जो आज फिलहाल स्थिति थी, जिस तरह से 2 दिन पहले से यहाँ पर आह्वान किया गया था कि जो मकबरा है उसको लेकर के संगठन का दावा था कि वहां पर 11 अगस्त को सुबह पहुंचकर पूजा अर्चना की जाएगी, जिसके बाद यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग लगाई थी, भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर पुलिस को तैनात किया गया था। लेकिन तमाम बैरिकेडिंग्स को और पुलिस प्रशासन को दरकिनार करते हुए भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ थी वो कहीं ना कहीं मकबरे तक पहुंच गई। और यहाँ पर उसके बाद जिस तरह से हमने विजुअल्स देखे कैसे जो पुलिस से भिड़ंत थी वो लोगों की देखने को मिली, उसके बाद ही जो दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो भी यहाँ पर आ गए और उसके बाद पुलिस लगातार उनको प्रयास करके यहाँ से हटाने की कोशिश करती रही। और फिलहाल जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य देखी जा रही है। लेकिन आपको बता दें इन दोनों तरफ से जो शिकायतें हैं उसकी जांच खुद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट है वो कर रहे हैं। और खुद जो एसपी हैं उन्नाव के अनूप सिंह, उनका जो फतेहपुर के एसपी हैं अनूप सिंह, उनका साफ तौर पर यह कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले में ड्रोन के जरिए निगरानी की जा रही है और तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको चिन्हित किया गया है, जिनके द्वारा जो स्थिति है उसको, माहौल को जो खराब करने की कोशिश की थी, उन पर सख्त कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। बैक टू यू।
एब्सोल्युटली। सबसे बड़ी बात यहाँ ये बनती है कि अगर कल हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने ये लेटर लिखा था डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को कि वो पूजा करना चाहते हैं शिवलिंग की, वहाँ फिर भी वहाँ एम्पल सिक्योरिटी क्यों नहीं थी, ये क्वेश्चन काफी लोग पूछ रहे हैं। और दूसरा कि अभी क्या इस केस पे डिटेंशन हुआ है किसी का, किस पे फिलहाल फोकस है पुलिस का इस पूरे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में?
देखिए बिल्कुल, फिलहाल पुलिस ड्रोन के जरिए कुछ लोगों की पहचान की गई है, उनको पहचान कर उनके खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई है उसकी बात कही गई है। और वहीं इस पूरे मामले में कुछ लोगों के पास से जो डंडे हैं और तमाम ऐसी चीजें थी जो बरामद हुई, जो कि पुलिस ने अपने कब्जे में ले ली है और ऐसे लोगों की पहचान की जा रही है, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन की बात तो पुलिस कह रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी इस पूरे प्रकरण में किसी को भी पुलिस के द्वारा डिटेन नहीं किया गया है।
एब्सोल्युटली। बट एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, जब भी ऐसा कोई केस आता है गौरव, तो लीगली इस चीज को परस्यू किया जाता है। क्या हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस क्या अभी कोर्ट जाने की कोशिश करेंगे इस पूरे केस को लेकर? क्योंकि उनका भी दावा है कि अंदर लोटस मोटिव्स पाए गए हैं, ट्राइडेंट के सिंबल्स हैं अंदर, क्या वो कोर्ट जाएंगे?
देखिए, बिल्कुल इस पूरे मामले में एक बड़ा सवाल है आपका। इस पूरे मामले में अगर बात कही जाए तो पहले जिस तरह से 11 अगस्त को यहाँ मकबरे पर पहुंचकर आह्वान की बात की जा रही थी, इसको लेकर के पुलिस प्रशासन को पहले ही उनसे एक समन्वय बना के बात करनी चाहिए, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं वो समन्वय उनका स्थापित नहीं हुआ, जिसके चलते आज जो तस्वीरें हैं वो देखने को मिली। हिंदुवादी संगठन जिस तरह से सुबह पहुंचा और बैरिकेडिंग्स के बाद भी वो अंदर आ गया, कहीं ना कहीं जो आपसी समन्वय था वो नहीं स्थापित हुआ, जिसके चलते इस तरह की विवादित स्थिति जो है वो देखने को मिली। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले में जिलाधिकारी के पास दोनों के पत्र आ चुके हैं और दोनों ही जो पत्र हैं उनकी जांच की जा रही है। इस पूरे मामले में जांच करने के बाद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट का आदेश होगा वो इस पर आएगा, लेकिन उसके आदेश आने के पहले ही जिस तरह से 11 अगस्त को आह्वान के साथ ही आज भारी मात्रा में लोग यहां पर पहुंच गए और अफरा तफरी का माहौल मच गया, नारेबाजी होती रही, जिसके चलते भारी पुलिस बल को यहां पर तैनात किया गया और उसके बाद ही लोगों को यहां से हटाने की जो प्रक्रिया है वो की गई। तमाम लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहां से वापस भेजा गया। अभी भी अगर मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो मेरे पीछे देखिए, साफ तौर पर भारी मात्रा में गांव की जो भीड़ है वो यहां पर एकत्रित है। पुलिस द्वारा हालांकि उनको वहां पर रोका गया है, लेकिन अभी भी तमाम लोग ऐसे हैं जो यहां पर आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो बात की जाए हिंदुवादी संगठन की या दूसरे समुदाय के लोगों की बात की जाए, दोनों ही तरफ के जो लोग हैं वो यहां पर आने का प्रयास लगातार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पुलिस के द्वारा उन दोनों को ही अपनी अपनी जगहों पर रोक दिया गया है।
Gaurav, keep tracking those details. In fact, this tomb versus temple dispute has escalated in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Continue to track that story. And with this, we're taking a very short break. We'll be right back with much more updates. We'll tell you about the protest that is underway in the national capital. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties are marching from Parliament to the Election Commission headquarters. And also on the other side, another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं। भारत
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. There is a latest flashpoint between India and Pakistan, and that is in the Arabian Sea, because India and Pakistan are holding different naval drills. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Clashes in Fatehpur over a disputed tomb. Heavy police deployed as stone pelting and violence takes center stage.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं.
Uttar Pradesh Assembly session begins from today. UP CM Yogi Adityanath fires a scathing attack on Samajwadi Party. Biggest ever remark by Supreme Court on stray dog menace, issues an 8-week ultimatum to Delhi NCR authorities to pick up all the stray dogs. "300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to EC headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body, horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida daycare. Parents file complaint.
इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with Washington. It's another huge face-off between India and Pakistan as they're all set to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea. Asim Munir threatens from US soil, addressing American audience. Munir says he will destroy half the world if threatened. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The Defence Ministry has approved a UAV procurement deal worth 30,000 crore rupees. And this particular deal has been awarded to two separate firms. The names of these two participating firms have not yet been disclosed yet. Now, what we understand is that the Defence Ministry has approved UAV purchase deal, I beg your pardon. And what we understand is that it's a 30,000 crore deal awarded to two firms. And the names of these two firms are yet to be announced. But this is a big boost to Make in India. And these two firms that have gotten this deal are private firms. And the names of these two firms are yet to be announced. But what we understand is that the deal is worth 30,000 crore rupees. And this is a major step towards Atmanirbharta. And we have Ishan joining us live. Ishan, this is a huge deal that has been announced by the Defence Ministry. 30,000 crore rupees is what we're talking about. And two firms whose names are yet to be announced. Help us understand the nature of this deal and also what this means.
This deal has been announced by Ministry of Defence today. This is primarily part of the earlier 87,000 crore MALE drone deal finalized by the Ministry of Defense. This deal has allocated local procurement of drones having capabilities of flying at least 35,000 feet and for 30 hours continuously. This will give the primary condition for this deal is that it will the drones need to be manufactured locally within India. This is a great boost to the defense industry in India, and it will provide great confidence in the defense manufacturing sector.
This is a big boost to self-reliance. We have more breaking news updates, but thank you, Ishan, for joining me with those details. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Republic has accessed another video of the forces blast opening a terror hideout inside a cave. The latest video is from another angle. It is of the same blast that was done earlier in Kishtwar, and we're just putting those visuals on your screens. Well, this is the latest video that we have accessed. There you can see how a terror hideout has been completely blasted open by our forces. That was the cave through which the forces believe the terrorists were operating from. This is a major terror hideout that has been busted. It has been blasted open by our forces using explosives. And this is the same terror den that was blasted open earlier today, but from a different angle, as anti-terror operations have entered day 3. These are the latest pictures that we have accessed from Kishtwar, where our forces have blasted open a terror den. This was a terror hideout that has been blasted open by our forces. Explosives were used in this operation. And this was earlier in the day, viewers, when this was reported from Kishtwar. And this is the latest video that we have accessed from another angle. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, give us the latest updates as far as the anti-terror operations are concerned. It has entered day 3, and we've also accessed another video from another angle of our forces blast opening a terror den.
Yes, this was the opening of that very tunnel, that cave which has a tunnel deep inside it. It is believed to be somewhere close to 40 feet or more, because earlier it was believed to be some 20 feet. But now the forces have advanced to that very point, and it is still being said that it is almost half yet to be crossed by the forces. The special forces of the Indian Army have been inducted in the operations, and also what we are picking up that the area of operations has been extended by the security forces, because it was earlier restricted only to that very cave, but now it has been extended to the nearby areas. So forces are not ruling out the possibility of any other opening of this tunnel also. And also the intervention that is being done by the special forces of the Indian Army, it is taking time, because for every feet to be crossed, it is taking close to 1 hour, because the forces have to crawl inside this cave, because this is one such operation, one of its kind, that is being carried out inside a cave. So it is altogether a different ball game for the security forces in which they are conducting the operations. But these two terrorists, because they are active for more than half a decade, they are well versed of the area's demography as well as the topography of the area and how they can escape from one route to the other. So that is why the forces are, without taking any collateral damage, without getting into much adventurism, they are carrying out the operation slowly. They know this operation is going to take time, but they want these terrorists to be eliminated at an earliest, and that's why there are blastings that are taking place at the entrance of the tunnel as well as at the midway also.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining me with those details. Well, this is another challenging operation for our forces, as another tunnel inside a cave has been discovered after blast opening it. Now, moving on, viewers, yet another harrowing incident of a human-animal conflict has surfaced online. An elephant at the Bandipur Tiger Reserve in Karnataka charged at a tourist in this particular region. Here's the complete report on what exactly happened.
It was a narrow escape for a tourist visiting the Bandipora Tiger Reserve in Karnataka. This after a wild elephant suddenly charged at him. The elephant knocked the tourist to the ground and pinned him under the foot. Thankfully, the man sustained only minor injuries. The terrifying incident was captured and circulated online. The forest officials are investigating the incident. Eyewitnesses say the man had stepped a little too close to the elephant while trying to click photographs. Bandipora is a home to over 1,500 elephants, making it one of India's largest elephant habitats. In recent years, cases of human-animal conflict have risen sharply in wildlife corridors as expanding human activity pushes deeper into animal territory. Forest officials also stress that such encounters can be avoided if tourists respect the boundaries of wildlife and avoid risky behavior.
Shifting our focus to the dispute over a tomb located in Abunagar area of Sadar Kotwali in Fatehpur district of Uttar Pradesh has started increasing, and it was a war of versions that escalated into a full-blown violent episode. There were reports of people of the Hindu community climbing the tomb and allegedly vandalized it. People of the minority community have also started pelting stones. Well, this is the high drama, the showdown that was witnessed earlier in the day, and even as we speak, the situation remains very, very grim because there's heavy police deployment, and this particular structure, which has been at the center of the dispute, has been completely barricaded. But despite that, you can see people breaching the barricades and also installing a saffron flag. The police have tried to appeal for calm, but to their dismay, the warring factions continue to escalate the violence. Earlier in the day, viewers, this is the very structure at which the Hindu side had sought permission to perform puja and parikrama, as they claimed that back in the past there was a Thakurji temple, a Shiva temple. But on the other hand, the Muslim community members have said that this is indeed a tomb that belong to their community, and what we understand is that the war of words escalated into stone pelting, lathi charging and violence. Heavy security has been deployed.
वो साफ तौर पर तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं। भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पर तैनात है, बैरिकेडिंग्स लगा रखी हैं और आसपास लोग जो आए थे उनको यहाँ से हटा दिया गया है। किसी भी तरह के लोगों को, चाहे हिंदूवादी संगठन हो या दूसरे समुदाय के लोग हों, उनको यहाँ पर जो आने की अनुमति है वो नहीं दी गई है। बराबर जो लोग यहाँ पर थे उनको यहाँ से खदेड़ कर हटा दिया गया है। भारी पुलिस बल का लगातार जो फ्लैग मार्च है वो गांव में जारी है। जो भी भीड़ एकत्रित हो रही है उनको तुरंत यहाँ से हटाने का जो आदेश है वो दिया गया है। और देखिए, मैं आपको विजुअली दिखाऊं अगर, तो भारी पुलिस फोर्स जो है वो फ्लैग मार्च गांव के अंदर ही कर रही है। और बिल्कुल जो
Well, that was our correspondent bringing us the latest updates. What we understand is that the access to this particular structure has been denied, and there's heavy police deployment like you can see on your screens, and this particular structure has also been barricaded.
गया, तमाम लोग नारेबाजी भी करते दिख रहे हैं। देखिए, भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पर तैनात है। खुद जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट है वो यहाँ पर है, एसपी जो अनूप सिंह है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, और भारी पुलिस बल इस तरह के जो लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है, जो कि आगे आने का प्रयास कर रहे थे और कहीं न कहीं विरोध प्रदर्शन में शामिल थे, उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको ड्रोन के जरिए चिन्हित किया गया है, जिन्होंने पत्थर भी चलाए हैं, और कई लोग ऐसे थे जो डंडे लेकर के इस पूरे विरोध प्रदर्शन में आए थे, उनको चिन्हित किया गया और उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई की जो बात है पुलिस के द्वारा वो कही गई है। मैं अगर विजुअली आपको दिखाऊं तो देखिए, जो भी एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स हैं इस मकबरे के पास के, वहां पर भारी मात्रा में लोग इकट्ठा हैं और उनको ही पुलिस प्रयास करके यहां से हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। भारी पुलिस बल को गांव के चारों तरफ लगा दिया गया है ताकि कोई भी इसके आसपास ना आ सके। जिस तरह से सुबह तस्वीरों में देखा कि कैसे जो माहौल है उसको खराब करने की कोशिश की गई थी, उसके बाद से ही लगातार पुलिस के द्वारा इन लोगों को यहां से खदेड़ा गया। और इनकी जो पहचान है वो कि देखिए, नारेबाजी हो रही है। पुलिस से जो भिड़ंत के विजुअल्स हैं वो आपको दिखा सकते हैं, कैसे सामने भारी मात्रा में जो भीड़ है उसको यहाँ से हटाने के लिए पुलिस प्रशासन आगे बढ़ा है, और उसके बाद ही जो पुलिस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी है वो देखने को मिल रही है। ये तस्वीरें फतेहपुर से गांव की हैं, जहां पर मकबरे के पास जाने को लेकर के सैकड़ों की तादाद में लोग इकट्ठा हो गए हैं, और देखिए हाथों में झंडे भी हैं और भीड़ बढ़ती जा रही है। लगातार ताली और प्रदर्शन देखने को मिल रहा है, नारेबाजी पुलिस के खिलाफ यहाँ पर हो रही है। और ये तस्वीरें आपको फतेहपुर से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर देखिए मकबरे के करीब जाने को लेकर के प्रशासन के द्वारा लोगों को रोका गया था, और उसके साथ ही जो भीड़ है वो एकत्रित हो गई है और पुलिस के खिलाफ जो नारेबाजी है वो लगातार जारी है। हाथों में झंडे भी हैं। किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का तो नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन हाथ में एक झंडा दिखाई दे रहा है और लाउडस्पीकर के द्वारा पुलिस इनको समझाने का प्रयास कर रही है, लेकिन भीड़ है वो बढ़ती ही जा रही है। और ऐसी कुछ तस्वीरें थी पहले, वीडियो जारी हुए हैं पुलिस के द्वारा भी देखे गए कि कई लोग ऐसे थे जिन्होंने भीड़ में पत्थर चलाने का काम किया था, उनको भी पहचान किया जा रहा है। जिसके बाद देखिए पुलिस के द्वारा इनको पीछे किया जा रहा है, जो प्रयास होने के लिए लगातार लाउडस्पीकर के जरिए बोला जा रहा है कि ऐसा करने से कुछ भी हासिल नहीं होगा, यहाँ पर फीडबैक हत्या करें और यहाँ से इनको पीछे करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। लेकिन ये देखिए लोग हैं जो पुलिस उनको पीछे कर रही है, लेकिन तमाम लोग जो भीड़ है वो यहाँ पर लगातार इकट्ठा हो रही है। इससे पहले भी पुलिस इनको कई बार पीछे हटा चुकी है, लेकिन दोबारा फिर ये लोग जो भीड़ के साथ में आगे आ जाते हैं, उसके साथ ही लगातार जो पुलिस है इनसे लाउडस्पीकर के जरिए इनको मैसेज दे रही है कि यहाँ पर भीड़ ना लगाएं, अनावश्यक यहाँ पर ना खड़े हो, माहौल को खराब ना करें। लेकिन ये देखिए भीड़ है वो भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हो गई है और लगातार जो पुलिस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी थी वो भी इनके द्वारा की जा रही थी, जिसके चलते अब इनको यहाँ से खदेड़ा गया है। देखिए तस्वीरों में देखिए जो झंडा उनको लेकर के यहाँ पर पुलिस लगातार उनसे झंडा हटाने की और यहाँ से हटने की जो मांग है वो कर रही है। लगातार उनको समझाकर पीछे करने का जो प्रयास है वो
Well, there you can see the police pushing back the warring factions, and they've also made public announcements appealing for peace and calm. And despite their appeals, the two sides are refusing to leave this particular site. And this is the disputed structure that we're talking about, which has landed in a major dispute between two communities. One community claims that there was a temple back in the past here, but the other community claims that this is a tomb that belonged to the Muslim community members. And just 24 hours back, the Hindu community had sought permission from the district administration regarding performing rituals here, parikrama, and also a puja here. And despite the appeal and despite them seeking permission, the situation has now gone out of control. The police there have arrived in huge number in their riot gear. There you can see vests and lathis with helmets. So this clearly describes the intensity of the situation. And also clashes were reported earlier in the day, stone pelting, and also groups charging at each other with sticks and batons were also reported just a couple of hours back. And what we understand from our correspondent Gaurav is that the police there on your screens making announcements, appealing both the factions to return to their homes and to avoid taking law into their own hands. The police have also deployed drones, eyes in the skies, to identify all those miscreants who were involved in stone pelting, who were involved in disturbing the peace of this particular locality. All of these miscreants are being identified and action will be taken against them. The SP has also arrived at the scene to take stock of the situation. The police here have mobilized in large numbers. Barricades have been put up near the disputed structure, restricting entry to both the sides, saying that the matter must be settled legally. So if this now goes to the court, then we might possibly be looking at an
देखिए बिल्कुल जो
survey.
भारी पुलिस बल को गांव में तैनात किया गया था, यहाँ पर जो भीड़ उमड़ी थी उसको यहाँ से शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से जो पुलिस के द्वारा हटा दिया गया है। लेकिन अभी भी लगातार जो पुलिस का फ्लैग मार्च है वो गांव में जारी है। तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि भीड़ को लेकर के एकत्रित हो रहे हैं, उनको लेकर के जो लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, इसमें देखिए साफ तौर पर जो भीड़ है उसको यहाँ से खदेड़ करके पीछे किया गया है, चूंकि जिस तरह से वो लोग आगे आ रहे थे कहीं ना कहीं जो विवाद की स्थिति उत्पन्न हो रही थी, जिसके चलते लगातार उनको समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से वापस भेजा गया है। गांव में भारी मात्रा में जो पुलिस है उसको तैनात कर दिया गया है। हालांकि ये तस्वीरें सुबह से ही लगातार देखने को मिल रही थी, किस तरह से जो लोग थे उनको यहाँ से समझाया जा रहा था कि यहाँ पर भीड़ ना इकट्ठा हो, लेकिन जिस तरह से हिंदू संगठन का एक आह्वान था और सुबह भीड़ इकट्ठा हुई थी और उसके बाद से ही लगातार जो गांव में भी दूसरे समुदाय के लोग थे वो इकट्ठा हो जाते हैं और उसके बाद जो स्थिति थी वो तनावपूर्ण देखने को लगी। नारेबाजी देखने को मिली, पुलिस के खिलाफ भी नारेबाजी लगातार चल रही थी, लेकिन अब इन लोगों को यहाँ पे शांत करा के हटा दिया गया है। ये फतेहपुर से, जहाँ देखिए आपको अगर तस्वीरों में दिखाएं तो देखिए यही वो मकबरा है जिसको लेकर के जो विवाद है वो सुबह से देखने को मिल रहा था। तमाम जो ऐसे लोग थे जो कि एक आह्वान करने के साथ ही यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना करने के लिए सुबह सुबह आ गए थे। हालांकि पुलिस द्वारा उनको रोका गया, लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे थे जो कि मौके पर पहुंच गए और उसके बाद यहाँ पर जिस तरह से सुबह से तस्वीरें दिख रही, पुलिस से भिड़ंत की तस्वीरें दिखी, झड़प की तस्वीरें दिखी, इस तरह की तस्वीरें लगातार सामने आ रही थी। भारी पुलिस बल को मकबरे में भी तैनात कर दिया गया। देखिए पुलिस की मौजूदगी है वो साफ तौर पर यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। ऊपर भी पुलिस कर्मियों को तैनात कर दिया गया है और गाँव से लगातार जो तस्वीरें आ रही वो हमने आपको दिखाई, कैसे जो नारेबाजी है पुलिस के खिलाफ वो चल रही है। हालांकि पुलिस का फ्लैग मार्च जो है वो लगातार जारी है और स्थिति को सामान्य पुलिस बता रही है, लेकिन अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं जो पुलिस के खिलाफ नारेबाजी है वो देखने को मिल रही। लोगों का जो आक्रोश है वो भी नजर आ रहा है। गांव के अंदर की हमने आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई, किस तरह से जो भारी पुलिस बल है उसको यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया था और उसके बाद ही लोगों को समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से वापस भेजने की कोशिश की गई, लेकिन अभी भी कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो कि भारी मात्रा में यहाँ पर एकत्रित होते हुए दिख रहे हैं।
Well, that was Gaurav bringing us the latest updates. Let me just give you a quick recap of what has happened since morning. The Hindu side claimed that there were symbols that proved that there was indeed a temple here, but the Muslim side claims that this stone belonged to their community. Moving on to some shocking visuals coming in from a Noida daycare, and this has sparked massive outrage because a 15-month-old toddler was brutally assaulted by a caretaker, and it was all caught on CCTV. The toddler was slapped, bitten, thrown to the ground, and the horror unfolded inside what was meant to be a safe space. The accused has been arrested, but serious questions remain about the safety of children at such daycare centers.
Abuse caught on camera. A toddler slapped, dropped, bitten and beaten by the very woman entrusted with her care. The CCTV footage is chilling. The pain visible on the baby's face. Bite marks, bruises and trauma. The child is just 15 months old. But it doesn't end there. The caregiver, frustrated with the baby's cries, throws her to the floor again. The horror unfolded inside a daycare located in a residential complex in Noida, Sector 137. A place meant to nurture is now a site of unimaginable cruelty. The incident came to light when the child's mother found bite marks on both the thighs and rushed her to the doctor. What she thought was a skin infection turned out to be human bites, confirmed by the medical examiner. Acting on the complaint, Noida police arrested the 16-year-old nanny, who is a resident of Shadara in Sector 142. The daycare head is also under investigation, and police are verifying if the center was even licensed to operate. The CCTV reveals not just the abuse, but a complete betrayal of trust. The cries were unheard. Her wounds, now a symbol of system that failed her. Police say investigations are underway. But the big question is the silence of these daycare walls. Who's protecting them, and the ones who cannot speak for themselves?
Viewers, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath delivered a pointed attack in the assembly, drawing a stark contrast between the Samajwadi Party and democracy. He likened the two entities to being on different sides of a river, questioning the party's commitment to democratic principles. Listen in. Well, this is Yogi Adityanath's scathing attack on SP in the Uttar Pradesh Assembly, which commenced from today, saying that SP and democracy are not on the same side. They are on the different sides. Let's listen in to Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's pointed attack against the opposition.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग छोर हैं। इनका अरे सुनिए ना, कब से विश्वास हो गया है, कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं। स्वाभाविक रूप से संभल में जो नंद तांडव इन्होंने समाजवादी पार्टी सरकार के समय किया था, आज जब वहां पर उसका शुद्धिकरण का अभियान चल रहा है, तो अगर आपको हवन डालना है तब तो ठीक बात है, लेकिन अनावश्यक रूप से हर एक जगह न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करना, अपनी नकारात्मकता से उस क्षेत्र के विकास को अवरुद्ध करना, संभल हो, बहराइच हो या गोरखपुर, ये समाजवादी पार्टी हर जगह यही करती है।
Now, moving beyond the traditional military drills, India and Australia military ties are all set to gain momentum, with the Chief of Australian Army, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, who's on a 5-day visit to India. His visit in a very, very crucial time has come in order to enhance the bilateral military cooperation, focusing on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. In fact, his discussions with the Indian officials will be reviewing existing partnerships and also explore further ways to improve the operational coordination in the Indo-Pacific region. Here's a quick report.
The Australian Army Chief, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, is on a 4-day strategic visit to India, strengthening the military ties between the two nations. Today, Lieutenant General Simon Stewart received a guard of honor at the South Block lawns in New Delhi. Lieutenant General Stewart, along with Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, were seen reuniting after a decade during the guard of honor ceremony. The Australian Army Chief also laid a wreath at the National War Memorial today, honouring the fallen Indian soldiers. This visit by the Australian Army Chief reflects the Indian Army's rising profile as a credible partner in the Indo-Pacific.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Along with that, we'll also tell you about Asim Munir's threat from US soil. Addressing American audience, Munir says that he will destroy half the world if threatened. Stay tuned.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political.
Clashes reported in Fatehpur over a disputed tomb. Heavy police deployed.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं.
Uttar Pradesh Assembly session begins from today. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires a scathing attack on SP. Supreme Court passes an order on stray dog menaces. Pick up all stray dogs within 8 weeks or face action. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to EC headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body. Horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida daycare. Parents have filed a complaint.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा. आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है. दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है.
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe at Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with US. Fresh face-off between India and Pakistan as both of them are set to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Asim Munir threatens from US soil. Addressing Americans, he says he will wipe out half the world if threatened.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day as after Operation Sindoor, after India struck Pakistan, India and Pakistan, both of them will be holding naval drills. They are all set to display the naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And at the same time, remember, Pakistan Navy has also issued a NOTAM announcing its own exercises in its territorial waters. The overlapping schedule points to heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, a key route for maritime trade and crucial to regional security. The exercises, ladies and gentlemen, are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. As per the NOTAM that has been issued, the Indian Navy will conduct its maritime drills off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. Joining us on the broadcast is Major General Samarpal Tu, Defence Expert. General, very good morning, very good afternoon to you. This is the first time after Operation Sindoor that India and Pakistan will be in close proximity to each other, and that too at a time where both of them will be displaying their naval exercises, their naval might. And it is unsaid that when it comes to India and Pakistan, when it comes to comparing their naval exercises, their naval drills, India certainly has the edge.
Yes, definitely. But you see, the thing which is worrying is basically the time and the dates selected for this exercise, number one. Number two, 60 nautical miles is equivalent to just 110 kilometers. So you see, the distance is not much. And the weapons that are going to be used are, they're going to be few different type of missiles. And especially from the Pakistan side, they're using the Exocet missiles. They have the Babar missiles. So, these are the missiles which could actually overshoot the NOTAM area and could land into the Indian waters where the Indian Navy is carrying out these drills. So it is very, it is very surprising how Pakistan has actually selected the exact same date and almost the same area which lies in the trajectory of the Indian Navy's presence. So that is what is a bit intriguing. It is a very fragile and a very tense situation right now, because you see, even if the missile overshoots the target during a drill, it might result in some accidental fire, which might be provocative. So, number one is that. Number two, the reason during Op Sindoor that the Indian Navy, despite its carrier group being deployed, were not able to be, maneuverable very much is because of this type of placement, tactical placement by the Pakistan naval ships. So this again is a place which has been selected by Pakistan, which makes all the trading ships detour, which would take more time and more fuel consumption to reach India or Bombay. So you see, it is a bit of hindrance. And to counter this, it is basically a strategic move or a message by Pakistan by issuing the NOTAM and occupying the area in which it is carrying out the naval exercise. So yes, the implications are basically that they are trying to project the show of force. And to our horror, you see, if the Pakistan Navy gets permission to deploy in Chittagong or Bangladesh, that is definitely going to be very worrying for the Indian naval forces, because it is within the proximity of our vital naval installations.
Absolutely.
And then we have China in the Coco Islands dominating the Malacca Strait. So it is high time that, the Indian Navy gets a mega boost. I'm not even saying boost, but a mega boost, and a lot of infrastructural enhancement needs to be done for the Navy, and new weapon systems need to be immediately brought in for the Indian Navy to counter both these nations' navies, because I am telling you this today on record, that it is just a matter of time when both these countries will get at India sooner or later. And we have to be prepared from today itself, and also read between the lines in terms of their NOTAMs and their exercise areas and deployments.
Right. Major Tour, I request you to stay with us, because in the due course of time, what we're also going to do, Major Tour, and I will come back to you on that, is tell our viewers about the kind of venom that Asim Munir, the Pakistan Army chief, spewed yesterday. And not just that, he went on to express the fault lines that are there in his own country, that is Pakistan. Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir has issued a chilling nuclear threat, not just to India, but to half of the world. This alarming statement comes during his second visit to the United States in less than 2 months. For the first time ever, a foreign military leader has used the United States soil to threaten a third country with nuclear consequences. Clearly, Donald Trump has given a pat on the back for the Pakistan Army Chief. Here is how Asim Munir spewed venom against India and the world yesterday.
Months after India's heroic victory over terror state Pakistan, its army chief issued nuclear threat to India and even extended the threat to half the world. This time, the threat was issued from American soil. While he was hosted to a private lunch at the White House by US President Donald Trump during his first visit, on his second visit, Munir issued the nuclear threat. This is the first ever nuclear threat known to have been delivered from the soil of the United States against a third country. Munir, who came out of the shadows amid soaring tensions between India and Pakistan, further raked up the Indus Water Treaty issue. Munir said that we will wait for India to build a dam on Indus, and when it does, we will destroy the dams.
Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
Ziaul Haq gave form to this particular doctrine of 1,000 years war. And someone added that you should add this 1,000 cut into it. And similar kind of venom was spewed by General Asim Munir against India and Hindus. Speech just few days or weeks before what happened in Pahalgam.
The man behind Pahalgam attack, man who spewed venom against India, the man who is issuing nuclear threat not just to India but to half of the world. But Trump gave him a clean chit and praised him.
In your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war.
But in India, we set the record straight on how our forces decimated Pakistan's terror bases and air bases.
I'm talking about fighter aircraft from S-400. We have at least 5 fighters confirmed killed and 1 large aircraft, which could be either an Elint aircraft or an AWNC aircraft, which was taken on at a distance of about 300 kilometers. This is the actually largest ever recorded surface-to-air kill.
This time, I think that is Pahalgam 25. It was wide and deep where we hit the heartland. This was the first time we hit the heartland, and of course, our target was the nursery and the masters. And like I told you, and this has never been done, and even Pakistan was not expecting that the heartland will be hit. And that's what came as a shocker to them.
India's Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi went a step further to troll Asim Munir's promotion.
If you ask to a Pakistani whether you lost or won, you say, my chief has become Field Marshal, we must have won only, that's why he's become Field Marshal.
Pakistan's economy has been in shambles for the past decade and is sustaining on global loans. And yet, US administration struck a deal with Pakistan in which Washington will work with Islamabad in developing the South Asian nation's oil reserves. Trump announced 50% tariffs on India, and not only this, Trump took a dead economy jibe on India. But setting the record straight, Prime Minister Modi gave a strong counter.
आज भारत दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। पिछले 11 इयर्स में हमारी इकोनॉमी 10वें नंबर से टॉप 5 में पहुंच गई। हम बहुत तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी बनने की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh took pot shots at Trump in a veiled attack.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
Trump's vendetta with India is becoming personal, and his obsession with Nobel is getting real. Blinded by his zeal to match Obama's Nobel Peace Prize, Trump is hitting a wrecking ball at the India-US relationship. Will Trump's free hand to Munir for Peace Prize put half of the world's peace at stake?
It's very astonishing, Major Tur, how Asim Munir is giving out the fault lines, is telling the fault lines and the vast difference between India and Pakistan on his own. He goes on to say in the same speech that he addressed from the US soil how Pakistan is a dump trash and how India is like Mercedes. And what is more shocking is here, Major Tur, is that Asim Munir, the Pakistani army chief, has been making these statements, threatening the world from the United States. So do you think it is a pat on the back of Asim Munir by Donald Trump clearly?
You see, firstly, the position and post of a high-ranking general is supposed to be mature. It is supposed to be very, it's a position of responsibility. But the way he has been behaving, wearing a black suit and a tie, but he's behaving like a rogue politician. There is no, there is no sign of him being a refined general who's leading an army. He looks like a thug who has been ranting out these threats openly on foreign soil. I don't know the desperation, what it is. Maybe it is the humiliation. Maybe it is the calling out of the bluff and the lies of the Pakistan narrative, which has actually triggered him to pass on such statements by saying that, if Pakistan is threatened, then, it is going to nuke India and is going to get half of the world down with him. So, you see, these are the exact telltale signs of Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein as a dictator used to behave like this. That if he's going down, then nobody survives. Everybody goes down.
Right.
So this is the exact mindset of Asif Munir. These are the exact blueprints of what Saddam Hussein had. And the difference and the bigger danger is that this general possesses a nuclear bomb. He has the power to press that button of a nuclear bomb on the largest democracy of the world. So he is a lunatic. He is a clear and present danger to all the sane democracies of the world. All responsible nations of the world have to take notice of this nuclear ranting by a sitting general in position. I do not even consider him a field marshal. I would consider him as a general. The reason why he was made the field marshal was to toe the narrative that the Sindoor operation was dominated and taken over by Pakistan. That is why he was promoted to a field marshal, which defies all logic. So it is sooner or later the people of Pakistan will know his bluff, and it is matter of time that either the Pakistani public will get him down or else he will get Pakistan down and into ruins by his nuclear rant, which is a threat to a democratic world, a free world, and America has to take serious note of it. And the biggest political blunder by America will be that they do not condemn his statement and they keep quiet about it. That will show the true intent of the US political diaspora. So now is the time for US to behave in a mature manner and handle this thug and this rogue general now before it is too late. And then you see snakes in the backyard. This is American snake in its own backyard. Pakistan is going to get at Americans also very soon. It already has by giving refuge to Osama bin Laden. Pakistan is a nation which has the blood of American soldiers, the NATO soldiers, the British soldiers on its hands. So I really fail to understand that why is the public of America, Britain, Canada, and other European countries not raising their voice against this rogue nation with a dictator? Because you see, none of the political top brass of Pakistan is being invited anywhere. It is only he, Asif Munir, who's been visiting these top offices.
Absolutely,
so
sir. And Major Toor, yes, this also comes at a time, exactly. This is yesterday when Munir had made that statement. Today they're conducting naval drills, at that too at just 60 nautical miles away from India. Clearly, it is an attempt to provoke India. But what is also under question is Donald Trump's stance on whether will he support or condemn what Asif Munir has said from his own country's soil. We're tracking that, and that also stays as our top story at 9 p.m. But we'll also go across to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with Kiran Rijiju making a statement on...
हंगामा करके इलेक्शन कमीशन में जा करके फिर वहाँ भी हंगामा करके अब इलेक्शन कमीशन को अटैक कर रहे हैं। बुलाया, खुद आया नहीं है, फिर इलेक्शन कमीशन को गाली देते रहते हैं दिन भर। ऐसा मत कीजिए। आप इलेक्टेड लोग हैं, चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि हैं, थोड़ा अपना रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझिए। देश के प्रति सब जवाबदेही है हम लोग। देश ने जब हमको पार्लियामेंट मेंबर चुन के भेजा है तो फिर व्यवहार भी तो करना पड़ेगा। हम जिम्मेदार लोग हैं। ऐसा गैर जिम्मेदारी करने वाला विपक्ष मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा है। मैं बहुत दुखी हूं, लेकिन फिर भी हम तो संसद का कामकाज करेंगे। हम पूरा जो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल है हम पारित करेंगे आज दोनों सदन में।
क्या सर संसद का कार्यकाल समय सीमा से पहले खत्म हो सकता है?
वो तो देखते हैं। अब विपक्ष तो पार्लियामेंट चलाने में उसका कोई रुचि नहीं है। उनका तो सिर्फ हेडलाइन बनाने के लिए बहुत ही नीचे स्तर का जो शब्द यूज करते हैं मैं कहना नहीं चाहता हूं। और इनका पार्लियामेंट संस्थाएं हैं, संवैधानिक संस्थाएं हैं, किसी में विश्वास नहीं। राहुल गांधी जी मैं बहुत देख लिया है, ये सुधर नहीं सकते हैं।
कितने बिल पेंडिंग है जो पास होने हैं और आज कितने बिल पास हो जाएंगे?
नहीं, आज तो इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स हम इनकम टैक्स बिल्स है, स्पोर्ट्स बिल्स है, और मणिपुर का जीएसटी और डिमांड्स फॉर ग्रांट्स बिल्स है, और शिपिंग मर्चेंट शिपिंग बिल्स है। गोवा में शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स को रिजर्वेशन देने का बिल है। काफ़ी बिल इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स आज लगे हुए हैं। हम अब बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते हैं। देश का जो हम लोगों के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी दिया है, हम लोग जिम्मेदारी निभाएंगे।
सर, टीएमसी सांसद हैं सुष्मिता देव, वो ये कह रही हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेकर लातों को भूत बातों से नहीं मानते।
ये लोग संविधान को ही नहीं मानते हैं। संविधान को किताब पकड़ते हैं, संविधान को नहीं मानते हैं। एक पार्टी, एक फैमिली और एक व्यक्ति का मनमानी जो करता है वो संवैधानिक हो ही नहीं सकते। वो डेमोक्रेसी में वो लोग संविधान में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं। हम लोग तो लोकतंत्र पार्टी वाले हैं। हमारे यहाँ तो नेता कर्म से नेता बनते हैं, वहाँ तो पैदाइश नेता होते हैं। वो लोकतंत्र को कहाँ विश्वास करेंगे? जो एक परिवार ही सब कुछ होता है वो लोकतांत्रिक हो ही नहीं सकता है। इसलिए मूलभूत उनके सोच में डेमोक्रेसी का बारे में कोई विश्वास ही नहीं है। ये लोग एक आदमी पैदा से ही वो मालिक सोचते हैं अपने आप को, देश और पार्टी को पूरा ठोपता है वो। ऐसा कोई हो सकता है कि आप पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में आपका बोलचाल, आपका काम, आपका ओवरऑल जो आपका विश्वसनीय जो आप प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, तभी आप नेता बनना चाहिए। पैदा होते ही वो नेता समझते हैं अपने आप को और देश का मालिक समझते हैं। वो कहाँ डेमोक्रेसी और कहाँ संस्थाएं को वो वैल्यू करेंगे? हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे, वो आए न आए हमारे लोग बोलेंगे।
कुछ सांसद जो विपक्ष के हैं उन्होंने भी सहमति जताई थी कि स्पोर्ट्स बिल एक इम्पोर्टेंट बिल है, उस पर डिस्कशन होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल,
क्या आप उनसे दोबारा अप्रोच?
बिल्कुल, हमने कहा है कि इम्पोर्टेंट बिल्स सार्थक चर्चा होना चाहिए, लंबा बहस होना चाहिए। 2-2 दिन आप सोचिए, स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस बिल और एंटी डोपिंग बिल के लिए 2 दिन लोकसभा में, 2 दिन राज्यसभा में हम लोग ने टाइम तय किया। फिर इनकम टैक्स अमेंडमेंट बिल और टैक्सेशन बिल को 2 दिन लोकसभा, 2 दिन राज्यसभा, इतना लंबा टाइम दिया है। टाइम तय कर चुके हैं बीएससी में, फिर भी आकर के हंगामा करते रहते हैं। हमारे लोग, एनडीए के लोग तो पूरा भरपूर हम लोग बोलेंगे, सारे एमपीज बोलेंगे, मंत्री जवाब देंगे। हम अपोजिशन वाला को रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, आप भी अपना बात रख सकते हैं, आप चर्चा में भाग लीजिए और चर्चा से भाग करके फिर बोलेंगे कि बोलने नहीं देते, ये मत कीजिए। थैंक यू।
पिछले हफ्ते उनको बोला था कि अगर ये पॉसिबल नहीं होगा तो हाउस जल्दी एडजर्न हो जाएगा। हाउस जल्दी एडजर्न,
वो अभी हम नहीं बोलेंगे।
सर, आज कौन-कौन से बिल?
Time for us to now step into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the live press conference of Union Minister Kiran Rijiju hitting out at the opposition over their protest against the Election Commission.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए, ये हमारी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing. But I want to say this to you, obtaining respect and ensuring dignity for societies can also be achieved through cultural prowess, especially through cultural prowess.
अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के दोस्त लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
तो उनको इस बात का एहसास होना चाहिए कि उनका आईटी सेक्टर जो है वो भारत की बदौलत चलता है। आप चाहे फेसबुक की बात करिए, यूट्यूब की बात करिए, मेटा की बात करिए, ये तमाम जो सर्विसेज ये कंपनीज प्रोवाइड कर रही हैं, इनका सारा का सारा जो प्रॉफिट है वो यूएस में जाता है। लेकिन बिलियन से ज्यादा यूजर्स आज के दिन इंडिया में है। चाइना में तो बैंड है सब कुछ। यू कांट यूज फेसबुक इन चाइना, नॉर यूट्यूब या कोई भी ऐसी चीज नहीं कर सकते यूज। तो सबसे बड़ा इनकी आईटी इंडस्ट्री को बूस्ट अगर किसी ने दिया है, क्योंकि अमेरिका की तो पॉपुलेशन ही 150 मिलियन है, 180 मिलियन के आसपास होगी। वी आर 1.3 बिलियन पीपल हु आर यूजिंग देयर सर्विसेज विदाउट एनी प्रॉब्लम्स एंड ऑल्सो पेइंग फॉर दो सर्विसेज। नेटफ्लिक्स रेट्स बढ़ाता है तो हम बढ़वाते हैं, जब यूट्यूब प्रीमियम आता है तो हम परचेज करते हैं, हम वो हर तमाम सर्विसेज यूज करते हैं जो ये लोग देते हैं, और हमने कभी कंप्लेन नहीं करी इस बात की, क्योंकि ट्रेड इज गिव एंड टेक। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं डोनाल्ड ट्रंप जी अपने ही गुरूर के अंदर इतना बढ़ चुके हैं कि शायद उनको एहसास नहीं है कि अकेले आपसे ना दुनिया चलेगी, ना अकेले आपसे आपका खुद का देश चलेगा।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a huge face-off that is brewing between the Election Commission and the opposition. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties have come together. They're marching towards the Election Commission offices. There is a huge drama that is being witnessed in the national capital, and all of this over one claim of the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, where he says there has been vote theft in the Lok Sabha elections. We're getting that and a lot more for you on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Clashes in Fatehpur over a disputed mosque structure. Heavy police deployment on spot.
कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं।
And 4-day Uttar Pradesh Assembly session begins from today. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires a scathing attack on the Samajwadi Party. Supreme Court passes an order on stray dog menace. Says pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties march from Parliament to Election Commission headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge. Beaten, bite marks on body, horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida daycare. Parents file complaint.
अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है।
After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with the United States. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Asim Munir threatens from the United States soil addressing American audience. Munir says will destroy half of the world if threatened. this edition with the top focus story, and this one is from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the dispute over a tomb located in Abu Nagar area of Sardar Kotwali in Fatehpur district of Uttar Pradesh has started increasing. Ladies and gentlemen, there were reports of people of Hindu community climbing on the tomb and starting to vandalize it. People of the Muslim community have started pelting stones as well. This dispute, remember, goes back to the time when the Hindu community alleges that there was a temple, a Shiva temple, a Thakurji temple, where the mosque has been built, refuting to the claims of the Hindu side is the Muslim community saying that if anybody tries to touch the mosque, they will not bow down. That's the recent flashpoint between two communities there. Live visuals on your screen are from Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh, where there has been heavy police deployment. Tension in Fatehpur. Is it a mosque? Is it a temple? The claims are yet to be substantiated. But what is being witnessed is how Fatehpur is on the verge of a communal clash right now. Akanksha is joining me live on the broadcast on that note. Akanksha, before I come to you, let's also play that soundbite of the district magistrate who has given a statement on the recent clashes that has happened in Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh. Let's first listen to that and then I come across to Akanksha.
यहाँ पर अभी अलग अलग समुदाय से काफ़ी सारे लोग आए थे, लेकिन पकड़ के उनसे सबसे बात की गई, उनको आश्वासन दिया गया कि किसी प्रकार से कानून व्यवस्था को प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित नहीं दिया जाए। सब लोग आश्वासन को सुनकर धीरे धीरे करके चले गए। अभी हमारी प्राथमिकता ये है सबसे पहले कि शांति व्यवस्था बनी रहे और लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस है प्रशासन के प्रति, तो इसलिए हम लोगों से बातचीत भी कर रहे हैं और सभी लोगों ने यहाँ पर।
देखिए, अभी इस तरह का ऐसा कुछ नहीं आया है। कुछ लोग लाठी डंडा और पत्थर उठा रहे थे, लेकिन इस तरह के कोई हथियार की ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। सर, ड्रोन के जरिए किस लोगों की पहचान की गई है? हाँ, हम लोग लगातार वीडियोग्राफी भी इसकी हुई है और ड्रोन से भी देखा गया है और जो भी लोग इसमें जिम्मेदार हैं उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की।
फिलहाल अभी की क्या स्थिति है?
अभी आप खुद देख रहे हैं कि अभी सभी लोग यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। सिर्फ फोर्स का पुलिस बल यहाँ पे उपलब्ध है और मजिस्ट्रेट है और बाकी लोग यहाँ पे शांति है। सर, मजार भी कुछ तोड़ी गई है क्या? नहीं, ऐसा कुछ अभी हम लोग उधर देखे नहीं और उधर अभी इन लोगों को समझाने में ही लगे रहे। क्या उपद्रव करने वालों पे कार्रवाई भी होगी? नहीं, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि इन सभी लोगों के जो भी जिन्होंने कानून को हाथ में लिया उस पर कार्रवाई की जाए। सर, कुछ लोगों द्वारा मजार पर चढ़कर झंडा लगाया गया था। देखिए, ऐसा हमारे संज्ञान में आया है, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल जो है कोई झंडा नहीं है, उसको हटवा दिया गया है और ये उनकी डिमांड भी थी मुस्लिम पक्ष की और उसके बाद वो लोग चले गए।
All right, Akanksha is joining us live from the newsroom on that. Akanksha, this is a dispute that's happened over a mosque. The Hindu side claims it's a temple. The Muslim side claims it's a mosque. Heavy police deployment is on spot. What is the situation currently in Fatehpur, where it was on the verge of communal clashes breaking out?
Well, you see, Tanisha, as far as the situation on the ground is concerned, it's currently peaceful because we've been showing our viewers the visuals of the barricades that have been now put up. But definitely the temple versus tomb controversy has erupted in Fatehpur, and this is not too far from the capital city of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh is what we are learning. What happened today is that the members of the Hindu organization, they tried to barge into this disputed structure, and this old structure is in the center of the controversy that we are showing the visuals on the screen. In fact, the Hindu side is saying that it is a temple, it's a Shiva temple. There's a shivling inside this particular structure, and they wanted to go and worship that particular shivling is the claim that has come in from the Hindu side. On the other side, the Muslim side says that it is not a disputed structure, and the district administration should not allow any destruction of this structure as well. And they have said that they have land records to show that it is in fact a mosque. But now we're saying, in fact, earlier today we saw there were tensions in that specific area. In fact, what we're learning is that the situation is currently peaceful, and the district administration, the police there is trying to crack down and focus on the people who try to barge into this old structure. So the investigation has started. There are several people, Tanisha, who've been detained, but no arrests have been made as far as this case is concerned so far.
Right, Akanksha, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing those insights, details on the story. For now, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking. And ladies and gentlemen, this one is from the national capital, where after continued menace of the stray dogs in Delhi NCR region, it is now the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen, that has taken a very, very strong comment that has passed, a very strong comment on the stray dog menace in the national capital region. And this covers from Delhi to NCR to even localities from Gurugram. Now, going into detail on what the Supreme Court has said, the Supreme Court, remember, has passed a slew of directions to Delhi NCR states, the MCD and the NDMC to deal with menace of stray dogs and orders creation of dog shelters across cities. The Supreme Court has in fact also ordered authorities to pick up all stray dogs in Delhi NCR from all the localities within 8 weeks and to put them in dog shelters, and no stray dog will be released back. That's the stern action that the Supreme Court has taken. This is by far the biggest remark of the Supreme Court as far as the stray menace is Delhi NCR is concerned. Remember, just today we got you visuals as well of how there was a street dog attack on a toddler in the state of Bengaluru. However, this order that has been released from the Supreme Court has only been for Delhi NCR region. The Supreme Court says, and I quote, "Will these animal lovers bring back those children who have given their lives?" The Supreme Court has also made another very strong observation where they've said that stray dogs should be moved to shelter within 8 weeks. The Supreme Court has also directed the authorities that they should start picking up 5,000 dogs in next 6 weeks and that infants should not fall prey of rabies. In fact, in other big observation by the Supreme Court has also said, and I quote, "Take stern actions even if a single stray dog is released. Create helpline within 1 week of all dog bites and rabies case." And on that note, I'm also being joined by Priyanka Ganguly. She is an animal welfare worker. Priyanka, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Today, what we have observed is the biggest remark made by the Supreme Court as far as the stray dog menace is concerned. They have given a deadline to NDMC saying that the dogs should be picked up within 6 to 8 weeks. Your first comments on the observation by the Supreme Court today?
Ma'am, I don't think this drastic move given by Supreme Court has been adhered based on the circumstances which we are facing today, because asking every community dog to be picked up within 8 weeks, first of all, do we have those ample amount of shelters in place? Do we have shelters at all? What are the condition of those shelters? Because, ma'am, we have to understand, first and foremost, these are all community dogs. These are animals which have lived out of a particular area. They have been living there. So as expecting in 8 weeks, all the community dogs are picked up and put behind a shelter without a consistent plan in place, in action in place, I don't think this is the right decision. From Supreme Court, this decision coming is very astonishing, very shocking as an animal lover, as an animal worker, not a lover, I would say, as an animal worker, because what has the MCD, what has the society, what has the animal welfare, has there been enough measures taken when it comes to vaccination?
Right. Then, Priyanka, on that note, I would want to ask you, what are the measures that you think as an animal welfare activist should be taken to control this menace? Because
first of all, I'm not an activist. I have 2 pets at home, so I'm an animal lover. I don't believe in this right word of activist. I definitely don't. I condemn these bite cases. I'm condemning these things which is gone beyond our hands. A child being attacked, residents being attacked. But believe me, ma'am, there has to be a plan in place, and the only way to control. We have taken examples of a particular city in Kerala. We have taken example of cities in Mizoram where they have been able to control the dog population increase by ensuring a sterilization and a vaccination drive which was done without any kind of negligence in place. So until unless we come to a sterilization drive, ma'am, and I don't, if we come to take action, we cannot take action. They're not in such large numbers. Today, you can rope in as many NGOs who are working with animal welfare, as many NGOs you want, you can rope them in and go on a mass level sterilization drive. Because if they do not increase in number, they will anyways, their life is only 7 to 10 years.
Right,
so
ma'am.
if they are vaccinated, they are sterilized, they don't grow in number, and they are taken care of, they will actually naturally die their natural death in next 8 to 10
Absolutely, ma'am. Point noted, Priyanka. Thank you very much for sharing your opinion on that. Appreciate you joining here. And with that, we move across to some other stories. This one again is from the national capital, specifically from Noida. Now, there are shocking visuals from a Noida daycare that have sparked massive outrage. A horrendous video where a 15-month-old baby was brutally assaulted by a caretaker. The monster nanny has been caught on camera. She was slapped, the 15-month-old was slapped, she was bitten and she was thrown on the ground. The horror unfolded inside what was meant to be a safe space for kids. The accused has been arrested, but the serious question remains about the safety of children in such centers.
Abuse caught on camera. A toddler slapped, dropped, bitten and beaten by the very woman entrusted with her care. The CCTV footage is chilling. The pain visible on the baby's face. Bite marks, bruises and trauma. The child is just 15 months old. But it doesn't end there. The caregiver, frustrated with the baby's cries, throws her to the floor again. The horror unfolded inside a daycare located in a residential complex in Noida, Sector 137. A place meant to nurture is now a site of unimaginable cruelty. The incident came to light when the child's mother found bite marks on both the thighs and rushed her to the doctor. What she thought was a skin infection turned out to be human bites, confirmed by the medical examiner. Acting on the complaint, Noida police arrested the 16-year-old nanny, who is a resident of Shadara in Sector 142. The daycare head is also under investigation, and police are verifying if the center was even licensed to operate. The CCTV reveals not just the abuse, but a complete betrayal of trust. The cries were unheard, her wounds now a symbol of system that failed her. Police say investigations are underway, but the big question is the silence of these daycare walls. Who's protecting them, and the ones who cannot speak for themselves?
We have some big breaking news that's coming in. Government sources have now responded to Pakistan Army Chief Asim Muni's rant on the United States soil, where the government sources have said that there is real danger of nuclear weapons falling in the hands of non-state across actors in Pakistan, is what government sources on Pakistan Army Chief's comments have said. Pakistan Army Chief's statement is a part of pattern. Whenever the United States supports Pakistan military, they always show their true colors, is what again the government sources have said. The government sources have also said on Asim Muni's comment that it is a symptom that democracy does not exist in Pakistan, that it is their military which controls. Big breaking news, government sources going all out against Pakistan, saying and responding to the nuclear threat that Asim Muni, the Pakistan Army Chief, yesterday had issued while on the United States soil. In fact, there are more details of the government sources, what they have said. They've said that nuclear rattling is not new and that Pakistan indulged in it during Operation Sindoor as well. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line on that. Abhishek, all right, he's live from the newsroom on that note. Abhishek, a very strong worded statement from government sources on Asim Muni's rant that he had to do on the United States soil.
Yes, this is not as yet an official reaction. It was just that we were trying to elicit a response, and we spoke to some contacts, and they said, the senior level contacts, and they said that, see, we are watching. And it is for the Americans to see what's happening from their soil. It is for them to take note and respond and hold Pakistan to account. There is almost a pattern that whenever we look at through history, whenever the Pakistanis get this kind of American backing and indulgence, they carry out this kind of nuclear saber rattling. They indulge in irresponsible conduct. And the fact that it is Pakistan Army Chief for talking about this, it is clear evidence, and for the rest of the world to see that it is the Pakistan military which has its finger on the nuclear button in Pakistan, and not the civilian leadership, which is essentially the principle of a control of a nuclear arsenal. So I think in this sense, it's been a giveaway on the part of Asim Munir with his very irresponsible rant that he has indulged in against India from American soil while addressing the Pakistani diaspora. And we are awaiting an American response to this, because it is only after the kind of pampering, so to say, we are seeing from the Trump administration of not just Pakistan generally, but Field Marshal Asim Munir specifically, that we have seen him emboldened. There is a concern in the Indian establishment that, like we saw his rant last time in the month of April, turning or translating into the Pahalgam terror attack, whether this also is going to be a dog whistle for the terrorists that Pakistan cultivates to carry out another attack in India, anywhere, or possibly in Jammu and Kashmir. So we are closely watching. The security establishment is in a state of alert. And of course, as I said, on the side of our diplomacy, we are hoping that the Americans take note of the kind of absolutely irresponsible comments made by the Pakistani general.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Also, the audacity of Pakistan's army chiefs to say all of this against India, against the world, threatening the world of a nuclear threat. All of this is being done on the United States soil. Do you think there is a pat on the back by Donald Trump on Asim Munir's shoulder, because of which Asim Munir had the audacity to say all of this on the world stage, that too from the United States soil?
You are absolutely right, and that's exactly the reading insofar as New Delhi is concerned, that this is not the first time we are seeing there is a sense of deja vu, and which is that every time the Americans really indulge with the Pakistani general from the time of Ayub Khan to Yahya Khan to General Pervez Musharraf, and now in the case of Asim Munir, they just get emboldened and carry out their anti-India agenda right there in full public view. And so for Asim Munir to be talking about launching missiles to destroy Indian dams within Indian territory, for Asim Munir to be talking about destroying half the world in case there is a war next time with India, I think there is an element of American backing. Remember, this is the second time in less than 2 months that Munir is on American soil. He's participated in the farewell of General Kurilla, who had called Pakistan a fantastic partner, and also he has been there at the time of handing over ceremony of the Central Command Chief. So I think this is clearly a case of American indulgence, and that really does no favors to the larger India-United States partnership, and hopefully somebody in the White House would take note of this.
Absolutely. Also, Major General G.D. Bakshi joins us on the broadcast. Major General, very good afternoon to you. A very strong worded statement coming in from the government of India's sources on Asim Munir's rant that he had to speak out on the United States soil. Clearly a free hand being given by Donald Trump to Asim Munir.
This is insane. It's gone to his head. 2 visits to, United States, and he is on cloud 9. He's lost his moorings. He threatened to nuke India and take half the world with him. Does that half the world include the United States? Number one. Number two, he threatened to fire 10 missiles at any dam that India builds. May I remind Mullah Munir that, in Operation Sindoor, he had fired 1,000 drones, over 1,100 to 1,200 drones at India. Over 90% were shot down by our integrated air defense. They had fired 3 missiles, 1 Shaheen, 2 Fateh, tactical ballistic missiles towards Delhi and Amritsar respectively. All 3, that is 100%, were shot down. in the third nuclear age, Field Marshal Munir, I hope you realize that the efficacy and lethality of modern defenses can prevent a country with a small nuclear arsenal like Pakistan from doing any damage whatsoever.
Absolutely,
His
sir.
stupid arsenal of 170 bombs, most of it are sub-kiloton.
Absolutely,
He will be, has already been neutered. We not only have defensive means, our S-400s, our Barak 8s, we also have offensive means. And we have shown a bit of that to Pakistan. At Noor Khan, their nuclear command and control post was hit. All their computer servers were fried up. Their SATCOMs were gone. We had taken out their communications. Without communications, what will you fire, sir? This man needs to be psychologically examined. He's too dangerous to be holding that post.
Absolutely,
He's
sir.
too dangerous to be holding that post.
Yes, absolutely.
This man has gone absolutely nuts. He's gone bonkers.
Absolutely, Major General. Yes. GD Bakshi, thank you very much for sharing your insight. I'm also being joined by Ambassador Deepak Vora, former diplomat. Thank you very much, Ambassador Vora, for joining and speaking to us. And like we're just having a conversation with Major General GD Bakshi, Asim Munir has done nothing but to just embarrass Pakistan and himself on the global stage, and that too from the soil of the United States. In a sentence, he also goes on to compliment India and say that India is like Mercedes and then Pakistan is like that of a dump trash truck. And he's just gone ahead to expose the vast difference between India and Pakistan. It is, and this is none other than Pakistan's own army chief, Asim Munir.
Okay, ma'am, let me thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Whenever I'm on Republic, it's like I've come home. Thank you. I just heard what she said was brilliant. Now, let me put it to you like this. Had I been in the room in Florida, Tampa, Florida, where I've been many times, where this joker was speaking, when he said that if we are going down, we'll take half the world with us. Do you recall that, ma'am? We'll take half the world with us. Had I been in the room, I would have asked him, you buffoon, which half? If you're looking west of Pakistan, you're going to take down Europe, Arabia, and the United States. If you're looking east of Pakistan, you're going to take down, apart from India, you will take down Russia, China, Japan, South Korea. Are you an idiot? Of course the man is an idiot. He's autistic. He's demented. I would have asked him this question, which half of the world will you take down with you? Second thing, ma'am, he has no idea of hydrology or hydrographics. When you build a dam on the river flows downstream. So you build it somewhere and the water begins to gather upstream. Now, Pakistan is downstream of Bharat on the Sindhu. If we build a dam there and he blasts it, which he's an idiot, he can never do it, then the water will flood Pakistan. Somebody ought to take this guy to a psychiatrist and get him treated and say, just shut up and don't open your mouth. Plus, he has embarrassed his host. It's never done that you threaten a third country in the territory of your host. That is not permitted. But who will say so? And then who is he to take the decision? Just look, he's made it very clear that there is some badmash who calls himself Sharif sitting in Islamabad who says he's the Prime Minister. This fellow says, I don't care. I take the decision. Who is this chap? He doesn't even call him for the retirement. There's some general gorilla or something is that fellow's name. And he's gone there and he's saying all kinds of things. And then you might recall, ma'am, in May, he got blasted by the Americans. And I'll tell you why. The same gorilla said, you are talking about building ballistic missiles with a range of 6,000 kilometers. Who's your enemy? You say Bharat is your only enemy. You don't need a ballistic missile with a range of 6,000 kilometers to hit Bharat. All you need is 3, 4, 5, 600 kilometers. The man is an ass. I do hope, and ma'am, I do hope that this doesn't happen for his sake, but I'm old enough, 52 years in diplomacy, to know that inconvenient people. There used to be a character called Zia-ul Haq in Pakistan who grew too big for his boots. We know what happened to his aircraft. I rest my case.
Absolutely. Ambassador Vora, also the fact that how Donald Trump has now been completely exposed. On one hand, while he calls India and Prime Minister Modi his friend, on the other hand, he goes on to impose a tariff on us and gives a free stage to Pakistan. And in just a month, this is the second time when Asim Munir has met Donald Trump, has been in the United States and just spewed. And the last time when he did this, it resulted in Pahalgam attack when he talked about jugular vein. Today, when he's doing it, do you think it is another provocation that he's throwing out on India?
No, not at all. He's scared to death. Because we have said that Operation Sindoor has only been paused. It has not been ended. And any other terror attack on India will be considered an act of war. He knows he can't deal with us. In one of his speeches to the Pakistani diaspora, he was saying Bharat has so many more weapons and tanks and planes, but yet they can't do anything because inshallah, we will fight them, and inshallah, our weapons will come from Allah. He'll bring them down to us. The man is a clown. And did I hear you saying that he has met Donald Trump this time on this visit? I was not aware. I thought he had gone to the White House where he was given some leftover food and given a dressing down, while the Home Minister was made to wait outside like a chowkidar, Pakistan's Home Minister. I don't know if he has met the President again the second time. If he has, well, Donald Trump is again playing the buffoon to the clown that this fellow. They get along very well together. I don't think they have the courage to do anything to us, because if they try and mess with us, diplomatically they're isolated, monetarily they are shattered, and if they try, our military has already proved it to them. If they try once more, man, I'm afraid that Pakistan will be pushed back several dozen years. Not that they care. When we tell them that, don't you want friendship with us? We can help you in several sectors of your economy. No, Allah will help us. Well, then good. Depend on Allah. We have no problem.
Absolutely, and it shows how rattled he is by the statement that is coming from the Indian Air Force Chief and then by the Army Chief, the Prime Minister, and a Defence Minister also spoke about this, giving numbers that 6 fighter jets, in fact, they were destroyed. They have no answer. Pakistan has no answer whatsoever. They're just rattled, and this is in fact the nuclear threat that he has given this time. Another provocation, would you agree?
Oh, absolutely, ma'am. They won't dare do it. Take my word for it, ma'am. I'm old enough to understand these games that these jokers play. Had it been some political leader in that country, perhaps one would have said, "Ki bhai, dekho kya baat kar raha hai." But ek army chief और वो भी fool marshal अपने आप को self promote कर लिया, वो दम नहीं है, ma'am. I'll tell you what is going to happen. Iran is already pissed off with Pakistan. That's why the Iranian president is there. Afghanistan is on the war path. कुछ किया भारत के साथ, ये सब तरफ से ठुकेगा, man. और फिर ये नहीं मैं कह रहा that Pakistan is going to break up. No country ever, its territory never disappears unless the question of Sudan, South Sudan, where something, or Ethiopia, Eritrea, where this disease. But I see that Balochistan, I see Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and I see Hindustan emerging in the near future as independent or semi-independent entities. Let me tell you one more thing, man. And this is the first time I'm sharing this on any television because I trust you and the channel. We used to say that 80% of the Sindhu water has been flowing into Pakistan, 20% was with us. Then we suspended the treaty and we started some work. Lots of people have been saying, "Kitna time lagaoge," etc. Man, take it from me. I've spoken to all the knowledgeable people. I'm sure advisor in Leh. I'm going there in a few days. Of the 80% that Sindhu total water, Sindhu and its tributaries, Pakistan's share now is down to 60%, 60, which means we are getting active, or somebody is getting active. And they have contracted to import 2 million tons of wheat. I don't know who will give them the money because their crop is supposed to suffer badly. And the season is now. So they're going to have major issues. But of course, Allah will feed them. Good luck to you.
Absolutely, and not just this, he's also given threat on the Indus Water Treaty. Remember how Prime Minister said that blood and water cannot flow together. And now Asim Munir has said that let India build dams and we will destroy it using 10 missiles. Big threat that has been given by him. Their country approached the United States nation. They did not get any support globally. And now
let me tell you something. You know, the river flows downstream from top to high. So Pakistan is the lower riparian, where the upper. When a dam is built, the water gathers on our side, not on the lower side, the upper side. If you blast the dam, the water will quickly flow to your side and flood your country. The man is a fool. I hope I'm sure he hasn't asked a hydrologist or an engineer that what happens if I blast a dam. During the Second World War, they were trying to blast dams in Germany. There was a very famous, I forget the name of the thing. They said if we can blast this dam, then we are going to be very happy because it's going to flood this place and that place. Now this has been used, but this guy doesn't understand. You blow up a dam and your own country suffers. If this is not masochism, if this is not auto-destruct, this guy should be on suicide. Maybe the Americans will put him in a lunatic asylum in their country and look after him. I don't really know. But I mean, I've stopped caring. The man is a buffoon. He's incapable of rational act.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, stay on with us. I'm also joined by retired Major General Sanjay Meston. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, this big statement that has come in from Asim Munir, he has given nuclear threat. India has retorted back saying that this is a very irresponsible statement, but this is not just about Pakistan because this statement has been made from the United States soil. And they are as much responsible for this as Pakistan is, given how the relationship with Trump has been over the past few weeks. Your first reaction to this?
My first reaction is, firstly, as India, we should not even be worried about his such callous and stupid statements. The fact of the matter is he's making these statements only on one pretext, that is because of the President Trump support. And I'm quite surprised why President Trump called him for that so-called lunch. And now the central CENTCOM, the chief was retiring, and therefore he was called for the farewell party. Now, this is what is happening, that he is pleasing the Americans, and Munir and Pakistan does not realize that the Americans cannot be trusted. They are not any trusted friends of anyone. In Afghanistan, they were fighting together with the NATO and all allied 52 nations. Today, the same Americans, President Trump says, I'll put so much tariffs on Canada. Yeah, you know what all has happened. So he can ditch allies. So Pakistan is definitely no ally of any kind. They are just being used. And this is actually, a pressure tactics on India, basically, by President Trump. He wants to use Munir by making these statements so that, the government of India will bow down. That's never going to happen. India is the most responsible and the most honorable nation. And we will not, bow down to President Trump's wishes and desires. And he's using just this Munir as a trump card against India. That is what his policy is. And Munir should realize, as the ambassador was also explaining, I've served extensively in J&K and Punjab areas. Any water which is, even if he tries to blow up, it's just going to devastate Pakistan. Devastate, I'm using the word. It will be totally flooded. So this is the whole issue. He does not realize. He's just making callous statements to earn cheap popularity amongst his people and some of his so-called, followers. So this is an irresponsible, callous statement, and India, I think, should not even react. And they know what the Indian capabilities are. This time we have conveyed what we did in this Kirana hill. We have got the capabilities to even sort out his nuclear. So let him not call this nuclear.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, this is why India has retorted back, saying that these are very irresponsible statements that has been given by the Army Chief of Pakistan. In fact, I request both of our guests to stay on with us. We have another breaking update that we are getting. Amid the India-Pakistan Asia Cup row, the Asim Munir threats from the United States soil, there's a fresh outrage over India versus Pakistan Women's Team World Cup clash in Sri Lanka. What we're learning so far is that the schedule is out for India versus Pakistan match, and according to the dates, October 6th is when Indian women team will take on Pakistan women's team. And as usual, BCCI continues to maintain a haunting silence on this as well. First, let's listen into what Asim Munir's nuclear threat was. All right, so as we know that on September 14th, there's going to be a match between India and Pakistan as far as Asia Cup is concerned. Now, what we're learning is that there's going to be another match which is between India and Pakistan. Women's Team World Cup clash in Sri Lanka, which will take place, in fact, on October 6th. That is when the Indian women team will take on the Pakistani team. So, firstly, on September 14th, and then on October 6th. But the point remains is that BCCI is completely silent on this. There was a massive outrage, remember, when the dates for India and Pakistan Asia Cup match were announced, and people of the country, in fact, were asking questions and questioning the silence of the BCCI and the government as well. Now, let me go across once back again to Major General Sanjay Messon. How do you see this? Because there's a lot of uproar now over the statement that is coming from Asim Munir as well. Now, this match that is going to take place between India and Pakistan women team on October 6th. But before we go back to our panelists there, this is a big breaking news that we are getting in. As far as the official response of India is concerned, as far as that big statement by Asim Munir is concerned, and our attention has been drawn to remarks made by Pakistani Chief of Army while on a visit to the United States. And this is what the official spokesperson has said. Nuclear saber rattling is Pakistan's stock in trade. The international community can draw its own conclusion on the irresponsibility inherent in such remarks, which also reinforces the well-held doubts about the integrity of the nuclear command and control in the state where the military is hand in glove with the terrorist group. So this is a big statement that has been given by India after the nuclear threat was made by Asim Munir. It goes on to state, and I quote, "It is regrettable that these remarks should have been made from the soil of a friendly third country." And by this, they are alluding to the United States. India has made it clear that it will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. We will continue to take all the necessary safeguard to safeguard our national security, is the statement that is once again, in fact, come in from India as far as the Asim Munir comment is concerned, that we will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. Let me once again go back to Major General Sanjay Messon. Thank you so much for your perspective on this. Now, official statement that has come in from India is that we will not give in to this nuclear blackmail after the statement that has come in from Army Chief Asim Munir, not just related to the nuclear threat, but also saying that let India build dam, we will destroy those dams with 10 missiles.
Yeah, as I mentioned, India is, India is very, very clear. We are going to sort them out. Let them try anything. I think the next attack, if Pakistan tries, he's forgotten the might of the Indian armed forces. Our Indian Navy was not used at all. So this time, if he tries any kind of an act, any terrorist act, the whole problem is, his tenure gets over on 29th November. And till date, his extension has not been announced. So I think he's doing more of this, to put pressure on his government over there, so that he gets the extension immediately, and then he will try a coup, basically to become a president and dislodge Zardari. So this is his game plan. He's basically getting pumped up in the American soil, and I think India has made a correct statement. From a friendly country is making such a noise, and that too he threatened that he'll wipe off half of the world. I think the international community should take up this issue very, very serious. This kind of clownish, unprofessional statements by an army chief is uncalled for, unprofessional, and I think this should be raised up at the highest levels of the United Nations Security Council. That means he's just trying to show that, nuclear bogey can be played, and therefore he can resort to terrorism. And that is what he has been doing. So this time India has hit hard, very, very hard. We have hit Pakistan, Punjab like hell. We have hit targets up to 300 kilometers in depth. So I told you, Navy was not utilized. So he does not know what is the devastating potential of the Indian armed forces and the entire might of the Indian nation, the whole of nation approach. So Pakistan is just making noise under this gentleman. He can't control his own armed forces. There is rebellion against in his own armed forces. The morale is very low. So he's just making this statement just to remain in the prime importance that yes, people should know there is something known as Munir. I think we should not even care to hoot for it. As regards the cricket match is concerned, if the Prime Minister of India is very clear, terror and talks will not go together. At least the pulse of the nation is also very clear. We should not engage in any play, whether it is any kind of a match with Pakistan. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let me once again bring in a former diplomat, Deepak Vora. Thank you so much, sir, for staying on with us. Now, in the official statement, India has said that Pakistani army is hand in glove with the terrorist group. Now, the whole world knows about this. And in fact, Pakistan in many years has not been able to counter this. Once again, India has said that they are hand in glove with the terrorists. Your first reaction to this official statement by the Indian government?
Ma'am, it's very clear that the Pakistani army chief, this Munir fellow is not the army chief. He's only a low-level havildar. The chief is that Manus Nazar, not Manus Nazar. What is his name? Masood Asar. He controls the Pakistani army. He orders them around. Because this guy only sits at the door and does Allah, Allah, Allah all the time. My own feeling is the Indian government saying about saber rattling. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made it very clear this doesn't impress us. Because if you have 2.5 nuclear weapons and you try using them, then you know what we are capable of. Our doctrine has now been revised after the attack in Pahalgam. Earlier we used to talk about no first use. Now it's pretty clear. There is an ambiguity, but my own feeling, and after speaking to several outstanding sons of India, soldiers like General Sanjay Meston, who was with us a moment ago, now the feeling is they launch, we launch. It'll take him several minutes before one of his things can hit my capital. It'll take me less than 8 minutes to obliterate his major cities. I don't think Munir understands all this. The fellow he's gone completely. I don't even think we should be wasting time discussing this. He went to a black tie dinner. I don't know if he was wearing his pool marshal's uniform or what he was doing. But it's just crazy and it's just unbelievable. And of course, nobody, not even his friend. I think even the Turks would have told him, "Ye kya bakwas kar rahe tu?" And of course, Azerbaijan doesn't matter. So I have a feeling that he's damaged his country. Whatever little money might have come in by way of investment, he's damaged that much more than he can realize. You know, ma'am, the spoken word, and I'm trained in diplomacy, is like a fired bullet. It doesn't come back. He can deny it, he can say, I've been misquoted, etc. But there were lots of people present at the dinner. I have spoken to some of the people who were given first-hand information. Yes, he said all this. Now he's going to be in trouble. I don't even know if he's going to go back to his country. There might be demonstrations on the streets of there. I hope this guy is relegated to where he belongs. He belongs to a lunatic asylum.
Absolutely. But do you think this is a newly found friendship between United States and Pakistan? Because this is the second time that Asim Munir has gone to United States in the last 2 months, second visit there. And the last time he went, he had nominated US President Donald Trump for the Peace Prize. And this time he has made this inflammatory speech from United States. So it's not just about Pakistan, it's also about the place from which, where he had made this statement. And that is United States. Definitely India has said that why did he make this statement from the third friendly third country? But the point remains is how and why did he do it specifically from the United States is the question many are asking.
Many Americans would have asked him the same question. Why did you do it from my territory? It's not done. In diplomacy, we don't do this. We don't go to the territory of country A and threaten country B from that territory. No. I hope somebody in the State Department tells Donald Trump that this man is an ass. He has embarrassed you. I'm sure the American ambassador will be coming in to meet whoever is his controlling person in New Delhi. Or we would go to Washington and talk to them and say, what's going on? And they would have a tough time. They'd probably turn around as they've done in the past when I was posted it. Bhai, hum kya kare? Ye to pagal aadmi hai. Now that's going to be their excuse. If he's a pagal aadmi, why does General Gurila or whatever that fellow's name is, why does he invite him? I think it's going to embarrass Washington also. Many people are watching. And I do know that at this point of time, ma'am, I don't know if you've seen the news, but Canada, which had 25% tariffs, has now hit back on America's lifeline, Alaska's lifeline, the road that goes from mainland America to Alaska, passes through Canada. The Canadians have imposed additional toll of 25%. It's going to hurt the Americans a lot. You know, President Donald Trump, wake up. This isn't an era, a bygone era. This is 2025. We don't talk of unipolar, bipolar, whatever. This is a non-polar world. Countries need dignity and respect. And the way you are behaving, sir, I love America. I've served there. It used to be the dream for all of us to go there. Not anymore. You are damaging your own country's reputation, particularly by letting clowns like me land on you. Throw him out, sir.
Absolutely. Coming to you now, Major General Sanjay Meston. Now, the last time Asim Munir made such statement, there was Pahalgam terror attack. So many people lost their life. And once again, he has given such an inflammatory speech, and that too from the United States this time around. Do you think this is a sort of provocation of some sort this time as well?
Yeah, definitely it is a provocation. See, his 16th April speech, we all know what he stated. And this is exactly this time he has stated from a foreign soil. And this time he's used the nuclear threat, wiping off the, half of the world. So this person, why is he making these statements firstly from American soil is because of the patronage by President Trump. And why President Trump is giving him this kind of, patronage, it is just because he wants to put pressure on the Indian Prime Minister. That is the whole thing. Because President Trump's, he wants buttering, which the Indian government has never done till date. And this is what is actually hurting him, unlike some nations. See, nations have got three approaches. One is retaliate, one is talks, which we were doing. And the third is, of course, remain neutral and whatever he says, keep taking it. India was doing the second approach, the talks. And suddenly he took a twist. These two things. One is he announced this 25% additional penalty since we are importing oil from Russia. And of course, the most important thing is because he had called Munir. And now again, if he's been invited by the CENTCOM chief farewell, obviously it has the clearance of the White House. There is no doubt on that. So President Trump is trying to pressurize India, and he is wanting, that we also should start recommending him for the Nobel Peace Prize and, just do mollycoddling of this fellow. India is not going to fall in this trap, and as I mentioned earlier, Pakistan is being used by America. America is not a trusted friend for anyone. That the entire world has realized. And therefore, yes, your remark, his statements, yes, we have to take them with caution, because this man, he is a restless fellow. He is a jihadi. So I would not be surprised he plans another terrorist attack, but he knows the consequences. And this time he's thinking India will be constrained and restrained.
Absolutely.
Because of the American pressure, no, it will not happen. India will not be restrained and constrained. Forget the escalatory ladder. Now we will go full, I would say we would go full throttle. The Navy's might will also be leased upon in Karachi and everything, and including Gwadar, what the Chinese are boasting. So I think India is now very, very clear. Right. Till what time and till when can we keep accepting this nonsense from Pakistan? Pakistan should cease to exist. Either Munir ceases to exist or Pakistan ceases to exist.
Absolutely, and that is why India has retorted, saying that we will not give in to your nuclear blackmail. A big message that has been sent to Asim Munir. Thanks so much to Ambassador Deepak Vora and Major General Sanjay Meston for giving your perspective. Now we're shifting our focus. KIIT achieved its biggest win at the 2025 World University Games by winning historic 6 medals, 3 silver and 3 bronze, making the highest medaling university in the event's history and contributing significantly to India's record-breaking medal tally of 12 medals. Watch this.
Students honoring their champions on campus as the KIT University scripts history at the World University Games in Germany. Known as the Olympics for university athletes aged 17 to 25, which saw participation from over 300 Indian student athletes selected through trials that drew entries from more than 400 universities nationwide. Not only did KIT contribute significantly to India's record-breaking medal tally, but it also set a new benchmark for university sports in the country. With 6 medals, 3 silver and 3 bronze, KIT emerged as the highest medaling university from India, accounting for half of the nation's total of 12 medals.
KIT University Bhubaneswar 40 बच्चे पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, जो कि ओनली यूनिवर्सिटी विद हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन इन वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स। उससे ज़्यादा खुशी का बात है इंडिया को जो 12 मेडल मिला है वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स में, उसमें से 50% मेडल 6 मेडल KIT यूनिवर्सिटी का छात्र छात्री को मिला है, 6 मेडल मिला है।
40 out of 42 athletes from Odisha in the Indian contingent were from KIT. highlighting the institution's role as a national sports powerhouse. KIT also had the highest representation by a single Indian university in any edition of the Games, held from July 16th to 27th across different cities of Germany. KIT has now become the first Indian university in 65 years to win the highest number of medals in a single edition of the World University Games. No small feat for an institution that has quietly built its sporting infrastructure over the years.
A very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the massive order by the Supreme Court on the stray dog menace. Says pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. And also on the other side, 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to Election Commission headquarters in the national capital over the Bihar survey and the vote theft charge. Many of them have been detained. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty, who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing. But I want to say this to you, obtaining respect and ensuring dignity for societies can also be achieved through cultural prowess, especially through cultural prowess.
अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Supreme Court has made its strongest remarks on the stray dog menace. It has issued an 8-week ultimatum to the authorities in Delhi NCR region to cleanse this particular region of stray dog menace. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. India issues strong response to Munir's nuke threats. MEA says Pak's saber rattling is their stock in trade. Dispute over tomb in Fatehpur. Two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temple demolished and tomb was built. We have some big breaking news coming in, viewers. K.N. Rajanna, Siddaramaya's close aide and top Karnataka minister, has quit after questioning Rahul. The High Command has expressed its outrage. It was furious over Rajanna's comment on blaming Congress party for voter revision, and Motamouth K.N. Rajanna had made absurd comments on voter revision even while entire Congress was out there to prove the 2024 Lok Sabha elections were invalid. Rajanna is the close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and this is the vote chori fallout in Karnataka after K.N. Rajanna admitted that the Congress was also involved in irregularities. It had sparked major backlash. The High Command has come down heavily on K.N. Rajanna, which has forced the top Karnataka minister to call it quits. He has quit as a minister after facing backlash from the High Command. This is a big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. K.N. Rajanna, a top Karnataka minister, top aide of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, has quit as a minister. And this after facing backlash over his admission that Congress was also involved in irregularities. It's a dramatic shift. Rajanna acknowledged that voter list irregularities during the Congress regime in Karnataka, and he admitted to this, pointing out that the party leaders sat quietly with their eyes closed instead of flagging concerns at the draft stage. And after these remarks went public, K.N. Rajanna was pulled up by the Congress High Command, and this is what we are understanding from our highly placed sources. He has quit as the Karnataka minister for questioning Rahul Gandhi and the silence of the Congress party, his own party. Now we have Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar's response. Let's listen in.
Minister K.N. Rajanna is totally false. He doesn't know. My Chief Minister will reply to it, and my party high command. And your party leader has also written a letter to Ranjit Surjewala to take disciplinary action against him. My party, Delhi, and the Chief Minister will react to it. Minister K.N. Rajanna is totally false. He doesn't know. My Chief Minister will reply to it, and my party high command. And your party leader has also written a letter to Ranjit Surjewala to take disciplinary action against him. My party, Delhi, and the Chief Minister will react to it.
Well, at the tone at which D.K. Shivkumar was seen responding, it clearly shows how outraged the entire Congress party is. And D.K. Shivkumar there clearly stating that K.N. Rajanna's statements are false because K.N. Rajanna had highlighted specific anomalies, like one individual being registered at 3 different addresses and cases where 60 names were added in localities with only 10 to 15 residents lacking essential details such as proper addresses or even their parental names. And after the statement, the High Command has cracked its whip. It has forced K.N. Rajanna to quit as a minister. He is a very, very close aide of the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and D.K. Shivkumar there coming out and responding to this development, saying that K.N. Rajanna has embarrassed the party by making false statements, and that's why he was forced to quit. This is the big breaking news that we're tracking from Karnataka. Karnataka Congress was left embarrassed, was left red-faced after K.N. Rajanna admitted to voter list irregularities by the Congress party. He said there were several anomalies that were reported during the draft stage itself, and the Congress did nothing but sit silent. We have Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, this is a major embarrassment for the Karnataka Congress unit because K.N. Rajanna, top minister, top aide of Siddaramaiah, has stepped down, has quit as a minister after he was pulled up by the Congress High Command. Tell us more, Abhishek.
Well, Deepak, the preliminary report or the information says that Minister K.N. Rajanna, who just K.N. Rajanna, who was, it is informed that K.N. Rajanna resigned from his position as the minister after the Congress High Command had a conversation with the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah.
Abhishek, kindly hold your thoughts. Abhishek, we have our first response also coming in from BJP. We have Bharat Shetty, a BJP MLA, joining us live on the phone line. Bharat Shetty, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining us on Republic TV. How do you look at this situation? The Karnataka Congress unit is completely embarrassed because its own minister has been forced to quit after he raised several anomalies when the Congress party sat quiet during the voter draft stage.
Yeah, the scene is like if somebody or anybody speaks the truth, they are thrown out of the Congress party. And Mr. Rajanna has come out with the truth, and he has asked about the few doubts he has. And the High Command immediately talks to the CM and asks him to take a resignation from this minister. This is a state of affairs in Karnataka. No one can speak their mind out. No one can speak the truth. If somebody speaks the truth, may it be a minister, MLA, or anybody from the Congress party, they are asked to resign. He has pointed out many anomalies in the questions which Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been raising. So we have come to know, everyone knows that now Rahul Gandhi has been shooting from his hip, and he's been lying about all this accusation he has been making about the voter list problem he has raised in the parliament, what's happening in Karnataka. So we met Rajanna also. Rajanna is in the assembly. We are in the assembly. The afternoon session of the assembly has not started. Rajanna is sitting inside. He has been asked to resign. Last time there was this attempt on honey trap attempt on the same person, and now this has happened. This is the state of affairs of Congress in Karnataka.
Right, Mr. Shetty, thank you for joining us with your opinions. We also have Shehzad Poonawalla joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, the Karnataka Congress and the Congress High Command has gone against its own for telling the truth, because that's what the BJP claims. Will the BJP pick up these anomalies that were revealed by K.N. Rajanna?
Look, Mr. Rajanna has paid the ultimate price for speaking the truth and fact-checking Rahul Gandhi, the Prince Pinocchio, who lies every time and whose atom bomb turned out to be a Sutali bomb. Now, the fact is that 2023 onwards, there's a Karnataka state government of Congress. If there's any fault in the electoral roll of 2024, the administration, the local people, the BLA, BLOs, etc., all the state government people. And that's what Mr. Rajanna flagged. Why didn't we highlight it then? Why were we quiet then? Why did we allow this manipulation then? So he has been sacked or he has been removed because Rahul Gandhi can't handle the truth. Now, your channel also has done many fact checks of Rahul Gandhi's atom bomb claims. Whether it is Aditya Srivastava's claim, whether it is Shakun Rani claim, or the other claims that he has made, all of them are false, and that's why he is not giving it in writing or on oath. And therefore, Rahul Gandhi, he only has one agenda: to insult the election commission, to threaten them, and anybody who busts his lies, they have to be facing the emergency mindset of Rahul Gandhi's family, which is that they have sacked him and they have sacked Mr. Rajan and taken Badla.
That's right, Shehzad. Thank you for joining us live. In fact, we also have Mohan Krishna of the Karnataka BJP, a former advisor to the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. Mohan Krishna ji, K.N. Rajanna showed the mirror to his party, to Rahul Gandhi, and now he is facing action. He has been forced to quit as a minister. How do you look at this situation? Because the Karnataka Congress is in a complete state of disarray.
Very good afternoon. It's evident that now the bickering of the Karnataka Congress has started. It's the first wicket K.N. Rajanna when honey trap issue came, when he spoke, and the SIT was formed and given a clean sheet to him, and clean sheet to the persons who were accused also. Now coming back to this issue, Mr. Rajanna is a very veteran Congress leader in the side of the Siddaramaiah. So there are possibilities now that, the government will start bickering from one by one. You can expect a lot of developments. What they were talking November can come to October also. Before Ayudh Puja, Vijayadashmi, I think this government will face a lot of problems. And BJP is nowhere concerned for this. We know it very well. when they get 136 seats. It has happened when Virendra Patil was the Chief Minister of Karnataka with 172 seats. And this kind of bickering happened, and Congress melted down to 64 seats then. Now it is the time for the Congress. People are watching every day. Their guarantees have been failed. Their governance is utterly failure, and law and order is totally out of control. It is all derogatory remarks on the Hindus and Sanatan. And Mr. Siddaramaiah, as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, is only doing one thing by ensuring that the minorities get the major share, and each and every cabinet you can see one thing, that minorities in Karnataka, especially Muslims, will get special quotas and special things for them to get covered by the Congress and Siddaramaiah government. This is nothing but the worst governance we have seen in the last 75 years in Karnataka.
Right, Mohan Krishna ji, thank you for joining us. In fact, it's not just K.N. Rajana, viewers. In the latest, what we understand is that Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has also said that Rajana may not be wrong and stressed that every voter must be counted, not just those linked to a party or leader. He urged the Election Commission to act carefully and ensure transparency. Deshpande said that the Election Commission must make sure every family's vote is included. Now, this is another Congress MLA now standing behind K.N. Rajana. He has expressed solidarity, saying that Rajana may not be wrong. Even as Rahul Gandhi continues to question the Election Commission, Abhishek, we have MLA Deshpande also saying that Rajana may not be wrong because the Congress party sat silent when the voter list anomalies were reported. Abhishek.
Deepak, for a fact, K.N. Rajana, who is always outspoken with respect to whichever party it is, he usually speaks the facts, despite it might be against his own party. At this point of time, when Rahul Gandhi was in Bengaluru to talk about the vote chori or the theft of votes, which was directed at the BJP or Prime Minister Narendra Modi, this was when K.N. Rajana, the minister, usually and very clearly informed that even his government was at fault and even the party was at fault at that point of time. And this is one of the reasons as to why the High Command felt that K.N. Rajana is continuously speaking against the party. He has also been informed in various other incidents not to talk against the party. However, when K.N. Rajana made the statement at the Freedom Park, it was very clear that the Congress person or one of the members of the Congress complained to the Karnataka Pradesh Congress and the AICC, mentioning that the Congress High Command should take an action against K.N. Rajana. And at this point of time, we have been told that the High Command had a conversation with the Chief Minister of Karnataka, CM Siddaramaiah, to make sure that there is an action taken on K.N. Rajana. It should either be from himself or from the AICC. CM Siddaramaiah was directed that he should be taking action against K.N. Rajana, or AICC will be forced to take an action against Rajana. And this information was conveyed to K.N. Rajana by Siddaramaiah in the morning itself. And it is like probably 1 hour to 1.5 hours prior that we've been informed that K.N. Rajana met CM Siddaramaiah to convey that he will be resigning from his post, and also he was informed that if at all he didn't take this step, he might also be taken out by the Congress party from the very grassroots level. And this is one of the primary reasons as to why K.N. Rajana might have given his resignation, is what we've been informed now. However, but we are still awaiting the final response or the official response from K.N. Rajana. When we tried to confront him unofficially, even without the camera, he told that he will be having a conversation with CM Siddaramaiah and then he will have to decide how this may go ahead. On the other hand, we've been informed by the Chief Minister's sources that CM Siddaramaiah will try harder to make sure that K.N. Rajana will not be removed from the cabinet because of his experience and the knowledge he has in various other sectors. So we will have to wait for at least 1 to 1.5 hours to see what the official statement of CM Siddaramaiah or K.N. Rajana might be. Deepak.
Right, Abhishek, this is a major political twist because the Congress High Command has moved to dismiss Minister K.N. Rajana from the state cabinet after his controversial remarks blaming his own government for voter list revisions. Party leaders Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are said to be very, very furious as the comment came while the Congress was united in challenging the validity of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And Rajanna Abhishek, considered a close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, reportedly drew a direct call from the High Command to the Chief Minister instructing him to drop the minister. Abhishek.
Deepak, not only that, but also we shouldn't forget the fact that K.N. Rajanna is the person from the cabinet who mentioned that there will be a major change in the cabinet in the month of September. Till date, he would go by his word, stating that there will be a change of government or a major change in the government in the month of September or October. On various other occasions, we've tried to question him in various other ways, to which he has always stuck on a point, stating that the government will see major changes in the month of September, and he will stand by his words, is what he has informed the media as of now. On the other hand, we have started seeing various other developments in Vidhan Saudha. People from BJP and people from Congress are reacting on K.N. Rajanna's decision. We've also tried to confront CM Siddaramaiah, and that is when he kept silence and he didn't want to talk about that issue until there is a legal resignation or a written resignation which is received from K.N. Rajanna. And this is the same person who obviously mentioned in the assembly, stating that the ministers are being honey trapped, and also the ministers should be having eyes all over this body. So in various other occasions and incidents, K.N. Rajanna has always spoken fact. So despite knowing that he speaks the truth, a Congress government didn't want him to go against his own government or the Congress High Command. And this might be one of the primary reasons as to why he had been
demanded to resign. That's right, Abhishek. It's a big twist, a big development in Karnataka politics. Close aide of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and he's also a top minister, because he has been forced to resign. K.N. Rajanna has quit after the controversy over his remarks on vote chori, because the High Command was very furious. Abhishek, we also have reports suggesting that he drew a direct call from the High Command. Siddaramaiah was also not contacted, but it was K.N. Rajanna who received the direct call. And all eyes will be on Siddaramaiah's reaction also, Abhishek, given the fact that K.N. Rajanna is his very, very close aide.
Deepak, just information which I'll have to share even before I go to the point. Rajanna's son Rajendra has come to the Vidhana Saudha's assembly to have a conversation with his father about the resignation. So getting back to the point about the relationship between CM Siddaramaiah and K.N. Rajanna, it is with very clear information that one can, who reports politics can report or can say that K.N. Rajanna has a very good contact with CM Siddaramaiah, because they've almost been of the same age, and whenever CM Siddaramaiah, or whenever Siddaramaiah became the Chief Minister of the Karnataka, he would obviously want K.N. Rajanna within his cabinet, because the cabinet obviously wanted some people who had good knowledge on various other sectors, and K.N. Rajanna is one such minister. He is one of the supreme leader in the field of cooperation, is what various other congressmen and also various other political leaders have claimed as of now. On the other hand, we've questioned K.N. Rajanna several other times about why he goes against his party himself, and he very clearly mentions every single time that he wishes to speak only the facts, despite even though he is ready to lose his position, he is ready to give up on his ministerial post, he is ready to give up on anything, but he is not ready to give up on the facts that he obviously believes is what he has previously mentioned in various other occasions. This might be a hard fact to CM Siddaramaiah, because Rajanna being a very close
Abhishek, and all eyes will be on how Siddaramaiah will respond. Thank you for Abhishek for joining me with those details. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, meanwhile, viewers, has strongly rebuked the Samajwadi Party during the inaugural session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly's monsoon session. Taking a tough stand, Yogi accused the SP of promoting anarchy and questioned their commitment to democracy. Here's a quick report on that.
The UP Assembly's monsoon session opened with high drama. Samajwadi Party MLAs staged a noisy protest against the Yogi government, accusing it of falling on law and order.
दोनों विषय जब आज संबंधित नहीं है, मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि आप चलो। जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि वो व्यापारी थे जिनके उसने कहा तो उन्होंने विरोध किया।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hit back, sharply criticizing the SP. He accused them of believing in anarchy rather than democratic values.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग.
He also accused the SP regime of imposing a gunda tax on traders.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग छोर हैं. इनका अरे सुनिए ना, कब से विश्वास हो गया है, कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं. स्वाभाविक रूप से संभल में जो नंग तांडव इन्होंने समाजवादी पार्टी सरकार के समय किया था, आज जब वहां पर उसका शुद्धिकरण का अभियान चल रहा है, तो अगर आपको हवन डालना है तब तो ठीक बात है, लेकिन अनावश्यक रूप से हर एक जगह न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करना, अपनी नकारात्मकता से उस क्षेत्र के विकास को अवरुद्ध करना, संभल हो, बहराइच हो या गोरखपुर, ये समाजवादी पार्टी हर जगह यही करती है.
The monsoon session is also set to debate the state's vision document, a roadmap for development incorporating inputs from all parties.
इसकी क्या हो सकता है? नहीं, मेरी बात.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the huge face-off between India and Pakistan over separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea. And along with that, we'll tell you about India's strong response to Muni's nuke threats, hollow threats. MEA says Pakistan's saber rattling is their stock in trade. Stay tuned.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Our collective desire is to see a fair and representative global order, not one dominated by a few. That quest is often articulated as political or economic rebalancing. But I want to say this to you: obtaining respect and ensuring dignity for societies can also be achieved through cultural prowess, especially through cultural prowess.
अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा. व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं. मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. सबके बास तो हम हैं. भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है, और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के दोस्त को लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
तो उनको इस बात का एहसास होना चाहिए कि उनका आईटी सेक्टर जो है वो भारत की बदौलत चलता है। आप चाहे फेसबुक की बात करिए, यूट्यूब की बात करिए, मेटा की बात करिए, ये तमाम जो सर्विसेज ये कंपनीज प्रोवाइड कर रही हैं, इनका सारा का सारा जो प्रॉफिट है वो यूएस में जाता है। लेकिन बिलियन से ज्यादा यूजर्स आज के दिन इंडिया में है। चाइना में तो बैंड है सब कुछ। यू कांट यूज फेसबुक इन चाइना, नॉर यूट्यूब या कोई भी ऐसी चीज नहीं कर सकते यूज। तो सबसे बड़ा इनकी आईटी इंडस्ट्री को बूस्ट अगर किसी ने दिया है, क्योंकि अमेरिका की तो पॉपुलेशन ही 150 मिलियन है, 180 मिलियन के आसपास होगी।
Massive clash at Fatehpur Tomb in Uttar Pradesh. Hindu groups allege tomb is built on a temple. Hindu groups demand prayer rights. Tension remains high, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Amid Rahul versus EC, there is Kong versus Kong, which has really not ended well for KN Rajana, because the High Command has been very, very furious with his recent statements on how the Congress party was silent despite them flagging several anomalies in the voter list draft, and he has been forced to quit. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Top Karnataka Minister KN Rajana quits hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi on voter theft claims. 300 MPs from 25 opposition parties marched from Parliament to EC headquarters over SIR and vote theft charge. India issues strong response to Munir's nuke threat. MES says Pakistan saber rattling is their stock in trade. Dispute over tomb in Fatehpur, two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temple demolished. Supreme Court passes order on stray dog menace, says pick up all stray dogs within 8 weeks in the Delhi NCR region. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. ED investigates illegal betting app scam. Actor Rana Daggubati appears for questioning. Big breaking news, viewers, from Karnataka, and a major political twist. The Congress High Command has moved to dismiss Minister KN Rajana from the state cabinet after his controversial remarks blaming the Congress government, his own government, for voter list revisions. Party leaders Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are said to have been very, very furious at KN Rajana's statements. And this comment came while the Congress was united in challenging the validity of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Rajana, who is considered a very close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, reportedly drew a direct call from the High Command to the CM instructing him to drop KN Rajana from the state cabinet. Let's now listen in to Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar, who has confirmed that KN Rajana has quit as a minister.
Minister KN Rajana is totally false. He doesn't know. My Chief Minister will reply to it, and my party high command.
And your party leader has also written a letter to Randeep Surjewala to take disciplinary action against him,
my party, see Delhi, and the Chief Minister will react to it.
ಬಡಿಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅನ್ನುವ ವಿಚಾರ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೋಡೋಣ, ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
Take up this issue in the Karnataka Assembly. That's P.Y. Vijayendra, who's speaking on K.N. Rajana's resignation as a minister.
ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿಗೆ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಒಂದು ಧೈರ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
The Congress party and Rahul cannot accept the truth.
ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತ ಪರಿಷ್ಕರಣೆ ಆಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ವೋಟರ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಸೇರಿಸೋದು, ಡಿಲೀಷನ್ ಅಡಿಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು.
The voter list revision happened
ತಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರವೇ
during their regime.
ಅದನ್ನ ಅರಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೇನೆ
They can't digest the fact that their own minister has showed the mirror to them.
ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒತ್ತಡ ಹಾಕಿದಂತೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು
and there was pressure to take action against K.N. Rajana.
ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು.
And we will also debate this in the Karnataka Assembly.
Sir, there are reports that High Command has asked K.N. Rajana to tender his resignation over his statement on saying that voter list was done during their government.
Well, that was B.Y. Vijayendra, who has said that they will pick up this matter in the Karnataka Assembly. And it seems like the High Command cracking down on K.N. Rajana has given fresh ammunition for the Karnataka BJP, because B.Y. Vijayendra has said that this will be a matter that they will raise in the Karnataka Assembly. It has fueled their attack against the Congress party in Karnataka, and this is an explosive development that has rocked the Congress party, because Karnataka Minister K.N. Rajana has been asked to step down following his stunning admission that voter list irregularities took place under the party's rule, and he is the close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. He stirred up a political storm as he openly revealed flaws in the system, just as Rahul Gandhi was accusing the BJP of vote theft in Karnataka. In fact, this is a big breaking news that we are tracking. K.N. Rajana's latest reaction. He says that he will be meeting the Chief Minister now. And let me quote what he has said. I will go meet him, come back and give my reactions to the media and also comments. This is K.N. Rajana's first response before he speaks to the Chief Minister. The latest is that a crucial meeting is underway, a discussion is underway between K.N. Rajana and Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, because K.N. Rajana is Siddaramaiah's very close aide. And now the High Command of the Congress party has cracked its whip. It has asked Siddaramaiah to drop K.N. Rajana from the Karnataka cabinet. Let's listen in to K.N. Rajana.
ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್
from K.N. Rajana.
ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಂದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್
K.N. Rajana. See, High Command has not had any resignation from K.N. Rajana. So now I am going to meet CM. And also I will talk to my father regarding about this.
Whether any kind of instructions has come from Chief Minister's office or
no, nothing has gone. Thank you. See, High Command has not had any resignation from K.N. Rajana. So now I am going to meet CM. And also I will talk to my father regarding about this.
Whether any kind of instructions has come from Chief Minister's office or
no, nothing has gone. Thank you.
Well, that was K.N. Rajana's son, who was also stating that he will meet the Chief Minister. Father and son duo are holding talks with the Chief Minister as we speak. And on the other hand, the BJP is strategizing to take this matter up in the Karnataka Assembly, because K.N. Rajana just a few hours back showed the mirror to Congress, saying that voter list irregularities took place during Congress rule as well. But the Congress party, including Rahul Gandhi, didn't do anything about it. It was the silence that prompted K.N. Rajana to come out and openly admit that there were voter list irregularities during the Congress rule as well. And this has enraged Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, who are furious, and they called Siddaramaiah, asked him to immediately drop K.N. Rajana from the Karnataka state cabinet. And this amid viewers Rahul Gandhi questioning the election commission and the BJP over vote theft. Complete setback for Rahul Gandhi's narrative. Let's listen in to BJP.
Face the real facts. Discrepancy has taken place during Congress tenure only. During this tenure only, when Siddaramaiah, under his leadership only, all this malpractices has taken place. Voter list has been added and deleted. So now it's the responsibility of Rahul Gandhi as well as Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar to give the response. But without doing this, since Rajanna has spoken truth, since Rajanna, the senior minister, has exposed the ruling Congress party, High Command has put pressure on Siddaramaiah to take resignation of Minister Rajanna. We'll discuss on the floor of the House also.
Thank you. But how do you see this move of the High Command of Congress?
Congress High Command or Rahul Gandhi, when Election Commission has sought explanation, they are running away from giving the explanation. When Election Commission has sought explanation through affidavit, even though Rahul Gandhi was in Bangalore, was supposed to meet Election Commission, instead of meeting Election Commission, it was only hit and run case. He escaped and left to Delhi. Now I demand Chief Minister as well as Rahul Gandhi not only to answer Rajanna's allegation, truth has to come out, because the Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party alleging a constitutional authority election commission spreading false propaganda on election commission. It's really unfair. It's very unfair and very dangerous to the democracy. So rather than taking resignation of Rajanna, now since the truth has come out, proper explanation should be given by Rahul Gandhi himself and by the ruling party here in Karnataka.
Well, that was B.Y. Vijendra seeking an explanation from Rahul Gandhi. On one hand, the Election Commission has demanded Rahul Gandhi's affidavit with his allegations on it. And on the other hand, the BJP is demanding an explanation on Congress's silence when there was a voter list scandal that took place during their own rule. Abhishek is joining us live on this broadcast. Abhishek, for our viewers who are joining us right now, help us understand what was that statement, that admission of K.N. Rajana that has forced the High Command to ask the Chief Minister to drop him from the cabinet.
Deepak, it was 3 days ago when Rahul Gandhi had visited Bengaluru's Freedom Park to make sure that they are going against the Union government and the Election Commission of the state, mentioning that the Election Commission were playing as they were the playboards of the Union government, is what Rahul Gandhi claimed on the stage. Whereas K.N. Rajana, who is the Cooperation Minister of Karnataka, openly, when talking to the media, mentioned that the vote chori might have also been had in their tenure while CM Siddaramaiah was still the Chief Minister previously. That is when the addition and the deletion of the voter IDs happened. He also mentioned that we, as the politicians, we had to take care of the administrators. We had to make sure that the officials and the staff deployed to the Election Commission were actually doing their work proper. We had to look at their work. We had to make sure that they were doing their job on the right path. In fact, we were supposed to be held responsible for the addition or deletion. It is not only the Union government, it is not only the BJP, it is not only the JDS, whereas even Congress party have a hold in this issue where the voters were illegally added or deleted, is what K.N. Rajana very briefly spoke to the media even before entering during the Freedom Park, where Rahul Gandhi addressed thousands of people who were against the Election Commission. So this is one such statement as to why the High Command of Congress Party are unhappy on K.N. Rajana. This comes as an addition because K.N. Rajana in the last couple of years, even in the previous government, he is known for speaking the fact. He is known for speaking whatever it is upfront. He is known for going against the party if it is going
right.
Abhishek,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have Ashok Gowda, BJP spokesperson from Karnataka, joining us on the phone line. Ashok Gowda, this is a major fallout, a Congress free fall after K.N. Rajana admitted to voter list scandal during their rule. The Congress High Command has asked him to quit, has asked Siddaramaiah to drop him from the cabinet. All of this for showing them the mirror amid Rahul Gandhi's face-off with the EC. How do you look at this?
Absolutely, yes. Whoever opposes Rahul Gandhi, they will be removed from the party and they will be sacked from the post. And that is what Congress proves. This clearly indicates that the democracy in Congress party is nothing but a joke. And just because the number of people who have gone out of Congress party, who have contributed immensely to the Congress party's growth across country, stands more than 150 in the entire country. That was stalwart leaders who were the central ministers and those people. And the small people who were the small karyakartas or the mid-sized karyakartas, they were removed or sacked from the party or they were neglected from the party. Even including Manishankar Iyer. And now, K.N. Rajana, what wrong did he say? K.N. Rajana in the past has said a lot of wrong things and yet he was not removed. But this time, just because he went against the lines of the Rahul Gandhi, he's been sacked from the Congress party's cabinet and now he stands alone. And in fact, 2 days before only, Asan district in charge was changed from K.N. Rajana to Krishna Bairegowda. Whatever Rahul Gandhi says, even if it is a joke, even if it is not making any sense, and they should accept it and they should speak the same length and line. Otherwise, they will be sacked. And this is what is Congress party happening from the past at least 15 to 20 years. So this is where the mockery of democracy is. This is where the mockery of constitution is. And K.N. Rajana has absolutely on that day spoke the absolute truth. And when Congress party was in power and this voter list was made and when they were sent to the party office, what was the Congress party leadership doing? And when Congress party leadership did not act there, now how can they say that? Now BJP has benefited from it, part one. Part two. And who said, even if there are fake voters, who said all of them had voted for BJP only? They could have voted for whatever their choice was. And as party which has ruled India...
Mr. Gowda, firstly, the Congress cannot fathom the truth. And secondly, do you think that, in the larger context to the CM tussle, one part of the Congress party, certain faction of the Congress party was waiting for K.N. Rajana's route?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, yesterday when Modi ji came to Bangalore to inaugurate the Yellow Line, we saw the tussle between D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah was clearly seen on the dais itself. Because when Siddaramaiah went for a speech, D.K. Shivakumar came right next to the Prime Minister and spoke whatever he wants. And when D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah should have presented only one gift, instead of that, D.K. Shivakumar gave a separate gift other than the government of Karnataka who was represented by CM. So meaning to say, the K.N. Rajana's outcasting also clearly shows that the path for the new chief minister in Karnataka, the power tussle, has just started and the foundation...
And surprisingly so, Mr. Gowda, it was D.K. Shivakumar to first come and react to this, and this clearly shows the internal rift in the Congress party as well. Thank you, Mr. Ashok Gowda, for joining us on the phone line. We have Abhishek who continues to stay on with us. Abhishek, has the Chief Minister received the resignation of K.N. Rajana? Also tell us about the talks that are currently underway between K.N. Rajana, the Chief Minister, and K.N. Rajana's son is also set to meet the Karnataka CM. All right, before I go across to Abhishek, let's play that reaction out of Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, because he was the first Congress leader to react to the Election Commission's notice to him and also Rahul Gandhi. He said they were not schoolboys to respond to every query and insisted that Election Commission should first provide the requested information and records. He asserted that Rahul Gandhi had already addressed the matter publicly and would not take any oath or respond further. DK Shivkumar has asked who is ECI to question Rahul Gandhi.
Whatever documents Election Commission is asking, we are not a school boys to reply whatever they ask. They are supposed to give to us. It is their responsibility. We have exhibited, my leader has exhibited in the public. He has given a presentation. They have already got it. They are already making a research of it. They know whatever is wrong. We have asked for some information. We have asked for some record. First, let them give that record. Officially, we have asked. I myself have gone to the Election Commission and we have let them give that record. No point of time my leader will take oath or answer to it. He has answered it already in the public.
Well, the political developments in Karnataka, viewers, has derailed Rahul Gandhi's campaign against the Election Commission of India because K.N. Rajana, who questioned his own party, was sacked. And meanwhile, the fight continues in the national capital. We are also getting in responses from the parliament on the opposition's protest march to the Election Commission of India. Let's listen in.
I think these people have gone all the way much ahead and wasting everybody's time, wasting taxpayers' money and wasting our energy. But at the same time, I would definitely like to say with all emphasis that today's protest march towards the Election Commission is meaningless, keeping in view the fact that the Election Commission has already given them time. Election Commission is a constitutional body. Still, it has come out and it has offered to discuss with them. I mean, this is quite interesting. And they would be meeting at 12 o'clock. So what's the meaning of this march? It's absolutely baseless. They want to remain relevant in the system, and that's why all this creation of a ruckus.
आप देश के सबसे बड़े पंचायत के विपक्ष लोकसभा के ऑपोजिशन लीडर पे तोहमत लगा रहे हैं। पहले आप मांगते हैं सबूत, जब सबूत दिया जाता है तो उल्टा उनको बोलते हैं शपथ पत्र देने के लिए। ये तानाशाही है और ये निश्चित तौर से ये चुनाव आयोग नहीं कह रहा है, ये भाजपा की रणनीति है जो पूरा देश नहीं सहेगा। और निश्चित तौर से ये प्रोटेस्ट तब तक चलेगा जब हमारा जो वोटिंग राइट है, जिसका आपने घोटाला कर करके सीटें जीती हैं, आज पूरा देश दे चुका है, इसको पूरा देश सहने वाला नहीं है।
Moving on to more breaking news coming. Air India is set to suspend its flight to Washington, D.C. from 1st of September, temporarily suspending flight services between Delhi and Washington. The flight suspension is due to a combination of operational factors, and we'll get more details on these so-called operational factors that Air India has cited while announcing that no Air India flight will arrive in Washington, D.C. from New Delhi. Suspension due to operational factors. We're yet to get details about these operational factors as claimed by Air India, but this is the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. From 1st of September, no flights will take off from New Delhi to Washington, D.C. No Air India flights. We'll also get our aviation team on our screens in just a few seconds from now, but let's stick to this breaking news that we're tracking at the moment. Viewers, Air India is set to suspend all its flights from Delhi to Washington, D.C. from 1st of September. Operational issues is what Air India has cited so far for the reason for the suspension of flight operations from Delhi to Washington, D.C. This is a major announcement that has come in from Air India. And Air India has made this announcement just now. It has announced to suspend its flight to Washington, D.C. from 1st of September, temporarily suspending its flight services between Delhi and Washington, D.C. And when questioned and when asked about the reason, Air India said it is due to a combination of operational factors. What are these operational factors? Well, Harsha will be joining us in just a few seconds to help us understand and also throw light on these operational factors that Air India is talking about. But right now, what we know is that no Air India flight will fly from Delhi to Washington, D.C. It is temporarily suspended. The flight services between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. starting from September 1st, citing a combination of operational factors as the reason behind this decision. We have Harsha joining us live. Harsha, what is the combination of operational factors that Air India has cited when it has announced the suspension of all Air India flights from Delhi to Washington, D.C.?
Deepak, you're absolutely right. So Air India just released and in the letter the Air India flight from Delhi to Washington has been suspended from September 4, and it is some sort of biggest technical flag. And also multiple airlines of Air India, which were earlier flying to Washington, have already been grounded, and they now have a minimum flights to Washington, and that's the reason the ones which are operating, they have faced multiple flags and the issue in their aircraft, and that. That's the reason why the flights have been suspended. It's a press release where they have stated that no flights of Air India will go to Washington from September 1st. Till what time it's going to be there, we don't know about it. But yes, one thing for sure, we know that right now it has been conveyed to Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGC, also regulatory body. And earlier this decision was taken after a meeting with MOCA only. Last week, Air India CEO Campbell Wilson, he met MOCA Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, and after that, a meeting between regulatory body, Minister of Civil Aviation and Air India CEO Campbell Wilson was conducted, and it was decided to check all the malfunction and the technical issues in the aircraft Boeing 787 and 777, the aircraft which fly to Washington after suspecting
Harsha, what about all those passengers who have already booked their flight tickets? Because these tickets are not really cheap, to say the least, and Air India's mistakes, the brunt is being borne by the passengers. What about the passengers who have already booked their tickets?
So, Deepak, they will be refunded. It has been stated that the passengers who had booked their flights to Washington, and their money will be given back. So they will be refunded. They will be asked that after a certain period of time, if you want to use it after 2 to 3 months when the operation will start, either they can use it that time, or either they can just cancel it and they will be refunded their money. So this has been stated to the passengers. We have the entire release which has been shared by the Air India to the media persons, and shortly will share those release as well. Because right now, as I'm speaking to you, I have gotten the release from Air India itself, where they have mentioned each and everything in detail, very briefly about what is going to happen and how passengers will be accommodated.
That's right, Harsha. Thank you for joining us with those details, Harsha. Well, that's the big announcement coming in from Air India. No flights will fly from Delhi to Washington, D.C. starting September 1st. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. But on the other side, we'll tell you about the huge face-off between India and Pakistan, as they're all set to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea today and tomorrow. Along with that, India has responded very strongly to Munir's hollow nuke threats. MEA has said that India will not give in to these nuke blackmails, and also called out Pakistan saber rattling as their stock in trade. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला। ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं। भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए ये हमारे देश।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Top of the hour, we'll get you details how India responded to Asim Munir's nuclear threat, saying that you're a irresponsible state and we will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. We'll get you more details on this. First, as always, the headlines. Top Karnataka minister quits hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi on voter theft claims.
Congress party, they don't have guts to face the reality. Since Rajanna, the senior minister, has exposed the ruling Congress party High Command has put pressure on Sidramaya to take resignation of Minister Rajanna.
After Karnataka Chief Minister's close aide questions Rahul Gandhi on vote theft claims, Bharatiya Janata Party has bagged K.N. Rajanna. India has issued a strong response to Asim Munir's nuclear threat. MEA has said that Pakistan's saber rattling is their stock in trade. There's a dispute over tomb in Fatehpur in Uttar Pradesh. Two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temple demolished. Supreme Court has passed an order on stray dog menace, says pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. Another huge face-off. India and Pakistan will be holding separate naval drills in the Arabian Sea on August 11th, that is today and tomorrow. ED investigates illegal betting app scam. Actor Rana Daggubati appears for questioning. Now remember how Asim Munir from Pakistan had given a nuclear threat. He had said that he will take down not just India but half of the world as well. Now Ministry of External Affairs has issued a statement on Munir's highly irresponsible comments. MEA has said that Pakistan is a living proof of nuclear proliferation through AQ Khan network. Nuclear saber rattling is not new. Is Munir planning a coup? In fact, this is a big rebuttal that has come in from India. As far as that inflammatory statement of Asim Munir is concerned, calling Pakistan an irresponsible state with nuclear weapons, also saying that nuclear saber rattling is Pakistan's stock in trade. This is a fresh statement that has come in from India, and not just about nuclear blackmail. In fact, Asim Munir also said about the Indus Water Treaty, saying that India can make all the dam that it wants and Pakistan will destroy it. Let me go across to Brigadier Sanjay Khanna, defense analyst. So, a very strong statement that has come in from India as far as this very inflammatory statement by Asim Munir is concerned, going on and telling very directly to Pakistan that it will not give in to the nuclear blackmail. But the location of this threat that's been given by Asim Munir is very important, because he has said this from the United States. So are we in a way seeing a new friendship between US and Pakistan, that Pakistan is so comfortable giving this threat from United States? What do you have to say on this?
Kancha, I would say that this is one of the most irresponsible statements given by their field marshal, whom I call Mullah Munir, and henceforth in your program also I will call him Mullah Munir only. He had gone to US first. That was when the Americans wanted to strike the nuclear sites in Fordo in Iran. And that was the time that the Americans saw that the location of Pakistan was very strategic. And Trump wanted to use the air bases as well as other bases of the Pakistani Air Force to deploy its weapon systems. Second is that they wanted Pakistan to get them human from Iran. Because we are aware that there have been a lot of tensions between Iran as well as Pakistan. And if you recall, there were airstrikes also carried out by the Iranian Air Force on the terrorist site in Pakistan. So all this, then, the Americans were looking at Pakistan to kind of leverage against India. And there were a lot of other things which went into it. However, now that the second time that he has gone there, I would like to highlight one thing, that he has not visited America. In the first instance also, he was called to America. Even now, he was called to America. That we must understand that Trump, if he has called him, he will have his pound of flesh. And in addition to the defense, economy, rest of the things, Trump is very interested in his cryptocurrency, which his family is launching in America. So by going there for the second time, Mullah Munir has become overconfident. Despite the bashing that he got at the hands of the Indian Armed Forces during Operation Sindoor. Now he feels that he's a bum chum of President Trump, which we know how reliable or unreliable President Trump is. I needn't say that. So this is his foolhardiness. Second is by making these statements, he is, kind of addressing his domestic population and his country, because we are aware that there is almost an anarchy-like situation in Pakistan. And second is their economic situation is not hidden from the world. They are, it is come to beg, borrow, steal, I would say, for the Pakistanis. So he wants to digress the attention of the population in Pakistan, as well as, get by doing this, he feels that by the saber rattling, he feels that he can shake up India. Now, there's one thing very clear in his mind, that India will launch attack to capture POK. And that is what is bothering him. Because if that happens, Pakistan is almost finished, because alongside Balochistan will also get independent. So to avoid all this, he is ensuring that, I've got missiles and I will strike them. I finish off half of the world. What do you mean? If you have nuclear missiles, so does India have. Why do you forget that? And our air defense system is much, much better to thwart such like attacks. Yes, in case of nuclear strikes or misunderstanding, miscalculation between the two countries, it can be very, very damaging. We are aware of what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Absolutely. And in fact, India has maintained that these are the hollow threats given by Pakistan after their defeat in Operation Sindoor, saying that we will not give in to such nuclear blackmailing that Pakistan has been doing again and again. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV and giving your perspective on this. Now, shifting our focus, and this is a big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. We're learning that Chief Minister has accepted Minister K.N. Rajanna's resignation letter, and it has been sent to Chief Secretary and will reach the Governor Rest. Next. Now remember, Karnataka Corporation Minister K.N. Rajanna had tendered his resignation after Congress High Command had sought action against him for criticizing Rahul Gandhi's vote theft charge. Remember, Rahul Gandhi has in the last 1 week been raising this issue of the vote theft in Karnataka, Maharashtra and also Uttar Pradesh. And Karnataka Corporation Minister K.N. Rajanna had raised this issue. In fact, speaking to reporters earlier today, he had said, and I quote, "One should remember that voter lists were revised when our own government, that is the Congress government, was at the helm." And he said, "Why did our party turn a blind eye then? It is true that there are irregularities, but it is insulting for us that it happened right under our nose." A big statement that he had given to the reporters. After that, the Congress High Command was really irked with this statement of K.N. Rajanna. They had sought clarification from him, action against him for criticizing Rahul Gandhi's voter theft charge, in a way diluting this campaign that has been launched by the Congress party. And now what we are learning is that the Chief Minister has accepted his resignation, and it has been sent to the Chief Secretary and will then reach the Governor as far as this entire saga in Karnataka is concerned. But one thing remains very clear, that the fresh cracks have now emerged within the governing Congress party in Karnataka, as the senior functionaries have openly expressed dissent over former, as far as Rahul Gandhi's recent comments on vote theft is concerned, and one victim is K.N. Rajanna. He has tendered his resignation. Now that resignation has also been accepted, and all this happened within just few hours of him commenting on the Rahul Gandhi's voter theft charge. He had said, as I pointed out, that all these irregularities did happen, but it is insulting that it happened right under our nose. He said one should remember that voter lists were revised when our own government, the Congress government in Karnataka, was at the top. Why did our party turn a blind eye then? It is true that there are irregularities, but it is insulting that it happened right under our nose. And the Congress High Command here in the national capital, they were really irked by this statement, and within hours now he had to tender his resignation. He was also irked that the top command sought action against him, and now he's tendered his resignation, and that has been accepted by the Karnataka Chief Minister. Now it will be sent to the Chief Secretary and then to the Governor. We'll continue to get you more details on that. For now, we're shifting our focus to Air India and its entire saga. Air India will be suspending its flight to Washington, D.C. from 1st of September. It's a big breaking news that we're getting for you. And the suspension will be between Delhi to Washington. And this is because of combination of operational factors is something that has come to the fore as far as the suspension is concerned. Air India has said that it will stop flying to Washington, D.C. from September 1st, that is in another 20 days, due to a shortfall in aircraft as it commences. In fact, Boeing 787s, 4 other flights to the US will also continue, and a big statement has been given by Air India as well. They have said that the suspension is driven by the planned shortfall in Air India's fleet, as the airline commenced 26 of its Boeing 787-8 aircraft last month, and this is in fact a big decision that has been taken by Air India. Now, the reason that has been given by Air India for the suspension of the flight on this route is the combination of operational factors is what they have stated, but in the last 4 to 5 months, we know that there are several lapses that have come to the fore as far as Air India is concerned. Several factors have come to the fore, but for the specific one, they have said that it is because of a combination of the operational factors is what Air India has said now. Now, remember, in the last few months, several show-cause notices were also sent to Air India for several lapses that have come to the fore. Almost every other day, we see one of the other lapses as far as Air India is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Harsha, tell us, what is the reason behind suspension of Air India flight from Delhi to Washington, D.C.? Because Air India has said that it is because of the combination of operational factors. What are these?
So, Akanksha, to tell to our viewers that right now what we know is that multiple airlines from Boeing 787 of Air India has been already grounded after the checks which was given and after the meeting between MOCA and the regulator. They were asked to reduce 30% of the operation, and following that, many deals have already been grounded. And due to multiple operational factors, what Air India has quoted has been stating, in the release they have stated that Air India is right now, there will be no direct flights from Delhi to Washington from September 1st of Air India. And so the passengers who have already booked it, they will be given full refund, or they will be accommodated in a different flight. But yes, Delhi to Washington, there's no direct flight for passengers, but with one stop, yes, there's a flight from the 4 bases like Chicago, JFK, Newark, and there is San Francisco also. So if any passenger wants to go to Washington, there's no direct flight. With a one stop, there is a flight of Air India, and the passengers will be accommodated. So passengers, if they don't want, they don't have to cancel their flight. They will be accommodated in a different flight, different airline like United Airlines, Alaska Airlines. They can be refunded, and they can be accommodated in those airlines. It is all because of the operational factors, Akanksha. What we are learning right now is that multiple Boeings of Air India have seen malfunction. The malfunction was reported. The technical snags were found in Boeing fleets 777 and 787B as well after AI-171 crash, and therefore Air India was asked to reduce its operation. And following that operational shift only, this Air India has released has sent out a press release in their social media platform and to all the media organization as well, that from September 1st, there will be no direct flight from Delhi to Washington for the passengers. Back to you.
Absolutely. Now it remains to be seen what happens after this. Thanks so much, Harsha, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. We're shifting our focus, viewers, a day after Munir's nuke war threat from American soil. In the Navy, in fact, is all set to deploy naval might today at Arabian Sea. And at the same time, Pakistan Navy has also issued a notum announcing its own exercise in the territorial waters. The overlapping schedules point to heightened military activity in the significant Arabian Sea, a key route for the maritime trade and crucial for regional security as well. We're learning that the exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. In the Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And as per the notum issued, the Indian Navy will conduct the maritime drill off the coast of Porbandar and Oka in Gujarat as well. Let me go across to my colleague Ishan for more on this. This comes at a time, in fact, in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor, but also very important are the statements that have been given by Asim Munir in the last 24 hours. The nuclear threat, the Indus Water Treaty threat that let India build the dam and we will destroy it. Several threats given by Pakistan that is concerned. And at this time, it is very important that there should be a heightened military, in fact, activity in the Arabian Sea. Give us more details on this.
Today we found out, today morning a report had come in that the Indian Navy will be conducting live fire drills in the Oka region off the coast of Gujarat. This is interesting because Pakistan Navy is also conducting drills in this region, North Arabian Sea, within territorial waters of Pakistan. However, these exercises are conducting between the two navies. The distance is only 60 nautical miles and giving the navies very close to each other. Western Naval Command spokesperson has stated that the Western Fleet ships will be participating in these exercises. Live firing drills will be taking place. Missiles and gun drills will be taking place. Similarly, Pakistani official sources have stated that they will also be conducting live fire tests of missiles as well as gunnery drills. Thanks. Back to you.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on this naval drill conducted simultaneously by India and Pakistan. Thanks so much, Ishan, for all the updates. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now we're shifting our focus to UP, where the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath strongly rebuked the Samajwadi Party during the inaugural session of the UP Assembly's monsoon session. Taking a tough stand, Yogi Adityanath accused the Samajwadi Party of promoting anarchy and questioned their commitment to democracy. Here's a 1-minute report on that.
The UP Assembly's monsoon session opened with high drama. Samajwadi Party MLAs staged a noisy protest against the Yogi government, accusing it of falling on law and order.
दोनों विषय जब आज संबंधित नहीं है, मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि आप चलो। जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि वो व्यापारी थे जिनके उसमें गए तो उन्होंने विरोध किया।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hit back, sharply criticizing the SP. He accused them of believing in anarchy rather than democratic values. He also accused the SP regime of imposing a gunda tax on traders.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग छोर हैं। इनका अरे सुनिए ना, कब से विश्वास हो गया है, कब से लोकतंत्र में इन लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं।
Now shifting our focus, tensions are rising in Fatehpur town of UP, where a dispute has erupted over the identity of a historic site. Hindu organizations, including the Bharatiya Janata Party, are protesting, demanding the structure be recognized as a Hindu temple rather than a tomb that it currently is. And authorities have launched an investigation to determine the site's true status, while the local community remains completely divided over this. And we'll keep you updated as the situation develops. Watch this report first.
A large crowd gathered outside a disputed site in Fatehpur of Uttar Pradesh. Tension ran high as protesters from various Hindu organizations, including the BJP, raised slogans and held placards. In Fatehpur, a heated controversy has erupted over a structure believed by some to be a tomb, while others claimed it as a Hindu temple. The dispute has led to widespread protests and call for action. Protesters, including members of the BJP and local Hindu organizations, gathered at the site, demanding that the structure be recognized as a Hindu temple. They argue that it has been misidentified as a tomb and that its true religious significance has been overlooked. Local BJP leaders have voiced strong support for the protesters, emphasizing the need to restore the site to its rightful status as a Hindu temple.
हमारा आने का कारण ये है कि प्रशासन हम लोगों को सुने और हमारे हिसाब से करे। ये इनका तोड़वाया जाए, हमारा मंदिर बने।
आपको कब पता लगा कि ये मंदिर है? आप कितने टाइम पहले?
अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले।
कुछ ही दिन पहले। लंबे समय से ये मामला था मैम, कब पता लगा कि ये मंदिर आपका है?
ये अभी थोड़ा दिन ही पहले जानकारी हुई है ना, इसके पहले हमारे लोग पूजा भजन दर्शन करके आते थे। हमारा मंदिर है, हम लोग पूजा भजन।
Authorities have initiated an investigation into the matter, examining historical records and conducting surveys to determine the true nature of the structure. The outcome of this inquiry will be crucial in resolving the dispute. As investigations continue, the community awaits a resolution that respects all perspectives.
And tensions remain high in this particular town of UP. What we're learning is that police has barricaded that entire area, and in the center of the controversy is one tomb. The Hindu side says that it's a temple, while the Muslim side says that it's their tomb, and in fact they have land records to substantiate the same. And now let's get you the top stories of the day in under 2 minutes. A fire broke out at a solar plate warehouse in Patna in Bihar. The warehouse was situated near Mahadev Asthan under Patna Bypass Police Station area. Around 8 fire tenders reached the spot and were able to quickly respond to this fire. Visuals from the warehouse show that the whole place is burned down along with all the equipments charred to a crisp. Actor Arnab Goswami appeared before the Enforcement Directorate at the office in Hyderabad for questioning in connection with the promotion of unauthorized online betting platforms. His appearance before ED is a part of agency's ongoing investigation under the PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act, into promotional campaigns that are allegedly disguised as unregulated gambling apps, as entertainment or for charity-linked initiatives. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the newly constructed Type 7 multi-story flats for the Member of Parliament at Baba Kharak Singh Marg in the national capital today. And Prime Minister has also planted the Sindoor sapling at the residential premises and also interacted with the workers behind the flats. Chandni Chowk MP Praveen Khandelwal has launched a 10-day campaign called Swadeshi Kharido, Swadeshi Pehno, and this campaign aims to urge people to adopt and purchase Indian-made goods. And this act will not only strengthen the economy but will truly boost the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the vision of the Prime Minister. The monsoon session of the Parliament of UP Legislative Assembly began today. The Chief Minister, in fact, is all prepared to pass more than 6 ordinances during the monsoon session. Among all the bills that are to be passed, Banke Bihari Corridor Ordinance carries the maximum importance. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the big order by the Supreme Court as far as the street dog menace is concerned. The Supreme Court has said pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. And in UP, there's a dispute over temple versus tomb. There's a face-off that took place between the Hindu group and the other community. And the Hindu group claimed that it is, in fact, the Shiva temple that was demolished. We'll get you more updates on this and other stories on the other side. Stay with us.
biggest Supreme Court order on stray dog menace. Supreme Court directs to move out all stray dogs from NCR. No more activist bullying. Supreme Court drops the hammer. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए। ये हमारे देश की इम्पोर्टेंट महत्वपूर्ण बात है। एक इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है कि हमारे देश में आज सबसे बड़ी राष्ट्रभक्ति आज के समय में ये हो सकती है कि हमारे इंपोर्ट को कम करना और एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाना। अगर विश्वगुरु भी बनना है तो यही जरूरी है।
Munir delivers dump truck speech from the US. Munir threatens to take half the world down. Munir's genocidal rant and warmongering from the United States, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. Our top focus is going to be on the top court. The top court is now saying it is time for action. Stray dogs can no longer be allowed to kill infants and babies. They can no longer be allowed to prowl and bite people. A slew of directions have been given by the top court in the NCT that includes Gurugram and Noida to all the authorities to ensure that this menace is stopped. They said today they draw the line. It's time for immediate action. First, a look at our top headlines. Top Karnataka minister quits hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi on voter theft claims.
Congress party, they don't have guts to face the reality. Since Rajanna, the senior minister, has exposed the ruling Congress party, High Command has put pressure on Sidramaya to take resignation of Minister Rajanna.
After Karnataka Chief Minister Close 8 questions Rahul on vote theft claim, BJP backs KN Rajana. India issues strong response to Munir's nuke threat. MEA says Pak's saber rattling is their stock in trade. Dispute over tomb in Fatehpur. Two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temples demolished. Supreme Court passes order on stray dogs menace. Says pick up all stray dogs within 8 weeks. Another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th. And ED investigates illegal betting app scam. Actor Rana Dagupati appears for questioning. Supreme Court passes a slew of directions to Delhi NCR states, MCD and NDMC to deal with the menace of stray dogs, viewers, and they order the creation of a dog shelter across cities. The Supreme Court orders authorities to pick up all stray dogs in Delhi NCR from all localities within 8 weeks and to put them in dog shelters, and no stray dogs should be released back. But even more strongly, the Supreme Court has said no one is going to come in the way of this or they will face contempt of court from them. Even stronger words from the Supreme Court where they say it is time for action. The Supreme Court has warned any individual or organization coming in the way will be taken strong action. All these so-called animal lovers will they be able to bring back those children who've given their lives to the stray dog menace? The Supreme Court gives the action plan that needs to be put into place. It's a landmark Supreme Court order that has come today where they say any hindrance by any individual or organization will be viewed as contempt of the court. And I also think that the Solicitor General in this case, who appeared for the NCT of Delhi, Tushar Mehta, also said very stern steps need to be taken. But I think what really put this into focus for us at Republic TV that's been following this up as a campaign is Justice Pardiwala's works. Have you seen the classic good, bad and ugly? And then the Supreme Court says, when you want to shoot, shoot, don't talk. It is no longer time to talk, it is time to act. This is the way the Supreme Court is making clear that no longer should infants and toddlers and children be injured or killed. And they ask the so-called animal lovers, will you be able to give back the lives of those children who've lost their lives? And before I go across, I also want to now play out Gauri Molekhi, animal welfare activist reaction, who spoke on this decision of the Supreme Court. She'd appeared in an interjection application of the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court rejected all applications today.
The Supreme Court today heard the street dogs matter, which had been taken up by suo motu regarding the unfortunate incident of the death of a child. Today, the Supreme Court passed orders regarding the entire street dog population of Delhi, Ghaziabad, Gurgaon and Noida, stating that all of these dogs residing on the streets must be confined in pounds. Authorities have to create pounds and put these dogs there. CCTVs will monitor that not a single dog is released ever from the pounds, even if it's sterilized and immunized. The Supreme Court refused to consider that the law governed this domain, the animal birth control rules. They said that they don't want to consider any rules at this time. They did not even consider the applications for intervention and impleadment that had been filed by multiple parties who only wanted to assist the bench with this ongoing matter, considering that it deals with an entire species and there is science and law involved. There is also precedent involved of the Honorable Supreme Court. Very distressingly, the court cited a dialogue from a Western movie called The Good, the Bad and the Ugly multiple times and said that when you have to shoot, don't talk. This seemed very uncharacteristic of the apex court of justice of a country that has compassion in its DNA. This bench that was hearing the matter refused to even take the suggestions of its own amicus, Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, who said that some dogs could be adopted. They said, no, we will not consider adoption as a solution. Also, disregarded the fact that was placed on record that not a single rabies human death has happened in Delhi. There's no way that in such an offhanded approach, lakhs of lives can get affected. In the meantime, we want all the people who look after street animals.
Okay, Gauri is someone who tried to file an application there and it didn't work out because the Supreme Court today was clear they need action, no longer talk. I'm joined by a caller, Mahadevan, joining us from Bangalore. Mahadevan, you're joining us. The Supreme Court has given an 8-week ultimatum. They were pained to see the deaths that have taken place with the stray dog menace. What are your thoughts? How soon and how quickly do you think immediate action needs to be taken to ensure India is free of this menace of stray dogs?
Absolutely, you're right. India must be free from not only menacing dogs, even some dogs, which is bred by so many people, those people also has to be punished also. That's very important. See, dog menace is a big issue. I am very happy Indian judicial system at least woke up to the reality and come to the rescue of, normal, unarmed people who are bitten every now and then. Stray dog menace in Chennai is absolutely bad. When these people also in government in Tamil Nadu will wake up to this reality, dogs has to be really wiped out from this whole earth. That is my humble request.
I completely agree, Mahadevan, and I think this menace needs to stop. I want to also go across to Poonam Bhatia. She's joining us from the capital. Poonam, the words of the Supreme Court are very clear. The animal lovers also need to know right now is the time for action. And will they be able to bring back those children who've given up their lives because of the stray dog menace? What are your thoughts on the Supreme Court taking action?
I fully support the action taken by the top Supreme Court, and the dog lovers should realize that these stray dogs are a true menace and they are really causing a havoc everywhere. And it will be better for them to be kept in a place like dog shelter homes. It's good for everybody, so everybody should support this. Thank you.
I agree, and dog shelters or whatever they need to do needs to be done. Thank you, Poonam, for giving us those details. Ruben is also joining us from Bengaluru. Ruben, this is a cross-state, cross-city issue that's happening, and that's why the Supreme Court has said we need to take immediate action. The Supreme Court has given a planned action that has to be taken. Are you welcoming this decision, a landmark decision by the Supreme Court?
Hello. Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ruben.
Yes, I totally and fully agree to the decision that the Supreme Court has made. And I think this has to be done immediately because it has become a nuisance. We are not even able to walk outside. So when I go for my morning walk, I had a dog chasing me. And then, it's very scary to even step out of the house because you have dogs everywhere. And people feeding the stray dogs, which is not a good idea. And I urge the government to take immediate action and get all the dogs off the road so that people can walk in peace and not worry about which dog is chasing you or what's behind you. And I think so many lives have been lost, and I think people need to realize this. And immediate action has to be taken. And those people who are lovers of dogs, you have a dog in your house, keep the dog inside the house. Why on the road and we are using to the entire society? So that's
Precisely, Ruben. I also have, thank you Ruben for joining us. I also have from Bengaluru, Arvind who's joining us. Arvind, we're facing a very critical problem and finally suo motu action from the Supreme Court to ensure the stray dog menace is finally once and for all removed from India. What are you thinking of the Supreme Court's action? Is this something that should have been done sooner, Arvind?
First of all, I'm thinking as to why Supreme Court, like organization or a body, has to get involved in such a decision. And secondly, it is not only dogs, there is cats and there are cows and there are buffaloes on the roads which cause a lot of accidents and then fatalities become all of a sudden before your vehicle, especially during the late evening hours. And they are very much looking at any of the locations or regions as their own property, that this is their property they need to protect. Nowadays, considering that people are moving everywhere, from one place to another, any person who has moved to a new society or somewhere, that person is not accepted by dogs of that region. Can you imagine that? So I think this is a big decision which was required to come out, but surprisingly it is coming from Supreme Court. It should have been taken care of by our civic authority. I don't know what they're doing and why they're sleeping.
Absolutely. I thank you for joining us. And I'm also thinking that possibly the Delhi Chief Minister has also spoken on stray dogs. We're going to check on that and get back to you quickly on that. And viewers, meanwhile, my colleague Chandrakala has also exclusively spoken to Vijay Goyal, former Union Minister. Listen in.
I've seen over the couple of weeks, a lot of such cases has come to the fore. What would be your comment? First reaction to that.
देखिए, मैं समझता हूँ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश बहुत ही अच्छा आया है, जिसमें उन्होंने साफ तौर से कहा है कि 8 हफ्तों के अंदर सारे कुत्तों को उठा के शेल्टर होम या पाउंड में भेज देना चाहिए। पिछले 2 साल से मैं लोक अभियान के माध्यम से इसका आंदोलन चला रहा हूं और लगभग जो हमने मांगे रखी थी वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज पूरी कर दी और इससे कितनी राहत मिलेगी इसकी बात आप समझ सकते हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साफ तौर से कहा आवारा कुत्तों का आतंक बड़ा ही भयानक था और इसके ज़्यादातर शिकार जो थे वो महिला और बच्चे थे और पार्कों के अंदर लोगों का सैर करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो गया था। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये भी कहा कि ये कहाँ का नियम है कि कुत्ता काटे उसको आप स्टरलाइज करें उसके बाद वहीं लोकेशन के ऊपर छोड़ दें। इसलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि इन सब कुत्तों को तुरंत हटाया जाना चाहिए। नो डॉग्स ऑन स्ट्रीट पॉलिसी पे उन्होंने ये बात की है और जैसा हमने कहा था कि एक हेल्पलाइन 9 एमसीडी को जारी करनी चाहिए और हम इसके लिए मिले भी थे जाकर मेयर को और कमिश्नर को, पर वो हेल्पलाइन जारी अभी तक नहीं कर पाए। और साफ तौर से कहा है उन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कि अगर कोई कुत्ता काट ले इस दौरान के अंदर तो 4 घंटे के अंदर उस पर एक्शन होना चाहिए। जगह जगह सीसीटीवी होने चाहिए और स्पेशली जहाँ सोसाइटी और अपार्टमेंट हैं वहाँ के कुत्ते पहले हटाए जाने चाहिए क्योंकि ये ज़्यादातर कुत्ते बच्चों और महिलाओं को काट रहे हैं। जी।
And from Dehradun, Farmeni is now joining us. Farmeni, the Supreme Court has given clear instructions. There should be dedicated dog shelters that have to be seen. There has to be coordination with all of them. And the Supreme Court also warns all organizations, if they come in the way of picking up stray dogs, action will be taken. A welcome step across India that needs to be followed. Farmeni?
Yeah, hi. My name is Shameen. I'm calling from Dehradun. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, Shameen.
We just can't express how delighted we are to hear this news that finally, Supreme Court has intervened and taken a very strong action. And I really hope and I wish that this doesn't only happen in Delhi, but it happens across India because here in Dehradun also we are facing this problem, same problem. A lot of kids, early morning students who are going to school, old folks, they face this problem. And not only this, but in fact in the societies, people who have pet animals, pet dogs, they take the residents of the society for granted and there are times that they don't leash their dogs or even if they're leashed, the ladies are too weak to handle such huge, big dogs. And I think, say, for example, I just want to share an example which I really noticed myself in Singapore, that in Singapore, firstly, you won't find any stray dogs, but also if you own a pet dog in Singapore, you need to register the dog with the government, and they have a very strong hold on it. Not only this, they classify the breeds of the dogs according to, basically if there are certain breeds which need to be muzzled. They need to have a muzzle if they are going in the public. And also there are very strict fines by the government. So finally, I want to say thank you to the Supreme Court for taking such a strong action. This should have been done long back. It's not that we hate animals. It's just that we want to give priority to human beings, especially to our small students, small kids, because there are a lot of parents who go for work and their kids, they walk alone to school and they're being attacked by dogs. And we're facing same problems here in Uttarakhand.
All right. I want to thank you for joining us. Brigadier Sanjay Khanna is also joining us from Greater Noida. These are places that have seen a lot of issues with stray dogs. And Brigadier Sanjay Khanna, I want you to also speak about this, because I think the biggest thing that the Supreme Court said is, will these so-called animal lovers bring back the lives of the children who lost it at the hands of these stray dogs? Okay, I'm going to go across to the Brigadier in just a short while, but Nilesh is also joining us on Zoom. His children were attacked by stray dogs. Nilesh, I think this is the most welcome decision from the Supreme Court. Take us through the particular case where your own children were attacked by stray dogs, and what a fantastic, welcome decision this is from the top court.
I am super happy, glad today. I've been fighting for this for last 3.5 years. As you are aware that my 5-year-old kid was attacked by a stray dog, and since then I've been fighting for street dogs feeding outside of the society, giving the shelter. And if you see the decision of Supreme Court, they have clearly mentioned that they are giving a permanent shelter to the stray dogs. They are not giving a harmful, and under the CCTV surveillance, the Supreme Court will take care of their improvement, how they are living there. The only concern still there is how the authorities, local authorities and the residents and the society maintenance team will take care of this particular decision.
I completely agree. And this is something that needs to happen. It's time to end this menace. But I also think that there are lots of people who, in their animal-loving activism, try and go against Supreme Court orders, Nilesh. And the Supreme Court today said, you can't bring those children back. It is time that if anyone interferes with our orders, it will be looked at like contempt, Nilesh.
Yes, definitely there are a lot of people who will be challenging this decision. And if you talk about me personally, I am super happy, glad today, because the day I see these cut marks on my kid, that time he was 2.5 years old. I was putting Johnson years ago, and I was putting ointment over there, and it was crying situation for me. I was not able to sleep for a whole night. And that day I took the oath that I will not leave any kid within any of the societies. They will be safeguarded from these stray dogs. I'm super happy, excited. Even I am not having words to express myself here.
All right. I also thank you, Nilesh, for being with us. I want to go across to the breaking news that's coming in. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta speaks on the stray dog menace. She says the people of Delhi have been troubled for quite some time now on this issue. This problem has taken a formidable form and is now standing before Delhi, and providing a solution is very important. We will prepare a proper plan on this issue. Delhi gets into action. Delhi Chief Minister promises the stray dog menace will be looked at with a proper plan. The Delhi Chief Minister promises this problem that has been in Delhi for a long time will now have a formidable form. It will now have a proper solution as the Supreme Court has wanted. Let's also try and listen in to that reaction from her. That's the breaking news that's coming in. Delhi's Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has spoken out. She has confirmed that there will be a quick plan that Delhi will be now working on. Nilesh, I want to come back to you. This is now finally the wheels of justice in motion after the Supreme Court order. The Delhi Chief Minister also promises that there will be immediate action that is there. Let's first listen in, Nilesh, to that reaction coming in from Delhi's Chief Minister. Nilesh, I'll just come back with you. We're going to play out that reaction a bit. But Nilesh, this is the big story. And the Delhi Chief Minister also welcomes this step from the Supreme Court and promises now there will be quick action. Nilesh, if you can hear me.
So, I'm thankful to CM Madam. She is also taking care of that decision, and I'm hopeful that this will continue. And then all the stray dogs will be sent to the shelter, and our kids will be freely roaming here and there, and they will be playing around the society. I'm super happy, excited. Thank you, Supreme Court. I still believe wherever you don't get the solution, you knock out the Supreme Court door and you get the solution with proper things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nilesh, for joining us. And I can share with you that this is what across India, all the callers who've joined in are feeling a sense of relief. Children need to be out and they do not need to be under the fear of attacks of stray dogs. Let's listen in what Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has said.
देखिए, ये बात सच है। दिल्ली की जनता वर्षों से इस विषय पे परेशान है और सरकार, पिछली सरकारों ने जो किया और नगर निगम में जिस तरीके से काम चल रहा था, हम उन सब के ऊपर लगातार हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद से इन विषयों पे चर्चा करते हुए इसके समाधानों पे वर्कआउट कर ही रहे थे। इसमें माननीय कोर्ट ने जो आदेश दिया है वो भी हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारा एक ही ध्येय है, दिल्ली की जनता को राहत देना। आज ये प्रॉब्लम जिस विकराल रूप धारण करके दिल्ली के सामने खड़ी है, इसमें सरकार की ईमानदारी के साथ में समाधान देना ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, जिसकी हमने पूरी योजना बनाते हुए इस समस्या पे काम हम करेंगे और दिल्ली की जनता को बड़ा लाभ हम लगातार देने वाले हैं।
Viewers, KITT achieved its biggest win at the 2025 World University Games by winning historic 6 medals, 3 silvers and 3 bronze, making it the highest medaling university in the event's history and contributing significantly to India's record-breaking medal tally of 12 medals. Watch this report.
Students honoring their champions on campus as the KIT University scripts history at the World University Games in Germany. Known as the Olympics for university athletes aged 17 to 25, which saw participation from over 300 Indian student athletes selected through trials that drew entries from more than 400 universities nationwide. Not only did KIT contribute significantly to India's record-breaking medal tally, but it also set a new benchmark for university sports in the country. With 6 medals, 3 silver and 3 bronze, KIT emerged as the highest medaling university from India, accounting for half of the nation's total of 12 medals.
KIT University Bhubaneswar 40 बच्चे पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, जो कि ओनली यूनिवर्सिटी विद हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन इन वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स। उससे ज़्यादा खुशी का बात है इंडिया को जो 12 मेडल मिला है वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स में, उसमें से 50% मेडल, 6 मेडल कीट यूनिवर्सिटी का छात्र छात्री को मिला है, 6 मेडल मिला है।
40 out of 42 athletes from Odisha in the Indian contingent were from KIT, highlighting the institution's role as a national sports powerhouse. KIT also had the highest representation by a single Indian university in any edition of the Games, held from July 16th to 27th across different cities of Germany. KIT has now become the first Indian university in 65 years to win the highest number of medals in a single edition of the World University Games. No small feat for an institution that has quietly built its sporting infrastructure over the years. Biggest Supreme Court order on stray dog menace. Supreme Court directs to move out all stray dogs from NCR. No more activist bullying. Supreme Court drops the hammer. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Coming up after a short break, top Karnataka minister quits hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi on voter theft claims. And India's issue strong response to Munir's nuke threat. MEA says Pak saber rattling is their stock in trade.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है।
Biggest Supreme Court order on stray dog menace. Supreme Court directs to move out all stray dogs from NCR. No more activist bullying. Supreme Court drops the hammer. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top Karnataka minister quits hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi on voter theft claims.
Congress party, they don't have guts to face the reality. Since Rajanna, the senior minister, has exposed the ruling Congress party, High Command has put pressure on Siddaramaiah to take resignation of Minister Rajanna.
After Karnataka Chief Minister Close 8 questions Rahul on vote theft claims, BJP backs KN Rajana. India issues strong response to Munir's new threat. MEA says Pakistan's rattling is their stock in trade. Supreme Court passes order on stray dog menace, says pick up all stray dogs within 8 weeks. Dispute over tomb in Fatehpur, two groups face off. Hindu groups claim Shiva temple demolished. Another huge face-off. India and Pakistan hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th. ED investigates illegal betting app scam. Actor Rana Daggubati appears for questioning. Viewers, our top focus, major political storm in Karnataka after the resignation of Siddaramaiah's close aide and Karnataka Minister KN Rajana. In the latest, the Chief Minister has accepted his resignation and sent it to the Chief Secretary. The resignation comes as a fallout of Rajana's comments earlier today, where he called out his own party and said that electoral roll irregularities also happened during Congress regime. As per sources, he's also questioned the Congress, and the Congress is upset, the High Command is upset with his comments. Abhishek, take us through the exact episode that happened. It's hours after questioning Rahul Gandhi. One of the top aides of Siddaramaiah is out.
Ritum, Rahul Gandhi, the AICC Supreme Leader, was in Bengaluru on Freedom on the 8th of this month to address the entire city, stating that there were irregularities with respect to the Election Commission in the constituency, Mahadevpura Lok Sabha constituency. And at this point of time, it was mentioned that Rahul Gandhi very clearly noted and mentioned that it is because of the union government after Modi came into the position of Prime Minister, Election Commission has been overruled by Modi, is what Rahul Gandhi on the stage claimed. On the other hand, KN Rajana, who is the Cooperation Minister of Karnataka, very clearly mentioned that during the Lok Sabha election, it was Congress at the power and they were supposed to take care of the administration of the Election Commission. It was them as the politicians who had to make sure that there was no discrepancy in the various other factors which had to be taken care by the administrators. And also, KN Rajana mentioned, as politicians, we also the party should take care of the various Election Commission rules and conducts, and we should also make sure that the officials work transparently, is what KN Rajana claimed. And also he mentioned that not only BJP, not only various other parties, it is the utmost responsibility of Congress as well, and we also are indirectly held to be held responsible for whatever has happened in Mahadevpura constituency. And this is what the AICC didn't like. The statement of KN Rajana was against his own party, and this is why the supreme leaders of Congress had called CM Siddaramaiah to demand the resignation of KN Rajana. Today being the first day of the rainy session in Vidhan Saudha, Sauda, K.N. Rajanna has resigned to his post as a minister. The Chief Minister, Siddaramaiya,
Abhishek,
despite being his close aide,
like
had
you
to accept
said,
the resignation.
I
and
think
accept
what needs to be understood is the supreme leaders also need to hear the voice of dissent in a democracy of their own people. I want you to stay with us. There's also breaking news response coming in from former Karnataka Chief Minister B.R. Bommai, who's taken on the Congress. He said Rajana's case shows there is no room for truth in the Congress. And he's also gone on to say that not only is there the truth is the casualty, one must tell lies and pamper these supreme leaders and fool the people. He says this is the aim of the Congress. He is always for the truth. He's a rebel and therefore Rajana will survive. He praises Rajana, but B.R. Bommai, former Karnataka Chief Minister, speaks out. Let's listen in.
Rajanna shows that there is no place for truth in Congress. K.N. Rajanna had told the truth that, and nobody can deny that all these things are done during our regime. All the voters list has been prepared during our regime, and we had not raised any objection then. And what is the point in raising objection now? He had told nothing but the truth. That's why he has been axed. That means there is no place for truth and for the people who speak the truth. Truth is a casualty. Only you have to tell lies and only pamper the leaders and fool the people. That is the motto, principle and aim of the Congress.
Abhishek, like he said, there seems to be no room within the Congress for truth that is spoken out by its own leaders.
Rhythm, this is not the statement only by Basavaraj Bommai, but also R. Ashoka, the leader of opposition, B.Y. Vijayendra, the state president of BJP, and various other BJP leaders are claiming that K.N. Rajanna had to face the backlash of High Command because he spoke the truth. And also, we shouldn't forget, Rhythm, K.N. Rajanna, not only in this instance, but in various other incidents and instances, had obviously spoken the truth. And he had also mentioned to various media houses that he is ready to face any consequence by the state government or the AICC because he abides by his words. He's truthful to himself. He doesn't want his followers to think negative of him. And this is one such fact. K.N. Rajanna previously mentioned in the assembly that there was a honey team which was honey trapping him, indirectly aiming at D.K. Shivkumar. And also the same minister had mentioned that there will be a major changeover in the Karnataka state politics in the month of October. On the other hand, K.N. Rajanna had to resign from his position in the month of October. So at this point of time, BJP has started claiming the major changeover that had to happen in the month of October has indirectly started in the month of August. On the other hand, the BJP also claims, R. Ashoka, while talking to the media, has very clearly mentioned that DCM D.K. Shivkumar is slowly removing the closest aides of CM Siddaramaiah from the cabinet to make sure that he will align to the position of Chief Minister in the next couple of months. On the other hand, we are also waiting for the update and the official reaction from K.N. Rajanna. But at this point of time, K.N. Rajanna, along with his son, who's also an MLC, is having a closed-door meeting within the Vidhan Sauda's chamber. We are also expecting that CM Siddaramaiah will be addressing the media about K.N. Rajanna's resignation and the reason behind it. But on the unofficial note, it is the High Command's demand and the order to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah that the High Command had to face a backlash because of K.N. Rajanna's statement. In fact, K.N. Rajanna's statement was used by BJP to mention that Congress was in power at that point of time. K.N. Rajanna, the minister of the government, had accepted the fact. So this is the point. Yeah.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for giving us those details. We're going to continue tracking how much and how long are the supreme leaders going to continue punishing their own. Thank you for giving us those details. Viewers, there's more breaking news coming in. There has been flight clearance that has been granted to LCA Tejas MK1A, and this is the big breaking news coming in. This is from HAL's Nasik division, and this is a field establishment. This has been cleared by the DG of AQA, that's the Directorate General of Aeronautical Quality Assurance. It's accorded flight clearance to the indigenously manufactured light combat aircraft Tejas MK1A from Nasik division of HAL. The development is a significant milestone. What happens with this, viewers? It decentralizes aircraft production. It expands India's strategic aerospace capabilities. The flight clearance document has been handed over. I want to try and go across to Ishan, who's joining us live on the story. Ishan, this is a big strategic aerospace regulation capability, decentralizing aircraft production. This is a significant milestone. Give us details.
The ADG AQA has given flight clearance document to the director of HAL Nasik division. HAL Nasik will now start the manufacturing of LCA Mark 1A. This unit, the Nasik division of HAL, is renowned for manufacturing legacy aircraft where multiple aircraft of the MiG variety were manufactured prior to this. Now it will be manufacturing the LCA Mark 1A. 5,000 of the parts of this high precision part will be manufactured here with in-house, along with components and in-line loom manufacturing. This is a significant increase in the capabilities of the manufacturing capabilities of HAL, and hopefully this will assuage the delays in production and will give the LCA to the Air Force on priority basis.
And Ishan, like you're saying, it's a significant milestone. This is also upholding stringent quality assurance standards. In fact, the press release also says the team has ensured the production of over 5,000 high-precision components, the in-house loom manufacturing, line replacement units testing, exhaustive pre-installation and assembly checks as well.
Yes, this is correct. This the air quality ADG AQ has given the clearance for all of this today only, and this handing over of this document signifies that the production capacity that has enhanced in Nasik is of top-notch quality and is not compromising on anything. It is one of the best in India, and now it will produce one of the best fighters for the Indian Air Force.
Thank you for giving us those details. And we're also going to try and go across to more news that's coming in. Viewers, a day after Munir's nuke war threatened from the American soil, Indian Navy is all set to display naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And at the same time, Pakistan Navy has issued a notam announcing its own exercise in its territorial waters. This overlapping schedule points to heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea, a key route for maritime trade and crucial regional security. The exercises are positionally approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea, and the Indian Navy will be conducting its maritime drills off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. I want to go across to Ishan also on the story. Ishan, the Indian Navy all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea.
Western Command, I spoke to the spokesperson of Indian Navy Western Command today. He informed that the Indian Navy will be carrying out deep operations in the northern Arabian Sea, wherein they will be conducting live fire drills. They will also be conducting anti-aircraft warfare drills. They will be conducting gunnery drills. All this is happening next to Pakistani naval drills that are happening nearly 60 nautical miles from the Indian Navy drill. This is significant as both the navies are in close proximity and multiple watches from both sides are participating in live firing drills in this area. NOTAM was issued by Pakistan, as well as an advisory was issued to the vessels and aircraft in that region, in the northern Arabian region of Okra. This is off the coast of Gujarat.
All right. Thank you, Ishan, for giving us those details. It's a top focus. We'll continue tracking. Meanwhile, we're also getting more details. Viewers, Ministry of External Affairs issued a statement on Munir's highly irresponsible statements. The MEA said Pakistan is living proof of nuclear proliferation through the AQ Khan network. Nuclear saber rattling is not new. Is Munir planning a coup? Our top focus, Munir spews venom from the United States. He's trying to speak from there. He claims that Islamabad has no shortage of resources to undo the Indian designs to stop the river. Pakistan Army Chief Syed Asim Munir yet again repeating the anti-India rhetoric, this time in the United States. While reiterating his jugular vein remark, he claimed Kashmir is not New Delhi's internal matter, but an unresolved international issue. The remarks come as Munir visiting US cities before traveling to Brussels on Sunday, making his second high-profile trip to Washington in less than 2 months. He's made these remarks and says that the Indus River is not India's family property, claiming Islamabad has no shortage of resources to undo the Indian design to stop the river. I go across to my colleague Chandrakala joining us on the story. Chandrakala, once again Munir is giving out and rattling the same kind of words, spewing venom from the United States. India has responded to this. What is Munir planning?
This is the second such visit of the Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir to US, and of course we have seen that he has given a nuclear threat to India from the American soil, which has of course irked India once again. But then we have seen India's statement coming out, a very, very bold statement. This is not just a statement, but a message to the West and the US that, this remarks should have been from a friendly country, a friendly third country, as far as the remarks is concerned. And of course, the fact that you have asked me what Munir is up to, of course, we know that US President Donald Trump is using Pakistan as one such, using Pakistan to, as far as also coming in. And now that Asim Munir is up with US,
we are firm with our position that we are not going to give in to nuclear threat as far as Pakistan's threat from an American soil is concerned, coming at a very, very crucial time when India-Pakistan's relationship is at an all-time low. And it's very, very unpredictable as to what is Trump up to, because he is now closing up with Pakistan, something that has irked India, and of course our relationship with US has also gone down the hill as far as the tariff is concerned. So yes, a lot of such question has come to the fore as to what Pakistan is planning, because we are also aware that both the Navy are undertaking a military drill, of course, in the Arabian Sea, and of course Pakistan has issued a notum to India. And this comes just ahead of the Independence Day celebration, also at a very crucial time. When over to you. Yes.
Thank you, Chandrakala, for giving us and explaining those details to us. India has also shown the mirror to Pakistan. Now, viewers, the other top focus, the dispute over the tomb located in Abu Nagar area of Sadar Kotwali in Fatehpur district of Uttar Pradesh has started increasing. There were reports of people of the Hindu community climbing the tomb, started to vandalize it allegedly. Many of the Muslim community people have allegedly now started pelting stones.
उत्तर प्रदेश के फतेहपुर में मकबरे पर मंदिर होने का हिंदू संगठन द्वारा दावा किया गया था, उसको लेकर के आज आह्वान किया गया था। और यहाँ पर हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं फतेहपुर में। यही वो मकबरा है जहाँ पर सुबह से भारी मात्रा में जो हिंदू संगठन के लोग थे वो यहाँ पर आके पहुँचे थे। उन्होंने आह्वान किया था कि यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना करेंगे, चूँकि उनके अनुसार ये ठाकुर जी का मंदिर है और इसको मंदिर को हटाकर यहाँ पर जो मकबरा है वो बनाया गया है। फिलहाल आपको बता दें, भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पर तैनात है। सुबह से ही जो स्थिति है वो तनावपूर्ण थी। लगातार हिंदू संगठन के लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे, दूसरे समुदाय के जो लोग थे वो भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे, जिनको पुलिस द्वारा समझा बुझाकर यहाँ से जो वापस भेजने का कार्य है वो किया गया। पूरे ही इस जगह को देखिए, बल्लियों से बैरिकेटिंग कर दी गई है और भी जो बल्लियां हैं उनको मंगाया गया है यहाँ पर लगाने के लिए, चूँकि लगातार यहाँ पर जो सुबह से आह्वान था, जो हिंदू संगठन के लोग थे वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे पूजा अर्चना के लिए। बाकायदे यहाँ पर झंडा भी फहराया गया, जिसके बाद प्रशासन द्वारा उस झंडे को हटाया गया। भारी पुलिस बल यहाँ पर तैनात कर दी गई है। किसी को भी यहाँ पर आने की जो अनुमति है वो नहीं दी जा रही है, जिसके चलते साफ तौर पर जो एसपी फतेहपुर हैं अनूप सिंह, उनका साफ तौर पे कहना है कि वीडियोग्राफी के जरिए तमाम जो लोग हैं उनको चिन्हित किया गया है जो कि माहौल को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। कई लोग ऐसे भी हैं जिनको वीडियो के माध्यम से चिन्हित किया गया, जिन्होंने पत्थरबाजी भी की है, लाठी डंडे उनके हाथों में थे। ऐसे लोगों को चिन्हित किया गया, उनके खिलाफ जो सख्त कार्रवाई है वो भी की जाएगी। फिलहाल जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य देखने में नज़र आ रही है। क्या है पूरा ये और क्या दावा है हिंदू संगठन?
अच्छा, ये दावा ये है, हमारे फतेहपुर में एक प्रांगण है श्री बांके बिहारी जी, वहाँ पे विराजमान ठाकुर द्वारा विराजमान थे। आज 2000 वर्ष पहले की बात है, जब मुगलों का यहाँ पे शासन था, तो मुगलों के द्वारा उस मंदिर को ध्वस्त किया गया और मंदिर में कब्र ज़बरदस्ती का वो जब खिलजी और औरंगजेब, अकबर, इनका सबका शासन था, उस समय हमारे उस मंदिर में उन लोगों ने ज़बरदस्ती कब्र बनाया और कब्र बनाकर वहाँ पे उनको अपना स्थान बना लिया और बस ये मस्जिद बनाने के उद्देश्य से वो लोग अपना प्रोग्रेस आगे कर रहे थे। लेकिन जब हिंदू सनातनियों को पता चला तो उन्होंने इसके रोक लगाने कि हमारे ये सनातन धर्म का मंदिर और हम मुगल शासन में हम एक गुलाम थे उस वक्त, तो उन लोगों ने कर लिया था आसानी से। लेकिन अब हमारा देश मुगलों से आज़ाद है, तो हम अपना मंदिर जो है, हम अपना मंदिर लेंगे और हमें किसी से कोई वैर नहीं है। उनके रही बात,
समय के बाद ये मामला तूल पकड़ रहा है। हाँ, इससे पहले ये मुद्दा कभी क्यों नहीं उठाया गया?
हाँ, मैंने सुना है ये मुद्दा पहले भी शुरू हुआ है और एक्चुअली ऐसा है कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक सनातन धर्म पे कार्य कर रही है और तो ये राष्ट्रहित पे कार्य करती है, इसलिए लोग इसमें ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व हैं। इससे पहले भी इन्वॉल्व हुए तो उन लोगों को बहुत ज़्यादा सज़ा भी मिली थी, जबकि जेल महिलाएं भी गई थी उस वक्त। तो इतना दबाया गया और मुगलों का शासन फिर से फतेहपुर में बड़े आक्रोश के साथ ये लोग कर रहे हैं कि हम मुगल शासन लाएं और फिर से मंदिर को मस्जिद बनाएं।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath strongly rebuked the Samajwadi Party during the inaugural session of the UP Assembly's monsoon session. Taking a tough stand, Yogi accused the SP of promoting anarchy, questioned their commitment to democracy. Here's that report.
The UP Assembly's monsoon session opened with high drama. Samajwadi Party MLAs staged a noisy protest against the Yogi government, accusing it of falling on law and order.
दोनों विषय का बात संबंधित नहीं है। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि आप चलो। जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि वो व्यापारी थे जिनके उसमें गए तो उन्होंने विरोध किया।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hit back, sharply criticizing the SP. He accused them of believing in anarchy rather than democratic values.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग।
He also accused the SP regime of imposing a gunda tax on traders.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के दो अलग-अलग छोर हैं। इनका
अरे सुनिए ना,
में कब से विश्वास हो गया है, कब से लोकतंत्र में इन लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं। स्वाभाविक रूप से संभल में जो नंद तांडव इन्होंने समाजवादी पार्टी सरकार के समय किया था, आज जब वहां पर उसका शुद्धिकरण का अभियान चल रहा है, तो अगर आपको हवन डालना है तब तो ठीक बात है, लेकिन अनावश्यक रूप से हर एक जगह न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करना, अपनी नकारात्मकता से उस क्षेत्र के विकास को अवरुद्ध करना, संभल हो, बहराइच हो या गोरखपुर, ये समाजवादी पार्टी हर जगह यही करती है।
The monsoon session is also set to debate the state's vision document, a roadmap for development incorporating inputs from all parties.
इसकी क्या आवश्यकता है?
And coming up after a short break, we get you details of beaten bite marks on body of a toddler. Horrendous video shows assault on toddler at Noida daycare. Parents now file a complaint. After Rajnath Singh, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari fires Dadagiri jibe on Donald Trump amid tariff tensions with US. Stay on with us as my colleague Abhishek Kapoor joins you after a short break.
As Trump threatens India, the nationalist collective looks for ways in which Bharat should respond. How Bharat can bring a new balance in the world order. This week on the Nationalist Collective, time for a new balance globally. An unmissable edition of the Nationalist Collective. This week on the Republic Media Network.
Munir delivers dump truck speech from the US. Munir threatens to take half the world down. Munir's genocidal rant and warmongering from the United States, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
India has successfully completed trials of its indigenously developed Zorawar light tank, a platform purpose-built for high-altitude warfare where traditional heavy armor struggles. Developed jointly by DRDO and Larsen & Toubro, the 25-ton tank is powered by a high-output Cummins diesel engine, delivering close to 40 horsepower per ton, critical for operating in oxygen-thin mountain air. Its primary armament is a 105mm Cockerel rifled gun integrated into a modern turret, capable of firing both kinetic rounds and anti-tank guided missiles. Supporting this is a remote-controlled 7.62mm machine gun, twin 80GM launcher, advanced thermal sights, active protection systems, and modular composite armor. Amphibious capability and AI-driven situational awareness further enhance its versatility. The tank has already passed live fire and mobility trials in desert conditions, followed by high-altitude trials at over 4,200 meters in Ladakh, where it demonstrated accurate firing, stable mobility, and reliability under extreme environmental stress. The first phase of testing confirmed its ability to maneuver on narrow mountain tracks, climb steep gradients, and maintain effective combat performance in cold, low-oxygen conditions. A second prototype with upgrades is expected to roll out in late 2025 for user trials. Strategically, Zorawar is designed to address a gap exposed during the 2020 standoff with China, when the Indian Army had to deploy T-72 and T-90 main battle tanks over 45 tons each into the high Himalayas. These heavier tanks struggled with mobility and
Biggest Supreme Court order on stray dog menace. Supreme Court directs to move out all stray dogs from NCR. No more activist bullying. Supreme Court drops the hammer. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Being a legend means reaching a point when no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई
Siddaramaia's top aide resigns hours after questioning his own party over voter theft scandal.
N. Rajanna had told the truth that, and nobody can deny that all these things are done during our regime.
BJP backs K. N. Rajanna hits out at Congress saying that he was punished for speaking out the truth. Ministry of External Affairs response to Munir's nuke threat says nuclear saber rattling is Pakistan's stock in trade, but regrettable that threats coming from US soil. Supreme Court passes strongly worded order on stray dogs menace, says pick up all the stray dogs within 8 weeks. Dispute over tomb in Fatehpur after Hindu groups claim that the tomb built after temple demolition. Indian Navy carries out drills 60 nautical miles from Pakistan's naval zone in the Arabian Sea. All right, friend, let's begin this 5:30 p.m. live and breaking with a big breaking news development coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where we have a major intrusion bid from the Pakistani side foiled by the border security force. That's in around the Jammu international border. The intruder was attempting to sneak in and was shot at by the BSF soldiers near Kathua. Injured Pakistani intruder was later apprehended by the Jawans in Rajbagh area of Kathua, to be very specific. That's the latest, and these are pictures from earlier. And I'm told Gursimran is joining us live for more details on the same. Gursimran, any antecedents, any details about this intruder that make us believe that he was possibly a national security threat?
Yes, Abhishek. Reason being that there was earlier also an attempt that was made. See what has happened that around 12:30 this afternoon, there was an attempt by 4 to 5 suspects to sneak in into the Indian territory. This is in the forward area of the Chandwan post of the Border Security Force in the Rajbagh Indo-Pakistan international border. But that attempt was foiled because the BSF troops, they sounded an warning, the whistles were blown, and these 4 to 5 intruders, they went back to the Pakistani territory. They were coming under the garb of being the shepherds, but they were pushed back by the BSF. But what had happened that after 3 hours, it was around 3:30, that one of the intruder, he ran into the Indian territory. He was warned by the Indian side, but he did not stop, and then he was fired upon by the border security force. He was injured. He received the bullet injuries at his thigh, and when he was injured, the BSF troops went on and they recovered him. They brought him to the local hospital where he is being treated. This is being seen as an intrusion bid because there was an early warning that was given 3 hours prior to this incident by the border security force in the very same area, and a similar attempt was made within a span of 3 hours. That clearly shows that it was an intrusion attempt by the Pakistani national, but now he has been apprehended by the troops of the border security force, is presently undergoing the treatment at the local hospital. We are told that the senior officials, including the Deputy Inspector General of the Kathua sector of the border security force, he has already reached the spot, and now the situation is being assessed.
Right. Right, Gursimran. Thank you so much with those details about this intruder. in the Kapua area of the Jammu. Moving on now, and another breaking news development coming in from Gujarat. In fact, an important one there from the district of Amreli in Saurashtra. And these are pictures of protests panning out across the district. These specific pictures are from Amreli's Rajkamal Chowk, and these are protests against American goods, and these are people who want to send across a message of adopting Atmanirbhar Bharat Swadeshi products and to boycott the United States products in the light of Trump's push against India and the manner in which Donald Trump has effectively made it a vendetta politics against India on the trade war tariffs that he has imposed, effectively exceeding those of China. And okay, this is breaking news development, important because remember, Gujarat is also the home state of Prime Minister. Moving on, the Republic is proud to launch R4S Sports, a nationwide campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating, and nurturing India's sporting spirit. This initiative shines a spotlight on the unsung heroes and rising stars who carry the nation's hopes, one match, one moment at a time. From grassroots talent to emerging champions, R for Sports, that's Republic for Sports, brings their inspiring journeys to the forefront, driven by one powerful mission: sports first, nation first. As part of this special campaign, our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, sat down with Mr. Partho Banerjee, Senior Executive Officer, Marketing and Sales, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, for an exclusive conversation. Listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so personally delighted here to be having a small role in promoting R for Sports, Republic for Sports, our new initiative, which aims at taking the competitive spirit of sports, all sports, the discipline of sports, the resilience of sports, to all parts of the country, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities across the entire country. And helping us do that, and we are very grateful for them, is the great company Maruti Suzuki India Limited. And we are so happy at this association with Maruti Suzuki and happy to have Partho Banerjee, who's the Senior Executive Officer of Marketing and Sales. He looks after marketing and sales for this super brand Maruti. And he's with us on this recording. Partho Banerjee. Partho, thank you very much. First of all, let me tell you, the Republic Media Network is so excited to be working with Maruti Suzuki to be doing this. So thank you very much at the start.
Thank you, Arnab, and thanks to Republic TV for inviting me for this discussion. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Thank you, Partho. Partho, everyone knows Maruti and Maruti Suzuki, household brand for decades. Can you start by saying a little bit about how you think Maruti Suzuki's support for R for Sports, particularly in nurturing ambition in small towns of the country, complement your existing youth skill development programs? How does it complement with your own priorities?
Arnab, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Republic TV for coming up with this excellent initiative, Republic for Sports. So Arnab, I would like to say our commitment to youth development is foundational. That is built on initiatives like our Maruti Suzuki driving schools, skill development centers, which have already trained millions of people. And I think the Republic for Sports is a natural and strategic extension of this. While our existing programs focus on vocational skill, I think the Republic for Sports addresses another critical dimension: nurturing talent, ambition, especially in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And this aligns with our deep penetration in these markets where we understand the pulse of the emerging India. Also, by fostering discipline, resilience, and a competitive spirit through sports, we are building a more holistic foundation for young Indians. It's about empowering them, whether in factory or in the field, for a stronger India.
That's so well said, Partho. Partho, our focus in the Republic Media Network, we always say, we don't say news first. Of course, we want to bring the news first, but we say nation first. Everything for us begins and ends with nation first, nation building. And I always want every initiative of Republic to be in that direction. So from your perspective, this beautiful partnership between Maruti Suzuki and Republic, how does this represent a new chapter in your great company's long-standing legacy of nation building?
I think Maruti Suzuki always has been a partner in the India's growth story for the last 42 years. From revolutionizing the personal mobility to contributing significantly to the economy, I think the national building is in our DNA. And I think this partnership with Republic for Sports will mark a new exciting chapter in the history of Maruti Suzuki. We have consistently supported national development through innovative and community initiatives. Now we are going to leverage the power of sports as a vehicle for social change and national pride. It's about expanding our impact beyond the traditional sectors, recognizing that sports can unite, inspire, and develop the nation character.
And that's true. And also the focus on the youth, Partho. Because we have to look beyond sports. How do you see this initiative reinforcing your fundamental belief that investing in youth and youth potential is critical for a stronger India?
Absolutely. I think, Arnab, the Gen Z today constitute the majority of the population of India.
Yes.
So if we are not appealing to the Gen Z and we are not connecting with them, then we are lost. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. And you know, Maruti is known as the people's car, Partho.
Absolutely.
And so how important is it for you, for your brand, to celebrate everyday heroes of sports? Because our focus in R4 Sports are not just the big celebrities of sports. They're already recognized, Partho. Everybody knows them. But the future stars and the people who build the foundation have to be everyday heroes who often go without recognition.
Arnab, you have yourself answered this question actually in an interesting way, that Maruti is known as the people's car. So by people's car, what we mean is this: we are deeply connected to the aspirations and the realities of every Indian. Everybody believes that Maruti is a brand which I can associate with. So just like as our vehicles are an integral part of their lives, we believe it is crucial to celebrate the everyday heroes also of sports, those who dedicate themselves to their craft, often without significant recognition or limelight. Now, I think this Republic for Sports platform is going to provide that vital platform to amplify their stories. And I think, Arnab, this your channel can only do. I think that will be a big achievement for these people who have never been in the limelight. Yeah. It's about recognizing the true heroism. Isn't it always on the biggest stage, but often in the quiet and the consistent effort? So we feel that this aligns perfectly with the Maruti Suzuki identity and the commitment to celebrate the spirit of the common person, the people's car guy. We are going to make them the heroes.
Yeah. And from a brand perspective, of course, you're a mobility brand. You are the top mobility brand in the country. So how does Maruti Suzuki see its role in physically enabling athletes, the people who will be the beneficiaries of the visibility that R4 Sports is going to bring, will be the athletes who wish to pursue their dreams. And what impact do you as a mobility brand, with your focus on mobility, hope to make in the lives of these athletes?
Our mission as a mobility brand is to bring the joy of mobility to every Indian. However, in this case, we understand that the access and connectivity are the fundamental enablers. And for an athlete, mobility is very critical, whether reaching to the training facility, traveling for the competition, or accessing some specialized coaching. While our primary role in this program will be to provide reliable transportation, but our support for Republic for Sports highlights the broader ecosystem where mobility is going to play a crucial role in unlocking the sports potential. We hope to make an impact by drawing attention to the need for better infrastructure and accessibility, ensuring that talent is not only constrained by geographical limitations, and our involvement underscores the idea of seamless mobility that can bridge the critical gaps, allowing more athletes to pursue and realize their dreams.
And lastly, Partho, we've seen Indian athletes do so well at the Paralympics. Wherever you feel an individual has some challenges, it's so beautiful to see athletes, overcome all such challenges. And I think our focus has to be a great deal, and Republic for Sports is going to focus a great deal on the spirit of inclusivity in sport. So how would this partnership reflect your broader philosophy? Because Maruti Suzuki also has a broader philosophy of inclusive development across all segments. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
No, inclusivity is the cornerstone of Maruti Suzuki philosophy. You rightly mentioned that. Our business model and the CSR initiatives are built on the principle of inclusive development, reaching across diverse geographies, genders, and economic segments. While Republic for Sports perfectly mirrors this commitment by featuring para-athletes, women athletes, and talents from remote regions, it champions the idea that potential is universal. I think that's a great initiative, Arnab. Once again, I would salute the thought process which has come out. The partnership is going to reinforce our belief that true progress comes from empowering everyone, ensuring that opportunities are accessible to all. And finally, it's all about building a more equitable society where talent is recognized and nurtured, irrespective of the background, which is a core value for Maruti Suzuki also, and I think for Republic TV also.
Partho, in conclusion, I would say that, we are two different but great brands. We're all committed to nation building, inclusivity, and enabling people to pursue their dreams. I am personally grateful that Maruti has come forward to support us in this initiative. And I look forward to having you along with many of those who are participating and those who will be featured in our series across the entire year to the Republic campus. So we look forward to meeting you and meeting all the stars of R4 Sports. From all of us here at the Republic Media Network, Partho, to you and to the team at Maruti Suzuki, thank you very much. Thank you, Partho.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnab. My best wishes to the Team Republic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
चल रही सांसें मेरी, जल रहा जुनून है, ये मिट्टी है मेरी, मैं मिट्टी का हूँ, ये छाँव ये धूप में बारिशों की बूंद हूँ, कोई रोक ना सके, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, मैं भारत हूँ, भारत हूँ। दौड़ता मैं गिरता हूँ, गिर कर फिर संभलता हूँ, मैं चांद को भी मुट्ठी में तारों सा चमकता हूँ, मैं भारत 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 हूँ।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
India has successfully completed trials of its indigenously developed Zorawar, a platform purpose-built for high-altitude warfare where traditional heavy armor struggles. Developed jointly by DRDO and Larsen & Toubro, the 25-ton tank is powered by a high-output Cummins diesel engine, delivering close to 40 horsepower per ton, critical for operating in oxygen-thin mountain air. Its primary armament is a 105mm Cockerel rifled gun integrated into a modern turret, capable of firing both kinetic rounds and anti-tank guided missiles. Supporting this is a remote-controlled 7.62mm machine gun, twin 80GM launcher, advanced thermal sights, active protection systems, and modular composite armor. Amphibious capability and AI-driven situational awareness further enhance its versatility. The tank.
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि है और अभी तो देश में जिन जिन विषयों पर चर्चा हो रही उसका नाम न लेते हुए विश्व में हम अनेक प्रकार की समस्याओं का सामना भी कर रहे हैं और इन सब समस्या का उपाय एक ही है, वो है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज। अगर इस क्षेत्र में नॉलेज जो पावर है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे और कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है दुनिया झुकती है, झुकाने वाला चाहिए। ये हमारे देश की इम्पोर्टेंट महत्वपूर्ण बात है। एक इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है कि हमारे देश में आज सबसे बड़ी राष्ट्रभक्ति आज के समय में ये हो सकती है कि हमारे इंपोर्ट को कम करना और एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाना। अगर विश्वगुरु भी बनना है तो यही जरूरी है और इसलिए हमारी जो रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, IITs है, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस है, इनमें हमारे नेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है इस हिसाब से अगर रिसर्च होगा तो वो ज्यादा उपयोगी होगा। बाकी भी रिसर्च महत्वपूर्ण है। जैसे हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, हर रीजन में, हर स्टेट में अलग अलग बातें हैं। और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो। हमारे कोई इसमें हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मेरा कल्याण पहले करो बाद में विश्व का कल्याण करो। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से आपने जो काम किया है कि साइंस को कल्चर और वैल्यूज के साथ जोड़ा है। हमें एप्रोप्रिएट परफेक्ट साइंस भी चाहिए, पर विदाउट कल्चर एंड वैल्यूज फिर उसका जो भावार्थ है, जिसका जो उद्दिष्ट है, उसको कोई मतलब नहीं होगा।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। और बहुतों के द्वारा यह कोशिश की जा रही है कुछ ऐसा किया जाए ताकि भारत में भारतवासियों के हाथों से जो चीजें तैयार होती हैं वह दुनिया के देशों में जाएं तो उन देशों में बनने वाली चीजों से वह महंगी हो जाएं, ताकि भारत की धरती पर भारतवासियों के हाथों से बनी हुई चीजें जब महंगी हो जाएंगी तो दुनिया के को लोग उसे नहीं खरीदेंगे। यह कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत विश्व की एक बड़ी शक्ति बनने से रोक नहीं सकती है।
India has successfully completed trials of its indigenously developed Zorawar light tank, a platform purpose-built for high-altitude warfare where traditional heavy armor struggles. Developed jointly by DRDO and Larsen & Toubro, the 25-ton tank is powered by a high-output Cummins diesel engine, delivering close to 40 horsepower per ton, critical for operating in oxygen-thin mountain air. Its primary armament is a 105mm Cockerel rifled gun integrated into a modern turret, capable of firing both kinetic rounds and anti-tank guided missiles. Supporting this is a remote-controlled 7.62mm machine gun, twin 80GM launcher, advanced thermal sights, active protection systems, and modular composite armor. Amphibious capability and AI-driven situational awareness further enhance its versatility. The tank has already passed live fire and mobility trials in desert conditions, followed by high-altitude trials at over 4,200 meters in Ladakh, where it demonstrated accurate firing, stable mobility, and reliability under extreme environmental stress. The first phase of testing confirmed its ability to maneuver on narrow mountain tracks, climb steep gradients, and maintain effective combat.
Biggest Supreme Court order on stray dog menace. Supreme Court directs to move out all stray dogs from NCR. No more activist bullying. Supreme Court drops the hammer. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuria. And this evening, we are keeping our focus on Pakistan's hollow nuclear threat and a strong response that has come in from India that nuclear blackmail will not work with us. And next, India is all set to display its naval might with a simultaneous but a separate drill with Pakistan. And then we'll take you through Jammu and Kashmir, where the encounter is underway in Kishtwar for the second consecutive day. And Terror Cave has been destroyed there, and the terrorists have been hauled up. And then to the rift in the Congress party in Karnataka. It is Congress versus Congress there. A top Karnataka minister has resigned after exposing his own party. We'll get you more details on that. And then to Uttar Pradesh, where tensions arose over a tomb which the Hindu side is claiming is a temple. And lastly, Supreme Court has given the biggest remarks on the stray dog menace. We'll get you more details on that as well and the ground reports. Let's get started with the top story of the day. The Pakistan Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir is back to doing what he does the best, and that is issuing the hate-filled threats and towards India. And in his latest outburst, in fact, Munir has said, and I quote, "We are the nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half of the world down with us." But more than this, it is very important to point out where this threat was given, and that is the United States. But India has hit back, calling Pakistan an irresponsible state with the nuclear weapon. The Ministry of External Affairs has reaffirmed India's position of not giving in to nuclear blackmail and assured that it will continue to take all the necessary steps to safeguard the national security. So this is how India has hit back at Pakistan. And most importantly, Asim Munir, as far as his big statement is concerned, as we've told you, he has said that Pakistan is a nuclear nation, and if he goes down, he will take the half of the world down with him. And not just this, he also spoke about the Indus Water Treaty. He said that let India build all the dams that they want. We will launch 10 missiles towards it. And this, in fact, was a statement that had come from Asim Munir from the United States yesterday. And now India has retorted, and it has said that it will never, ever give in to the nuclear blackmail by Pakistan and Asim Munir. And now this is how India has responded to Munir's threat. But most importantly, it is very important to point out where this threat was given by Asim Munir, and that was in the United States. So, in fact, that also raises a lot of questions. But as far as Asim Munir is concerned, it was a hollow threat that he gave yesterday, a nuclear threat and also a water threat. Remember, Prime Minister, in the last 3 months, he has said that blood and water cannot flow together, and this has really irked Pakistan, with Asim Munir now coming out and say that if India builds a dam, then he will launch 10 missiles towards it. And most importantly, this comment comes after Indian Air Force Chief and Army Chief made scathing remarks as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. We are learning that, in fact, as far as the statements are concerned, there was details on the jets that were destroyed, how India carried out the attack, and this has really rattled Pakistan and, most importantly, Asim Munir. All right, so India has called out the hollow nuclear threat of Asim Munir from the US soil. And let me tell you what Asim Munir has said so far as the remarks are concerned. He has said that he has given a nuclear threat to India, saying that he will take not just India, but half of the world down with him. He's also spoken about the Indus Water Treaty, saying that let India build dams. We will destroy those dams with the missiles. And this was, in fact, a statement that was given by Asim Munir yesterday. And now what we're learning is that India has shot back with a response, saying that nuclear blackmail will not work with our country. Is a strong reaction that has come in from India. All right, so we'll continue to get you more details as far as this big response that has come in from India is concerned. All right, a day after Munir's nuke war threat from American soil, Indian Navy is all set to display the naval might today at Arabian Sea. And at the same time, what we're learning is that Pakistan Navy has also issued a notum announcing its own exercise in the territorial waters, and the overlapping schedules point to the heightened military activity in the strategically significant Arabian Sea in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor as well. And this is a key route for the maritime trade and crucial to regional security as well. The exercises are positioned approximately 60 nautical miles from each other. Indian Navy is all set to display its naval might today at the Arabian Sea. And as per the notum issued, the Indian Navy will conduct the maritime drill off the coast of Porbandar and Okha in Gujarat. Let me go across to my colleague Ishan, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Ishan, tell us more about this drill that India and Pakistan are going to be doing simultaneously but separately.
Today, after speaking to the Navy spokesperson, it was learned that India would be conducting live fire drills, anti-aircraft warfare drills and gunnery drills in the North Arabian Sea At the same time, Pakistan will be also conducting similar drills wherein live fire of missile, live gunnery drills and anti-aircraft drills in the North Arabian Sea. Pakistan will be doing it in Pakistani territorial waters and India in itself. These drills are being conducted 16 nautical miles from each other, which is a very short distance for them to be conducted. Multiple warships from both India and Pakistan will be participating in these drills, and this will be very close to they both will be very close to each other during the drills.
Absolutely, and India is all set to display the naval might is what we are learning. What are the updates as far as the ground situation is concerned? When are we learning, when are these naval drills are going to start, Ishan?
These naval drills have already started and will be continuing during, we have information that these naval drills have already started commencing. Pakistan has stated that they will be having these drills till 3 p.m. tomorrow. However, India has not confirmed till when these drills are happening and when these drills will end. I was speaking to the Navy spokesperson. He said that information has not been made public yet, and he will come back to us as and when this information is available for the public.
Absolutely. So India is all set to display the naval might today, and we'll continue to get you more details on this as well. Now, shifting our focus, security forces on Monday continued their search and combing operation for terrorists in Kiswar district of Jammu and Kashmir. For the second day, the security forces had established contact with the terrorists, and they are believed to be holed up right now. Their name are Riaz Ahmed and Mudassir Hussain. They are trapped in Kiswar encounter, and both are carrying a bounty of 10 lakh rupees on their head, and this is what the JNK police has said. And they are behind the killing of two BJP leader Anil and Ajit Parihar, father of the current MLA of Kiswar. Her name is Shagun Parihar. And meanwhile, what we are learning is that we have, in fact, another video of the forces blasting open a terror hideout inside a cave, and those are the visuals on your screen. This is the cave where those terrorists, two of them, were hiding, and earlier today, this cave was blasted off by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the army that are, in fact, a part of this encounter. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran, who's been tracking this story very closely. Gursimran, what is the ground update as far as this encounter is concerned? We are showing our viewers those visuals that you've gotten to us of the cave where those terrorists were hiding. That has been blasted off. What more can you tell us?
See, the operations continue. We are told by the officials that the area has been extended. So we assume that there lies a possibility that there was another exit of the cave in which the terrorists were hiding. The operations continue to Hizbul Mujahideen terrorists. The forces say are still believed to be trapped in the cordon area because what had happened that not only the cave was cordoned, but the entire larger area was cordoned in, because security forces knew that there lies a possibility that these terrorists are well aware of the area, so they might know where to exit. And now in the entire area, the combing and the search operations are continuing, where the forces are trying to reach out to these terrorist location, because these are the highly dreaded terrorists. They are carrying a 10 lakh reward, both of them, Mudassir and Riaz, and they have been behind the multiple terror attacks that have taken place in the Kiswar. They have actively taken part and have been part of the conspiracy as well. They are wanted in the multiple murder cases, the killings including Ajit and Anil Parihar killing case in November 2018, Chandrakant Sharma and his PSO killing in 2019 April. So these terrorists need to be caught. That the police also knows that this is the priority, and that's why the intensified operations are underway, and the senior officials, including the Deputy Inspector General of the Doda Kiswar, Ramban, they are also camping at the operation site, trying to ensure that these terrorists are neutralized at an earliest.
Absolutely, and do tell us about more about these terrorists, because we're learning that they are in fact involved in the murder of the BJP leaders. In fact, his daughter is now the current MLA of Kiswar, is what we're learning. Do tell us more about who these terrorists are and what your sources are telling you about that.
See, even in November 2018, Ajit and Anil Parihar were shot dead by the terrorists outside their residence in the Kishtwar main market. The investigation hinted into 7 names, out of which 4 have been killed, 3 are still alive. And all 3 are Jahangir Saruri, Mudassir and Riaz, out of which Riaz and Mudassir have been trapped by the security forces. They were also involved in the other terror attack. That was the killing of the RSS activist Chandrakant Sharma and his PSO. And in this also, Riaz was was informed. He was informed in other instances of the weapon snatching from the PSO of the Deputy Commissioner of the Kishtwar, the then Deputy Commissioner Angrez Singh Rana, though that weapon was recovered later. So the security forces are ensuring that the cordon is laid in such a manner that the operation might take some time, but they want these terrorists not to escape from this very place and they be neutralized at an earliest. Kansha.
Right. So these are the details as far as the Kishtwar encounter is concerned. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka, rift in the Congress party has come to the fore in the state of Karnataka. Hours after Karnataka Cabinet Minister K.N. Rajana made a statement against Rahul Gandhi's vote theft charge, he tendered his resignation. Remember how in the last 1 week, Rahul Gandhi has been highlighting the vote theft, not just in the state of Karnataka, but also Maharashtra and UP. And today, Rajana made a critical remark while speaking to reporters about his own party, about Rahul Gandhi, where he expressed concern that the party leaders failed to address lapses in the electoral roll before the election. He also stated that parties should feel ashamed because these irregularities happened right in front of their eyes. So in a way, attacking his own party. And after that, few hours after that, in fact, sources indicated that the Congress High Command here in the national capital were upset over these remarks that had come in from the Karnataka minister. This, in fact, the resignation now highlights internal churning within the Congress in Karnataka. BJP has now attacked the Congress party, saying that there is no place for truth as far as Congress party is concerned. Listen in to what Bharatiya Janata Party is saying.
मधेपुरा का जो वोट चोरी के बारे में जो राहुल गांधी बताया, उनका पर्दाफाश हो गया है। पूरा मीडिया वाले जाके जहाँ चोरी हुई, कहाँ गए, सबसे इंटरव्यू किया है। कहीं ना कहीं भी एक जगह पे ऐसा साबित नहीं हुआ जो राहुल गांधी आरोप करते थे। उनका आरोप पूरा निराधार हो गया है। लोगों के सामने उनका जो बयान था वो पूरा झूठा साबित हो गया है। He has been exposed 100%.
Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who's been tracking this story very closely from Karnataka. Abhishek, do tell us about what really happened there in Karnataka. What was the reason behind K.N. Rajana's resignation? And now we're learning that it has also been accepted. Give us more details on that as well.
Akanksha, I would want to make a point. Rajana hasn't resigned from his position. However, he has been removed from the cabinet is what the latest update is, because he spoke about AICC's Rahul Gandhi stage. Rahul Gandhi had come to Bengaluru on August 8th to address a public gathering with respect to the election commission's malpractice is what Rahul Gandhi had claimed. And also he had mentioned in Delhi and in Bengaluru that various other votes had been added and deleted illegally in Mahadevpura constituency. On the other hand, K.N. Rajana, who was about to reach the stage where Rahul Gandhi was addressing the gathering, he in fact, Rajana informed that it is not only the job of the BJP or the various other parties. In fact, the Congress was in power when the addition or deletion happened, and it is also the responsibility of the Congress itself to look after the addition and the deletion, and also their party is also to be held responsible. This was contradictory to what Rahul Gandhi was speaking on the stage, addressing the people of Karnataka and with respect to the election commission. This in fact angered the high command of the Congress in Delhi, and this is the reason as to why the high command called CM Siddaramaiah to demand that K.N. Rajana be removed from his position immediately. K.N. Rajana, who was a very close aide of Siddaramaiah, in fact wanted to resign from his position. However, he has been removed from the cabinet is what the letter which has been delivered by the Rajbhavan claim as of now. It is very clearly mentioned that he has been removed from the cabinet based on the orders of the government is what the letter we have seen as of now. We are awaiting the response of K.N. Rajana as of now. On the other hand, it is also said that the people who speak truth in Congress will never ever be able to continue in their position. BJP is alleging on Congress that the Congress doesn't want the people to know the truth. The minister shouldn't speak the truth. The minister shouldn't speak against the High Command. If at all anyone speaks against the High Command, this is the situation that they will also have to follow. This is one such ultimate situation where the Congress doesn't want the truth to be put in front of the people, is what the BJP's point of view is as of now. We are awaiting the response of K.N. Rajana and also CM Siddaramaiah on the decision of K.N. Rajana being removed from the cabinet as of now. Akanksha.
Absolutely. So all eyes will be on that statement of K.N. Rajana. But Abhishek, the war of words have started in the state of Karnataka over the, the entire saga of the voter theft saga. We have heard the reaction coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are saying that the Congress party there does not want the truth to come out. You must have spoken to a lot of Congress leaders there. What are they saying about this saga that has unfolded in the last few hours, Abhishek?
With respect to the Congress MLAs and ministers who, when we questioned about Rajanna's decision, no one wants to talk about the decision taken by the government, neither the AICC, with respect to Rajanna's removal from the cabinet. On the other hand, BJP has taken this into consideration because BJP is, for example, B.Y. Vijendra, who is the state president of BJP, R. Ashoka, who is the leader of opposition from the BJP, various other leaders belonging to the BJP party are openly claiming that the Congress isn't in hand with Rajanna, because Rajanna is the only person who used to speak truth in front of the people, even though it is against the party rules or the decorum. On the other hand, we are also expecting the answer from CM Siddaramaiah, because when I tried to have a conversation with him, when personally, without the camera, when we tried to question him, he had no answer. He just moved out quietly without even informing, without even answering to the questions laid down in front of him. On the other hand, the official sources from the CM office is also not wanting to make any statements with respect to K.N. Rajanna's decision. On the other hand, the leaders from Tumkuru, K.N. Rajanna, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, who is also the Home Minister, are having a closed-door meeting in one of the chambers of Vidhana Sabha as of now.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, there is an allegation on DCM D.K. Shivkumar stating he might be the responsible person for the removal of K.N. Rajanna from the cabinet, because Rajanna was the closest aide of Siddaramaiah. However, Siddaramaiah and DCM D.K. Shivkumar wanted to be elevated as the chief minister, and he in fact wants the closest aides of Siddaramaiah to step down so that his way
So it is
will
Congress versus Congress in the state of Karnataka. Thanks so much, Abhishek, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now we're shifting our focus to UP. Temple versus tomb dispute has erupted in UP's Fatehpur district, and in the center of this dispute is an old tomb that you can see on the screen, with Hindu groups claiming that it's a temple, while the Muslim organization asserting that it's a tomb, in fact, there at the spot. Several Hindu groups, including the Bharatiya Janata Party, sought permission from the district magistrate to begin the renovation work starting August 11, that is today, announcing plan to conduct prayers there as well. And they argued that the site is a temple. However, the National Ulema Council maintains that the building is the Maqbara of Nawab Abdul Samad, citing that they have land records to substantiate this big claim that they have. With tensions rising, we're learning that police and local authorities, they have barricaded the entire area to prevent any sort of clashes. Security has also been heightened in that area, with both the sides remaining firm in their claims. Police is there at the spot right now as well. That entire area of that structure that is in question, that has been completely barricaded by the police. Listen into what police is saying on this.
यहाँ पर अभी अलग अलग समुदाय से काफ़ी संख्या में लोग आए थे, लेकिन एक करके उनसे सबसे बात की गई, उनको आश्वासन दिया गया कि किसी प्रकार से कानून व्यवस्था को प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित नहीं दिया जाएगा। सब लोग आश्वासन को सुनकर धीरे धीरे करके चलेगा। अभी हमारी प्राथमिकता ये है सबसे पहले कि शांति व्यवस्था बनी रहे और लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस रहे प्रशासन के प्रति, इसलिए हम लोगों से बातचीत भी कर रहे हैं और सभी लोग यहाँ पर।
देखिए, अभी इस तरह का ऐसा कुछ नहीं आया है। कुछ लोग लाठी डंडा और ईंट पत्थर उठा रहे थे, लेकिन इस तरह के कोई हथियार की ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। ड्रोन के जरिए किस लोगों की पहचान की गई है? हाँ, हम लोग लगातार वीडियोग्राफी भी इसकी हुई है और ड्रोन से भी देखा गया है, और जो भी लोग इस पर जिम्मेदार हैं उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की। फिलहाल अभी की क्या स्थिति है? अभी आप खुद देख रहे हैं कि अभी सभी लोग यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। सिर्फ फोर्स का पुलिस बल यहाँ पे उपलब्ध है और मजिस्ट्रेट है, और बाकी लोग यहाँ पे शांति है। सर, मजार भी कुछ तोड़ी गई है क्या? नहीं, ऐसा कुछ अभी हम लोग उधर देखे नहीं, और उधर अभी इन लोगों को समझाने में ही लगे रहे। क्या उपद्रव करने वालों पे कार्रवाई भी होगी? नहीं, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि इन सभी लोगों के जो भी जिन्होंने कानून को हाथ में लिया उस पर कार्रवाई की जाए।
In fact, we have breaking news coming in. As far as the airlines in India are concerned, we are learning that Ministry of Civil Aviation has asked all the airlines to furnish details of the order placed by the airlines to the Boeing company to procure the aircrafts, details of the aircraft, engine spare parts, all to be shared with the ministry by today is what we are learning. And this is as far as the direction to Air India, Indigo, Akasa. And in fact, lately they have placed huge orders with Boeing, and all this is coming after that tragic incident that took place in June earlier this year, in which many people lost their life in Ahmedabad as far as AI 171 is concerned. After that, now Ministry of Civil Aviation has asked all the airlines to furnish details of the order placed by them to Boeing company to procure the aircrafts, also the details of the aircrafts that they already have, the engines, the spare parts, all that has to be shared by Air India, Indigo, Akasa. All of these are big airlines by today is a big breaking news that we are getting for you as this at this point in time. This big direction that has come in from Ministry of Civil Aviation as far as the direction as far as Boeing company is concerned. They will have to reveal how many aircrafts they have procured, details of the aircraft, engine and spare parts, all to be shared with, in fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation by today is what we are learning. All right, so all these details will have to be furnished by these airlines, that is Air India, Indigo, Akasa. By today is what we're learning. They'll have to tell the ministry about the procurement of the aircrafts, details, engine, spare parts with the ministry by today is what we're learning. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, this big, in fact, direction that has been given to the airlines today, and they have to give all the details regarding the Boeing by today is what we're learning. What more details can you share?
So, Akanksha, we very well know that this year, at the start of this year, Air India has mostly placed its order with the Boeing aircraft, and the aircraft delivery will happen in the next 3 years. And the order was placed by the airlines this year, at the start of this year only in January. And after back-to-back, we have seen the incidents in the Boeing 787 and 777 aircraft. And Akanksha, for all our viewers to understand that in our country, only Air India is the airline which uses Boeing 787 and 777 aircraft. Indigo, Akasa or SpiceJet, none of these airlines have the carrier Boeing aircraft, because Boeing is a much bigger aircraft. Boeing Dreamliners or other Boeing fleet, only Air India has procured the order of the Boeing with the Boeing company. So now, MOCA, Ministry of Civil Aviation, has told the airline Air India and others also, if they are procuring an order with the Boeing, we very well know that Air India were sure about that Air India has already procured massive order with Boeing regarding the aircraft 777 fleet, 787 fleet, and the Dreamliner. While other airlines have not placed an order with the Boeing company, now Air India has to submit the data of the engine, of the spare parts, and the other parts of the aircraft, whichever they are placing an order with the Boeing, because Boeing is going to give each and every part to the Air India and the entire airline. Each and every part will be placed by Boeing itself only, and our country needs to be aware that which parts are being used, so that another incident like AI 171 doesn't happen in our country. And government also wants to be very sure about the company and the kind of the spare parts and the engine they are using. The engines are not malfunction. The engines are not already used ones. They are the fresh engines. They are the engines especially made for these aircraft which are delivered to our country. And the aircraft should also be the fresh aircraft. Mostly it has happened that whenever the order is placed, the company first gives it to the another country to use it on lease, and then it comes back to our country. In the case of 787 and 777 fleet in Air India, it has happened earlier that when the fresh orders has been delivered to Air India, the Air India has given to Russia, to Turkey or to China to use it on lease basis. And after the lease period ends for 3 to 4 years, then the aircraft are being used in our country, which very well tells that how the parts will not be fresh, the parts are not changed for a larger period of time. It's the same part. There's no servicing and no maintenance of the parts, and that is the reason why Mocha needs to be sure about the Boeing aircraft, the orders which have been placed and procured with Boeing by the airlines in our country.
Absolutely, Harsha. In the last, few months, several lapses related to Boeing have come to the fore. In fact, as far as Air India is concerned, they have said that they have carried out the inspection, and other airlines have too carried out the inspection. But now tell us, for the clarity of viewers, what information will all of these airlines will have to give to Ministry of Civil Aviation, because they only have time till today, Harsha.
Yes, they were given the time till 1 p.m. today to share all the data, to share all the data of the procured aircraft which they have placed an order with Boeing. But right now we have gotten to know that they are still submitting each and every data and detail of the order, because the order which has been placed, it's not an order which is a small order. Akanksha, it's a huge order. $1 million order has been placed by the Air India airline to Boeing, whether it be the aircraft or the parts. And now from viewers and everyone to understand that the Air India has to give the details of the engine, of the emergency door, of the cockpit, of the spare parts, and of the wings and the back tail of the aircraft as well. So each and every important part of the aircraft, whichever order they have placed with Boeing, they have to give each and every data. So this also tells that now Mocha is being very stringent with airlines.
Absolutely.
And it is very important, and it's very important, Akanksha, because we have seen lapses, technical issues because of the aircraft. We have seen there was faulty engine, the faulty emergency door, in fact, the spare parts in the cockpit. Like in the case of AI-171, it's being said that there was manual issue with the cockpit fuel radar valve. And this all systems is fixed by the Boeing in the aircraft only whenever the delivery happens to that particular airline in that particular country. In our case, if they deliver the Boeing to Air India, they fix each and every part. Boeing itself does it and then only delivers to our country, to Air India, who has placed the order. So in this case, Mocha needs to be aware that what engine parts are being used for the passenger safety. In fact, passengers should also be aware of that the flights we are traveling
Absolutely.
in.
And now there will be much more scrutiny of Boeing is what we're learning. Thanks so much, Harsha, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. And with this, we're taking a very short break. But this story, the big direction by Ministry of Civil Aviation will remain our top focus. This direction to airlines to give details about the procurement of the Boeing fleet and also about the engines as well, right after a very short break.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
India has successfully completed trials of its indigenously developed Zorawar light tank, a platform purpose-built for high-altitude warfare where traditional heavy armor struggles. Developed jointly by DRDO and Larsen & Toubro, the 25-ton tank is powered by a high-output Cummins diesel engine, delivering close to 40 horsepower per ton, critical for operating in oxygen-thin mountain air. Its primary armament is a 105mm Cockerel rifled gun integrated into a modern turret, capable of firing both kinetic rounds and anti-tank guided missiles. Supporting this is a remote-controlled 7.62mm machine gun, twin 80GM launcher, advanced thermal sights, active protection systems, and modular composite armor. Amphibious capability and AI-driven situational awareness further enhance its versatility. The tank has already passed live fire and mobility trials in desert conditions, followed by high-altitude trials at over 4,200 meters in Ladakh, where it demonstrated accurate firing, stable...
As Trump threatens India, the Nationalist Collective looks for ways in which Bharat should respond. How Bharat can bring a new balance in the world order. This week on the Nationalist Collective, time for a new balance globally. An unmissable edition of the Nationalist Collective, this week on the Republic Media Network.
And this good evening, welcome to Republic TV. We begin with some breaking news coming in. Ministry of Civil Aviation is all asking airlines to furnish details of orders placed by airlines to Boeing company to procure aircrafts. The details of the aircraft, engines, spare parts, all to be shared with the Ministry of Civil Aviation by today. This is the big breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. It is now MOCA that is asking for airlines, for Boeing, placed by airlines to Boeing company to procure aircraft, details of the aircraft, the engine, the spare parts, everything will be shared with the Ministry of Civil Aviation. We're also going to try and go across to Harsha to get more details. All Boeing orders have now to be made available. The big news coming in fast on Republic TV. Details have been sought on Boeings that have been sued by Air India 171 victim families. All those details to be made available to the Civil Aviation Ministry. And we're also going to try and go across to more aviation experts on the story. This is the big breaking news coming in. All details by Civil Aviation Ministry has been asked for. Boeing will have to supply all details to them. And this is very crystal clear because everything and every day we are hearing of more and more snags. Boeing will also have to possibly give out details about what really is happening. Harsha is to join us as we're getting these details first on Republic TV to get more details on what really is happening with the Boeing Airlines. We're also going to try and see with the Boeing Airlines what details that the Ministry of Civil Aviation is asking for. Remember, the DGCA had also ordered earlier the safety inspection of Boeing 787, 788 and 789 fleet. And now this breaking news that's coming in first on Republic TV. The Civil Aviation Ministry has asked all airlines to furnish details of orders placed by airlines to Boeing company to procure aircrafts, details of aircrafts, engines, spare parts, all to be shared with the Civil Aviation Ministry today itself. The other big focus, viewers, Congress Minister K. Rajana has been kicked out for questioning Rahul Gandhi over his vote theft claim. Raj Bhavan confirms resignation from the cabinet. Congress Minister K. Rajana kicked out for questioning Rahul Gandhi. B.R. Bommai, former Karnataka Chief Minister, earlier spoke about this resignation of Siddaramaia's aide earlier. They've also said, and B.R. Bommai has also said, that anyone who says the truth within the Congress party is always forced to quit after questioning the supreme leaders. We're also going to be joined from Bengaluru by Abhishek to get more details. Abhishek, clearly the supreme leader is questioned and Rajana is made to quit. Abhishek, yes, go ahead. The supreme leader is questioned and then the top Karnataka minister is made and forced to quit.
Well, it is very clear from the intention of the Karnataka state government, where K.N. Rajana, who was the minister until now of the corporation department, who also spoke against the Congress claim of vote chori or vote theft with respect to the event that happened in Bengaluru on August 8th. Rahul Gandhi was here to address the people of Karnataka to claim that several votes were illegally added and deleted in Mahadevpura constituency, and he also made sure that he had some of the documents to show in front of the people of Karnataka. On the other hand, K.N. Rajana, who was about to reach the stage of the protest where Rahul Gandhi was present, Rajana openly made a statement that it is also the job of the Congress, and also the Congress was in power when the addition and the deletion happened. So it is indirectly their party who also had to own the responsibility of the vote addition or deletion which happened illegally. This was a contradictory statement to what Rahul Gandhi spoke in front of the people. On the other hand, Rahul Gandhi also alleged that the election commission was working as an agent of the BJP or the Modi government. On the other hand, Rajana mentions that the Congress government, in fact, had to make sure that the officers and the officials who are involved in the election commission had to work transparently, and it was the responsibility of the ministers and the Congress government to make sure that the things were transparent. So this contradictory statement of K.N. Rajana wasn't accepted by the High Command of Congress. In fact, the Congress High Command today morning called CM Siddaramaiah to mention and to order that K.N. Rajana had to be removed from his cabinet, from the cabinet of CM Siddaramaiah. It was until 2 or 3 in the noon we were told that Rajana had resigned to the position of corporation minister. However, in the last couple of minutes we've gotten to know that Rajana has been removed from the cabinet on the direction of the state government. And in fact, the state government had been ordered by the All India Congress Committee that Rajana had to be removed from the services. The latest development is Rajana, while speaking to the media unofficially and off the cameras, has mentioned that it is not, and it is nothing new to him to resign from the Congress, because the last 3 decades he has resigned 3 times from the Congress party. This might be the 4th time he has obviously mentioned off the record in front of the journalists. So we will have to see what CM Siddaramaiah answers about the removal of K.N. Rajana from the cabinet in front of the assembly. How will CM D.K. Shivkumar, CM Siddaramaiah overcome the questions of the BJP and the JDS leaders in the assembly? And also we will have to see what answers will be given out by CM Siddaramaiah to the people of Karnataka. And also K.N. Rajana, who was always famous.
All right, thank you, Abhishek, for giving us those details. It's a top focus we'll track. I'm also getting more details and breaking news that's coming in, and I'm going to go straight across to the breaking news that's coming in. Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian president, has now tweeted. The president of Ukraine has said, and I'm quoting now, he has spoken to Prime Minister Modi. He says, we discussed in detail all important issues, both of our bilateral cooperation and the overall diplomatic situation. I am grateful for the Prime Minister Modi, for his warm words of support for our people. I have informed him about the Russian attacks on our cities and villages, about yesterday's strike on the bus station. Dozens of people were injured. Russian bombing in a regular urban facility. And this at a time when there's finally a diplomatic possibility to end the war. President of Ukraine, Zelensky, says instead of demonstrating readiness for a ceasefire, Russia is showing only its desire to continue the occupation and killings. He's speaking against Russia to Prime Minister Modi. He also says it is important India is supporting our peace efforts and shares the position everything concerning Ukraine must be decided with Ukraine's participation. Other formats will not deliver results. We also discussed. All right, Abhishek is joining us on the phone line, Senior Executive Editor. Abhishek, in a great detailed tweet, President of Ukraine, Zelensky, now details out that they've discussed details for sanctions against Russia. They've also spoken about necessity to limit the export of Russian energy, particularly oil, and they've agreed to plan a personal meeting in September during the General Assembly of the United Nations. What is the particular significance of this telephonic conversation between Prime Minister Modi and Volodymyr Zelensky?
Well, the most significant aspect of this conversation is acknowledgement of the fact that India has a role in Russia-Ukraine talks. So while we will have President Trump crowing about it whenever the ceasefire happens, the fact of the matter is that Narendra Modi is one of the few world leaders who has, connections with both the sides, Russia and Ukraine. And President Zelensky, through this post, is actually acknowledging the leverage that Prime Minister Modi has with President Putin and the fact that he has been engaging with both the sides. Having said that, unfortunately for the Ukrainians, President Zelensky is a nowhere man. Remember, about 10 or 15 days back, he was in support of American tariffs on India. He was panning India for buying Russian oil, something which finds mention in his post about in the conversation that he has had with Prime Minister Modi. But the fact of the matter is that while panning India, he also acknowledges that he's in a situation where Donald Trump has effectively given him a fait accompli, that he has to swap territories and that he has to agree to give up Ukrainian claims over Donbas Republic, for example, and also Crimea. So I think it's not an easy situation to be in the shoes of Volodymyr Zelensky, and he's trying to really create a patchwork quilt of some kind of support. And having panned India just about a fortnight back, Rhythm, to now elicit support just shows a grudging acceptance of the fact that Prime Minister Modi happens to be one of the few world leaders who have connections with both the sides and who has leverage with both the sides. And that's why I think he made this call to plead with Prime Minister Modi that he should prevail upon President Putin to slow down and to agree for a basic ceasefire pending the talks that are slated to take place later this week between the two presidents, Trump and Putin, in Alaska in the United States. So I think this is essentially a desperate attempt by President Zelensky, Rhythm, to push for some role for Ukraine on the table. Remember, while they are not on the table, they are not at the table. Ukraine seems to be at the table for Trump and Putin to discuss, minus Zelensky, and that's something which I think is making him desperate. And the phone call is an example of how, despite panning India and not making very right diplomatic noises on Trump's tariffs on India, he's now seeking India's help in support of Ukraine.
And Abhishek, just one point more. You've also said that Zelensky has also acknowledged India's role in the talks because he knows Prime Minister Modi has a certain coordination and a strategic understanding with Russia.
Well, you see, the fact of the matter is that Prime Minister Modi is someone who has sat in front of Vladimir Putin and looked in his eyes and said that this is not an era of war, something which nobody, including President Trump, has done. So they speak from distance, they speak on telephone, but not sitting face-to-face with the President Putin. And that's something what Prime Minister Modi has done. And that's something which is repeated in the phone call that has taken place just a while back. And Prime Minister Modi in that conversation has, underscored the need for a peaceful settlement to the conflict going on in Europe and between Russia and Ukraine, and whatever can be done from the side of India. Prime Minister said that he will convey to the Russian side and to President Putin personally. Remember, Prime Minister has had a call with President Putin just a couple of days back, and now I think this call happening clearly suggests that there must have been some communication to and fro. And I think this is a message, as I said, Rhythm, that while President Trump would crow a lot about his role in getting the two sides together, the fact of the matter is that very quietly and behind the scenes, India has had a long, sustaining, durable role in communicating between the Russians and the Ukrainians what needs to be done to quickly wind down the war.
That's right. Thank you, Abhishek, for giving us that perspective. It's a focus we'll continue tracking. The Prime Minister has leverage with Russia. It's very clear Ukrainian President is also reaching out to Prime Minister Modi. Thank you. Now, the big breaking news that's also coming right here. BSF has also issued a statement on intrusion bid that has been foiled on Jammu international borders in Kathua. BSF has said on 11th of August evening, BSF troops observed suspicious movement wherein a Pak national was observed crossing the international border, approaching aggressively towards border fence in district of Kathua. Let me go across to Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, give us more details about the alert for the troops and BSF sensing a threat fired later. Also, the person who was injured and taken into BSF custody.
Yes, a Pakistani intruder has been apprehended after an intrusion bid was foiled by the Border Security Force. And now the Jammu frontier of the Border Security Force has come out with a statement that reads that this evening there was an attempt from the Pakistani national who tried to intrude into the Indian territory. The attempt was foiled, he was challenged, but when he did not stop, he was fired upon and injured. He has been apprehended by the Border Security Force and has been taken to the AIMS Vijaypur for the treatment, where he is undergoing treatment. Now what we are picking up, that this was second such attempt in the day. Earlier there was a group of 4 to 5 intruders that attempted to sneak in, but since they were unarmed, visibly unarmed, they were given warning by whistles and also by the Border Security Force alert troops deployed on the ground, after which these intruders went back. But after 3 hours, that is at 3:30, this individual tried to enter the Indian territory. The attempt was foiled and now he has been admitted at the Vijaypur AIMS hospital, where his treatment is underway.
Thank you for giving us those details, Gursimran. Top focus will track. Now, viewers, there's also more breaking news that's coming in now. We've also been told there are 2 Chinese vessels that have collided while chasing Philippine boats in Dadagiri, Mason Lock, the Philippines coast. We've also been given details about this. The Philippine Coast Guard said 2 Chinese vessels collided while pursuing a Filipino patrol boat near Dadagiri Mason Lock in the West Philippine Sea. The incident occurred as the PCG escorted boats distributing aid to fishermen in the area. The video has been released by Manila, showed a China Coast Guard ship and a much larger vessel bearing number 164 on its hull colliding with a loud crash. 2 Chinese vessels colliding. And those are the visuals on the screen. This is happening as they chase the Philippine boat. The Philippine Coast Guard has also said this collision happened while they were pursuing a Filipino patrol boat near the Dadagiri Mason Lock in the West Philippine Sea, and the incident occurred as the PCG escorted the boats distributing aid to fishermen in the sea. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath strongly rebuked the Samajwadi Party during the inaugural session of the UP Assembly's monsoon session. Taking a very tough stand, Yogi accused the SP of promoting anarchy and questioned their commitment to democracy.
The UP Assembly's monsoon session opened with high drama. Samajwadi Party MLAs staged a noisy protest against the Yogi government, accusing it of falling on law and order. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hit back, sharply criticizing the SP. He accused them of believing in anarchy rather than democratic values. He also accused the SP regime of imposing a gunda tax on traders.
समाजवादी पार्टी और लोकतंत्र ये नदी के 2 अलग-अलग छोर हैं। इनका अरे सुनिए ना, कब से विश्वास हो गया है, कब से लोकतंत्र में लोगों का विश्वास हो गया, इनके मुंह से ये शब्द शोभा नहीं देते हैं। स्वाभाविक रूप से संभल में जो नंद तांडव इन्होंने समाजवादी पार्टी सरकार के समय किया था, आज जब वहां पर उसका शुद्धिकरण का अभियान चल रहा है, तो अगर आपको हवन डालना है तब तो ठीक बात है, लेकिन अनावश्यक रूप से हर एक जगह न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करना, अपनी नकारात्मकता से उस क्षेत्र के विकास को अवरुद्ध करना, संभल हो, बहराइच हो या गोरखपुर, ये समाजवादी पार्टी हर जगह यही करती है।
The monsoon session is also set to debate the state's vision document, a roadmap for development incorporating inputs from all parties.
इसकी क्या आवश्यकता है? नहीं, मेरी बात।
Coming up after a short break, India issues strong response to Munir's new threat. MEA says Pakistan's rattling is their stock in trade. And another huge face-off, India and Pakistan to hold separate naval drills in Arabian Sea on August 11th and 12th.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
और अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी और ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा। आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है। दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति तो ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो।
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन बहनों भाइयों, भारत जितनी तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि भारत को अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत
Presented by Maruti Suzuki.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Sarah, This is your space, slay it your way.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
India has successfully completed trials of its indigenously developed Zorawar light tank, a platform purpose-built for high-altitude warfare where traditional heavy armor struggles. Developed jointly by DRDO and Larsen & Toubro, the 25-ton tank is powered by a high-output Cummins diesel engine, delivering close to 40 horsepower per ton, critical for operating in oxygen-thin mountain air. Its primary armament is a 105mm Cockerel rifled gun integrated into a modern turret, capable of firing both kinetic rounds and anti-tank guided missiles. Supporting this is a remote-controlled 7.62mm machine gun, twin 80GM launcher, advanced thermal sights, active protection systems, and modular composite armor. Amphibious capability and AI-driven situational awareness further enhance its versatility. The tank has already passed live fire and mobility trials in desert conditions, followed by high-altitude trials at over 4,200 meters in Ladakh, where it demonstrated accurate firing, stable mobility, and reliability under extreme environmental stress. The first phase of testing confirmed its ability to maneuver on narrow mountain tracks, climb steep gradients, and maintain effective combat performance in cold, low-oxygen conditions. A second prototype with upgrades is expected to roll out in late 2025 for user trials. Strategically, Zorawar is designed to address a gap exposed during the standoff with China, when the Indian Army had to deploy T-72 and T-90 main battle tanks over 40.
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया जोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया जोना, इंडिया जोना,
इंडिया जोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
India has successfully completed trials of its indigenously developed Zorawar light tank, a platform purpose-built for high-altitude warfare where traditional heavy armor struggles. Developed jointly by DRDO and Larsen & Toubro, the 25-ton tank is powered by a high-output Cummins diesel engine, delivering close to 40 horsepower per ton, critical for operating in oxygen-thin mountain air. Its primary armament is a 105mm Cockerel rifled gun integrated into a modern turret, capable of firing both kinetic rounds and anti-tank guided missiles. Supporting this is a remote-controlled 7.62mm machine gun, twin 80GM launcher, advanced thermal sights, active protection systems, and modular composite armor. Amphibious capability and AI-driven situational awareness further enhance its versatility. The tank has already passed live fire and mobility trials in desert conditions, followed by high-altitude trials at over 4,200 meters in Ladakh, where it demonstrated accurate firing, stable mobility, and reliability under extreme environmental stress. The first phase of testing confirmed its ability to maneuver on narrow mountain tracks, climb steep gradients, and maintain effective combat performance in cold, low-oxygen conditions. A second prototype with upgrades is expected to roll out in late 2025 for user trials. Strategically, Zorawar is designed to address a gap exposed during the 2020 standoff with China, when the Indian Army had to deploy T-72 and T-90 main battle tanks, over 45 tons each, into the high Himalayas. These heavier tanks struggled with mobility and sustainment.
As Trump threatens India, the nationalist collective looks for ways in which Bharat should respond. How Bharat can bring a new balance in the world order. This week on the Nationalist Collective, time for a new balance globally. An unmissable edition of the Nationalist Collective, this week on the Republic Media Network.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. We tell you why General Asif Munir isn't really telling the people of Pakistan the truth. I wonder why. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you why Field Marshal Asif Munir doesn't want to tell the people of Pakistan how India has basically carried out massive destruction in Pakistan, so much so that they haven't been able to recover from their losses. Visual evidence once again on This Is Exclusive. Not just that, ladies and gentlemen, why the world should actually pull up Pakistan. The collaboration between the Pakistani army and the terror groups. It was known all this while, but tonight on This Is Exclusive, we're going to put out images just 2 days after Operation Sindoor. How helpless Pakistani army had to once again take help of terror groups to fight the war. All this and much more on This Is Exclusive, but up first, let me take you to the headlines we're tracking at this hour. It's the ultimate 35-second video evidence of how India reduced critical Pakistani air bases to rubble on the show tonight. Pahalgam mastermind's top aide seen in Pakistan army uniform near the border. Can Islamabad deny their deep nexus to terrorists anymore? Under Trump fire, India responds with trade review orders to American company Boeing underlets. Top Karnataka Minister K.N. Rajana resigns after he questions Rahul on voter fraud, claims all-out political face-off breaks out. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's desperate attempts to whitewash the catastrophic fallout of Operation Sindoor only deepens the shadow of its complicity in fostering terrorism. But the bad news for Islamabad is that the undeniable scars of the strikes shatter their hollow denials. With a brazen narrative of minimal impact, Pakistan's spin doctors have scrambled to dismiss the precision devastating strikes on their air bases, terror camps and military assets. But the smouldering wreckage of Rahim Yar Khan's runway that silenced radars at Chaklala and the obliterated Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters in Muridke scream a truth too loud to suppress. And tonight we bring you, like always, more evidence, more proof that it will be a while before Pakistan forgets the 23-minute exercise by India on 7th of May. On your screens, we're going to put out exclusive visuals of Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in the aftermath of the strikes. 35-second video is a testament to the damage that has been inflicted by our forces in Pakistan. A runway absolutely crippled and reduced to nothing. This is, in a short while from now, the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base as it stands today. But before that, I'm going to first show you the satellite imagery on your screens, the before and after proof that we have seen, and perhaps you have seen this many a times. It clearly goes on to indicate that before, it's a perfectly fine runway of the Rahim Yar Khan and the air defense radar system. And after, obviously, that's the visual imagery that we have on our screens. Now, let's quickly go across to the 35 seconds of this particular. This is exactly how the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base now looks like. Evidence of how India destroyed one of the key installations of the Pakistanis, the runway which was obliterated. So much so, it seems that other third-party countries who have their interest in this particular airport has also felt the stinging response. And that is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, you have Field Marshal Asim Munir going to United States of America and continuing with what many would say warmongering, because perhaps he needs to divert the attention from this, divert the attention from the way Pakistan's key military installations were absolutely obliterated by the 23-minute military exercise that was carried out by India. A precision strike that was carried out, multiple air bases that were also struck. But Rahim Yar Khan, remember, Rahim Yar Khan, which happens to be one of the most significant, important air bases in Pakistan, was obliterated, razed to the ground. What you see on your screen, this huge crater that has been created, which is why multiple NOTAMs have been issued by the Pakistanis, because they are trying to reconstruct. As I understand, even today, remember, it's non-operational, and this is the reason why you have an Asim Munir who's perhaps carrying out a face saver at this point in time, addressing much of what he said in the United States of America for his domestic audience, because somewhere down the line, if at all, Asim Munir, who's basically aiming at taking full control from the civilian administration in Pakistan, needs to continue threatening. And the reason why he's doing this is because, remember, most of his assets, most of the Pakistani assets, the details of which I'm going to put out in a short while from now, are going to make it abundantly clear as to what was the purpose of Field Marshal Asim Munir's visit to United States of America, and why exactly he's making all the efforts to try and save the face for the Pakistani army. Now, let's get you more sensational details on Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, the details that we're getting to you tonight on This Is Exclusive, details of Operation Sindoor, how exactly it was carried out, and within few minutes, what was really obliterated. Pakistan's military was left reeling from Operation Sindoor that obliterated key assets and exposed their vulnerabilities with surgical precision. Let's begin with 10th of May. A strike on Chaklala Air Base's hangar destroyed a C-130 Hercules VVIP transport aircraft. Simultaneously, the attack also crippled Northern PAF command and control network, leaving it in blind for about a couple of minutes. In Jacobabad, 2 of F-16s were reduced to wreckage. Indian Army's M777 howitzers pounded Pakistani posts near the LOC abandoned by the fleeing troops. Adding to the carnage was the S-400 missile system, which the IAF chief has described as the game changer, and which shot down a wide-bodied aircraft near the Indo-Pakistan border in Pakistan's Punjab. These are some of the details. We're going to go through all the plates that we have right now, specific details that we have. On the 10th of May, C-130 Hercules aircraft hangar at Chaklala Air Base was struck by the forces. 2 F-16 fighter jets was also destroyed at Jacobabad Air Base. That was on the 10th of May. Northern PAF command and control network was taken down after the Chaklala attack. And the M777 howitzers were used to target Pakistani posts near the LOC. Now, S-400 missile shot down wide-bodied Pakistan aircraft near the border. That was at the Punjab border. We're going to take you through some of the other details that we also have right now with regards to what really happened on 10th of May. These are specific details that we have now got of the operation itself. Let's now take you through how exactly the terrorist camps were basically attacked. And we have now got specific details of how we did that. 2 of the F-16 fighter jets damaged in the strikes in the Pakistani air bases. Now, what's important to point out here, in Jacobabad, which happens to be one of their main air bases, F-16s partially was damaged. SQ-9 fire unit radar at Chaklala, Chinese LY-80 fire radar, and 2 US-made tracking radars were destroyed. Let's move on. 19 BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles at the Pakistani air bases. So we now have confirmation, specific details that 19 BrahMos missiles were actually fired. French Scalp cruise missiles that were used in the precision strikes. We are given to understand that the Scalp missiles were basically used to target the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters. Muridke headquarters was also hit by a crystal maze missile, not one, multiple missiles that were basically fired, and this was at the Muridke headquarters. Bahawalpur's Jaish facility was struck by the Scalp missiles, that's the French missiles that were basically used. In fact, Rafales were also used for this. M77 howitzers obliterated the Tier 2 defenses along the LOC. What we are given to understand is because of the Indian Army's howitzers. You've had the Pakistanis actually leaving their own posts and moving out. I'm going to go back to the 35-second video while I'm going to also bring in my colleagues Ishan as well as Gursimran joining us on this broadcast while we take you through the details of it. Let me have Ishan and Gursimran on the screens right now as we put this video. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. It's a special edition of This is the Exclusive where we are getting minute-to-minute details of what really happened in Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. And what's the context? The context is this. Field Marshal Asim Munir is completely embarrassed. And that is the reason why when he goes to United States of America, he perhaps wants to address his own audience, the audience that he's hoping would come and support him. Ishan, first to you with regards to this 35-second video that has been accessed by Republic TV, which goes on to indicate that Rahim Yar Khan Air Base has been completely obliterated, and even till date, the reconstruction hasn't taken place.
Shavan, the video clearly shows damage to the runway of Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. This is damage sustained from the BrahMos missile. It shows the crater in the middle of the runway. We had also seen the Pakistani military issue emergency military engineering work orders to conduct repairs of these bases, but these bases are not yet operational and the damage sustained by these bases were extensive. Furthermore, we had seen that Yusuf, who is the bodyguard of Yusuf, who is the elite designated terrorist bodyguard of the mastermind of the Pahalgam attacks, was seen in army uniform recently, and this shows the collaboration between the military and the establishment of Pakistan with the terrorist forces against India and giving them utmost support in planning and executing the operations against India.
Ishan, I'll request you to stay on with us as my colleague Gursimran is joining us on this broadcast. Gursimran, I've got specific details now from top sources with regards to how many missiles were actually fired. 19 BrahMos missiles fired. Power of the Scalp missiles that we're putting out, this was basically used now to target the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters, Muridke, and I'm sorry, there was Bahawalpur where this was actually used, and it turns out that the destruction that has taken place thereafter. Gursimran, first to you with regards to the 35 seconds video that Republic TV has accessed and specific details of Crystal Maze, Scalp and BrahMos missiles that was used for Operation Sindoor.
See, Shavan,